Chapter 1. The Indestructible Void, the Defilement of the Holy Maiden and Her Reincarnation. Beyond the 33 Heavens. In the Jade Void Palace, the Primordial Supreme Being was leisurely refining pills, commanding the sixth ding divine fire before the alchemical furnace. At that moment, a middle-aged man, clad in a hurried demeanor, descended upon a rainbow cloud, kneeling respectfully before him. Disciple pays his respects to Master, the middle-aged man said earnestly. Did the King of Hell give you any trouble? Gently waving his whisk, the Primordial Supreme Being inquired, his eyes half closed. None at all. I intensified the conflict between him and the old ancestor of the River of Souls, and amidst their battle, I sent Junior Brother into reincarnation for rebirth and cultivation. The middle-aged man replied, brimming with pride. You have worked hard. However, Master, although Junior Brother has a mischievous temperament and a penchant for trouble, he possesses extraordinary talent, a rare genius in cultivation. You have also stated that he is the most gifted practitioner you have encountered during the primordial calamity, his potential even surpassing yours. While causing chaos at Mount Fonsuin, bloodbathing the Azuras, and destroying the 9 heavens was indeed wrong. Given your current status, a mere stomp from you would shake the heavenly court who would dare disrespect you. There is no need to strip Junior Brother of his cultivation. The middle-aged man protested. In his view, the Jade Void Palace was vast and prestigious. With the might of the Primordial Supreme Being, these matters were trivial and did not warrant such exaggerated responses. This is his fate. With a sigh, the Primordial Supreme Being slightly opened his eyes and spoke meaningfully. You are correct. I have never regarded those trivial matters seriously. They are but insignificant ants, hardly worth my attention. But tell me, can he be forgiven for defiling the Holy Maiden, our junior sister? Astonished, the middle-aged man gasped, his complexion instantly paling. It must be known that the junior sister was a being of the great Luo golden immortal level, a figure who could dominate the realms and care not for appearances. Even someone as formidable as the Primordial Supreme Being would tread carefully around her. Who could have imagined that Junior Brother would dare to pursue her? It was utterly absurd. This was akin to a starving dog in a latrine, or a dung beetle emerging from its burrow to seek death. I now understand why, upon seeing her in the blood sea of the underworld, she immediately dealt me a severe beating without a second thought. I initially felt aggrieved, but hearing you say this, I realize how fortunate I am. Her sparing my life is indeed a stroke of luck. He cast a resentful glance at the Primordial Supreme Being. The middle-aged man, who had felt wronged earlier, now secretly rejoiced, considering it a miracle to return with his life. You know my junior sister's temperament. If she truly killed you, I would be powerless to intervene. Now, you should understand why I had to send Xiao Fan into reincarnation for rebirth. The Primordial Supreme Being lamented, his expression difficult to describe. Master's intentions are indeed profound. Sending him into reincarnation is, in truth, to protect him. Otherwise, given the Holy Maiden's temperament, she would undoubtedly crush Junior Brother to dust. After all, should word of this get out, her reputation would be tarnished. However, Junior Brother has descended to the lower realm with his talent. He is bound to excel. But what if unforeseen circumstances arise? The middle-aged man expressed his concerns. Rest assured, while I have stripped him of his cultivation, his countless years of memory remain intact. He is well versed in techniques, swordsmanship, formations, medicine, alchemy, geomancy, and physiognomy. I believe that these skills alone will suffice for him to establish himself in the lower realm and stir the winds of change. It will not be long before he returns with vengeance. The Primordial Supreme Being chuckled with satisfaction, strategizing with confidence. Master has calculated wisely. With Junior Brother's talent, he will indeed stand out as a powerhouse in that realm. However, the Tao has 50 and the heavens have 14. What if an accident occurs? The middle-aged man said anxiously. Accident? Yes, the lower realm is fraught with perilous mountains and treacherous waters, and with Junior Brother reincarnated and lacking cultivation. What if? It is impossible. Waving his hand dismissively, the Primordial Supreme Being remarked lightly. Xiao Fan's primordial spirit can forge an indestructible body. He is immortal and cannot be killed. What? Junior brother possesses an indestructible body? No wonder I joined a sect before him. Yet my cultivation is less than 1/10 of his. A sudden realization struck. The middle-aged man experienced an epiphany, finally comprehending why his relentless training could not match even a moment's retreat from Xiao Fan. Besides its formidable defense, the indestructible body can absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to break through autonomously. In other words, as long as he breathes, he can advance. Pray tell, with such talent, who in the lower realm can compare? The primordial supreme being declared, brimming with pride. As a well-known, overprotective figure, he was exceptionally indulgent towards that little disciple. Otherwise, he would not have gone to such lengths to facilitate his reincarnation. After all, it was the holy maiden he had offended. Should she discover his interference, she would undoubtedly hold a grudge for eternity. After some contemplation, the primordial supreme being casually stated, if Xiao Fan is fortunate enough to be reborn on the Source Star, he could return to the primordial path in no more than 300 years if he lands on the Spirit Star. Merely 3,000 years, even if he ends up on this planet, it would take no more than 30,000 years. By the way, Xiao Qingzi, where exactly did Xiao Fan reincarnate? On the Xuanwu continent, the middle-aged man blurted out. Xuanwu continent? The primordial supreme being calculated with his fingers, and the benevolent smile on his face instantly darkened, his voice rising with anger. That is a barren star devoid of any spiritual energy. Soon, a piercing scream echoed through the primordial palace. Following that, a figure was unceremoniously expelled from the Jade Void Palace, as the primordial supreme being's wrathful voice resonated across the 33 heavens. You conspired against my disciple. I will not let this rest. Chapter 2. The Trial of Peach Blossoms, usurping the body and becoming a son-in-law. Meanwhile, Lin Fan, deceived by his elder brother, entered the path of reincarnation. After a moment of disorientation, he fell into unconsciousness even as a quasi-primordial great Luo golden immortal. He lost all awareness, his mind engulfed in chaos. He had a dream. In the dream, the holy maiden was sweet yet salty, gentle yet fierce, and both soft and domineering. More importantly, she was infinitely accommodating, a stark contrast to her usual aloofness, pride, and icy demeanor. She was undoubtedly the most beautiful woman within the 3 realms and 6 paths. The harsh sounds of laughter echoed around him. Then a woman's furious voice thundered, Lin Fan, get up. Startled and confused, Lin Fan trembled. What is happening? Raising his head cautiously, he surveyed his surroundings and found himself sprawled in a medicinal hall. Strange faces surrounded him, all wearing mocking expressions, eagerly awaiting the unfolding spectacle. Lin Fan's head throbbed painfully. Suddenly, 2 entirely different streams of memory surged into his mind, and with that, everything became clear. In his past life, he was a disciple of the primordial supreme being, endowed with extraordinary talent, fearlessly traversing the 3 realms and 6 paths, slaying gods and Buddhas alike, shielded by the primordial supreme being, a veritable little scourge. Now, through the merging of memories, he learned that he had been reborn into the Xuanwu continent, inhabiting the body of a boy named Lin Fan, who was utterly devoid of talent. Not only was he idle, but he also indulged in every vice, from gambling to debauchery. What Lin Fan found most intolerable was that this proud man had actually become a son-in-law to the Xian Yuan sect, marrying the sect leader's daughter, Ling Bing. What a disgrace. Any man with a shred of dignity would never choose to live as a dependent, feeding off another's wealth. In a fit of rage, Lin Fan erupted. On the Xuanwu continent, it was a world governed by the law of the jungle, where the strong reigned supreme. This was a realm that revered martial prowess above all else. Across the myriad realms, countless races rose, sects flourished, and powerful warriors abounded. Even though the spiritual energy here was scarce, rendering it a wasteland, the practice of martial arts was prevalent and revered. In this land, the strong wielded power at will, while the weak crawled like dogs. The cultivation system on the Xuanwu continent comprised 9 realms. Body refinement, true essence, spirit communication, earthly perfection, initial heaven, integration, spirit transformation, annihilation, and void. Each realm was distinguished by the colors of the 9 spiritual energies: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, white, and black, marked by the 9 heavens, with strict levels and clear distinctions. Those who achieved great mastery and cultivation possessed immense abilities, capable of traversing vast distances in a single step, reversing yin and yang, and even resurrecting the dead. Some could even reverse reincarnation, shatter the heavens, or attain immortality and eternal existence. Lin Fan had been cultivating for 18 years. Yet, his cultivation level was merely at the 3rd stage of body refinement, inferior even to an 80-year-old child. It was a pitiful sight, a fighter among the refuse. Logically, with Ling Ao's discerning eye, he would never regard someone like him as worthy of attention. After all, in this world that venerates the strong, Lin Fan was undeniably weak, infamous, and utterly without merit. However, his father, Lin Yuan, and Ling Ao were sworn brothers, having pledged their lives to each other. During their oath, they promised a betrothal, and subsequently, Lin Yuan and his wife sacrificed themselves to save him, leaving Lin Fan as their sole legacy. Ling Ao, ever grateful, could not bear to send his daughter far away, especially given her extraordinary talent and potential for greatness. Thus, on Lin Fan's 18th birthday, despite tremendous pressure, he defied the odds and betrothed his eldest daughter, Ling Bing, to him. To be fair, Ling Ao knew that Lin Fan's future prospects were limited, and he could not achieve anything significant yet. The promise of a betrothal was a matter of utmost importance. Due to the inadequacy of the body he inhabited, along with its frailty, illness, and weak consciousness, the situation was dire. When Lin Fan was reborn into this body, the formidable consciousness of a quasi-great Luo golden immortal directly shattered his 3 souls and 7 spirits, completing the possession and thus becoming the true master of this form. At this moment, amidst the laughter of the crowd, a tall and enchanting beauty gracefully approached, her every step exuding purity and charm. Lin Fan's gaze lit up as he beheld her. "What do you think your eyes are wandering?" Noticing the lewd glint in Lin Fan's eyes, the beauty frowned delicately, her chest rising and falling with indignation. For reasons unknown, upon meeting Lin Fan's unabashed gaze, she felt as though she were being stripped bare, a profound discomfort washing over her. She was Lu Yuru, an elder of the Pill sect, invited by Ling Ao to impart some basic knowledge of alchemy to the disciples. "From today onwards, I shall embrace a vegetarian lifestyle." Lin Fan jested with a playful grin. "Why is that?" Lu Yuru inquired, tilting her head in curiosity. "Because you are my type." "You." Realizing the implications of his words, Lu Yuru's face flushed crimson with anger. "How outrageous! At your tender age, you dare to play tricks on me? Stand up this instant." With that, she seized Lin Fan by the ear and forcibly lifted him. "Oh, that hurts." Standing up only led to further awkwardness, as Lu Yuru's pristine face immediately blossomed with a deep blush upon witnessing an inappropriate sight, leaving her flustered and at a loss. Lin Fan had yet to recover from his previous daydream, primarily due to his thick skin. He felt indifferent to the gazes of the onlookers. "You." Cough, cough, "it was you who insisted that I stand." Lin Fan chuckled shamelessly, unperturbed. He was the kind of person who would dare to peek at the 9 heavens fairy while she bathed. Teasing a beautiful elder was mere child's play to him. If given the chance, he would undoubtedly take advantage of the situation. "You sit down immediately." Lu Yuru snapped, exasperated. "You're infuriating." She was acutely aware of her own allure, understanding that many men would deliberately fix their gaze upon her bosom upon their first encounter. Just like now, during class, she could feel the searing stares of the disciples below, wishing to see through her entirely. Yet, never before had anyone dared to so brazenly tease her in public. Lin Fan was an anomaly. However, Lu Yuru never anticipated that she possessed such magnetism, capable of inciting such unrestrained behavior. With so many disciples in the pill hall, this was a blatant provocation. She had to set an example. If she did not impose strict punishment, she would become a laughingstock. After all, She was still a maiden and did not wish to be labeled a wanton woman. Chapter 3. Slapping the goddess in the face, a distant admiration, not to be defiled. As a son-in-law by marriage, you ought to accept your fate of living off others. What gives you the audacity to be so brazen? Liu Yu Russ' words were sharp, cutting to the quick. Is being a son-in-law not being human? Must one always bow low? Lin Fan retorted dismissively, curling his lip. Your cultivation is lacking, and alchemy is your only path forward. Originally, Sect Master Ling asked me to guide you, so you could acquire a skill, but your performance has left me profoundly disappointed. Now tell me, how many alchemical techniques are there? If you cannot answer, do not bother attending my classes henceforth. A clear show of authority. Liu Yu Russ' expression darkened, clearly intent on giving him a lesson. 99, 81 techniques, Lin Fan replied without a moment's hesitation. As soon as he spoke, laughter erupted throughout the pill hall. Ha! You fell asleep in class, and now you can't even answer such a simple question. There are clearly only 36 techniques for alchemy. Exactly. If you can't handle such a basic question, how do you expect to practice alchemy? Useless is as useless to us. The disciples, who had always looked down on him, began to mock him, reveling in his embarrassment and anticipating the spectacle. Lin Fan merely snorted derisively, declaring, in Taoism, external elixirs are crafted through the refinement of metals, and stones. Internal elixirs involve the nurturing of the body and the expulsion of the old to welcome the new. There are only 3 methods for crafting internal elixirs, while external elixirs have 77 methods. Additionally, there is a special technique known as the spirit elixir, which I suspect you all would not even comprehend. A profound astonishment washed over the crowd. Yet soon, they resumed their taunts, dismissive expressions adorning their faces, convinced Lin Fan was merely spouting nonsense. However, Liu Yu Russ' countenance shifted to one of surprise, a glimmer of admiration flickering in her eyes. It is worth noting that she had only heard of the 81 methods of alchemy mentioned in the Golden Classics from her master once. Yet Lin Fan had knowledge of this obscure information, which was indeed astonishing. As the clamor grew louder, Liu Yu Ru proclaimed, "What he says is correct. The record in the Golden Classics indeed states there are 99, 81 methods of alchemy, though we commonly utilize only 36. Despite this, Liu Yu Ru was not inclined to let Lin Fan off easily. She pressed on. Now tell me, how is the returning essence pill crafted? That's simple. 1 pound of Isho Wu, 3 tails of raw Romania, 3 tails of cooked Romania, 4 tails of asparagus, 4 tails of Ophiophagon, 1 tail of ginseng, 3 tails of white poria, and 3 tails of Romania. The method is not difficult. Either take 6 tails of the juice from the male essence, 10 tails of honey, refine them in the same vessel, combine them into a paste, and store it in porcelain, ensuring no air escapes." Lin Fan recounted fluently, as though reciting a cherished memory. Shocked, Liu Yu Ru gazed at him, utterly captivated. Prior to this moment, she had only briefly taught him the materials necessary for concocting the rejuvenation pill, without delving into the specifics of proportions and methods. Yet now, Lin Fan articulated every detail with precision, leaving everyone astounded. "Have you studied alchemy before?" Liu Yu Ru inquired. Her brows furrowed as she regarded Lin Fan with a serious demeanor. "Is it really necessary to learn something so simple?" Lin Fan chuckled nonchalantly, his mischievous eyes once again wandering towards her mountainous figure. Astonishingly, as the surrounding disciples, who had gathered to witness the spectacle, realized Lin Fan had answered correctly, they stood in stunned silence, their expressions akin to that of encountering a monster. After all, in their preconceived notions, Lin Fan was merely an inept failure. Little did they anticipate that he possessed a natural talent for alchemy. "I see now, you are indeed a hidden gem." Liu Yu Ru observed Lin Fan intently, eager to test his abilities further. "I have a friend who has encountered difficulties in alchemy. May I consult you?" "Friend? You might as well admit it's you." Lin Fan replied with amusement. Unperturbed, Liu Yu Ru gazed earnestly into his eyes and continued. "She has prepared all the necessary materials for the bone-cleansing pill and followed the standard procedures, yet after 18 attempts, she has failed to succeed, unable to pinpoint the issue. With the memories of his past life, Lin Fan was well-versed in alchemy, having been taught by the revered Yuan Shi Tianzun, the progenitor of alchemy, whose expertise was unparalleled in the vast expanse of the primordial world. Thus, he perceived Liu Ru's predicament as trivial, hardly a challenge. In response to Liu Ru's earnest gaze, he casually remarked, "If your materials and proportions are correct, then the issue must lie with the fire." The bone-cleansing pill demands a precise balance of 3 parts gentle fire to 7 parts fierce fire. A slight miscalculation could result in failure. A moment of clarity dawned upon Liu Ru as Lin Fan's words hit home. Her body trembled slightly, her large, watery eyes fixed on him, overwhelmed with emotion. This conundrum had vexed her for months, and yet Lin Fan had effortlessly pinpointed the crux of the issue. Fire. That's right. I've been overlooking the balance between gentle and fierce fire, she murmured, visibly relieved. Without hesitation, she grasped Lin Fan's hand and exclaimed, "Come. Let us head to the alchemy chamber. I am overjoyed." "Thank you." Lin Fan felt a rush of warmth from her delicate grip. Though he was acutely aware of the embarrassment painted on his face as he was once again pulled along, unable to refuse her. What was happening? Had Liu Ru, the usually aloof and proud elder of the Xinyuan sect, actually taken his hand? The remaining disciples in the medicine hall exchanged bewildered glances. Utterly dumbfounded and unsure of how to proceed, they had anticipated witnessing Lin Fan's humiliation, only to realize that the true jesters were themselves. In the alchemy chamber, Lin Fan exuded the composure of a master alchemist, earning Liu Ru's reverent admiration. Although she was an elder brought over from the alchemy sect, at this moment, Lin Fan was instructing her in the art of alchemy. If the sect leader of Xinyuan, Ling Ao, were to witness this scene, he would undoubtedly be left in disbelief. After imparting his knowledge, Lin Fan stepped outside. Having been reborn in this foreign realm, he had numerous matters to attend to, with the immediate priority being to win over his wife, who had persistently resisted consummating their marriage. Chapter 4. A Trial Run, Treating a Dead Horse as a Live One. With the remnants of his past memories coalescing in his mind, Lin Fan felt acutely aware of his previous self. The more he recalled, the more he perceived himself as a wretched individual. It was one thing to be at the 3rd stage of body refinement at the age of 18. But what was he thinking when he spied on his senior sister in the restroom? Truly a scoundrel. Of course, his previous self was not much better, as he would not have been reincarnated for disrespecting a holy maiden. Birds of a feather flocked together. Their union was indeed a match made in disgrace. A collaboration of the morally bankrupt. Survival of the fittest, where the strong reign supreme, was a universal rule across any plane of existence. And the Xuanwu continent was no exception. Through his merged memories, Lin Fan learned that due to his lowly status as a son-in-law and his lackluster talent, he had never garnered genuine respect within the Xinyuan sect, often ridiculed as a failure, even by his own wife. Speaking of his wife, Ling Bing was a source of sorrow. Although they resided in the same chamber, the unspoken truth was that Lin Fan had always slept on the floor. Forget about the romantic notions of passion, he had never even held Ling Bing's hand. A man reduced to such a state was truly pitiful. In the expansive Xinyuan sect, the only individual who regarded him with any semblance of respect was his father-in-law, Ling Ao. "From this day forth, I am you, and you are me. I shall see who dares to look down upon the impoverished," Lin Fan declared, a bold proclamation to this unfamiliar world. As he wandered through the Xinyuan sect, he was drawn to a secluded courtyard where he overheard a despondent conversation. "Alas, sect leader Ling, I have truly done my utmost. Is there truly nothing you can do?" The tendons in young Master Ling's hands and feet have been reattached, appearing normal at first glance, but I fear he may never regain full functionality, let alone practice martial arts. Perhaps my medical skills are lacking. You may wish to seek out someone more capable, an elderly physician lamented, shaking his head as he prepared to leave. "But Dr. Shui, you are reputed to resurrect the dead, if even you cannot help him." "I fear my son's hope is lost," Ling Ao replied, his voice heavy with despair. Ling Tian, the young master of Xinyuan sect, was endowed with exceptional talent. Having reached the 9th stage of body refinement before the age of 14, on the brink of entering the true essence realm, he stood out not only in the Xinyuan sect, but was also regarded as one of the top geniuses across the Xuanwu continent. However, 3 years prior, during a journey to hone his skills, he fell victim to a treacherous ambush in the wilds, resulting in the severing of his tendons and sustaining 18 sword wounds, each piercing to the bone. Though he was rescued and brought back, he remained on the brink of death, having lost the ability to move even after his tendons were reattached. For 3 years, Ling Ao had sought out every renowned physician within 1,000 miles. Yet none could restore his son's health. The so-called Dr. Shui had been brought in from 30,000 miles away at great expense, but he too was at a loss. Enough, father. I accept my fate. His heart lay in ashes. Ling Tian, seated in a wheelchair, was enveloped in despondency, his eyes brimming with unshed tears of bitterness. Once a prodigious talent of the Xianyuan sect, he had grown weary of this life bound to a wheelchair and could not bear to witness his father's subservience on his behalf. No. As long as there exists a glimmer of hope, we must never surrender. Turning his gaze, he saw Ling Ao, eyes reddened but resolute. However, over the past 3 years, 138 renowned physicians had been summoned to treat him, yet to no avail. No one could restore his ability to stand. He had resigned himself to this fate. Veins bulged on his forehead as Ling Tian spoke with fierce determination. Watching his father fret incessantly for his condition made his heart bleed. It was a fate worse than death. Coward. Weakling. Lin Fan mocked as he entered. What right do you have to mock me? Ling Tian retorted, his face darkening. Rage igniting within him. Even in this state, I am still better than you, you worthless wretch. He had always looked down upon this idle brother-in-law, and now, faced with his ridicule, his anger boiled over. How about a wager? Lin Fan proposed playfully. Wager on what? I know you look down upon me. But if I can help you stand, you must apologize to me. Lin Fan said with a knowing glint. Just you? Have you looked in the mirror to see what you are? If you can make me stand, I will kneel and call you Grandpa, and I will never trouble you again. Ling Tian declared resolutely. Agreed. Lin Fan replied, satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. However, if I fail to help you stand, you must call off the engagement and cease to harm my sister. Ling Tian gritted his teeth, his dissatisfaction with this forced union surfacing. Seizing this opportunity to free his sister, Ling Bing, from Lin Fan. If you cannot do it, I will leave the Xianyuan sect and never return. Lin Fan scoffed. Nonsense. Matters of marriage must not be trifled with. Ling Ao admonished sternly. Ignoring him, Lin Fan approached Dr. Shui and inquired, Do you have silver needles? Why do you need those? Dr. Shui asked, brows furrowed. Bring them. Lin Fan asserted without room for debate. Though surprised, Dr. Shui complied. Producing the silver needles and handing them over, curious about Lin Fan's intentions. Ling Tian, who had initially thought Lin Fan was acquainted with a formidable physician, now gasped in trepidation as he approached with the needles. What do you intend to do? Ling Tian stammered. To make you stand. Lin Fan grinned wickedly. I don't believe you. Ling Tian exclaimed firmly. Xiao Fan, do you know how to use those needles? I do not. Lin Fan admitted. But if I attempted? There are only 2 outcomes. One is that you will regain your former self, moving freely as before. The other is that you might lose your ability to walk forever or even perish. You cannot even perform acupuncture. Ling Tian responded bitterly, without defending himself. Lin Fan confidently stated, each of the 12 meridians has its origin, and the vitality of the organs emanates from here. The original points of the Yin meridians are within, while those of the Yang meridians are external. The lung's origin is at Taiyuan and Hegu, the spleens at Taibai and Chongyang, the hearts at Shimin and Gua, and the kidneys at Taishi and Jinggu. Although the tendons in your feet and hands have reconnected, they remain superficial. The primary issue lies in the nerves being compressed. That is the crux of the matter. Upon finishing, Lin Fan turned to Dr. Shui, asking, Is what I said correct? Nodding, Dr. Shui stroked his gray beard and replied, I never expected a young friend like you to possess such insight. You are correct. The nerves are compressed, and I am powerless to assist. A slight mistake could sever the nerves, leading to the potential loss of both arms and legs. Taken aback, Dr. Shui, now somewhat embarrassed, continued, To be frank, given the condition of your son, not even a celestial being could heal him. Foolishness. Your inability does not mean others cannot succeed. Lin Fan retorted disdainfully. Dr. Shui's face darkened. As a divine physician of the Xuanwu continent, no one had ever dared to disrespect him. Now, being scoffed at by this unknown youth filled him with fury. Well then, I shall witness your so-called miraculous skills today. He huffed. Lin Fan remained unfazed, preparing to act with the silver needles. Wait. Ling Ao attempted to interject, but Ling Tian, with a newfound resolve, said, Father, let him proceed. I am beyond hope. For me, living is a torment, and I have nothing left to lose. Xiao Fan, you. Ling Ao's heart was a tumult of emotions, filled with unspeakable sorrow. Let us gamble on a dead horse as if it were alive. Lin Fan said nonchalantly. With that, he rolled up Ling Tian's sleeves and plunged the needles in. Ling Tian's anguished screams echoed painfully. His body trembled violently from the agony, beads of cold sweat dotting his brow, and he felt as though he were on the brink of death. Ling Ao clenched his fists tightly, his brows knitted in worry. Dr. Shui, however, continued stroking his goat beard, shaking his head and lamenting, It's over. He has surely severed the nerves. This boy is completely ruined. Chapter 5. A miraculous recovery, transforming a man into a faux woman. Is this truly fate? Ling Ao, with tear-filled eyes, found the reality unbearable. Deep down, he held no hope. He knew Lin Fan all too well. Yet when the last flicker of hope extinguished, his heart bled, and despair washed over him. In stark contrast, Lin Fan remained nonchalant, displaying an unwavering demeanor. No matter how Ling Tian screamed in anguish, he showed no sign of concern. As if this affair bore no consequence for him. All the silver needles were inserted. After some manipulation, he abruptly withdrew them and returned them to Dr. Shui with composure. Is that all? He scoffed disdainfully, his face marred by contempt. Do you feel any urge to worship me? Lin Fan teased. Humph. He had a sliver of hope. But due to your ignorance, you have severed his nerves. Now, moving even a finger is a distant dream. Thanks to you, he is utterly ruined. Dr. Shui declared vehemently. Upon hearing this, Ling Tian was engulfed in rage. The pent-up frustration of 3 years erupted at that moment, and he let out a furious roar to the heavens. However, in a bewildering turn of events, he clenched his fists and stood up, filled with an explosive energy born of fury. Witnessing this scene, Dr. Shui and Ling Ao exchanged incredulous glances, their eyes wide with shock, unable to fathom the reality before them. According to Dr. Shui, Ling Tian's nerves had been severed, rendering him a cripple. Yet, no one expected that mere moments later, he would be proven wrong. How is this possible? Dr. Shui stammered, utterly speechless. Unable to articulate his astonishment, Ling Tian had risen. Ling Ao was overwhelmed with emotion, tears welling in his eyes. Initially, the words of the esteemed Dr. Shui had left him despondent, but no one could have anticipated that Ling Tian would rise to his feet. In that moment, it felt as if he were caught in a dream. Everything appeared so surreal. For him, the surprise was utterly unexpected. I can stand, Ling Tian exclaimed, tears streaming down his face as he regained his composure. He then realized that not only could he stand, but he could also walk. However, after nearly 3 years confined to a wheelchair, his body's muscles struggled to adapt in such a short time, causing him to stumble precariously. Yet, it was undeniable that he had not only regained the ability to walk, but his arms brimmed with boundless strength, enabling him to effortlessly lift the wheelchair that had been his prison for 3 years and slam it to the ground, scattering fragments everywhere. In the next instant, Ling Tian knelt before Lin Fan with a thud. What are you doing? Aren't you going to offer me a hand? Lin Fan teased. I accept defeat. I just never imagined you would truly allow me to stand. You have granted me a new lease on life. Ling Tian replied, his eyes glistening with tears. What was that you said earlier? I suppose this means I have one, doesn't it? Lin Fan quipped. Ling Tian understood the implication in Lin Fan's words. Though feeling a bit awkward, he did not hesitate to address him publicly as grandfather. Meanwhile, Ling Ao, who had been overjoyed, furrowed his brow at the title. His son was calling Lin Fan grandfather, while Lin Fan was his son-in-law. The generational hierarchy was utterly muddled. Let us not overdo it, Lin Fan said as he helped Ling Tian to his feet. Calling me grandfather was just a jest. However, I suppose you can't avoid calling me brother-in-law now. Can you? Also, you must not oppose me any longer. Rest assured, brother-in-law, from now on, I shall heed your every word. Ling Tian replied, his heart swelling with excitement. Ling Zhongzhu, your Xianyuan sect truly harbors hidden talents. Yet, with such an impressive acupuncturist in your ranks, why did you go to such lengths to summon me? Isn't that a bit redundant? Dr. Shui remarked, casting a regretful glance at Ling Ao, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He then bowed deeply to Lin Fan and gazed at him with immense admiration. As the saying goes, heroes emerge from youth. Today, I have finally witnessed what true talent looks like. Young friend, you have taught me a valuable lesson. Had I not seen it with my own eyes, I would never have believed your acupuncture skills to be so extraordinary. May I inquire who your master is? I have no master, Lin Fan replied, his demeanor calm and unruffled. No master? How is that possible? Dr. Shui was taken aback. I once came across a book on acupuncture. I suppose you could say I am self-taught, Lin Fan deflected, unwilling to reveal that his teacher was the primordial supreme being. After all, he regarded acupuncture as a trivial skill, hardly worthy of his attention. Self-taught? Truly remarkable. Might I borrow that book for a glance? Dr. Shui asked eagerly, a glint of desire in his eyes. Ahem, I used that book for personal hygiene, Lin Fan casually stated. What? Such a waste. Dr. Shui nearly spat blood in disbelief. To think he would misuse such a precious medical text was enough to incite universal outrage. Perhaps I could visit you another day? I believe I can still transcribe its contents, Lin Fan said nonchalantly. I reside in the exotic Taimang Mountain, and I await your esteemed visit at any time. Dr. Shui replied with utmost respect. We'll see, Lin Fan said dismissively. Yet, Dr. Shui was exceedingly earnest, looking forward to it. Meanwhile, Ling Ao frowned, visibly displeased. He recalled his own arduous journey to meet Dr. Shui, having bowed and scraped for 3 months just to earn a meeting, while now, he was inviting Lin Fan instead. The disparity was staggering. After some light conversation, Ling Ao personally escorted Dr. Shui down the mountain. Just as they were about to depart, Ling Tian pulled him aside. Brother-in-law, did Xia Xue offer you anything to drink? Ling Tian asked earnestly. No, why do you ask? Lin Fan inquired, sensing something amiss. Ling Xia Xue, the youngest daughter of Ling Ao and Lin Fan's sister-in-law, was clever and quirky, a stark contrast to the icy demeanor of Ling Bing. Aware that her sister was unwilling to marry Lin Fan, she had persistently interfered since their wedding, even going so far as to force Lin Fan to sleep on the floor. Thus, upon hearing Ling Tian's question, Lin Fan instinctively felt a sense of alarm. He sensed that the little girl was likely up to no good again. Phew, that's a relief. Brother-in-law, you must remember this. Whatever she offers you, do not drink it. The consequences could be dire. Ling Tian warned, his eyes filled with apprehension. I helped you stand. Surely you ought to express your gratitude? Lin Fan said sternly. Of course. In that case, stop dawdling and tell me what's going on, Lin Fan urged impatiently. Ahem, well? Yesterday, she mentioned a secret formula that could turn a man into a faux woman, stripping him of his masculine attributes. She must be brewing something right now. She is likely plotting against you. What? Lin Fan exclaimed in disbelief. Chapter 6, The Desire Nullifying Ointment? A resounding slap in the face. Fortunately, Ling Tian had revealed this secret in advance. Otherwise, he might have truly fallen victim to her scheme. A robust man standing tall amidst the universe. Capable of standing on his own 2 feet, running like the wind, breaking boulders with his chest, the very thought of being turned into a faux woman was utterly repugnant. Did you already know she was scheming against me? Lin Fan demanded, glaring at Ling Tian. No, I only learned yesterday. Had I not restored your hands and legs, would you have colluded with her to conspire against me? Ling Tian quickly reassured him. I swear on my conscience, you are my brother-in-law. Get lost. After a brief scolding, Lin Fan made his way to the courtyard where his sister-in-law, Ling Xia Xue, resided. As he approached, he caught a whiff of potent herbal scents wafting through the air. Not rushing inside, Lin Fan stood at the entrance, eyes half closed, inhaling the rich aroma of the medicinal concoction while reciting 9 Netherland Earth Huang, Ice Mountain Snow Lotus, Earth Een Huai Roots, Mandrake, Dragon Saliva Black Robe, and Earth Huang Essence. TSK. This is clearly the formula for the desire nullifying ointment. It seems this little girl is quite determined to ruin me. After contemplating for a moment, Lin Fan quickly devised a plan and strode confidently inside. Oh, busy at work. I see. I could smell the strong herbal aroma from outside. What are you concocting? Feigning surprise as he looked at the industrious Ling Xia Xue, Lin Fan pretended to be unaware. Ah, brother-in-law, you're just in time. I heard you've been unwell lately. So I found a recipe to invigorate your blood and restore your yang energy. Once you drink the medicine I've prepared, you'll feel fantastic, Ling Xue playfully remarked, a glimmer of mischief dancing in her eyes. You have truly gone to great lengths for me, Lin Fan replied with a double entendre. What can I say? You're my brother-in-law, after all, Ling Xue said with a cheerful smile. You don't think this medicine is poisonous, do you? Lin Fan's expression was laden with meaning. What ill intentions could I possibly harbor? I merely wish for your well-being, Ling Xue replied, feigning innocence. That's good to hear. I'll drink it then, she said, exhaling a sigh of relief. Ling Xue, with her lips pursed, felt a surge of delight and anticipation. Humph. Once you consume the desire nullifying ointment, let's see how you continue to covet my sister. As Ling Xue diligently brewed the ointment, Lin Fan casually wandered around the courtyard, appearing idle. Yet he was actually in search of herbs that could alter the properties of the ointment. Within the courtyard was a pharmacy filled with various Chinese medicinal herbs. Upon spotting epimedium and cistanche, a wicked grin spread across his face. Seizing the moment while Ling Xue was distracted, he stealthily tossed a handful into the cauldron. The 9 Nether Yellow, Ice Mountain Snow Lotus, and Earthine Sephora Root were all extremely Een substances, and the resulting ointment would indeed sever one's desires, potentially even transforming a man into a mere shadow of himself. However, extremes tend to backfire. The addition of cistanche and epimedium, both of which are highly yang would instantaneously transform the concoction into the exceptionally fragrant 10 soft bone powder. The effects of this powder were potent, should one be poisoned. Their body would become weak and limp, akin to being gnawed upon by myriad venomous creatures, rendering existence worse than death. At this moment, although Ling Shui had not yet ingested the potion, the potent aroma wafting through the air had clearly begun to affect her. She stumbled about, finding it increasingly difficult to remain upright. Strange, why does this medicine suddenly smell so delightful? And why am I feeling dizzy? Ling Shui muttered, perplexed by the unfolding events. Afraid that Lin Fan might lose patience, she quickly reassured him. Just a moment longer. The medicine will be ready soon. I'm not in a hurry, Lin Fan replied nonchalantly, hands clasped behind his back as he strolled through the courtyard. Seemingly indifferent, he was secretly observing the changes in Ling Shui's expression, his wicked heart swelling with anticipation. Moments later, she could no longer endure the effects and collapsed to the ground. Sweat beaded on her forehead, her face pale and contorted in agony. Ah! She cried out in torment, frantically clawing at her body, the pain consuming her from within as if countless poisonous insects were tearing at her insides. Brother-in-law, I must be poisoned. Please help me. Ling Shui pleaded, on the brink of despair. Lin Fan remained unmoved, a mocking smile creeping onto his lips. You should now understand the feeling of a failed scheme, shouldn't you? Ling Shui's heart sank, an ominous realization creeping in. Yet lacking evidence, she pretended ignorance. What do you mean by that? Still playing coy at this juncture? Your little schemes have already been disclosed to me by Ling Tian. You intend to use the desire-nullifying ointment to sever my feelings for your sister? How ruthless. Truly, the most venomous heart belongs to a woman, Lin Fan stated bluntly. So you knew all along. So, this predicament is your doing? Ling Shui retorted angrily. If not, then who? I never expected you to possess such cunning. You had best antidote me, or my sister will not spare you. She threatened. I merely returned the favor, Lin Fan replied. You are courting death. Furious. Ling Shui gritted her teeth, drawing her long sword from her waist and lunging toward Lin Fan. With her cultivation at the 8th layer of body refinement, she could easily overpower Lin Fan, a mere 3rd layer cultivator. However, the toxic gas coursing through her body rendered her powerless. As she attempted to channel her spiritual energy, her insides felt ablaze, and she collapsed just outside the courtyard, curled in agony. I advise you not to circulate your energy, otherwise, the poison will spread rapidly. And it will be far worse than mere bone-gnawing agony. This toxin contains highly young properties. You should be feeling your blood surge. If this continues, perhaps I shall witness your true nature, Lin Fan said without restraint. For years, Lin Fan had endured being called a waste, but today he finally struck back, delivering a resounding slap to her face. You are shameless, she exclaimed. Is this too much for you to handle? I have far more shamelessness in store. Lin Fan's wicked grin sent shivers down spines. Chapter 7. This sword, shocking heaven and crying ghosts. A minor punishment was all Lin Fan intended. He bore no desire to harm her. The so-called 10 fragrant soft bone powder was merely a lesson for her, a warning. And she would soon return to normal without any lingering effects. As he prepared to leave, a young man entered the courtyard flanked by 2 guards, dressed in white. He wielded a folding fan, his striking features and imposing presence evident. Upon locking eyes with Lin Fan, he scoffed derisively. Ah, I wondered who it was. Turns out it is the Wei's son-in-law of the Xian Yuan sect. I hear Ling Bing still refuses to consummate your marriage. What a waste of beauty. I can hardly fathom your luck in marrying her. The young man's words dripped with disdain, his arrogance palpable. Lin Fan frowned, striving to recall who this individual was. Soon, through the melding of memories, he discerned that this was Jianchen, the young master of the Tianjin sect. His cultivation had long reached the 9th layer of body refinement, marking him as an elite among the younger generation and a key focus of the Tianjin sect's training. In truth, they were rivals in love. Jianchen had once held affections for Ling Bing, even going so far as to have the sect leader propose on his behalf, only to be turned down by Ling Ao due to Ling Bing's prior engagement. Thus, he had harbored resentment for many years, seizing every opportunity to mock Lin Fan, even resorting to physical confrontations, knowing that no one from the Xian Yuan sect would dare to stand against him. This time, he had come for Ling Shui. If he could not win over Ling Bing, securing her sister Ling Shui might suffice. Despite Ling Shui currently being incapacitated and suffering from the poison, her beauty remained captivating. Unfazed, Jianchen approached, intending to assist her and reveal his purpose. Yet, as the effects of systanch and epimedium took hold, when he drew near, Ling Shui unexpectedly embraced his neck. So warm, Jianchen was taken aback. The Ling Shui he remembered was spirited and lively, not the alluring figure before him. However, with beauty in his embrace and her evident affection, he found no reason to refuse. I hadn't anticipated your affections for me. That makes things easier. To be frank, I have come to propose to you. From now on, you shall be mine, Jianqin, and I shall cherish you dearly. As he wrapped his arms around her slender waist, Jianqin's excitement surged, fearing rejection was no longer a concern. Witnessing this scene, Lin Fan's rage ignited, and he bellowed furiously, "Release her at once." As a sister-in-law, she should not be allowed to suffer any indignity. Moreover, at present, Ling Shui's consciousness was severely clouded by the potent effects of the drug, rendering her incapable of distinguishing right from wrong. Thus, despite the significant disparity in cultivation levels, he resolutely stepped forward. Unhappy? What? Do you think you can have your cake and eat it too? Jianqin scoffed, disdain evident in his piercing gaze. Seeking death. After all, he was a tyrant in the wilderness. When it came to crossing the line, Lin Fan showed no willingness to negotiate, regardless of the gap in their powers. Nothing could deter him from striking. However, before Lin Fan could take action, a sharp sword aura suddenly sliced through the air, aimed directly at Jianqin. An unexpected turn of events. Sensing the impending threat, Jianqin's expression shifted dramatically. He instinctively pushed Ling Shui away and dodged to the side. In that critical moment, the assailant was none other than Ling Shui's sister, Ling Bing, Lin Fan's wife. Upon seeing her sister Ling Shui tightly embraced by Jianqin, Ling Bing, although unaware of the circumstances, was not one to stand idly by. Thus, she charged forth with no intention of compromise, eager to eliminate the threat. Let me explain. It's not what you think. I'm innocent. Jianqin hastily pleaded as he met Ling Bing's cold, murderous gaze. Shameless scoundrel, die. The air crackled with lethal intent. With a significant advantage in cultivation, Ling Bing unleashed a fierce assault, overwhelming Jianqin, who found himself unable to counter her relentless onslaught. Well, my wife certainly is quite the fiery temper. Lin Fan marveled, excitement etched on his face. For she was extraordinarily beautiful, rivaling even the celestial maidens of legend. Before long, a sharp blade of light slashed across Jianqin's arm, blood gushing forth as he howled in agony. Ah, young master. The two guards accompanying Jianqin sprang into action. Both were adept in the true essence realm, tasked primarily with protecting him. Upon witnessing Jianqin wounded by Ling Bing's sword, they surged forward, brimming with vigor. Dare to harm our young master? You seek death. As fellow experts in the true essence realm, Ling Bing was the unrivaled prodigy of the Xinyuan sect. Even when faced with the two formidable opponents, she exuded confidence, showing no signs of faltering. However, two fists could not withstand four hands. The two middle-aged men possessed far greater combat experience and worked seamlessly together, quickly gaining the upper hand. Under their overwhelming might, Ling Bing suffered an injury from a powerful strike. At the moment of impact, she staggered, unable to suppress a mouthful of blood, causing her silver sword to slip from her grasp. Enough. A woman has been wronged. It was intolerable. Lin Fan strode forward, embracing the reeling Ling Bing. Are you all right? He asked, concern etched across his face. Understanding her aversion towards him, he acted swiftly, bending down to retrieve her silver sword. His gaze sharp as he approached the two arrogant middle-aged men, declaring, You dare to harm my wife? You seek death. In an instant. As Ling Bing looked on in astonishment, Lin Fan fearlessly swung the sword towards the two true essence realm warriors. You. Ling Bing was taken aback, shocked that this seemingly cowardly man would stand to protect her. It was astonishing, given that he was merely at the third level of body refinement, a myriad compared to the formidable true essence warriors. The two middle-aged men quickly recognized Lin Fan's cultivation level. Their faces twisted in disdain as they scoffed at his audacity. Do you think a worthless wretch like you can be a hero? You must be tired of living. Lin Fan, unfazed by their contempt, summoned his resolve. With a flourish, the sword unleashed a storm of brilliance, slicing through the air. In an instant, countless sword silhouettes coalesced, filling the space with an overwhelming presence. 10,000 swords returned to the sect. This terrifying sword energy transcended the constraints of time and space, mercilessly charging towards the two middle-aged men. Shock ensued. No one anticipated that Lin Fan, a mere third-level body refiner, could unleash such a formidable sword aura. Even Ling Bing had believed he was merely courting humiliation, incapable of standing against the true essence warriors. Yet this sword energy was undeniably fearsome, evoking awe and dread. Chapter 8. A dominant slaughter, recklessly slapping the Sky Sword sect. Arrogance and pride. The two true essence warriors of the Sky Sword sect were utterly insufferable. Faced with Lin Fan's sword-wielding advance, they lacked even the desire to retaliate. However, as they finally sensed the ominous shift in the air, The sharp sword energy had already breached their defenses, poised at their throats. The two middle-aged men trembled in fear, their legs turning to jelly. Though they should not have been so easily intimidated, their initial dismissal of Lin Fan had led to their current predicament, on the brink of catastrophe. Even Ling Bing was wide-eyed in disbelief, unable to comprehend what was unfolding. But just then, a dark figure surged forward, effortlessly pinching Lin Fan's sword between two fingers. In a critical moment, Ling Ao arrived. He had anticipated that intervening personally would avert the impending slaughter. Yet, in the next breath, everyone was left speechless as Lin Fan's sword, like a raging dragon, broke free from its bindings and lunged towards the chest of the two true essence warriors with blinding speed. Swoosh! Two sword lights pierced through. And before the two warriors could catch their breath, they collapsed lifelessly to the ground. The sudden display of overwhelming brutality sent shivers down the spines of all present. None could have foreseen that the once derided Lin Fan would unleash such a ferocious spectacle, leaving them astounded. Lin Fan, you have some audacity. Jian Chen roared in fury. Do not worry. You will be next. Lin Fan declared, gripping the bloodied sword tightly, his gaze icy. In that moment of confrontation, Jian Chen gasped, retreating in trepidation. He could hardly believe that the man he had so easily bullied possessed the strength to kill beyond his level. Was he merely masquerading as a fool all these years? Faced with Lin Fan's relentless pursuit, a panicked Jian Chen turned to Ling Ao, exclaiming, Master Ling, if I perish today at your Xinyuan sect, I assure you, within 3 days, my Sky Sword sect will annihilate your Kanglin Mountain. Put down your sword. Do not act recklessly. Ling Ao admonished. Although he found Jian Chen's threats distasteful. If Jian Chen were to die here, the Sky Sword sect would undoubtedly seek vengeance. Given their strength, they indeed possess the means to wipe out the Xinyuan sect. What on earth is happening? With profound significance, Lin Fan cast a glance at Ling Ao, who, with a darkened expression, demanded answers. He bullied Shuer. Ling Bing exclaimed. Her gaze sharp as a blade. She willingly threw herself at him. What concern is that of mine? Sword Dust continued, clutching his bleeding arm, his pallor evident. I have come to propose marriage. What marriage? Ling Ao's expression darkened, filled with indignation. Ling Shui and I fell in love at first sight. My father stated that if the Xinyuan sect and the Tianjian sect unite, we may overlook the matter of the ancestral dragon vein. However, if there is no union, within 3 days, our Tianjian sect will reclaim the ancestral dragon vein. I came to ascertain the stance of Sect Master Ling. Yet I did not anticipate such hospitality. He gestured towards the two lifeless bodies. They deserve their fate. You should be grateful to still be alive. Lin Fan retorted sharply. Ling Ao's fury ignited. Humph. Reclaim the ancestral dragon vein? The audacity of your Tianjian sect knows no bounds. As he spoke, a blue aura surged around him, emblematic of a powerful cultivator. Moreover, a terrifying pressure emanated from him, forcing the already injured Sword Dust to retreat repeatedly, nearly causing him to spew blood. That is all I have to say. I hope Sect Master Ling will think carefully. Sword Dust clasped his hands in respect. Sensing the danger, he dared not linger. Swiftly retreating down the mountain, not even daring to pursue the matter of the guard's deaths. Father, that man is of questionable character. Shuai absolutely cannot marry him. As soon as Sword Dust departed, Ling Bing stepped forward to express her stance. The Tianjian sect is deliberately provoking us. This matter is not so simple. I have my own plans. Meanwhile, Ling Shui appeared lost in thought. Ling Ao frowned. What is wrong with Shuai? Ling Bing and Ling Ao turned their gazes towards her. Seeing this, Lin Fan exclaimed innocently, Why are you all looking at me? I have done nothing. You better confess. If anything happens to Shuai, I will not let you off easily. Ling Bing's words were sharp, devoid of any marital affection. I shall answer this question. Just as Lin Fan found himself in an awkward position, Ling Tian, wheeled in on a chair, entered. Do you know? Ling Bing furrowed her brow. This matter has nothing to do with my brother-in-law. 3 days ago, Shuai suddenly told me she had secretly asked Elder Lu for a remedy, claiming it could create a drug that would turn men into effeminate beings, causing them to lose their masculine abilities. She intended to scheme against my brother-in-law. Nonsense. Ling Ao's anger flared, his expression darkening. But why does Shuai look like that? Ling Bing pressed further. That, I do not know, Ling Tian replied, shaking his head slightly. Allow me to explain. Lin Fan spoke calmly. Earlier, I discerned her scheme and, while she was distracted, I added 2 herbs, Cistanche and Epimedium, to that remedy. As the saying goes, extreme situations lead to reversal. What was originally intended to rob men of their abilities transformed into a wondrous tonic. Brother-in-law, you understand this? Ling Tian exclaimed in shock, his gaze towards Lin Fan filled with growing admiration. However, Upon receiving a fierce glare from Ling Bing, he immediately fell silent, not daring to provoke her further. Understanding their concerns, Lin Fan reassured them, "You need not worry. I have already dealt with the tonic. Shui will be fine. She shall return to normal after 3 incense sticks." Ling Ao, who had remained silent until now, finally sighed in relief. Yet, his gaze towards Lin Fan had evidently shifted. First compelling Ling Tian to stand, then cleverly outmaneuvering Ling Shui, and ultimately defeating 2 formidable foes with a single strike, all of which were astonishing feats. Reflecting upon the earlier sword strike, Ling Ao immediately inquired, "What exactly occurred earlier? You possess only the cultivation of the 3rd level of body refinement. How could you wield such a terrifying sword technique? Moreover, how did you manage to defeat those 2 experts of the Tianjin sect? Are you concealing something from me?" Ling Ao voiced the questions that Ling Bing and Ling Tian were eager to ask. In their perception, Lin Fan had always been a carefree and unambitious individual, synonymous with ineptitude. Yet that sword strike was truly astounding. Even Ling Bing, a rare genius of the Xian Yuan sect, felt overshadowed. Cough. When Bingo was in danger, I was beside myself with worry. If I claimed it was a casual strike, you surely would not believe me, Lin Fan replied with self-deprecation. "Brother-in-law, cease your modesty. You must be pretending to be a fool to catch a tiger." Ling Tian stood, jesting. This seemingly mundane action caused Ling Bing to gasp in disbelief, covering her mouth in shock. She was unaware of Lin Fan's miraculous healing that had allowed him to stand, hence her reaction. "Xiao Tian, you can stand?" Ling Bing exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment, tears of joy welling up. Chapter 9, The Refinement of the Spirit and Body, Achieving the Indestructible Body of Xian Huang. "Huh, did you not expect this?" Ling Tian, having moved his limbs, boasted, now nearly fully healed, truly deserving of the title of a divine doctor from another realm. "You are indeed remarkable," Ling Bing said with admiration. "What divine doctor from another realm? What does that have to do with him?" Ling Tian scoffed, rolling his eyes. Yet he approached Lin Fan with unbridled admiration. "I owe everything to my brother-in-law for my current state. What does this have to do with him?" Ling Bing questioned, her expression one of disbelief. "This is something I haven't had the chance to tell you." Dr. Shui was at a loss, but Xiao Fan, proficient in acupuncture, is the one who helped Xiao Tian stand? Ling Ao hurriedly explained. How could this be possible? Ling Bing gasped, her shock rendering her speechless. Unable to fathom that this man she had never regarded highly could possess such abilities was astonishing. Meanwhile, Ling Ao gazed at Lin Fan with immense admiration, saying, "Your cultivation may be lacking, yet your talent in the sword path is unparalleled. I shall impart the Xian Yuan 9 swords to you. If you can master them to perfection, you will reign supreme over the Xuanwu continent." "Father, the Xian Yuan 9 swords are not to be disseminated," Ling Bing protested indignantly. "Xiao Fan is my son-in-law. Is he an outsider?" Ling Ao said affectionately. "However, I have made my decision. There is no need for further discussion." With a dismissive wave of his hand, Ling Ao stubbornly declared, "The Xuanwu continent is a desolate star. The spiritual energy is scarce, and one cannot sense any fluctuations of spiritual energy in the air. Consequently, all cultivators rely on devouring the spiritual energy contained within spirit stones for their cultivation." As night fell, Lin Fan had pilfered a considerable number of spirit stones from Ling Tian, utilizing them for his training. After languishing in this wretched body for 18 years, it was high time for a resurgence. Lin Fan resolved to transform himself and alter his destiny. In a world where the strong prey on the weak, strength is the ultimate measure of worth, and thus, reborn in this Xuanwu continent, he harbored no other intention than to cultivate diligently, change his current circumstances, and reclaim his position among the powerful. In a room imbued with antiquity, Lin Fan observed his surroundings carefully. A neatly arranged jade bed occupied the space, with a bamboo mat laid beneath it, his designated sleeping area. During the day, the bamboo mat was typically stored away to create an illusion of a harmonious couple. But at night, it would be spread out on the ground. Regrettably, despite being married to Ling Bing for some time, he had yet to experience any intimacy. He had not even dared to touch her hand, apart from his sister-in-law, Ling Shui, who enjoyed meddling. The primary reason for Ling Bing's rejection lay in her inability to accept him. One day, you will beg me to share the bed." Lin Fan thought as he gazed at the bed. "What did you say?" A chilling voice emerged from behind. Ling Bing had silently appeared at the door, regarding him with cold scrutiny. "Ahem, the moon is particularly round tonight." Lin Fan responded evasively, glancing back. It was the beginning of the month, and outside was shrouded in darkness. The moon was nowhere to be seen. "Thank you for today," she uttered, her tone as frigid as ever, yet unexpectedly, she expressed gratitude. You are my woman. It is my duty to protect you from anyone who dares to bully you. However, as a wife, you seem to have neglected your responsibilities. Lin Fan thought with a hidden delight. What responsibilities? She retorted. You should be obedient and serve me, and bear my children. Get lost. Ling Bing's annoyance was palpable. Lin Fan realized that conquering her would be a formidable challenge. Nevertheless, he did not press the matter, knowing that opportunities would arise in due course. Subsequently, Lin Fan exited the room and settled in the courtyard, preparing to transform his feeble physique. His primordial spirit was remarkably potent. Having possessed the cultivation of a quasi-Huan Yuan de Luo Jingxian before his reincarnation, as the Yuan Shi Tian Zun once proclaimed, the primordial spirit has the power to reshape the body, and his immediate goal was to refine his body for evolution. Immersed in a state of clarity, he permitted his primordial spirit to forge his physical form. In the inky night sky, a hue of deep yellow light enveloped Lin Fan. This was the primordial force of heaven and earth. Initially, the faint glow surrounding him resembled that of fireflies, dim and nearly imperceptible. However, as time passed, his radiance intensified, akin to the rising sun, saturating the courtyard with the rich power of deep yellow, illuminating the previously impenetrable darkness, as though candles had been lit. After 3 incense sticks worth of time, Lin Fan's seated form radiated brilliance, akin to a blazing fire or the blazing sun at noon, rendering everything around him visible as if it were broad daylight. Ling Bing, meditating in her room, was startled by the phenomenon in the courtyard. When she stepped outside and discovered that the golden light emanated from Lin Fan, her expression shifted dramatically, her eyes betraying shock and disbelief. How could this be? Having lived with Lin Fan for so long, she had firmly categorized him as a lazy good-for-nothing, yet today he seemed to have undergone a profound transformation. Though uncertain of the cause, one thing was clear, something significant had occurred within him. Cautiously approaching, their gazes locked, and at that moment, Lin Fan suddenly opened his eyes, which blazed with intensity, causing Ling Bing to retreat in astonishment. What are you doing? She stammered in a panic. Refining my body. Lin Fan replied with poise as he stood up. Instantly, the golden light that had enveloped him dissipated. For him, after 3 incense sticks of refinement, his powerful primordial spirit had entirely reshaped his body. He had now become the legendary indestructible body of deep yellow, even without dedicated cultivation. He could achieve remarkable breakthroughs simply through his breathing. But why do you possess such abundant spiritual energy? Ling Bing inquired, perplexed. For such phenomena should not occur on this desolate star. What is that awful stench? Lin Fan furrowed his brow, sniffing the air. The putrid odor was nauseating. Soon, he realized that the area where he had been meditating was now littered with a disgusting, viscous black substance, even staining his clothes with deep black. What on earth have you done? Ling Bing recoiled, instinctively covering her nose. The situation was difficult to explain. However, Lin Fan quickly understood the cause. During the process of refining his body, the impurities and toxins in his blood had been expelled through his pores, resulting in the foul odor. Run a bath for me. I need to cleanse myself, Lin Fan commanded, adopting an authoritative tone. Ling Bing frowned, clearly displeased. Yet, recalling Lin Fan's willingness to stand up for her earlier, her typically proud demeanor softened, and she complied, preparing the bathwater. Perhaps the prospect of intimacy was finally within reach? Lin Fan secretly rejoiced. In the bathroom, Ling Bing was pouring hot water into the tub while Lin Fan shed his soiled clothes and approached the bath. A scene of domestic tranquility unfolded. Suddenly, the bathroom door burst open with a loud crash, and a boisterous youth rushed in. Ling Tian had arrived. Sorry. I didn't see anything. Upon catching sight of the shirtless Lin Fan and Ling Bing pouring hot water, Ling Tian quickly turned to leave. Yet, he couldn't help but ponder the rapid changes. Lin Fan, once an outcast, was now being tended to by Ling Bing. Stop right there, Ling Bing scolded. I swear it was unintentional. Ling Tian replied with a sheepish smile. What are you doing here so late? Ling Bing interrogated. Well, it's like this. The Tianjin sect has invaded the Taizu Dragon Vein, attempting to seize control of it. Father sent me to inform you and to accompany him, Ling Tian blurted out, nearly derailing the important matter at hand. Seizing the Taizu Dragon Vein? They seek death. Without a moment's hesitation, Ling Bing dropped the water bucket and dashed out. Chapter 10, The Taizu Dragon Vein, a sword severing the 9 heavens. Ling Bing rushed through the door without delay, while Ling Tian, sensing the gravity of the situation, prepared to follow. Wait, tell me what is happening with the Taizu Dragon Vein. Lin Fan ambled into the bath, washing himself as he inquired. Brother-in-law, Something major is happening at the Taizu Dragon Vein. The Tianjin sect has sent over 100 people, and I must go immediately, Ling Tian exclaimed, urgency evident in his tone. There's no rush. Let me clean myself first, and I will accompany you. Lin Fan made a solemn promise. And Ling Tian finally breathed a sigh of relief. He then spoke with confidence. As you know, the Xuanwu continent suffers from a scarcity of spiritual energy, and cultivation must rely on spirit stones to absorb the energy within them to enhance one's abilities. Not long ago, during her training, Xuan accidentally discovered one of the 10 dragon veins of the Xuanwu continent, the Taizu Dragon Vein. The nearby experts from the Tianjin sect learned of this and attempted to kill her for it, but Xuer turned the tables and defeated them. That's the gist of it. Lin Fan then inquired, what does Jian Qin's proposal today signify? Isn't it obvious? Ling Tian retorted. He knows my father would never betroth Xuer to him. He merely seeks an excuse to seize the Taizu Dragon Vein. Originally, they were given a 3-day grace period, but it seems they couldn't contain their impatience and acted tonight. Ling Tian's expression darkened as he continued, with the strength of the Tianjin sect, if they are resolute in taking the Taizu Dragon Vein, we may not be able to withstand them. With me here, the sky will not fall. Lin Fan replied nonchalantly. Brother-in-law, do you have a way to deal with the Tianjin sect? Ling Tian's eyes sparkled with hope. None at all, Lin Fan stated resolutely. Then we might as well join the fray, Ling Tian said, donning his attire with a calm demeanor. The Taizu Dragon Vein is situated on the Zulong Ridge, over 300 miles from the Kanglin Mountain Xin Yuan sect. However, as they prepared to journey towards the Taizu Dragon Vein, they faced a dilemma. The distance was too great, and only by flying with swords could they reach it swiftly. Yet, sword flight is a privilege reserved for those above the true essence realm. And both were merely at the body refining stage, making it impossible for them. After wandering around the sect, Ling Tian felt frustrated. Nearly all the experts above the true essence realm had rushed to the Taizu Dragon Vein for support, leaving behind only the old and infirm. This meant they were isolated. It's over. It seems we truly will miss this confrontation. Ling Tian lamented, slumping down in the plaza like a wilted eggplant. Look at your defeatist attitude. Lin Fan scoffed, then waved his hand. In an instant, a longsword shimmering with 4 colors appeared before him. Ling Tian was astonished. Without explaining, Lin Fan watched as the sword, seemingly imbued with consciousness, detached itself and floated in the air, elongating and expanding, then promptly came to rest at Lin Fan's feet, inviting him to step aboard. Shall we go together? Lin Fan asked with pride. Will it bear our weight? Ling Tian questioned, yet still hopped on after a moment's hesitation. In the next moment, the long sword, under Lin Fan's command, shot forward at breakneck speed, startling Ling Tian into gripping him tightly. This speed is incredible! Wind roared past them, and Ling Tian exclaimed, Brother-in-law, how can you fly with a sword when you're merely at the body refining stage? How is this possible? Sword flight is not solely dependent on cultivation level. It also pertains to the sword itself, Lin Fan replied cryptically. This sword is the Hongyuan sword, he continued. It was the only artifact Lin Fan carried from his reincarnation. The Hongyuan sword is a fusion of the 4 Excaliburs, Shu Xian sword, Lux Xian sword, Xian Xin sword, and Jue Xian sword, possessing unparalleled power, even formidable enough to compel a heavenly Dao saint to avoid its edge. Thus, flight was a trivial matter. Moreover, under the guidance of the Hongyuan sword, their speed far surpassed that of ordinary experts, even leaving Ling Bing, who had set off first, far behind. Ling Bing, initially leading the charge, was taken aback when she noticed someone overtaking her. To her astonishment, it was Lin Fan and Ling Tian, leaving her in a state of disbelief. Even more incredulous was the fact that no matter how hard she tried, she could not catch up, and within moments, they had left her far behind. Instilling a sense of despair, they soared at an astonishing speed. What would normally take a stick of incense to reach the Taizu Dragon Vein, they accomplished in less than half that time. However, as they neared the Taizu Dragon Vein, the air thickened with a pungent scent of blood. As they gazed around, they saw corpses strewn about, with blood flowing like rivers. All the bodies belonged to the Tianjin sect, and there were at least 100 of them. The sect leader, Ling Ao, and several elders from the Xin Yuan sect had arrived earlier and were now gathered on a nearby mountaintop. After exchanging a glance with Ling Tian, Lin Fan approached them swiftly. How did you two arrive? Ling Ao asked, somewhat surprised. We rushed here upon receiving news, but what happened to those bodies? Ling Tian inquired, pointing at the scattered corpses. These individuals were killed before our arrival, at the hands of Qing Yangzi, Ling Ao explained. As they spoke, the night sky darkened ominously, and thunder rumbled. Countless calamity clouds gathered, forming thick electric serpents that danced in the void, an oppressive celestial might blanketing the earth, filling the atmosphere with a chilling aura of death. Is someone undergoing a tribulation? Ling Tian exclaimed in astonishment. It is the senior Qing Yangzi. The Tianjin sect's people disturbed him during his tribulation, which led to their slaughter. However, Qing Yangzi seems to have been affected by the chaos of the tribulation and may not survive the ninth heavenly tribulation. Ling Ao sighed deeply. Boom. Crackle. The ninth heavenly tribulation arrived as expected. In an instant, a blinding electric serpent descended with tremendous force, breaking through the constraints of time and space, aiming to strike. Although Qing Yangzi exerted all his strength in a desperate bid, he was like a candle flickering in the wind, unable to withstand the onslaught, on the brink of annihilation. Witnessing this scene, Ling Ao and the others were filled with regret. They understood that facing the tribulation was perilous, and even death was not uncommon. Yet seeing Qing Yangzi about to perish beneath the ninth heavenly tribulation stirred deep sentiments within them. Look, he is choosing to disintegrate. Suddenly, cries of astonishment erupted from the crowd. Disintegration refers to the conscious decision during a tribulation to transfer one's physical power to the primordial spirit. Opting for rebirth or seeking a new physical form, a lesser choice in the face of adversity. Qing Yangzi was now in such a state. Upon realizing he could not withstand the ninth heavenly tribulation's onslaught, he chose to disintegrate, seeking a chance to survive. However, witnessing this, Ling Ao shook his head slightly, stating, "It's too late. Even if he disintegrates, he cannot resist the impact of the ninth heavenly tribulation. His primordial spirit will be scattered. What a pity." After so many years of hard cultivation, to end up with such an outcome, Elder Lu Qi lamented. Just when everyone believed Qing Yangzi was destined for oblivion, suddenly, a young man flew in on a sword, arriving before him. Upon closer inspection, the young man was none other than Lin Fan, the so-called Wei's son-in-law of the Xian Yuan sect. No one expected that he would stand up at such a critical moment. Attempting to confront the ninth heavenly tribulation with his own strength, an act of sheer folly. Look, it's brother-in-law. Ling Tian cried out in alarm. Xiao Fan, come back. Ling Ao's face turned ashen with fear. In an instant, he shot forward like lightning, disregarding everything to rush toward the core area of the ninth heavenly tribulation. However, compared to the speed of the ninth heavenly tribulation, he was evidently a step too late. Before he could get close, a terrifying force struck him down, leaving him pale as a ghost, and he could not help but spit out a mouthful of essence blood. Despite being at the fusion realm, he was still left in such a precarious state at the periphery. One could only imagine the dire circumstances that Lin Fan faced in the core area. Certain death was inevitable. In a moment of despair, Ling Ao pounded the ground with his fists, overwhelmed with hopelessness. Meanwhile, Lin Fan courageously ventured deep into the heart of the ninth heavenly tribulation. He did not act recklessly. For one who possessed the indestructible body of the Xin Huang, even being struck by the tribulation felt like a mere tickle, incapable of inflicting substantial harm, especially with the Hunyuan sword in hand. As the ninth heavenly tribulation was about to shatter Qinjiangzi's primordial spirit, Lin Fan gripped the Hunyuan sword tightly and slashed fiercely at the ninth heavenly tribulation. Break for me, he bellowed. Instantly, an endless stream of sword energy surged upwards, colliding violently with the descending tribulation. Although Lin Fan's cultivation was limited and he could not shake the ninth heavenly tribulation, the unmatched power of the Hunyuan sword prevailed. When the unparalleled sword energy collided with the ninth heavenly tribulation, it was astonishing. The cataclysmic tribulation shattered instantly, scattering into fragments under the onslaught of the formidable sword energy. Thus, the ninth heavenly tribulation dissipated entirely. Qinjiangzi, who should have been obliterated, managed to survive thanks to Lin Fan's intervention, successfully achieving a form of spiritual dissolution that left behind a remnant primordial spirit. Young man, I owe you a great debt. Words cannot express my gratitude. Until we meet again. Qinjiangzi's fading spirit left a resonant phrase echoing in the valley before vanishing completely. In contrast, Lin Fan, though situated at the eye of the storm, remained unharmed due to his indestructible Xian Huang body forged through the refining of his primordial spirit, rendering him impervious to the violent ninth heavenly tribulation. His complexion was merely slightly pale, nothing more. How did he manage to withstand the ninth heavenly tribulation on his own? That sword energy was indeed comparable to the tribulation itself, truly terrifying. Was this the same useless son-in-law of our Xian Yuan sect? The crowd buzzed with astonishment. Ling Ao, who had been filled with regret, was suddenly struck with disbelief upon realizing that Lin Fan not only survived but had also defended against the tribulation, saving Qinjiangzi from a disastrous fate. He immediately sprang to his feet, his jaw agape, unable to articulate his excitement. Brother-in-law, are you all right? Ling Tian rushed to Lin Fan's side. Do I look like I'm in trouble? Lin Fan replied nonchalantly as he sheathed the Hunyuan sword. To dare to challenge the ninth heavenly tribulation and emerge victorious, brother-in-law, you are incredible. I now feel that my sister marrying you is an injustice. She hardly deserves you. Ling Tian blurted out in admiration, overwhelmed with emotion. Could you repeat that? Ling Bing suddenly appeared behind him, her brow furrowed, exuding an icy aura. Chapter 11. The dragon soul enters the body, awakening 99 spiritual veins. Despite Ling Tian's status as the favorite son of the Xin Yuan sect, he now found himself humbled in front of his sister, Ling Bing, unable to speak above a whisper. Caught in the act of speaking ill, he was frightened and hid behind Lin Fan, silent as a mouse. Xiao Fan, how are you? Ling Ao hurriedly approached, his expression grave as he looked at Lin Fan. I'm fine, nothing serious. Lin Fan feigned calmness, glancing at the crowd that had surged forward. The power of the ninth heavenly tribulation is unmatched. Even someone as strong as Qin Jiangzi could not withstand it. How did you manage to block it? Elder Lucci asked directly, his gaze fixated on Lin Fan. Akin to observing a monster. It was hard to believe that the once reviled waste could achieve such a remarkable feat. You all witnessed what happened. And I cannot clarify further than what you saw, Lin Fan shrugged, unwilling to elaborate. Father, what happened just now? Ling Bing inquired, puzzled. She had arrived too late to grasp the situation. Qin Jiangzi failed his tribulation, and Xiao Fan blocked the ninth heavenly tribulation for him, allowing Qin Jiangzi to escape with his life. Ling Ao succinctly explained. Impossible. He possesses only the cultivation of the third layer of body refining. There is no way he could survive the tribulation. Ling Bing exclaimed in disbelief. You may doubt his strength, but I, along with all the elders in the sect, witnessed it firsthand. Could we possibly be mistaken? Ling Ao replied sternly. Lin Fan, what exactly transpired? Ling Bing questioned, her eyes narrowing with suspicion. Cough. I will explain it privately when we return, Lin Fan teased. Father. With so many deaths in the Heavenly Sword sect, will they not seek retribution against us in the Xin Yuan sect? Ling Tian expressed his concerns. Knowing that such substantial losses would severely weaken the Heavenly Sword sect, which could hardly endure it, this matter is not related to us. Moreover, the Heavenly Sword sect did not suffer total annihilation. Several elders managed to escape. They should clarify the situation upon their return, Ling Ao responded with composure, exuding confidence. That's good to hear, Ling Tian nodded, relieved. As they spoke, the group arrived at the entrance of the Ancestor Dragon Vein. The so-called Ancestor Dragon Vein was essentially a cave that traversed the entire Ancestor Dragon Ridge, stretching endlessly. The air within the Dragon Vein was rich with spiritual energy. Due to concerns about energy leakage, the entrance was protected by a seal. However, it was rather embarrassing that despite having occupied the Ancestor Dragon Vein for some time, the Xin Yuan sect had yet to break the seal to gain entry. Now, faced with the entrance once more, Ling Ao and the elders were anxious and clueless about how to proceed. What are they arguing about? Lin Fan inquired with curiosity, noticing their heated discussion. What else could it be? As you can see, there is a seal at the entrance, acting like a roadblock. With our current means, we cannot enter. Ling Tian sighed in frustration. Would you like to go in and take a look? Lin Fan asked with a mysterious smile. Brother-in-law, do you have a way in? Ling Tian exclaimed with delight, having completely altered his perception of Lin Fan, now viewing him as omnipotent. Let us go. Ling Ao and the elders were so engrossed in their argument that they completely overlooked Lin Fan and Ling Tian. Ling Bing, standing aside with her sword crossed over her arms, quietly observed their dispute, remaining indifferent. However, an inadvertent glance caught her attention as she noticed Lin Fan and Ling Tian astonishingly entering the seal. Ling Bing gasped. She immediately rushed to the spot where they had vanished, attempting to enter as well. To her surprise, the formidable seal felt like an impenetrable wall, utterly impossible to breach. What happened, Bingo? Ling Ao called out cheerfully. They went in. Ling Bing exclaimed, studying the seal while speaking spontaneously. Who went in? Ling Ao responded, startled. As he and the elders rushed over, Lin Fan and Xiao Tian, with the seal in place, as solid as iron. How could they possibly enter when we cannot break it even when we join forces? Elder Lu Qi was visibly unsettled, unable to accept this reality. Although I am unsure of the specifics, I can attest that I witnessed them enter. Taking a deep breath, Ling Bing declared with unwavering conviction. That young man is becoming increasingly enigmatic to me, murmured Ling Ao, his tone ambiguous, caught between astonishment and exhilaration. Meanwhile, under Lin Fan's guidance, Ling Tian effortlessly breached the seal and arrived within the ancestral dragon vein. as he truly immersed himself in this realm. He was overwhelmed with joy upon perceiving the rich spiritual energy permeating the air. Brother-in-law, the spiritual energy here is astonishingly dense. It truly deserves its reputation as one of the 10 dragon veins. Ling Tian exclaimed, his excitement rendering him almost incoherent as he surveyed his surroundings. Well, that's to be expected, Lin Fan remarked nonchalantly, accustomed to grand spectacles. If our Xian Yuan sect were to claim this place as our own, we might soar to unprecedented heights, ranking among the top 10 sections. By the way, brother-in-law, since you can bring me here, surely you can allow my father and the others to enter as well? Ling Tian asked, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. There's no rush. Let's explore this place first. Lin Fan replied casually. Apart from the abundant spiritual energy, the ancestral dragon vein was adorned with countless shimmering spiritual stones. In the spiritually barren realm of the Xuanwu continent, these stones were the sole source of spiritual energy for cultivation. Moreover, spiritual stones served as the currency of the Xuanwu continent, categorized into 3 grades, upper, middle, and lower, with a conversion ratio of 100. This meant that a single upper-grade spiritual stone could be exchanged for 100 middle-grade stones or 10,000 lower-grade ones. There were also extraordinary stones like the blood chicken spiritual stones, but such treasures were exceedingly rare, only glimpsed by the highest-ranking sections. As the two traversed the ancestral dragon vein, the embedded spiritual stones made Ling Tian's blood boil with excitement. We are going to strike it rich. With these spiritual stones, we will no longer be beholden to anyone, he exclaimed, tears of joy welling in his eyes, filled with mixed emotions. In contrast, Lin Fan remained unfazed. Upon reaching a relatively spacious section of the cave, he sat down, intending to enter a meditative state for cultivation. Brother-in-law, why the hesitation? Ling Tian inquired, bewildered. The external seal will not hold for long. Once it falters, the spiritual energy within this dragon vein will dissipate into the heavens and earth. What a waste. It is far better to utilize it for cultivation, Lin Fan stated plainly. But with such an overwhelming abundance of spiritual energy, it is impossible for just the 2 of us to consume it all. Ling Tian protested. We shall do our best, Lin Fan replied tersely. As Lin Fan focused on absorbing the spiritual energy for cultivation, he was astonished to discover that his modified body contained only a single spiritual vein. No wonder Ling Tian believed it was impossible for them to deplete the energy alone. However, this did not pose a significant challenge for him. With a decisive gesture, he summoned the Hunyuan sword. Immediately, the sound of countless dragon roars resonated throughout the ancestral dragon vein, leaving Ling Tian dumbfounded and at a loss for words. The Hunyuan sword unleashed devastation upon countless entities. In his past, Lin Fan had vanquished 99 ancient divine dragons, binding their souls within the sword. Now, with only one spiritual vein, his goal was to allow these dragon souls to enter his body and transform into spiritual veins. Ordinary physiques would struggle to endure such a tumultuous influx of dragon souls, but having achieved the indestructible body through his spirit refinement, he was more than capable. For the next incense stick's duration, Lin Fan devoted himself to the transformation, allowing the 99 dragon souls hidden within the Hunyuan sword to become spiritual veins. After this period, the metamorphosis completed. Once possessing only a single spiritual vein, Lin Fan was reborn, instantly gaining a remarkable 100 spiritual veins. Spiritual veins, also referred to as spiritual roots, are the foundation of cultivation, the genesis of all sources. Those who excel in martial arts invariably possess a considerable number of spiritual veins. In this regard, the number of spiritual veins determines the ceiling of one's innate talent. This was precisely why various sects measured a disciple's potential by the quantity of their spiritual veins. Ling Ao's willingness to have Ling Bing marry Lin Fan stemmed not only from their childhood bond, but primarily from her possession of 7 spiritual veins, a talent unparalleled even within the Xuanwu continent. However, 7 spiritual veins were not the ultimate limit. It was said that the founder of Xian Yuan's sect, Yunding Tian, possessed 9 spiritual veins, the most recorded in history. Yet now, with the dragon souls integrated into his being, Lin Fan underwent a transformation, acquiring 100 spiritual veins. This was an unprecedented phenomenon in the annals of the Xuanwu continent, a feat that could only be described as unparalleled. Immersed in the ancestral dragon vein's rich spiritual energy, his spiritual veins expanded and contracted, voraciously absorbing the energy. At this moment, Lin Fan's previously depleted body felt rejuvenated, akin to parched earth receiving a long-awaited rain, igniting a fervent and relentless breakthrough. Originally at the 3rd level of body refinement, he surged to the 6th level within half an incense stick. After merely half a day, he shattered the constraints of body refinement, advancing directly to the true element realm. From being deemed worthless to emerging as a genius, a remarkable reversal. In this moment, Lin Fan completed his metamorphosis. From now on, his future was boundless. Even Ling Bing, with her 7 spiritual veins, could not compare. Ling Tian observed the entire process from the sidelines. As 100 luminous pillars appeared above Lin Fan, greedily consuming spiritual energy, he counted carefully. Once he confirmed his sight was not deceiving him, he staggered back a couple of steps, collapsing to the ground, his mouth agape. Utterly astonished and at a loss for words. 100 spiritual veins, how utterly unfathomable. Was he even human? Lin Fan, however, remained oblivious to Ling Tian's thoughts. Wholly absorbed in his cultivation, striving to enhance his strength. Due to possessing 100 spiritual veins, Lin Fan became the epicenter of a vast vortex, relentlessly drawing in the spiritual energy from the ancestral dragon vein, claiming it as his own. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had elapsed. After 3 days of absorption, the spiritual energy within the ancestral dragon vein had been entirely consumed. Lin Fan's body now brimmed with an immense reservoir of spiritual energy. Yet he faced the imminent risk of explosion. Nevertheless, the indestructible body provided him with a safety net, preventing him from becoming too compromised. Moreover, his cultivation had progressed by leaps and bounds, leaving Ling Tian in disbelief, awestruck, and genuinely shocked. Chapter 12, The Xianyuan 9 Swords, One Sword Pierces the Dantian. The 3-day appointment arrived. The leader of the Tianjin sect, Jian Feihong, personally brought his disciples to the Xianyuan sect. At this moment, on the Xianyuan sect's Xianyuan martial arena, a young man wielding a long sword shone brilliantly, enveloped in an endless stream of sword energy, ruthlessly overpowering the talented Ling Bing from the Xianyuan sect. This individual was Jian Xin, a master of the Tianjin sect, previously unknown and unnoticed, even by the Xianyuan sect's leader, Ling Ao. Just moments ago, he had defeated 18 of Xuanyuan's elite with his unparalleled swordsmanship, akin to a divine being. Although Ling Bing possessed 7 spiritual veins and was exceptionally gifted, having mastered the 5th form of the Xianyuan 9 swords, she found herself utterly defenseless against Jian Xin's exquisite sword techniques. At this moment, she was grievously injured, her life hanging by a thread. Is this the genius of your Xianyuan sect? How disappointing. In such a grand sect, is there not a single capable fighter? After forcing Ling Bing back with a single strike, Jian Xin provocatively mocked, brazenly taunting her. As his words echoed, he flicked his wrist, instantly locking onto Ling Bing's aura with a torrent of sword energy, surging towards her like an unstoppable force. This strike was born of slaughter. Wounded and desperate, Ling Bing fought back, weaving a protective net of sword energy around herself in a bid to withstand the impending blow. 6th form of the Xianyuan 9 swords. This was her utmost limit, a last-ditch effort. Should she fail to repel Jian Xin's attack, it would mean either Ling Shue's marriage to Jian Qin or relinquishing the ancestral dragon vein. The sword energy streaked through the air. Jian Xin's mastery of the sword path was beyond imagination, and even Ling Bing's 6th form was easily dismantled by his relentless advance. However, he showed no intent to relent, intent on delivering a fatal blow to Ling Bing. Previously, he had received orders from Jian Feihong to show no mercy to Ling Bing, to eliminate her without hesitation. Not good. Ling Ao's heart sank as he witnessed this scene, realizing the gravity of the situation. Unfortunately, the distance was too great for him to intervene. Sister. Ling Shue's heart tore with anguish, unwilling to witness tragedy unfold yet feeling utterly powerless. In contrast, Ling Bing, as her defenses crumbled, understood that escape was impossible. She closed her eyes in despair, awaiting the arrival of death. In that critical moment, as tragedy loomed, a sword energy pierced the heavens. This energy, akin to that of a sovereign's descent, commanded the submission of a myriad of swords and effortlessly neutralized Jian Xin's lethal strike. Simultaneously, a figure appeared like lightning beside the bloodied Ling Bing, embracing her waist, dissipating the multitude of sword energies and safeguarding her. No one anticipated that, at this pivotal moment, Lin Fan had returned and performed a heroic rescue. Jian Xin's sword resonated with resentment, unable to accept this turn of events. Nearby, Jian Feihong and Jian Qin wore grim expressions, deeply dissatisfied. As for Ling Bing, she had prepared herself for death, yet unexpectedly found herself saved by a man she had always looked down upon, a deeply ironic twist of fate. Her heart swirled with conflicting emotions, a blend of surprise and guilt. Ice, are you all right? Ling Ao arrived breathlessly. Upon confirming Ling Bing's safety, he sighed in relief. I'm fine, gently pushing Lin Fan away. She felt a lingering discomfort towards him, despite the life he had just saved. Father-in-law, what exactly is happening? Lin Fan, wielding the Hunyuan sword, inquired calmly. Still here for that matter, Ling Ao sighed in frustration. The leader of the Tianjin sect proposed that Shui marry Jianshin or yield the ancestral dragon vein, claiming the matter of the slain disciple would be settled, but I rejected it. They then suggested a duel of swordsmanship, stating that if anyone could last 10 moves against that young man, they would let bygones be bygones. But isn't this rather straightforward? Ling Tian interjected. Straightforward? I thought so too, which is why I rashly agreed. However, after facing him, I realized I had been deceived. His swordsmanship is derived from the sword saint, sword demon, sword madman, sword fool, and sword greed, making him extraordinarily formidable. Before I even faced him, he had already defeated 18 of our Xianyuan sect's masters. Alas, it seems we are simply outmatched. The ancestral dragon vein may not be safeguarded. Ling Ao shook his head with evident disappointment. Father, it's my fault for lacking skill. Ling Bing wiped the blood from her mouth, feeling remorseful. You did your best. Ling Ao gently patted her shoulder, offering comfort. Ahem, if you trust me. I can give it a try, Lin Fan volunteered. Not a chance. Ling Shui declared outright. Shui, speak politely to your brother-in-law. Before Ling Ao could admonish her, Ling Tian immediately defended Lin Fan. After spending these days together, he had come to view him in a new light, genuinely admiring him. Especially upon learning that he possessed 100 spiritual veins and had completely absorbed the spiritual energy from the ancestral dragon vein, he became a fervent admirer. This fellow is no easy opponent. Even I cannot hope to surpass him in swordsmanship, Ling Ao stated seriously. Yet, Lin Fan's recent performances had been astonishing, and his tone reflected a glimmer of hope. After all, severing the 9 heavens tribulation with a single strike was no trifling matter. He either had the strength of a tiger or absolute confidence. I will do my utmost. If I should unfortunately fall, you may step in, Lin Fan asserted with calm resolve. Ling Bing and Ling Shui wished to say more, but Ling Tian quickly interjected, rest assured, as long as brother-in-law steps in. No matter GNXIN's background, he is bound to lose. He is merely at the 3rd level of body refinement. What gives you the confidence to believe in him so? Ling Shui scoffed, clearly displeased. She found it surprising that Ling Tian, who had previously resisted Lin Fan, was now defending him so fervently, akin to a smitten fool. Just wait and see. You will understand. Ling Tian cryptically replied without further explanation. Does your Xianyuan sect have no one left? You send this useless son-in-law to face me? How laughable. GNXIN sneered as Lin Fan approached, gripping his long sword with disdain. Yet, GNXIN was still haunted by Lin Fan's previous, astonishing strike. An unsettling memory that sent chills down his spine. Feel free to laugh. Soon, you shall have no opportunity to do so, Lin Fan scoffed. His gaze towards GNXIN cold and unyielding, striking fear into the latter's heart. Such bravado. I am eager to see what you are capable of. With a heart brimming with murderous intent, GNXIN fused with his sword, locking onto Lin Fan's aura and charging forward with unrelenting ferocity. Father, GNXIN will kill him. Ling Bing bit her lip anxiously, her right hand trembling around her sword. Indeed, if even sister cannot stand against GNXIN, he is merely seeking death. Ling Shui spoke candidly. Perhaps we have underestimated him, Ling Tian mused. Ling Ao gazed at Lin Fan with an expression brimming with anticipation, hoping he would seize the opportunity to make a name for himself. At this moment, GNXIN unleashed the Earth Sword technique from the Three-Realm Sword art, a display of unparalleled might. It is worth noting that prior to this, he had only employed the Human Sword technique, even when effortlessly defeating Ling Bing. The shift to the Earth Sword technique signified a profound respect for Lin Fan, underscoring the gravity of the encounter. As the Earth Sword technique erupted, a torrent of sword energy surged upward, its power unmatched, sweeping towards Lin Fan with an overwhelming force. As the imminent danger approached, Lin Fan scoffed disdainfully. Grasping the Hunyuan sword, he moved like a startled phoenix, effortlessly executing the 9th stance of the Xianyuan 9 swords, advancing with the grace of autumn winds scattering leaves. The clash of energies, sword against sword, was a spectacle. To the experts of the Heavenly Sword sect, this confrontation should have been a one-sided affair. Given Lin Fan's notorious reputation as the worthless son-in-law of the Xianyuan sect. However, when the formidable sword energies collided, the anticipated explosion of sparks failed to materialize. GNXIN was unable to eliminate Lin Fan in an instant. Instead, to everyone's astonishment, the sword energy of the Hunyuan sword surged like a force of nature, penetrating the defenses of the Earth Sword technique with devastating ease. With ruthless decisiveness, Lin Fan's heart was steely as the Hunyuan sword broke through, striking GNXIN's Dantian with surgical precision. A piercing scream echoed through the air as Jian Xion's 2 decades of cultivation disintegrated in that moment. Did I, the so-called worthless son-in-law, disappoint you? Lin Fan remarked coldly, holding the Hunyuan sword as he gazed down at the crumpled Jian Xian, his expression one of unrelenting cruelty. Nearby, the masters of the Heavenly Sword sect and the Xianyuan sect were rendered speechless by the shocking turn of events. Although Ling Ao had harbored expectations for Lin Fan, he never imagined that within the span of just 3 days, Lin Fan would master the Xianyuan 9 swords to such an extraordinary level. This feat was unprecedented in the history of the Xianyuan sect. Even someone as formidable as he had only reached the 8th stance. Furthermore, Lin Fan had not only shattered the once mighty Jian Xian but had also ruptured his dantian, leaving the onlookers in a state of disbelief. Just 3 days prior, Lin Fan had been regarded as a mere waste of space, yet now he had risen to the occasion, akin to a sun ascending the horizon, demanding reverence. In stark contrast, the experts of the Heavenly Sword sect struggled to accept the reality of Jian Xion's defeat, particularly at the hands of Lin Fan, whom they deemed a failure, thus shattering their pride. Jian Feihong, the sect leader, had been seated comfortably, but upon witnessing Jian Xion's dantian being pierced, he erupted in fury. Leaping to his feet, in an instant, he transformed into a bolt of lightning, engulfed in a menacing aura, and charged ruthlessly towards Lin Fan. Chapter 13. Immortal through catastrophe. The ancient beast, 3-headed Taodai. Jian Feihong made his move without warning. Lin Fan, caught off guard, had no choice but to endure the onslaught with his own flesh and blood. No one expected the leader of the Heavenly Sword sect to resort to such shameless ambush tactics. In a heartbeat, Jian Feihong's hand, charged with devastating power, slammed into Lin Fan's chest, sending him hurtling to the ground. In that moment of impact, Lin Fan felt as though a mountain had crushed him, the excruciating pain overwhelming, his blood surging chaotically, forcing him to spit out a mouthful of vital essence. Under normal circumstances, a full-force strike from a cultivator of Jian Feihong's caliber would have guaranteed Lin Fan's demise without a glimmer of hope. However, he possessed the indomitable Xianyuan immortal body, a resilience that even a sage would find arduous to extinguish. Jian Feihong's prowess, despite being at the god transformation stage, could not shake Lin Fan in the slightest. Lin Fan, brother-in-law. A sudden turn of events unfolded. Seeing the valiant Lin Fan, the savior of the moment, ensnared in treachery, Ling Bing and Ling Tian rushed forward without hesitation. Jian Feihong, you have gone too far. Ling Ao roared with indignation. Without further ado, he charged at Jian Feihong, colliding fists in an explosive confrontation. In an exhilarating clash of absolute power, both were evenly matched, each retreating 10 paces, unable to gain the upper hand. Jian Feihong had initially dismissed Ling Ao, but upon noticing the purple spiritual energy swirling around him, he instinctively gasped in surprise. The presence of purple spiritual energy was a symbol of the god transformation stage, indicating that Ling Ao had broken through the barriers of the 9th layer of fusion and attained this formidable realm. You've broken through? Jian Feihong inquired, his face darkening with astonishment. Who would have thought the esteemed leader of the Heavenly Sword sect would stoop to such shamelessness, behaving like a mere beast? Do you truly believe our Xianyuan sect is easy prey? If you wish to play, then I shall accompany you to the end, Ling Ao declared fiercely, his words sharp and penetrating. At that moment, a thunderous roar echoed across Kanglan Mountain, causing all creatures to flee in terror. The sudden upheaval prompted a shared realization between Ling Ao and Jian Feihong. Soon, Elder Luchi of the Xianyuan sect arrived in haste, panic etched across his face. It's bad, sect leader. The ancient beast, 3-headed Taodai, sealed in the back mountain, has broken free from its restraints and is about to escape, he exclaimed, abandoning his usual composure. Simultaneously, an elder from the Heavenly Sword sect whispered urgently into Jian Feihong's ear, though the words were indistinct. Jian Feihong's furious expression indicated the gravity of the situation. In the next moment, he waved his hand, leading his disciples away from the Xianyuan sect without a moment's delay. What about you? Ling Ao rushed to Lin Fan, who lay crumpled on the ground, worry gnawing at his heart. It was evident that a strike from a god transformation expert would have left Lin Fan gravely wounded, if not dead, now cradled in Ling Bing's arms. Lin Fan's breaths were faint, teetering on the brink of death. What should we do now? Ling Bing asked, her mind in turmoil. Despite her disdain for Lin Fan, his recent actions had earned her respect. After all, he had risked everything to save her, and in some ways, his current plight was due to her predicament. How have you treated him in the past? How has he treated you? Is there nothing you wish to say? Ling Ao asked earnestly after closely examining Lin Fan. But what good will that do now? Ling Bing replied, tears welling in her eyes. If he survives this ordeal, would you be willing to share your life with him? Ling Ao asked directly. Is there even a chance of that? Ling Bing responded, her eyes glistening with tears. Enough of this charade. Get up. The objective has been achieved. Ling Ao patted Lin Fan on the shoulder, signaling him to cease his pretense. After a thorough examination, he was astonished to discover a formidable power residing within Lin Fan. A force that safeguarded him and ensured his safety even against the full force of Jian Feihong's strike. Remarkably, this father-in-law proved quite capable at a critical moment. Cunning enough to even ensnare his own daughter. The act could no longer be sustained. Lin Fan opened his eyes and stood up, immediately exuding an aura of vitality that starkly contrasted with his previous near-death state. You are unscathed? Ling Bing exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. Tears still clung to her delicate face as she struggled to accept that he had emerged unscathed from such a devastating blow. Heh, now you truly understand my brother-in-law's prowess. Sister, marrying him is indeed a tremendous boon. Ling Tian interjected, unabashedly showering praise. Silence. Ling Bing retorted sharply. Though Ling Ao remained silent, he too was profoundly shaken. To withstand Jian Feihong's full-blown attack and remain alive was beyond his comprehension. Yet, one thing was certain, Lin Fan had undergone a transformation. From his performance over the past 3 days, he was no longer the pitiful being subjected to humiliation. The indestructible Xian Wang body, forged through the refining of one's primordial spirit, was not to be trifled with. This was the foundation of Lin Fan's standing in the Xian Yuan continent. Meanwhile, Elder Lu Qi furrowed his brow in confusion, voicing his thoughts. Strange, the ancient ferocious beast, the three-headed Taodai, is on the verge of breaking free from its seal. Yet Jian Feihong chooses this moment to depart rather than seize the opportunity to threaten us. Has he had a change of heart? Does he possess a conscience? Perhaps the ancestral dragon vein has erupted. Ling Tian scoffed, rolling his eyes. What do you mean? Realizing the gravity of the situation, Ling Ao pressed for clarification. Ling Tian, glancing at Lin Fan before proceeding cautiously, began to explain. 3 days ago, my brother-in-law and I entered the ancestral dragon vein. He discovered that the seal at the entrance had deteriorated significantly and could collapse at any moment, prompting him to set up a formation that integrated both lethal traps and seals. And then, Lu Qi inquired further. Before we returned, we encountered experts from the Tianjin sect attempting to invade the ancestral dragon vein. Should they breach the outer seal and infiltrate the formation, it would spell disaster. Once in, there would be no escape. Ling Tian grinned triumphantly. What? You speak of formations and seals? Who are you trying to deceive? Ling Shui sneered, convinced that Lin Fan lacked such capabilities. Shui, do not be disrespectful before my brother-in-law. His current abilities are beyond your imagination. Just consider how he pierced Jian Xian's Dantian and withstood Jian Feihong's full strike without succumbing. Is that something an ordinary individual could achieve? However, just as he was about to divulge further, Ling Tian suddenly appeared to recall something, swiftly clamping his mouth shut and retreating to the side, looking sullen. Tell me, how did you accomplish this? Are you concealing something from us? Ling Bing, still reeling from being deceived, demanded angrily. As a wife, the lack of knowledge regarding her husband left her quite displeased. Lin Fan found himself at a loss for words, unsure of how to explain without revealing his origins from the primordial world, where he had once been a quasi-Huan Yuan de Luo Jingxian level expert. Just as he was caught in this dilemma, the roar of the ancient ferocious beast echoed once more, shaking the earth and startling everyone into silence. Let us proceed to see what is unfolding. Ling Ao commanded gravely. The back mountain was a forbidden area, as it housed the ancient ferocious beast, the three-headed Taodai. Sealed within a cave, and entry was typically prohibited. However, at this moment, with the beast breaking free from its restraints, disciples of the Xian Yuan sect surged forward, attempting to contain it. Upon their arrival, Lin Fan and the others were met with a gruesome scene. The cave's surroundings were littered with corpses, blood flowing like rivers, and the air was thick with the stench of blood. At least 10 disciples lay slain by the merciless wrath of the three-headed Taodai, their bodies mangled and dismembered, as if devoured by the beast. This creature is vicious and devoid of humanity. It must not be allowed to descend the mountain, or it will spell disaster for the innocent people below. Elder Lu Qi declared, his forehead vein throbbing with rage. Form the array, Ling Ao commanded. Instantly, numerous experts from the Xian Yuan sect positioned themselves according to the celestial and terrestrial alignments, brandishing their swords to encircle the blood-soaked three-headed Taodai. In an instant, sensing the imminent danger, the beast began thrashing wildly, attempting to break free from its confinement. Unfortunately, the celestial and terrestrial Big Dipper array, composed of 36 celestial and 72 terrestrial forces, was not so easily breached. However, the unexpected soon transpired. Though they had managed to establish the array, it was not at its full potency due to many participants only being at the body refining stage and lacking mastery over the formation, rendering their contribution somewhat inadequate. The outcome was foreseeable. As the three-headed Tauta launched its full force escape, the array began to tremble precariously, on the verge of collapse. Master, this formation cannot contain that beast. We must consider an escape route. Elder Lucci urged anxiously, realizing the dire situation. This creature possesses the strength of an 8th-level demon beast. If it breaks free, we will have no means of retreat, Ling Ao replied despondently, despair evident in his gaze. In a heartbeat, a terrifying power erupted from the three-headed Taodai. Akin to a volcanic eruption, forcefully tearing apart the celestial and terrestrial Big Dipper array. As the formation shattered, Ling Ao, Lu Qi, Ling Tian, and over 100 others were violently hurled backward by the shockwave, crashing hard to the ground. Simultaneously, the liberated three-headed Tauta seized Ling Bing in its jaws and darted into the cave with lightning speed. Bingo! Ling Ao shouted in a frenzy. Yet, the Taoya's speed was too great for him to intervene. As the cave collapsed behind the beast, sealing the entrance, Lin Fan, with the agility of a startled phoenix, darted inside just before the sealing took place. Thus, the earth trembled and mountains shook. The cave entrance was irrevocably sealed. Chapter 14. A Life-Saving Rescue. The exhausted Dragon Vein Emperor Spirit. Father, what should we do now? Ling Tian stood before the collapsed cave, gazing at the swirling dust, frantic yet powerless. At this juncture, we must organize our forces to excavate the mountain. Even if we must dig 3 feet into the earth, we will retrieve them. With reddened eyes, Ling Ao clenched his fists tightly, exuding an indomitable spirit. Deep down, he was acutely aware that the entire mountain before them had largely collapsed, leaving their chances of survival exceedingly slim. Furthermore, there was the ancient beast, the three-headed Taodai. This creature possessed the prowess of an 8th-level demon. And even if they were fortunate enough to survive, they would likely meet their end as its meal, for together they were no match for the three-headed Taodai. At a single command, the others dared not hesitate, immediately digging furiously into the mountainside, striving to extricate them in the shortest time possible. Life demands a face. Death demands a corpse. Just before the cave collapsed, Lin Fan had rushed inside. Before he could comprehend the situation, he was struck by the falling debris and promptly lost consciousness. Ling Bing fared no better. Captured in the jaws of the three-headed Taodai, she found herself bereft of freedom. The sharp fangs pierced deep into her flesh, causing her immense pain, rendering her existence a torment. Like Lin Fan, she too was buried beneath the rubble as soon as she entered the cave, slipping into unconsciousness. Time passed. When she awoke, it was 5 days later. Though the agonizing pain persisted, the mouth-watering aroma of roasted meat instinctively stirred her senses awake. She was famished, having gone 5 days without food or water. Her hunger gnawed at her insides, leaving her feeling as if her stomach were touching her back. Upon opening her eyes, she was presented with a beautifully roasted golden leg of meat. Without a second thought, disregarding her usual ladle-like demeanor, she seized it and began to devour it ravenously. After several mouthfuls, as her senses began to clear, Ling Bing realized something was amiss. Had the cave collapsed? Were they alive or dead? Where was the three-headed Taodai? And how was there such delectable roasted meat here? With heightened vigilance, Ling Bing surveyed her surroundings, only to notice Lin Fan seated nearby, also voraciously consuming a roasted leg. A wave of relief washed over her. Where is this? Are we alive or dead? She asked, staring vacantly at Lin Fan, whose clothes were in tatters. From the depths of the cave, Lin Fan looked up at her, his voice slightly weak but resolute. As long as I am here, you will not perish. And the three-headed Taodai? Ling Bing pressed further. Isn't that what you were eating? Lin Fan feigned calmness, taking a hefty bite of the greasy meat. What? Gasping in horror. Ling Bing quickly realized the implication and hurled the half-eaten Taodai leg away, her voice trembling. You killed it? If it hadn't died, we would have been the ones to perish. Lin Fan, still shaken, replied, Indeed. But Ling Bing began, but as she attempted to move, a sharp pain shot through her, prompting a cry of agony. The gashes on her chest, inflicted by the three-headed Taodai, were now bandaged with torn pieces of Lin Fan's clothing. This meant he had seen her in all her vulnerability. What have you done to me? She exclaimed, shoving Lin Fan away, clutching her torn clothing, her anger flaring. You took advantage of me, you despicable, sordid, shameless wretch. To her surprise, Lin Fan, who was supposed to be impervious, staggered and fell to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth, looking utterly wretched. It was only then that Ling Bing noticed his numerous wounds, each telling a tale of fierce combat. Blood and flesh torn apart, a sight too ghastly to behold. What has happened to you? She rushed to him, panic rising in her voice. Did you really think the three-headed Taotai was easy to deal with? The fact that I am alive is a miracle, but perhaps death would be better. It would resolve everything, just as you wished. I know you have always looked down upon me. Blood oozed from the corner of his mouth, and Lin Fan, barely clinging to consciousness, fell silent. Lin Fan, don't scare me. Ling Bing's heart raced as she gazed at his pitiful state, her usual pride and aloofness crumbling in the face of fear and concern. Indeed, she had always underestimated Lin Fan. Yet, his actions over the past 3 days had been nothing short of astonishing. Sacrificing himself to save her in the arena was one thing, but this time, he had willingly jumped into danger for her sake, even at the cost of his own life. Ling Bing felt a swell of regret and guilt as she recalled how she had treated him, never considering him as a man. Why are you so foolish? Why did you follow me in? You cannot die. I command you to live. I can promise you, if you survive, I will accept you as my husband. I will never let you sleep on the ground again. If we can escape alive, I will consider sharing a bed with you. You said that yourself. Suddenly, Lin Fan opened his eyes and sat up, a triumphant smile gracing his face. What? You tricked me? Ling Bing was filled with surprise and embarrassment, chastising him playfully. Unable to contain himself, Lin Fan coughed up more blood. Seeing this, Ling Bing's expression turned serious, her brow furrowed with concern. What is happening to you? I won't die. But my condition is far from optimistic. That beast was exceedingly fierce. Wiping the blood from his lips, Lin Fan trembled slightly. The three-headed Taotai is an 8th-level demon, equivalent to the realm of annihilation. I am curious, how did you manage to kill it? Ling Bing inquired further. It was gravely injured by the collapsing mountain. I merely took advantage of the situation, Lin Fan downplayed, reluctant to elaborate. However, Ling Bing was no fool. The gruesome wounds on his body told a different story, revealing that he had engaged in a fierce battle with the three-headed Taotai. Though he had emerged victorious, the price he paid was exorbitant. The grim details, though not witnessed, were vividly imaginable. Protect me. I need to heal. Lin Fan's tone was almost commanding. He was indeed gravely injured. Without the protection of his indomitable body, he might have succumbed to that beast. Regardless of whether Ling Bing was willing to protect him, Lin Fan sat down cross-legged. Instantly, a profound energy enveloped him, and his wounds began to heal at a visible pace, leaving Ling Bing in awe, scarcely believing her own eyes. After the passage of time, Lin Fan's injuries were entirely healed, the ghastly wounds restored as if he had never been harmed. When he opened his eyes again, he radiated vitality and vigor. Are you healed? Ling Bing asked in astonishment. Nothing serious. Lin Fan nodded nonchalantly. Why have I never seen the yellow energy you used for healing before? And how could your injuries heal so swiftly? Ling Bing, filled with doubt, found that Lin Fan's peculiarities had completely overturned her understanding. That is the power of the Xian Wang. It is not surprising that you have never seen it before, for I have only just unleashed it, Lin Fan remarked casually. How many secrets do you possess that remain unknown to others? Why do I feel as though I no longer recognize you? You seem like a completely different person. Ling Bing said, furrowing her brow as she voiced her confusion. Do you prefer the current me or the former me? Lin Fan replied with a hint of irreverence. You. Do not forget your promise to me. Once we escape, we shall consummate our union. He teased. Dream on. In the pitch-black cave, the two engaged in playful banter, laughing without fear. However, upon regaining their composure, they were astonished to discover that within the collapsed mountain lay an entirely different world. As they ventured deeper into the mountain's depths, they stumbled upon an unfamiliar realm that was nothing short of astonishing. They continued their descent, unsure of how long they had been walking, but they could clearly sense the spiritual energy around them growing increasingly dense, almost suffocating. Glancing at each other, Lin Fan and Ling Bing both recognized the surprise in one another's eyes. Yet, they shared a tacit understanding and chose to remain silent, pressing onward. Moments later, an invisible barrier obstructed their path, resembling an intangible wall that rendered them unable to advance. Could it be that the legends are true? Ling Bing exclaimed in shock, her expression changing as excitement nearly rendered her speechless. What legends? Lin Fan inquired casually. What, you truly do not know? After scrutinizing Lin Fan's face, Ling Bing, seeing he was not pretending, declared, the legend states that my Xian Yuan sect was the foremost sect on the Xuanwu continent 1,000 years ago. An unparalleled existence that possessed the imperial spirit dragon vein, the most powerful dragon vein on the continent. However, as the imperial spirit dragon vein dwindled, the Xian Yuan sect gradually fell into decline, to the point where it can no longer be considered among the top 10 sections. I believe this was merely a tale. But now it seems the legend is indeed true. If all goes well, we are currently standing upon the fabled Imperial Spirit Dragon Vein. Ling Bing spoke animatedly. Her expression transformed with fervor. But the legend says the Imperial Spirit Dragon Vein has dried up, does it not? Given the richness of the spiritual energy around us. It hardly seems like a depleted dragon vein. Lin Fan remarked sharply as he surveyed their surroundings. That is precisely what puzzles me. However, this clarifies why the three-headed Taodai, despite having broken free, returned. It likely discovered that the Imperial Spirit Dragon Vein had not been exhausted, Ling Bing mused. Just then, Lin Fan raised his hand, signaling her to be quiet, his expression turning vigilant. He lowered his voice. Be cautious. There is a terrifyingly powerful presence within this seal. Are you certain? I do not feel anything, Ling Bing whispered, looking at Lin Fan with a peculiar expression. After all, how could Lin Fan, who had only reached the third level of body refinement, detect a presence that even a true essence realm master like her could not? Without explanation, Lin Fan stood before the seal, his hands forming intricate gestures. Moments later, to Ling Bing's astonishment, he suddenly slashed through the void with one hand, transforming it into a sword. In an instant, a torrent of dense spiritual energy rushed toward them, causing Ling Bing to stumble back in shock, her eyes reflecting a look of disbelief. The seemingly impenetrable seal had been effortlessly breached by him. You are skilled in sealing techniques? Why have I never heard of this in all the time we've spent together? Ling Bing asked, her surprise evident as she regarded Lin Fan with suspicion. The man she once deemed useless was becoming increasingly enigmatic. It seems you've never allowed me the opportunity for deeper conversation, otherwise I would not have to sleep on the ground. Lin Fan retorted, displeased. Indeed, the spiritual energy here is truly abundant. Ling Bing hastily diverted the topic, wishing to avoid dwelling on that particular issue. Immersed in the sea of spiritual energy, her excitement grew. If the Imperial Spirit Dragon Vein had not dried up, it would present a magnificent opportunity for the revival of the Xian Yuan sect, with its resurgence imminent. It could be confidently asserted that within a century, the Xian Yuan sect would reclaim its place among the top 10 sects, and in less than 500 years, it could once again rise to prominence. Where did that powerful presence go? Ling Bing asked uneasily, glancing around. It was just here, Lin Fan replied, puzzled. This cave has been used to suppress the ancient beast, the three-headed Taodai, for over 200 years. It is impossible for anyone to be hiding here, Ling Bing stated emphatically. She continued. If my father and the others knew the Imperial Spirit Dragon Vein had not dried up, they would be overjoyed. It has been 5 days, and there has been no movement outside. The remaining meat from the three-headed Taotai should sustain us for a while. Let us hope they manage to break through before we starve, Lin Fan said disgruntledly. They certainly will not give up, despite her words. Ling Bing appeared unsettled as she looked at Lin Fan, asking, what should we do next? Should we indulge ourselves? Let us consummate our union here. What are you thinking? You had best rid yourself of such sordid thoughts, she warned, casting Lin Fan a disapproving glance. This man, he was becoming increasingly irreverent. Yet, she found herself not entirely disapproving. Rather, she felt a twinge of anticipation. Ling Bing even thought that if he were to do something in the pitch-black cave, perhaps, maybe, she would not refuse. Surrounded by darkness, with visibility reduced to nothing, Lin Fan and Ling Bing dared not act recklessly. They settled onto the ground to meditate, awaiting rescue. As the foremost of the 10 dragon veins, the spiritual energy within the Imperial Spirit Dragon Vein was exceptionally rich, nearly reaching a liquid state. Lin Fan was determined not to miss this rare opportunity for cultivation. As the 100 spiritual veins within him activated simultaneously, voraciously absorbing the energy from the Imperial Spirit Dragon Vein, he could distinctly perceive the 100 streams of spiritual energy flowing into him like a continuous river. He was single-handedly drawing upon the entire Imperial Spirit Dragon Vein, a sight that was nothing short of astonishing. Ling Bing possessed 7 spiritual veins, a source of pride and a point of boast. However, at this moment, as she realized Lin Fan had a staggering number of veins, her eyes widened in disbelief. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 100. As she confirmed that Lin Fan possessed 100 spiritual veins, her composure shattered in an instant. According to the sacred texts throughout history, the maximum number of spiritual veins had never exceeded 9. Yet here stood Lin Fan with 100. If possessing 3 spiritual veins marked one as a genius and 5 as a prodigy, how should one define Lin Fan, who possessed 100? Was he even human? A monster. Reflecting on the past, how absurd it seems that she once looked down upon him. Believing herself to be the center of the universe due to her possession of 7 spirit veins. In the presence of Lin Fan, who boasts 100 spirit veins. 7 spirit veins are utterly insignificant. What right did she have to regard him with disdain? It turns out the true fool was she herself. For the next 3 days, Lin Fan voraciously absorbed spiritual energy. After 3 days and nights of cultivation within the great ancestor dragon vein, he ascended from the 3rd layer of body refinement to the 9th layer of true essence. Now, by once again consuming the spiritual energy from the imperial spirit dragon vein for another 3 days and nights in seclusion, he directly broke through to the 9th layer of spirit communication, standing just a hair's breadth away from the earthly realm. As the foremost of the 10 dragon veins, the spiritual energy within the imperial spirit dragon vein was indeed far more abundant than that of the great ancestor dragon vein. Lin Fan, with his 100 spirit veins, devoured for 3 days and nights, and yet the energy within the dragon vein diminished by less than 1/10,000th. Just as he intended to break through to the earthly realm and emerge from his seclusion, a terrifying aura suddenly bore down upon him, forcing him to halt his meditation. In an instant, a colossal skull, entirely composed of spiritual power, with fiery eyes and a gaping maw revealing sharp fangs, breached the confines of time and space to attack them. The abruptness of the situation caught them off guard. Lin Fan and Ling Bing scarcely comprehended the circumstances before the specter of death loomed ominously nearby. Ling Bing was paralyzed with fear. The elusive yet dreadful presence rendering her incapable of movement, resigned to her fate. In contrast, Lin Fan, possessing the memories of his past life, scoffed at the threat. Having once been on the brink of the primordial great Luo Golden Immortal realm, he had witnessed countless formidable scenes. The menacing display before him was child's play, hardly worthy of his concern. Nevertheless, being only at the 9th layer of spirit communication, Lin Fan was not reckless enough to gamble with his life, especially with Ling Bing behind him. Thus, at the moment the threat approached, he instinctively shielded her, ensuring her safety. Then, with a flourish, Lin Fan conjured a shield, adorned with runes and forged from the power of profound yellow, which appeared before him to firmly deflect the colossal skull's assault. The moment the skull, charged with overwhelming force, collided with the shield, it erupted in a cataclysmic display of destructive energy that engulfed the entire dragon vein. The clash of spear and shield ensued, neither able to best the other. Upon impact, the gigantic skull vanished, dissipating into nothingness. Indeed, not only was he extraordinarily gifted, but his defenses were equally formidable, leaving one in awe. To kill yet to fail, a weary voice echoed, sending chills down their spines. Turning towards the source, they beheld an old man, hair disheveled and face obscured, materializing before them, enshrouded in an aura of terrifying black spiritual power, an emblem of a void realm expert. It was hard to believe that such a mysterious figure lay hidden at the depths of the imperial spirit dragon vein. "Who are you? What brings you here?" Lin Fan inquired, his senses heightened in alertness. "Who am I?" The old man pondered, a myriad of emotions flooding him. "I am Yun Ding Tian. After more than 1,000 years, I fear no one remembers me." The words struck a chord. Upon hearing the name Yun Ding Tian, Ling Bing, who had been hiding behind Lin Fan, trembled and rushed forward. "You claim to be Yun Ding Tian? Our founder of the Xianyuan sect also bears that name. Could it be?" Realizing the old man's assertion coincided with the timeline, it was plausible that this eerie figure was indeed the first leader of the Xianyuan sect. "Ah, so there are still those who remember me." Yun Ding Tian expressed his astonishment. "Could it be that you were truly the founder of the Xianyuan sect?" Lin Fan queried, astonished. Without further explanation, the old man transformed his hand into a sword and effortlessly executed the legendary Xianyuan 9 swords. "This is the Xianyuan 9 swords. So, you indeed are our first sect master?" Ling Bing exclaimed with joy, hastily pressing for answers. "But why are you here?" "According to records, you perished during the tribulation. How can this be?" "Ah, it is a long story." Yun Ding Tian mused, running his fingers through his tousled hair. "During my tribulation, I was indeed deceived and failed. However, in my moment of disintegration, I became a scattered immortal, hiding here ever since." "What about the depletion of the imperial spirit dragon vein?" Ling Bing continued, as the largest dragon vein in the Xuanwu continent. "It seems to have started its decline ever since. The reason is quite simple. At that time, although the Xianyuan sect was the most formidable sect on the Xuanwu continent, its zenith was inevitably followed by decline, a natural law. Behind the glory lay relentless internal strife, leading to its gradual downfall, an irreversible fate. Thus, I secretly sealed the imperial spirit dragon vein, awaiting the emergence of a fated one to unlock it again. In hindsight, my decision was indeed wise. For I have finally encountered you. As he spoke, Yunding Tian's gaze lingered on Lin Fan, evidently impressed by his remarkable talent. One thing puzzles me. As the founder of the Xianyuan sect, why did you allow it to decline? Did you not consider stepping forth to avert the crisis? With your status and the power of a scattered immortal, that should not have been an issue, Lin Fan articulated his confusion. Phases wax and wane, waters rise and overflow. Every rise must face a fall. All things reach their extremes before reversing. The fate of the Xianyuan sect was beyond my control, even had I intervened. I could not change its ultimate demise. Moreover, even if I had not emerged, while the Xianyuan sect may have waned, it would not have faced annihilation. After a millennium, with talents such as you, it can certainly rise again. I believe the time has come, Yunding Tian declared, his spirit soaring. Suddenly, a faint murmur arose from outside, followed by a tremor that shook the earth. Instantly, the once composed Yunding Tian's expression turned grave, his voice trembling as he said, "The great calamity of a millennium. It appears we cannot evade it. Ah, there are sounds outside. It seems the mountain has been breached." Ling Bing exclaimed with uncontainable joy, tears welling in her eyes as she turned to Lin Fan. "Do not forget the promise you made me." Lin Fan teased. A tremor coursed through her heart. Remembering her words, Ling Bing turned shy. She had previously thought Lin Fan was doomed and wished to leave no regrets, hence she made her vow. Little did she expect Lin Fan's unmatched defenses to prevail, surviving the ordeal with ease, even devouring the three formidable beasts. Across from them, the once tranquil Yunding Tian grew increasingly solemn upon mentioning the impending millennium calamity, as though facing a formidable foe. Observing this, Lin Fan pondered deeply, then earnestly asked, "May I inquire, is it your scattered immortal tribulation that has arrived?" With a bitter nod, Yunding Tian replied, "The tribulation of scattered immortals occurs once every 100 years for minor trials, and once every 1,000 years for major trials. Each trial is more perilous than the last. For these past years, I have concealed myself here primarily to evade the calamity of the scattered immortals, although I managed to narrowly escape the minor tribulations of a century. The major tribulation of a millennium is an inevitability I cannot elude. Remarkably, there remains less than half a month until this great calamity strikes. Given this brief respite, why has the tribulation of scattered immortals descended upon me now? Although the confines of the cave obscure my view of the outside world, the unparalleled majesty of celestial authority resonates deeply within me, instilling an acute sense of unease. Major tribulations may only arrive prematurely, never delayed. Typically, a few years advance is quite ordinary, especially considering that I am less than half a month away from the day of final judgment. There is no escaping this trial. My mind, as clear as glass, reflects the bitter truths conveyed by Yunding Tian. What are your plans now? Lin Fan inquired, maintaining a calm demeanor. The appearance of the calamity cloud at this moment is likely linked to the exposure of my current aura. I can still conceal my presence for approximately half a month. But I hope you two can grant me one request, Yunding Tian stated, his expression grave. The two exchanged glances, and Lin Fan replied earnestly, "Speak freely. Whatever is within our power, we shall strive to fulfill. Do not reveal my whereabouts, and certainly do not disclose to anyone that I am still alive. For the millennium tribulation, I wish to take a gamble and see if I can endure." Yunding Tian spoke earnestly. "While I cannot promise anything else, rest assured. We will not utter a word until you have ascended through your tribulation. Should we violate this oath, may the heavens strike us down." Lin Bing vowed resolutely. "With your assurance, I find solace," Yunding Tian nodded, gazing at Lin Fan with immense gratitude. "You possess 100 spiritual veins in my 1,000 years of existence. I have never encountered such a prodigious talent. With the Imperial Spirit Dragon Vein combined with your abilities, I believe the resurgence of the Xianyuan sect is imminent." Upon concluding his words, Yunding Tian gestured, and an energy surged into Lin Fan's brow. In the next moment, he vanished as if he had never existed. "Has he departed?" Lin Bing murmured, a sense of loss washing over her. Then, with surprise, she turned to Lin Fan and asked, "What did he do to you?" "Nothing much. I think I glimpsed an advanced version of the Xianyuan Nine Swords," Lin Fan replied honestly, just as Lin Bing sought to inquire further. Ling Ao and the others rushed in. "Excellent. I knew you two would be all right." Ling Ao exclaimed, tears of joy welling in his eyes, genuinely relieved. "Sister, why is Lin Bing covered in blood, with even your clothing wrapped around her wound?" Ling Shui asked, her concern evident. "It's nothing. I was bitten by a three-headed taodai. The injury has been treated. It's not serious." Lin Bing feigned calmness. "Did your brother-in-law help you with that?" Ling Shui teased, deliberately changing her address. It was noteworthy that she had never referred to him as such before, always using his name directly. Surprisingly, you are quite responsible for risking yourself to save my sister. I hereby recognize you as my brother-in-law, Ling Shui declared, looking at the tattered Lin Fan with admiration. Well, I am flattered. Lin Fan chuckled, not taking it too seriously. Wait, what is that? Suddenly, Ling Tian exclaimed, as if he had discovered something. The group turned to see a massive skeletal structure, exuding a faint odor of decay. If I am not mistaken, this should be the remains of the ancient beast, the three-headed Taodai. But how did it perish? Elder Lu Qi remarked, frowning with apprehension. Judging by the size of the remains, it is indeed a three-headed Taodai. Ling Ao analyzed, then turned to Lin Fan and Lin Bing, astonished. What on earth happened? Could it be that the three-headed Taodai is truly dead? Let me take a wild guess. Your brother-in-law must have slain it and roasted it. As there is a fire pit and bones nearby, Ling Tian speculated boldly, not waiting for Lin Fan's response. Seeing the astonished expressions of the others, Lin Fan recognized they awaited an explanation. Since there was little to conceal, he smiled calmly and stated nonchalantly that creature was struck by a collapsing mountain, severely weakening it. And I took advantage of the situation. To be honest, I owe much to it these past few days. Without it, both Lin Bing and I would surely have perished from starvation here. So I was right? Ling Tian exclaimed excitedly, his expression exaggerated. If word gets out that you roasted an ancient beast, brother-in-law, you will truly become renowned. I merely acted out of necessity, nothing more, Lin Fan replied with serene composure. Wait, have you all noticed the air is thick with spiritual energy? Ling Ao finally discerned something amiss, realizing the implications. He felt a surge of excitement and hurried deeper into the Imperial Spirit Dragon vein. Records indicate this was once a barren Imperial Spirit Dragon vein. Why is there such abundant spiritual energy now? Could it be that the vein has not truly withered? Elder Lu Qi exclaimed, tears of joy brimming in his eyes as he quickly followed Ling Ao, adding, if the Imperial Spirit Dragon vein has not perished, then our Xian Yuan sect need not languish in such despair. Brother-in-law, what is going on? Ling Tian focused his gaze on Lin Fan, eager to uncover the truth. They are not mistaken. The Imperial Spirit Dragon vein has merely been sealed, not exhausted, Lin Fan affirmed with certainty. Then, aside from the Taizu Dragon vein, our Xian Yuan sect has gained another Imperial Spirit Dragon vein? Truly wonderful. Heaven has favored us. Ling Tian rejoiced, overwhelmed with excitement. In the next moment, he and Ling Shui dashed deeper into the vein. Lin Fan had intended to assist them in helping Lin Bing back to rest, but in the blink of an eye, everyone had run off. Shaking his head in resignation, he glanced at the still-injured Lin Bing, who struggled to stand, and said, at this critical moment, it seems the only one you can rely on is me. Did you not notice they did that on purpose? Lin Bing replied dismissively. Did they? I truly did not observe that, but it is of little consequence now. With that, he crouched down and said, come, I shall carry you back. Ling Bing hesitated. Yet the severity of her injuries rendered her powerless despite her intentions. When she attempted to lean on Lin Fan's back, the pressure on her chest wound caused blood to seep out, prompting a painful groan from her. Observing her discomfort, Lin Fan decided to cradle her in a princess carry, gently bringing her back. Lin Fan and Ling Bing honored their promise, refraining from disclosing the existence of Yun Ding Tian. However, news of the Emperor's Spirit Dragon vein not being depleted spread like wildfire. By the time Ling Ao realized the gravity of the situation and ordered a news lockdown, it was already too late. The Emperor's Spirit Dragon vein, being the foremost among the 10 great dragon veins of the Xuanwu continent, had the potential to disrupt the established balance of the continent and alter its future landscape. More critically, the current Xian Yuan sect lacked the capability to safeguard the Emperor's Spirit Dragon vein. This impending crisis left Ling Ao in a state of perpetual anxiety. For the emergence of the Emperor's Spirit Dragon vein brought not only opportunity but also significant peril. Presumably, the 10 great sects were already fixated on the Emperor's Spirit Dragon vein, poised to strike when the moment was ripe, thus threatening the very existence of the Xian Yuan sect. At Sword Spirit Mountain, the headquarters of the Tianjin sect, the atmosphere in the Tianjin Grand Hall was tense. Sectmaster Jian Feihong, along with the 4 elders, Jian Mo, Jian Qi, Jian Kuang, and Jian Tan, gathered. The resurgence of the Emperor's Spirit Dragon vein filled them with unease, akin to facing a formidable foe. The prospect of the Xian Yuan sect rising was not favorable for the Tianjin sect. Hence, the elders convened with a singular objective, to deliberate whether to annihilate the Xian Yuan sect and seize both the Emperor's Spirit Dragon vein and the Taizu Dragon vein for themselves. Sect Master, at this juncture, I believe further discussion is unnecessary. Simply give the command to act. With our Tianjin sect strength, even if we deploy merely a third of our forces, we can effortlessly eradicate the Xin Yuan sect, Jianqi declared, his gaze fierce and filled with murderous intent. Indeed, the Emperor's Spirit Dragon Vein is the pinnacle among the 10 dragon veins. If we eliminate the Xin Yuan sect and claim it, the Tianjin sect could ascend to the zenith of the Xuanwu continent. Is this not what we have relentlessly pursued? Jiantan added, his eyes glimmering with desire. If you continue to hesitate, the other sects will take action first. With interests at stake, we must act decisively, Jian Kuang urged, his eyes burning with fervor. While annihilating the Xin Yuan sect was certainly feasible, the moment they acted, the Tianjin sect would become a target of collective ire. The other sects, equally covetous of the Emperor's Spirit Dragon Vein, would not simply stand by and watch as the Tianjin sect monopolized it. This was a crucial consideration that needed thorough contemplation before proceeding, ensuring absolute certainty of success. As Sect Master Jian Feihong expressed his grave concerns, his demeanor serious. Indecision breeds chaos. With my presence, the Tianjin sect shall not falter. At that moment, a voice resonated, gravelly and seasoned. Upon hearing it, everyone present, including Sect Master Jian Feihong, adopted a posture of utmost respect and reverence. At this critical juncture, the speaker was none other than the previous Sect Master, Jian Xing. He decisively commanded the eradication of the Xin Yuan sect. Chapter 17. The moment of reckoning approaches, the battle of slaughter commences. What was destined to occur eventually came to pass. Ling Ao's fears materialized. On this day, led by Sect Master Jian Feihong and supported by the 4 elders, Jian Mo, Jian Qi, Jian Kuang, and Jian Tan, over 500 formidable experts from the Tianjin sect surrounded the Xin Yuan sect with overwhelming force. There was no room for negotiation. Sect Master Jian Feihong brought nearly half of the Tianjin sect's power with him, intent on bloodshed. In terms of strength, they could easily crush the Xin Yuan sect, annihilating them entirely. The progression of events unfolded far more smoothly than anticipated. The experts of the Tianjin sect, united in purpose, advanced with unstoppable momentum, rendering the defenses of the Xin Yuan sect utterly ineffective. Soon, they cornered the Xin Yuan sect's experts within their mountain gates. Although the formidable Tiangang Dijabeda formation guarded the entrance, preventing the Tianjin sect's experts from breaching it momentarily, it was merely a matter of time before they would succeed. In the grand hall of the Xin Yuan sect, the elders wore solemn expressions, their demeanor grave as they faced the imminent threat. Despite having anticipated this crisis and adopting a strategic retreat, the reality of being besieged still unsettled them. Sect Master, this time, Sect Master Jian Feihong has personally come. Accompanied by the 4 elders, Jian Mo, Jian Qi, Jian Kuang, and Jian Tan, along with over 500 elite experts. They are devising a plan to breach the Tiangang Dijabeda formation. Though it is our sect's protective formation, renowned for its unmatched power. If they are determined to break through, it may not hold for long, Lu Qi stated gravely, his expression reflecting the seriousness of the situation. With such a formidable enemy at our doorstep, do any of you have thoughts to share? Ling Ao, composed and steady, did not allow the encirclement to disrupt his focus. Humph. The Tianjin sect is overstepping its bounds. The Emperor's Spirit Dragon Vein rightfully belongs to our Xin Yuan sect, as evidenced by historical records. How dare they attempt to seize it? Elder Huang Xiong exclaimed, his indignation palpable. The law of the jungle prevails, only the strong survive. The allure of the Emperor's Spirit Dragon Vein is too great. Even if the Tianjin sect refrains from action, other sects will undoubtedly seek to obliterate us. This is an unavoidable reality we must confront on our path to resurgence. Our immediate priority is to devise a strategy to overcome the Tianjin sect and ensure our survival. Elder Zhou Yin remarked calmly, maintaining a semblance of composure. Nodding in agreement, Ling Ao turned his attention to Lin Fan, who had remained silent until then, and spoke with clarity. Xiao Fan, what are your thoughts on this matter? Please share your insights. Me? Lin Fan responded, somewhat taken aback. Given his previous status as a mere waste, he felt unworthy of being in the Grand Hall, let alone voicing an opinion. Recently, however, his remarkable achievements had begun to alter the perceptions of those around him. I am curious to know your perspective on this situation, Ling Ao reiterated, genuinely interested in his input. I do not claim to possess profound insights, but the Emperor's Spirit Dragon Vein is highly coveted. Today it is the Tianjin sect, and tomorrow it could be the Xiankong Temple. This cycle will continue, and we shall never know peace, making development impossible. If we wish to avoid becoming targets, we must decisively strike against the Tianjin sect, inflicting significant losses upon them and compelling them to pay a price. Ideally, we should aim to obliterate them entirely. This would serve as a warning to those other sects lurking with ill intentions, making them aware that we are not to be trifled with, quelling their ambitions before they can take root. Only then can the Xian Yuan sect transform and seize the opportunity for growth, Lin Fan articulated, his thoughts sharp and clear. Your words may seem easy, yet the Tianjin sect has developed over millennia, possessing deep roots and standing among the 10 great sects. Their strength far surpasses that of our Xian Yuan sect. Even with only half of their experts present, we are not in a position to contend with them. Huang Xiong scoffed, dismissing Lin Fan's argument. Indeed, while I acknowledge the validity of your viewpoint, our Xian Yuan sect is a mere ant attempting to shake a tree. We are simply too weak to threaten the powerful Tianjin sect, let alone eradicate them, he added. It is a matter of human determination. If we lack the courage to take a desperate gamble, I advise you to surrender and willingly relinquish the Emperor's Spirit Dragon Vein and the Taizu Dragon Vein. Lin Fan retorted, his tone steeped in sarcasm. You. He was taken aback by the rebuttal. Elder Huang Xiong was consumed by rage, yet found himself at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Ling Bing, who had remained silent throughout, gazed at Lin Fan with deep admiration. His words resonated with her, igniting a genuine sense of excitement and a newfound respect for him. As Lin Fan and Huang Xiong clashed verbally, the situation threatened to spiral out of control, prompting Ling Ao to step forward to regain order. The winds of fate stirred, and the matter of the Imperial Spirit Dragon Vein was intrinsically tied to the survival of our Xian Yuan sect. Even if we were to relinquish the Imperial Spirit Dragon Vein, the Tianjin sect might not grant us a path to safety. We currently find ourselves akin to a succulent piece of meat, surrounded by countless watchful eyes, each yearning for a taste. If we do not dare to reveal our fangs and demonstrate our strength, we shall face annihilation. Ling Ao spoke earnestly. However, sect leader, you are aware of the immense power of the Tianjin sect. The disparity between our strengths is insurmountable, a chasm too great to bridge. Even if we resolve to fight to the death, it would merely lead to needless casualties without any significance. Huang Xiong implored, his voice heavy with concern. He did not fear death, but he loathed the thought of dying without purpose. In truth, since my ascension to the position of sect leader, I have been clandestinely engaged in a significant endeavor, one that none of you are aware of. Ling Ao's tone shifted, revealing an enigmatic confidence. Father, what is it? Ling Tian inquired curiously, and the curiosity of the others intensified upon realizing even he was uninformed. I have been secretly cultivating a force of 300 individuals, each possessing extraordinary talent, all endowed with 4 or more spiritual veins, and trained in the Xian Yuan Heart Sutra and the Xian Yuan Nine Swords. This force has begun to take shape and possesses considerable combat capability, with some having already attained the initial heaven realm. While there remains a substantial gap compared to the formidable Tianjin sect, I firmly believe that their emergence will be nothing short of astonishing, allowing us to weather this calamity with relative ease. Ling Ao's revelation left the 3 elders astounded, their mouths agape in disbelief. 300? All possessing extraordinary talents with 4 spiritual veins or more. Sect leader, are you certain you are not jesting? Where did you find such prodigies? Lu Qi exclaimed in shock, genuinely taken aback. His admiration for the seemingly unambitious Ling Ao grew immeasurably. You are all aware of the schemes against Tian. Over the years, I have traversed the Xianwu continent, visiting every possible location. Beyond assisting him in searching for renowned physicians, I have been on a quest to identify and nurture exceptional talents. I found each of those 300 individuals personally, and they have not disappointed me. Growing rapidly in strength, Ling Ao spoke with pride, a look of satisfaction gracing his features. But where are they? It is no simple task to keep so many people hidden from prying eyes. Lu Qi pressed on. In the forbidden area of the back mountain lies the Xianyuan Cave. Though the exterior is devoid of spiritual energy, the Xianyuan Cave connects to the Imperial Spirit Dragon Vein, serving as the last bastion of spiritual energy on the once magnificent Songlan Mountain. Ling Ao stated matter-of-factly. The Xianyuan Cave is a restricted area, accessible only to the sect leader. Elder Zhou Yin interjected with frustration. To rise, one must take risks and venture where others cannot. Ling Ao asserted with determination. Years ago, he had refrained from disclosing this secret out of fear of opposition, and it was precisely due to that decisive choice that he now stood resolute. Even with the Tianjin sect poised to strike. Sect leader, what are those individuals? May we have the honor of seeing them? Zhou Yan's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Nodding, Ling Ao performed a hand gesture, and a surge of purple spiritual energy surged toward the Xianyuan Cave in the back mountain. Soon, 200 masters clad in white descended upon them, their movements synchronized, well-trained, and orderly, each emanating a formidable aura. Upon witnessing these elite warriors, Huang Xiong who had previously harbored doubts about confronting the Tianjin sect, felt his blood surge with newfound vigor, eyes ablaze with excitement. We pay our respects to the sect leader. The 200 masters landed, sheathing their swords as they knelt in unison, their voices resounding powerfully. After nurturing these soldiers for 1,000 days, the moment to unleash them has arrived. Now, as the Xian Yuan sect faces impending doom with the Tianjin sect's experts at our gates, whether we survive this trial rests entirely upon your shoulders. Ling Ao, enveloped in purple spiritual energy, floated effortlessly in the air, his spirit unwavering. After enduring hardships for many years, he awaited this very moment. Sect leader, they are breaking the formation. What shall we do next? Elder Lucci asked, his demeanor brimming with anticipation for the impending battle. Reinforce the formation. Let them witness the true might of the Xian Yuan sect, Ling Ao declared with fervor, as if invigorated by a surge of adrenaline. Meanwhile, the experts of the Tianjin sect were tirelessly attempting to breach the formation. However, the Tiangang Dishabedu array was exceedingly intricate and formidable. Despite their relentless efforts, they found it impossible to dismantle it in a short span of time. As Jian Feihong grew increasingly impatient, suddenly, the protective array of the Xian Yuan sect dissipated, leaving the Tianjin sect experts in shock. Unable to comprehend the sight before them. What is happening? Sensing something amiss, Jian Kuang stepped forward, demanding answers. It appears that the Tiangang Dishabedu array has been voluntarily dismantled, a foremost array master remarked, bewildered. Dismantled? Are they truly so eager for death? Jian Kuang's expression twisted into a cruel smile. Sect leader, issue the command. Jian Tan, filled with bloodlust, urged. His motives extended beyond the imperial spirit dragon vein. He sought the Long Yuan sword held by Ling Ao. Legend had it that the Long Yuan sword belonged to the founder of the Xian Yuan sect, Yunding Tian, and later became a symbol of the sect leader's authority, considered the supreme treasure of the Xian Yuan sect. The Long Yuan sword was known for its unparalleled sharpness, capable of severing hair and slicing through steel, ranking among the 10 divine swords of the Xianwu continent. Jian Tan had coveted the Long Yuan sword for many years, and this presented an opportunity to fulfill his long-held desire. Facing the fervent gazes of the crowd, Jian Feihong, with a piercing glare, declared passionately, all of you, heed my command. Annihilate the Xian Yuan sect without mercy. Chapter 18. 1,000 swords unite, the 8 gates golden log formation. Confident in their strategy, Jian Feihong believed the Xian Yuan sect lacked the strength to resist. Yet, just as the experts of the Tianjin sect received their orders and charged like wolves into the heart of the mountain gate, an overwhelming surge of terrifying auras erupted, sweeping toward them like autumn winds scattering leaves. This sight left Jian Feihong utterly dumbfounded. The presence of the sword demon, sword madman, and others left them utterly astounded. Who would have anticipated that the seemingly insignificant Xian Yuan sect possessed the strength to rival them, catching everyone off guard? With a swift whoosh and a thunderous boom, the two formidable forces intertwined like meteors colliding with the earth, unleashing a terrifying energy that instantaneously engulfed the entire Kanglan Mountain. The one-sided scenario that Jian Feihong had envisioned did not materialize. On the contrary, the depth displayed by the Xian Yuan sect exceeded all expectations, particularly with the 300 secretly trained experts whose combat prowess was astonishing. They surged forward like a torrent, unstoppable, slaying gods and Buddhas alike, leaving the elite of the Heavenly Sword sect utterly unprepared and defenseless. How could this be? How could the Xian Yuan sect possess so many elite fighters? Jian Feihong murmured, his expression a mask of disbelief. Surprised, are you? Ling Ao, wielding the Long Yuan sword, approached Jian Feihong with cold eyes and a taunting demeanor. Where did these 300 experts come from? I had never heard of their existence before. Their eyes locked in a moment of confrontation, Jian Feihong boldly inquired. Upon a brief observation, he was astonished to discover that these individuals not only possessed exceptional talent with at least 4 spiritual veins but had also mastered the Xian Yuan 9 swords. It was evident that they were meticulously cultivated assassins of the Xian Yuan sect, previously unknown to the world. They have always existed, but unfortunately for you, they have encountered your Heavenly Sword sect. Since you are intent on annihilating my Xian Yuan sect, allow me to demonstrate our true strength, Ling Ao declared with an air of superiority. At that moment, a fierce glint flashed in his blood-red eyes as he swung the Long Yuan sword, decisively unleashing the Xian Yuan 9 swords in a sweeping motion. Jian Feihong, equally at the transformation stage, felt no fear. Moreover, a sense of being outmaneuvered fueled his resolve, and he met Ling Ao's aggressive advance with unwavering confidence. The clash of 2 transformation stage masters resulted in a fierce and desperate confrontation, each equally matched. Meanwhile, The sword demon faced Lu Qi, the sword enthusiast squared off against Huang Xiong, the sword madman confronted Zhou Yin, and sword greed battled Lin Fan. You, who pierced my disciple Jian Xian's Dantian with a single strike, I shall witness your abilities. Sword Greed's eyes gleamed with malice as he regarded Lin Fan with disdain. As a master of the integration stage, his strength far surpassed that of Lin Fan, who was merely an ant at the 9th level of spiritual awakening. Easily crushable in combat. Thus, when they engaged, it was inevitable that Lin Fan would have no opportunity to defend himself, much less retaliate. The relentless assault from Sword Greed proved overwhelming, and Lin Fan found himself quickly injured. Fortunately, his indestructible Xianyuan body granted him resilience. Otherwise, he would have been utterly annihilated by Sword Greed's myriad of sword energies. What do you plan to achieve with your integration stage strength? Bullying the weak. If you dare, let us compete in swordsmanship. I will surely make you regret it. Lin Fan provocatively challenged. The vast chasm in their cultivation levels could not be bridged. Lin Fan sought to engage in a contest of swordsmanship instead. You wish to compare sword techniques with an elder of the Heavenly Sword Sect? Sword Greed scoffed. His face filled with contempt. Very well, I shall ensure your demise is clear and certain. The Heavenly Sword Sect was renowned for its swordsmanship, and as an elder, Sword Greed not only had a passion for the sword, but also unparalleled mastery in the sword arts. Unfazed by Lin Fan's provocation, he unleashed a barrage of sharp sword energy. In response, Lin Fan grinned inwardly, tightly gripping the Hunyuan sword, and countered with the Xianyuan 9 swords. Setting aside their cultivation levels, in terms of swordsmanship, despite Sword Greed's confidence, Lin Fan was no pushover. During his training, he had mastered the 9th style of the Xianyuan 9 swords, and the sword techniques imparted by the Yunning Tianin had also been comprehended by him. Thus, in a purely technical duel, Sword Greed would find it challenging to gain the upper hand. Lin Fan could even surpass him. In an exhilarating moment, 2 streams of sword energy erupted and collided, igniting an unparalleled sword force that transformed the area within 1,000 meters around them into a perilous zone. Deterring anyone from approaching, Lin Fan initiated the clash with the 9th style of the Xianyuan 9 swords, driving Sword Greed into a corner. He had never anticipated that this once disregarded son-in-law, now a prodigious talent, could master the Xianyuan 9 swords to such an extent, catching him completely off guard and placing him in an undeniable disadvantage. Struggling, Sword Greed exerted every ounce of his strength to escape the onslaught of the Xianyuan 9 swords. In that moment, all he could see in Lin Fan's eyes was shock. He had never imagined such terrifying mastery in the sword arts. Impressive. I truly underestimated you. Who would have thought that at such a young age, you could master the 9th style of the Xianyuan 9 swords? In that case, it is no surprise that Jian Xian fell to you. However, facing me, you have only one path, death. Sword Greed snarled, brandishing his longsword menacingly. In the next instant, a terrifying sword radiance erupted from him. Then, under Lin Fan's disdainful gaze, his body melded with the sword, achieving a state of unity between man and sword. 10,000 swords returned to one, he proclaimed, his voice resonating like thunder. In this unified state, Sword Greed unleashed his ultimate technique. 10,000 swords returned to one. This was the pinnacle of his swordsmanship, a technique he had never executed before, now unleashed against Lin Fan, the once ignored son-in-law. With the sword drawn, his body and sword fused as one, enveloped in an unparalleled sword radiance. The fierce and relentless sword energy coalesced into a massive sword, 100 meters long and 10 meters wide, locking onto Lin Fan's aura and breaking through the constraints of space, hurtling toward him with deadly intent. Witnessing this, Ling Bing, Ling Shui, Ling Tian, and others were utterly flabbergasted. Even Ling Ao, locked in battle with Jian Fei Hong, furrowed his brow upon seeing this scene, his expression darkening. Indeed, forcing Elder Sword Greed to unleash 10,000 swords returned to one means that even if that boy is slain, he will have died honorably. Jian Fei Hong sneered. Humph. Until the last moment, it remains uncertain who will emerge victorious, Ling Ao retorted defiantly. What? You cannot possibly think that boy can withstand Sword Greed's 10,000 swords returned to one? You overestimate him. His death is inevitable. Jian Fei Hong vowed earnestly. But Ling Ao remained silent. Indeed, not only could Lin Fan possibly not withstand the overwhelming force of the 10,000 swords returning to one, even if he were to confront it himself, it was uncertain whether he could parry such a blow. In contrast, when danger approached, Lin Fan held the Hunyuan sword with an air of tranquility, utterly fearless. To Ling Ao, Jian Fei Hong, and the others, this scene appeared apocalyptic, yet to Lin Fan, a former quasi-Hunyuan de Luo Jinxian level powerhouse, it was trivial, almost childlike, and he dismissed it entirely. as the formidable giant sword surged towards him. The surrounding space crumbled under the weight of its unparalleled sword aura. In that critical moment, the Hunyuan sword in Lin Fan's grasp shimmered and shot forth 4 beams of light. Simultaneously, the sword's body swelled aggressively. The blinding radiance was akin to the blazing sun, rendering it impossible to gaze upon. The Hunyuan sword was forged from the fusion of the 4 swords of extinguishing immortals, its power formidable enough to make even saints wary. It was incomparable to the sword held by Jian Tan. With a simple lift of his sword, Lin Fan effortlessly met Jian Tan's 10,000 swords returning to 1. At the moment of collision, contrary to expectations of explosive energy and earth-shattering upheaval, Jian Tan's massive sword was cleaved in 2 from tip to hilt, as easily as cutting through tofu. Due to the fusion of man and sword, Jian Tan felt a significant backlash as his long sword split apart. He fell like a meteor, crashing to the ground, bloodied and mangled, curled up and gasping for air, in a state of utter despair. How can this be? Jian Feihong felt his heart sink at this sight, hardly believing his own eyes. The severely injured Jian Tan trembled, gasping, "How is it possible? How can there exist a sword sharper than the Jiang sword? Impossible, I refuse to believe it." Before he could finish his words, he coughed up more blood, his body shaking violently. It was evident that he had suffered severe injuries and was left with no combat capability. Master of the sword sect, what did I say earlier? Ling Ao sighed in relief, his heart, which had been in turmoil, finally settled. That young man possesses extraordinary talent, and his swordsmanship is unparalleled. No wonder you were willing to turn down Shin Air for him. However, I truly did not anticipate your cunning, Jian Feihong remarked with a sinister expression. His eyes towards Ling Ao filled with a chilling killing intent. I have awaited this day for a long time. My Xianyuan sect has lain dormant for many years. It is time for us to rise. Since you of the Heavenly Sword sect have come to us, I shall obliterate you today to establish my authority. I want the world to know that the Xianyuan sect, once the pinnacle of the Xuanwu continent, has returned, Ling Ao declared ruthlessly, with a wave of his hand. A burst of purple energy erupted like fireworks in the sky, enveloping the entirety of Kanglin Mountain. Following this, the 300 elite warriors moved into action with precision. As if commanded. This is bad. They are setting up a killing formation. This is the 8 Gates Golden Lock formation, the elder of the Heavenly Sword sect. Jian Mo recognized the formation instantly and exclaimed in alarm. Ling Ao, what do you intend to do? Jian Feihong asked, his face pale with shock. Though he was aware of Ling Ao's depth and cunning, he had not anticipated the sheer terror of his low-profile approach. Hiding 300 elite warriors, and now laying out the 8 Gates Golden Lock formation, which filled him with a sense of impending doom. Today, every single one of you from the Heavenly Sword sect must die, Ling Ao proclaimed with unwavering authority. Chapter 19, The Sword Saint emerges, a single stroke splits Kanglin Mountain. Formation, activate. In an instant, the skies darkened and the world changed. The 8 Gates Golden Lock formation, established by the 300 elite warriors, created an isolated space, excluding the experts of the Xianyuan sect and trapping the remaining experts of the Heavenly Sword sect within a cage. Caught in this unforeseen scheme, Jian Mo, Jian Qi, and the other elders felt a wave of dread wash over them, utterly at a loss. Surrounded by the murderous aura of the formation, they were engulfed by fear and confusion, uncertain of how to proceed. We have been outmaneuvered. They anticipated our arrival and were prepared. If we do not find a way to break out quickly, we will all perish here, Jian Mo said, fear evident in his eyes as he looked at Jian Feihong. Jian Dian, can this 8 Gates Golden Lock formation be breached? Jian Feihong asked the formation expert, Jian Dian, his expression grave. This formation was set up by 300 elite warriors of the Xianyuan sect, its power unparalleled. I observed it briefly. They have likely practiced it for many years, leaving no flaws. Even if I knew how to break the 8 Gates Golden Lock formation, it would take at least 3 incense sticks worth of time. And I doubt they will grant us that opportunity, Jian Dian replied candidly, his expression grim. Can this killing formation threaten us? Jian Qi protested indignantly. Indeed. It could potentially ensnare us all, Jian Dian stated bluntly. We have underestimated the Xianyuan sect. I never imagined they possess such terrifying strength. Jian Quan lamented. Master, given the current situation, you must make a decision, Jian Mo urged, his gaze fixed intently on Jian Feihong. Jian Dian, focus entirely on breaking the formation while the 3 elders protect you. The remaining 3 will form a defensive unit to ensure we do not fall into disarray once the killing formation activates. After a moment's contemplation, Jian Feihong commanded decisively. The next moment, Jian Mo, Jian Qi, and Jian Kuang immediately positioned themselves beside Jian Dian, who concentrated on dismantling the deadly formation. The others, aware of the gravity of the situation, quickly began to defend themselves with utmost caution. Suddenly, the Eight Gates Golden Lock formation initiated its massacre. Countless sword auras descended like a torrential storm, indiscriminately attacking Jian Feihong and his companions in relentless waves. Under the brutal onslaught, while experts like Jian Feihong and Jian Mo remained relatively unscathed due to their formidable defenses, those already injured found themselves in dire straits. Amidst the unending barrage of lethal sword energies, they were caught in a perilous bind, unable to advance or retreat. Soon, wails of agony echoed through the air. Given the ferocity of the Eight Gates Golden Lock formation, even if Jian Dian were to eventually break free, it was certain that no more than a handful would survive, with fewer than 10 likely to remain. Outside the Eight Gates Golden Lock formation, Lu Qi, Zhou Yin, Wang Xiong, and others felt their blood boiling. Initially, they had feared that the Xianyuan sect would falter, but the current situation revealed that everything was unfolding according to Ling Ao's intricate plan. He had meticulously arranged for this battle over many years, and now his efforts were finally bearing fruit. Master, you were truly remarkable. I never anticipated that you had amassed such formidable strength for our Xianyuan sect. If we can defeat the Heavenly Sword sect this time, our rise is imminent. Lu Qi exclaimed, filled with genuine admiration. This is merely half of the Heavenly Sword sect strength, even if they were all to perish. It would not shake the foundation of the Heavenly Sword sect, especially since their true soul has yet to reveal itself. If he remains alive, the Heavenly Sword sect cannot be annihilated. Ling Ao remarked thoughtfully. Father, are you speaking of the Sword Saint? Ling Tian blurted out a question. Upon mentioning the Sword Saint, the expressions of Huang Xiong, Zhou Yin, and Ling Bing immediately turned grave, filled with unease. Who is the Sword Saint? Lin Fan asked, bewildered, as he had no recollection of him. Brother-in-law, you don't know the Sword Saint? Ling Tian replied, somewhat astonished. Please, enlighten me. The Sword Saint was the former leader of the Tianjin sect and the most talented individual in its history. The supreme sword technique he created defeated all opponents with scarcely any defeats. However, a century ago, he failed to transcend the tribulation and became a loose immortal. Since then, he has remained stationed at the Tianjin sect, rarely intervening. Nevertheless, no one dares to underestimate the Tianjin sect because of the Sword Saint's presence. He possesses the power to annihilate an entire sect single-handedly. Ling Tian spoke eloquently, sharing all he knew. Nodding in understanding, Lin Fan finally grasped the Sword Saint's background. The circumstances surrounding the Sword Saint bore some resemblance to Yun Dingtian, the founder of the Xianyuan sect. However, in terms of seniority, the two were not comparable. The Sword Saint was inconsequential in the presence of Yun Dingtian. Master, do you think the Sword Saint might intervene in this matter? Huang Xiong asked anxiously. Sensing the impending threat, we can only do our best and leave the rest to fate. The future is unpredictable, however. Since Jian Feihong is trapped in the Eight Gates Golden Lock formation, we possess the capability to eradicate them. Jian Feihong declared with conviction. The slaughter continued. As time passed, the experts trapped within the killing formation of the Tianjin sect were successively slain. After 2 incense sticks had burned, fewer than 50 remained, all of whom were injured to varying degrees, teetering on the brink of death. Father, I can barely hold on any longer. Jianshan trembled nearby. His body drenched in blood, curled up on the ground like a dog, his eyes reflecting terror. Initially, 4 guards had been assigned to ensure his safety, but they had succumbed one after another to the onslaught, leaving him as vulnerable as a flickering candle in the wind. Come here. As yet another wave of attacks surged forth, Jian Feihong swiftly pulled Jianshan close. This place is terrifying. Jianshan stammered, quaking in fear. Father, are we going to die here? Silence. Jian Feihong roared, his mind in disarray. Deep down, he understood that even if Jian Dian managed to unravel the Eight Gates Golden Lock formation, death awaited them, for Ling Ao would never let them escape. Outside the killing formation, Ling Ao approached Lin Fan. That sword strike of yours was impressive. Jian Tan's famed 10,000 swords returned to one unexpectedly faltered in your hands. And given that he is a harmonization realm cultivator, his defeat at your hands astonished everyone. This battle has brought you renown after today. The entire Xuanwu continent will know of your existence. Ling Ao gazed at Lin Fan with admiration, his praise unending. You flatter me. Compared to you, I am but a small fry. With your ability to secretly cultivate so many talented experts and to set up the Eight Gates Golden Lock formation, I suspect you have been planning this battle for many years, Lin Fan replied, neither humble nor arrogant. Ling Ao chuckled, not denying the implication. He then continued. What is the nature of your cultivation? I recall you were at the 3rd level of body refinement just a few days ago, yet during your clash with Jian Tan, I distinctly saw yellow spiritual energy surrounding you. Have you attained the 9th level of spirit communication? A knowledgeable person remained silent, Lin Fan hinted, unwilling to elaborate further. Ling Ao, perceptive as ever, nodded in understanding and refrained from pressing further. However, Ling Bing, listening intently, felt a profound sense of inadequacy. She had always believed her 7 spiritual meridians made her extraordinarily gifted, far superior to Lin Fan, even considering marrying him a slight against her worth. Yet, witnessing his current 9th level of spirit communication cultivation made her realize how naive her previous thoughts had been, filling her with self-reproach. As time ticked by, the number of individuals remaining in the 8 Gates Golden Lock formation dwindled to fewer than 20. Suddenly, a terrifying sword aura surged from afar, sharp and overwhelming, sweeping across Kanglin Mountain. Upon sensing this dreadful sword aura, Ling Ao and the others' expressions changed dramatically, an instinctive dread washing over them, foretelling imminent calamity. Everyone, be cautious. Ling Ao shouted loudly. In the next moment, fear gripped everyone, even those unaware of the unfolding situation. Brother-in-law, what is happening? What is going on? Ling Tian asked, perplexed. A formidable sword aura is approaching. It is unprecedented in its strength, even more terrifying than Jian 10's 10,000 swords returned to one. If I'm not mistaken, it must be the sword saint making his move. Lin Fan stated solemnly, wielding the Hunyuan sword as a protective shield. What? The sword saint? This is disastrous. Ling Tian's complexion paled as he involuntarily gasped. Brother-in-law, what should we do next? Ling Shui asked, her worry palpable. Fear not, even if the sword saint comes, the sky will not fall, Lin Fan asserted confidently, with the ancient being Yun Dingtian around. Lin Fan firmly believed that if the sword saint truly sought to annihilate the Xianyuan sect, he would undoubtedly intervene without hesitation. Ling Bing shared this sentiment, and thus, like Lin Fan, she remained unfazed by the sword saint's arrival. Whoosh, whoosh, the sword arrived before its wielder. The terrifying sword aura was powerful beyond imagination, obliterating everything in its path. Upon colliding with the 8 Gates Golden Lock formation, it instantaneously shattered the killing array, liberating Jian Fei Hong and the few remaining survivors. When the sword aura reached the Grand Hall of Xianyuan, it effortlessly cleaved through the protective array, tearing the structure apart. Moreover, the destructive sword energy surged forward, ultimately splitting Kanglin Mountain in 2. Boom. Crash. At that moment, the earth trembled, the sky collapsed, and the landscape lay in ruins. Even the Ling Ao had prepared himself. Witnessing the might of that sword still left him breathless, stunned into silence. He knew the sword saint's supreme sword technique was formidable. Yet he never anticipated it could be so astonishingly powerful that it could cleave Kanglin Mountain in half, shattering his previous understanding. Do you think you can scheme against my Tianjin sect? Do you think I'm merely a decoration? Today, I shall cleanse you Xianyuan sect with blood. The voice, filled with rage, echoed through the void, sending chills down spines. It was none other than the super genius of the Tianjin sect, the Sword Saint, who had chosen to intervene. It is the Sword Saint. I knew he would never stand idly by. GNMO exclaimed, tears of joy filling his eyes, excitement evident on his face. Ah, this is wonderful. With the Sword Saint personally intervening, the Xianyuan sect is undoubtedly doomed. Jian Kuang grinned widely, his murderous aura sending shivers through the air. Jian Feihong's face turned as pale as a sheet. Looking at the scattered corpses on the ground, he glared at Ling Ao, saying, the Sword Saint has arrived. I am eager to see what tricks your Xianyuan sect has left. Next, I shall witness your demise. All of you shall die. Chapter 20, Overwhelming the Sword Saint. One step to flatten the Tianjin sect. Fear begets fear. After years of meticulous planning, Ling Ao had considered various possibilities. He dismissed Jian Fei Hong and the Heavenly Sword sect, but he was wary of the Sword Saint's intervention. Yet, some things are inescapable. The Sword Saint eventually arrived. At the moment Jian Fei Hong concluded his words, an extraordinary elder in gray materialized before them, confirming the Sword Saint's presence at the Xianyuan sect. Jian Fei Hong, GNMO, and others were overwhelmed with emotions, immediately prostrating themselves on the ground in utmost reverence and sincerity. Salutations to the esteemed Sword Saint. The Sword Saint paid no heed to Jian Fei Hong and the others, instead focusing his gaze on Ling Ao. Instantly, the oppressive aura from the superior being made it difficult for Ling Ao to breathe, even igniting an impulse to bow in submission. Such audacity from a mere Xianyuan sect. Ling Ao, I truly underestimated you. I did not foresee your cunning, but you should not overlook my existence. His eyes glinted with menace as he regarded Ling Ao, his icy gaze akin to that cast upon a lifeless corpse. Moreover, in that moment, he exuded the presence of a sword freshly drawn, its edge glaring and unstoppable. From the very inception of your schemes, you have been my focal point. Alas, human plans cannot rival the heavens. I intended to act once you departed from the Xuanwu continent. Yet I did not anticipate the sudden emergence of the imperial spirit dragon vein. Perhaps this is fate. Ling Ao chuckled self-deprecatingly, filled with melancholy. So, are you not going to kneel? The sword saint commanded imperiously, a look of disdain etched upon his features. A warrior may die but shall never be humiliated. I can perish, but I shall never submit to you. Ling Ao declared resolutely. In the end, death is inevitable. Even in the face of threats, he remained unyielding. Embracing his fate. That is not for you to decide. The sword saint scoffed coldly, his murderous intent palpable. In the next moment, a surge of black spiritual energy descended upon Ling Ao, forcing him uncontrollably to his knees. The disproportionate force overwhelmed him, though the sword saint did not directly strike. Ling Ao found himself bleeding from every orifice, his visage contorted, body trembling. At that moment, he resembled a drifting reed on water or a flickering candle in the wind, on the brink of annihilation. Yet, even so, he maintained his pride, vowing not to kneel, sustaining his final dignity with violet spiritual energy. In my eyes, you are but a dog. With a mere flick of my foot, I could extinguish your life. The sword saint belittled, intensifying his power in an attempt to compel Ling Ao to submit. Dad, sect master. Witnessing Ling Ao's torment, Ling Bing, Lu Qi, and others felt their hearts bleed. Yet they were powerless to intervene, for the terrifying force repelled them from approaching. As Ling Ao, drenched in blood, seemed on the verge of collapse, Lin Fan stepped forward at a crucial moment. He was enveloped in a rich aura of Xianhuang energy. Though the sword saint's black spiritual energy was formidable, it could not deter Lin Fan, who was shielded by the Xianhuang power. Father-in-law. Striding confidently to Ling Ao's side, Lin Fan placed a hand on his shoulder. Instantly, the abundant Xianhuang energy surged like the relentless waters of the Yellow River, revitalizing Ling Ao's nearly exhausted body, allowing him to stand tall once more, gasping for air. You should not have intervened. Ling Ao lamented, shaking his head as he spoke. The sword saint will not spare you. Fear not, in terms of foundation. My Xin Yuan sect is incomparable to the heavenly sword sect. Lin Fan replied fearlessly. Opposite him, the sword saint, initially intending to publicly humiliate Ling Ao before executing him as a warning, was taken aback to find someone who could disregard his presence, even defying his black spiritual energy. Impressive, that even my black energy cannot impede you. What is the Xianhuang power you possess, and who are you? The sword saint inquired sharply. His eyes filled with a terrifying aura. He had not anticipated that such a remarkable talent would emerge from the Xin Yuan sect. Who I am is inconsequential. What matters is that you, a scattered immortal, should not meddle in the conflicts between the two great sections. Such interference could lead to your demise and potentially jeopardize your Dao heart, preventing you from transcending and ascending. Lin Fan met the sword saint's gaze unwaveringly. Despite only possessing the cultivation of the 9th layer of spirit connection, he remained unafraid and self-assured. Your talent is commendable. Should you wish to align yourself with me, I would personally impart my teachings and share my lifelong knowledge. Ignoring Lin Fan's warning, the sword saint's eyes glowed with desire. Although he could not fully discern the existence of the 100 spiritual veins, he appreciated Lin Fan's exceptional aptitude and courage at such a young age. Nearby, upon hearing the sword saint's intention to take Lin Fan as a disciple, Jianshan became immediately irate. Why should he, a mere waste from the Xin Yuan sect, be accepted as a disciple when I, the young master of the heavenly sword sect, am denied the same? Jianshan muttered begrudgingly. Silence. The thoughts of the ancestor are beyond your comprehension. Besides, this lad is indeed extraordinary. It would be a pity to kill him. If he were to join the heavenly sword sect, he would undoubtedly be of great use in the future. Jian Feihong admonished, casting a fierce glare at Jianshan. Elders Lu Qi, Wang Xiong, Zhou Yin, and others were all visibly distressed at the sword saint's offer of a disciple. Advancing one step would lead to certain death in the underworld, while retreating would mean ascending to paradise. The sword saint, who had never taken a disciple, publicly offered this opportunity, an unprecedented event. Given Lin Fan's previous demeanor, he had no reason to refuse. It was not only the 3 elders who worried about Lin Fan potentially aligning with the heavenly sword sect. Even Ling Tian and Ling Shui felt anxious. The allure of having the scattered immortal sword saint as a mentor was simply irresistible. However, Ling Bing resolutely stated, he will not become the sword saint's disciple. Sister, how can you be so sure? Becoming the sword saint's disciple means he wouldn't have to die. Ling Shui bit her lip, her heart racing. Because he is Lin Fan. Ling Bing asserted with unwavering conviction. Meanwhile, Lin Fan, taken aback by the Sword Saint's desire to take him as a disciple, felt more disdain than surprise. His master was the primordial saint of heaven, and he had once attained the realm of a quasi-saint. What was the Sword Saint? A mere scattered immortal wishing to accept him as a disciple was nothing short of a jest. Not just anyone could be his mentor. Thus, confronted with the Sword Saint's eager and hopeful gaze, Lin Fan smirked slightly, his expression filled with disdain. You wish to be my master? You are unworthy. This declaration of unworthiness ignited the ire of the crowd. It was a privilege that countless individuals dreamt of, yet Lin Fan scorned it. In that instant, even the Sword Saint's expression darkened, feeling a sense of being belittled, his eyes radiating an overwhelming murderous intent that instilled fear. You fool! To be chosen by the Sword Saint is a blessing envied by many. How dare you refuse? You must be tired of living. Jian Feihong exploded in furious outrage. I shall refuse. What of it? He, who cannot even pass the 9th layer of heavenly tribulation, has no right to be my master. He lacks face. Yet I still have mine, Lin Fan boldly declared. You seek death, despite the Sword Saint's typically placid demeanor. He found himself unable to endure the incessant ridicule directed at him, igniting a murderous intent within. His expression turned icy as he locked onto Lin Fan's aura, swiftly striking out with a single hand. In an instant, a swirling mass of pitch-black spiritual energy surged forth like a colossal serpent, its gaping maw revealing razor-sharp fangs. Ruthlessly lunging towards Lin Fan, the Sword Saint, wielding the power of a loose immortal, was poised to obliterate Lin Fan. A mere insect at the 9th layer of spiritual connection. Victory was assured, and there was no room for error. Yet, as everyone anticipated Lin Fan's imminent demise, even Ling Ao shook his head in sorrow. Lin Fan boldly proclaimed, a millennium of reincarnation culminates here. It is time for you to emerge. This declaration left the Sword Saint and Ling Ao utterly confounded, unable to fathom the meaning behind Lin Fan's words as death loomed near. Had he lost his wits? Ling Bing instinctively glanced toward the forbidden grounds of the Imperial Spirit Dragon Vein, aware that Lin Fan's words were directed at someone. But would Yun Ding Tian truly appear to alter the course of fate? Doubts lingered in her mind. Suddenly, a piercing laughter echoed throughout Kanglan Mountain, accompanied by an overwhelming aura emanating from the direction of the Imperial Spirit Dragon Vein. Even the formidable Sword Saint could not help but gasp in shock upon sensing this presence. Upon hearing that eerily familiar laughter, Lin Fan and Ling Bing exhaled in relief, their anxieties finally alleviated. Father, who dares to act so brazenly before the Sword Saint? Are they seeking death? Jianshin exclaimed indignantly. Silence. Jian Feihong shot him a fierce glare, his expression pale, although he was still uncertain about the unfolding events. An instinctive feeling told him that Xianyuan sect possessed a hidden trump card. What? Does your Xianyuan sect also have a loose immortal? The Sword Saint blurted out, bewildered. Loose immortal? In that moment, everyone, including Ling Ao, Lu Qi, Zhou Yin, and Huang Xiong, was left dumbfounded. As the core figures of Xianyuan sect, they had no knowledge of any loose immortals. The Sword Saint's words left them exchanging bewildered glances, utterly perplexed by the situation. Just as they were trying to comprehend what was happening, an unkempt elder materialized before the Sword Saint. The aura he exuded instilled a sense of trepidation in the Sword Saint, causing him to instinctively retreat, rendered speechless. You are. The Sword Saint's mind was thrown into turmoil, not only due to Yun Ding Tian's unfathomable power but also because of his identity, which he could not reconcile with the existence of such a figure within Xianyuan sect. You are the founder of our Xianyuan sect. Sectmaster Yun Ding Tian? Ling Ao stammered, seemingly struck by realization. I have observed you for many years. You, the sect master, are truly to my liking. Yun Ding Tian remarked, gazing down at Ling Ao with profound admiration. He then turned his attention to Lin Fan, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm as he declared. In less than half a month, you have grasped the sword techniques I bestowed upon you. Truly, you are gifted beyond measure. Your presence is a boon for our Xianyuan sect. With you, our resurgence is inevitable. Such flattery. Lin Fan remained unperturbed in the face of such praise. What is happening here? The ancestor actually knows my brother-in-law? Ling Tian muttered in confusion. Opposite them, upon confirming Yun Ding Tian's identity, the Sword Saint turned as pale as a ghost, disbelief etched across his features. It was nearly inconceivable that Yun Ding Tian, who had failed his tribulation a millennium ago, still lingered on the Xuanwu continent. Are you truly Yun Ding Tian? Impossible. If you are, then you must be over 1,000 years old. The Sword Saint asked, fear evident in his voice. You, a loose immortal, dare to meddle in the affairs of the major sects? You must be seeking death. As their gazes locked, Yun Ding Tian's eyes gleamed with fury. There was no room for idle chatter or subterfuge. His purpose for appearing was clear, to confront the Sword Saint. Without hesitation, Yun Ding Tian surged forward, leaving no avenue for retreat. Witnessing this, the Sword Saint could no longer afford to hold back and unleashed his supreme sword technique. Eager to engage him in combat. As the two clashed, Jian Feihong and the others believed that, despite Yun Ding Tian's deeper cultivation, defeating the Sword Saint would not be so simple. The disparity between their strengths could not be that vast. However, the ensuing battle unveiled an astonishing spectacle. Under Yun Ding Tian's overwhelming prowess, the once mighty Sword Saint was rendered as defenseless as an insect, unable to wield the finesse of his supreme sword technique effectively. In less than 3 exchanges, the Sword Saint was vanquished. He plummeted from the sky like a fallen star, crashing into the center of Xianyuan martial grounds, creating a massive crater deep enough to be unfathomable. Shockwaves rippled through the crowd, despite their anticipation of Yun Ding Tian's superiority. No one expected the invincible Sword Saint to be so utterly overwhelmed. Though both were loose immortals, they were clearly not of the same caliber. The Sword Saint, grievously injured yet not mortally so, recognized his inferiority and, like a wise man, promptly clawed his way out of the crater and transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the horizon. Jian Feihong and the others were left despondent, their last hope extinguished as they watched the Sword Saint flee like a frightened dog. They dared not hesitate any longer and fled Xianyuan's sect with all their might. What was dignity worth? Survival was paramount. All disciples, take heed. Show no mercy. Execute with resolve. Ling Ao commanded decisively, intent on eliminating Jian Feihong and the others to prevent future troubles. Suddenly, ominous clouds gathered in the sky, heralding the arrival of boundless celestial wrath. Yun Ding Tian, standing aloft, looked up, aware that his millennia-long tribulation was imminent, a fate he could not escape. Casting a sweeping glance at Lin Fan, Ling Ao, and the vast Xianyuan sect, he expressed with deep emotion, "Very well, since I have emerged, I shall bestow upon you a grand gift, hoping that Xianyuan's sect can once again achieve the brilliance of your." With that, Yun Ding Tian fixed his gaze upon Sword Spirit Mountain, delivering a powerful stomp. Though 1,000 miles separated them, for a being of his caliber, distance was trivial. With a single, forceful step, Sword Spirit Mountain was razed to the ground, and the Tianjin sect, which had resided upon it, was reduced to ashes. Chapter 21. A Millennium of Catastrophe, the Terror of the Loose Immortals' Tribulation. Ling Ao and the others were utterly perplexed by Yun Ding Tian's words, completely unaware that the Sky Sword sect, 1,000 miles away, had already been obliterated. Yet for them, this was of little consequence. The paramount achievement was to severely injure the Sword Saint and safeguard the Xianyuan sect, which brought them immense comfort. A thunderous roar filled the air as ominous dark clouds swirled in the sky, heralding the swift gathering of a terrifying tribulation. Unlike the ethereal tribulation associated with the ascent to the void 9 heavens, Yun Ding Tian now faced the Millennium Loose Immortal Tribulation, the most formidable of all tribulations. As the Loose Immortal Tribulation commenced, the once clear sky was instantaneously shrouded in darkness, an oppressive atmosphere making it difficult to breathe, even evoking an instinct to prostrate oneself on the ground. "Do you feel confident?" Lin Fan approached him calmly, his expression placid. "Ordinary tribulations have a survival rate of 1 in 10. The century-old Loose Immortal Tribulation 1 in 100, and mine, the Millennium version, has a survival rate of 1 in 10,000. To be frank, I lack confidence in enduring until the end," Yun Ding Tian replied with a bitter gaze. Meeting Lin Fan's eyes. "You are quite fortunate to have encountered me," Lin Fan declared boldly, his words audacious. At this, Ling Ao, Lu Qi, Huang Xiong, Zhou Yan, and others exchanged alarmed glances, their expression shifting drastically as they deemed his words shockingly disrespectful, considering he stood before the venerable ancestor of the Xianyuan sect. Fortunately, Yun Ding Tian appeared unfazed, his eyes ablaze with interest as he inquired, "What? Do you possess a method to assist me in overcoming this millennium tribulation? With me here, you shall at the very least survive." Lin Fan asserted confidently, his demeanor suggesting he was far from jesting. This young man is exceedingly reckless. What gives him the audacity to speak so grandiosely before the ancestor? Huang Xiong furrowed his brow in discontent. Let us not forget, previously, near the Taizu dragon vein, it was he who intervened when Qinji Yangzi nearly perished during his tribulation, saving him from utter destruction and granting him a chance at resurrection. I believe his public declaration is not mere bravado, Zhou Yan pondered thoughtfully. Have we truly misjudged him all these years? His recent performances have indeed been astonishing. Huang Xiong reflected, his expression shifting to one of grave concern. One must draw out a horse to ascertain its abilities. Let us observe, and soon the truth shall be revealed, Lu Qi interjected, casting a knowing glance at the two. The dark clouds in the sky thickened, suffocatingly dense. The loose immortal tribulation was on the verge of descending. To ensure everyone's safety, Ling Ao commanded that they distance themselves from Yun Ding Tian, guarding against any repercussions. However, Lin Fan alone remained, standing a mere 100 meters away, observing with an unperturbed demeanor. Little Fan, this is the loose immortal tribulation, not a trifling matter. Are you certain about your proximity? A slight misstep could lead to catastrophic consequences. Ling Ao admonished sternly as he approached Lin Fan. Rest assured, father-in-law. I am fully cognizant of my actions. Though the loose immortal tribulation is formidable, I would not be foolish enough to await my doom here. Moreover, if I do not lend him a hand, he will surely falter against this millennium tribulation. Lin Fan replied, meeting Ling Ao's gaze earnestly. You are increasingly inscrutable. Ling Ao remarked, a hint of exasperation in his tone as he patted Lin Fan's shoulder. Regardless, exercise caution. A distance of 10,000 meters away, the siblings Ling Tian, Ling Bing, and Ling Shui stood together. Sister, do you think brother-in-law will be all right? Ling Tian asked anxiously. Do you not know him better than I? Why ask me? Ling Bing retorted curtly. Yet, this is the loose immortal tribulation, and a millennium one at that. It is not comparable to ordinary tribulations, Ling Tian mused. If he dares to step forward, I am confident he possesses absolute assurance. Otherwise, he would not risk his life so frivolously. However, he harbors too many secrets. And I find myself increasingly perplexed. Ling Bing sighed deeply. Why has brother-in-law undergone such a transformation? He is utterly different from before. As if he has become an entirely different person. Ling Shui voiced her confusion, seeking clarity on the matter. Yet, this question was destined to remain unanswered. For both Ling Tian and Ling Bing shared her bewilderment, equally unsure of the changes occurring within Lin Fan. With a rumbling sound, the ominous clouds rolled forth. After a brief moment of anticipation, the millennium loose immortal tribulation finally descended. Similar to ordinary tribulations, the loose immortal tribulation consisted of 9 levels. However, the power of the loose immortal tribulation was incomparably greater. As the first level of the tribulation struck with ferocity, it shattered the expectations of all present, leaving Ling Ao, Lu Qi, and others wide-eyed in fear. This is the millennium loose immortal tribulation? It is utterly terrifying. Elder Huang Xiang stammered, his shock rendering him nearly speechless. In comparison to Qinjiangzi's tribulation, the power of this first level of the loose immortal tribulation was at least 10 times more devastating, indeed astonishing. Zhou Yan lamented, his expression now grave. Despite being 10,000 meters away from the epicenter, the unparalleled might of the tribulation instilled a paralyzing fear within them, nearly compelling them to kneel in submission. Lin Fan stood less than 100 meters from Yun Ding Tian, effectively at the heart of the storm. As the first level of the loose immortal tribulation struck down, the proximity rendered him inevitably affected. However, as the tribulation raged, the primordial forces surrounding him effortlessly dissipated the impending danger, leaving him unscathed. Witnessing this spectacle, those who had previously thought Lin Fan merely sought attention and overstepped his bounds were left speechless, profoundly astonished by his capabilities. After all, Yun Ding Tian was an ancient being with over 1,000 years of experience. His unfathomable cultivation allowed him to easily withstand the tribulation. While the first level of the loose immortal tribulation was formidable, it posed no threat to Yun Ding Tian, who bore it with ease. Subsequently, the second, third, sixth, and seventh levels of the tribulation were effortlessly endured by Yun Ding Tian. However, after the 7th level, it was evident that he began to feel the strain. As the preceding exertion had been considerable. How do you fare? Lin Fan approached, concerned as he wielded his sword. About as I anticipated. I might barely withstand the 8th level, albeit sustaining severe injuries or losing my combat ability. As for the 9th level, its power surpasses the combined might of the previous 8 levels, and I am utterly devoid of confidence. Yun Ding Tian sighed wearily. In truth, he had known the outcome from the very beginning, thus he was neither surprised nor despondent when faced with this reality. You still have half a stick of incense before the 9th level arrives, do not dwell on it. Focus entirely on withstanding the 8th level, and I shall assist you with the 9th. Lin Fan made a promise. As his voice faded, he placed a hand on Yun Ding Tian's shoulder. Instantly, an endless stream of Xian Huang energy surged into Yun Ding Tian's body, rapidly nourishing him and healing the bloody wounds left by the tribulation. Initially skeptical of Lin Fan's words, Yun Ding Tian's eyes widened in shock at the true power of the Xian Huang energy, leaving him in awe of the formidable force he now possessed. Time was of the essence. Yun Ding Tian dared not linger any longer and immediately sat down to heal, striving to restore his cultivation to its peak in the shortest time possible. Father, do you think our ancestor can survive this millennium calamity? 100 miles away. Ling Tian sighed, unable to suppress his worries. The scattering immortal tribulation was no ordinary heavenly tribulation. Its might far exceeded imagination. Given the ancestor's current cultivation level, it would be a miracle if he could withstand the 8th layer of the tribulation. He was already at his last gasp. However, the presence of Xiao Fan introduced an unpredictable element, leaving room for unexpected surprises. Ling Ao analyzed thoughtfully. Since my brother-in-law has chosen to act, I have faith that he will assist the ancestor in overcoming the 9th layer of the scattering immortal tribulation. He has given us countless surprises during this time. Ling Tian expressed, his spirit soaring with anticipation. Let us hope for a miracle. Ling Ao nodded in agreement, sharing the same wish. As time passed, half a stick of incense later, under the nurturing power of Xian Huang, Yunding Tian's injuries were completely healed. At that moment, he felt reborn, brimming with vitality and martial spirit. Not only that, but after this period of recuperation, his cultivation seemed to have made a significant breakthrough, transforming his demeanor entirely compared to before. It now rests upon you, Lin Fan encouraged, locking eyes with him. With a confident nod, Yunding Tian channeled all his energy into confronting the 8th layer of the scattering immortal tribulation, determined to face it successfully. Thunder rumbled and crackled in the void, as electric serpents writhed menacingly, exuding an overwhelming aura. The night sky was pitch black, an oppressive atmosphere making even breathing feel laborious. The scene resembled the onset of apocalypse, where the very heavens could collapse or the universe could be obliterated at any moment. The 8th layer of the scattering immortal tribulation had arrived as anticipated. When the immense power of the tribulation struck Yunding Tian, even though he was mentally prepared, he was still engulfed by the terrifying energy, ultimately leading to an irreversible fate. Upon witnessing this, everyone gasped in horror. A profound unease silenced them, rendering them unable to speak. Life and death hung in the balance. Given Yunding Tian's current predicament, the likelihood of survival seemed grim. However, Lin Fan remained steadfast 100 meters away, showing no inclination to intervene despite witnessing Yunding Tian's dire state, leaving everyone puzzled about what he was waiting for. Why isn't he acting when the ancestor is in danger? Huang Xiong voiced his apprehension, fearing for Yunding Tian's fate. This is merely the 8th layer of the scattering immortal tribulation. The 9th layer will be even more formidable. If the ancestor cannot withstand the 8th layer, the 9th will be beyond comprehension, Lu Qi remarked calmly, maintaining a semblance of composure. The power of the 8th layer of the scattering immortal tribulation was the cumulative force of the previous 7 layers, making its ferocity evident. In the wake of its obliteration, the surrounding space began to collapse violently, encroaching even upon Lin Fan's position, compelling him to retreat. At the core, it resembled a planet exploding or a volcano erupting, as energy rampaged, obliterating everything in its path. Lin Fan had initially possessed absolute confidence in Yunding Tian's ability to face the 8th layer of the scattering immortal tribulation. Yet upon witnessing the unfolding chaos, his expression grew grave. Clearly, the power of this tribulation exceeded all expectations, and it was uncertain whether Yunding Tian could endure it. Just as Lin Fan hesitated on whether to venture into the core area to assess the situation, suddenly, the chaos dissipated and everything returned to normal. Upon closer inspection, Yunding Tian lay in a pool of blood, his body riddled with wounds, flesh torn and mangled, barely clinging to life, at risk of imminent death. How do you feel? Lin Fan approached him, concern etched on his face. I'm tough. I won't die just yet. But I fear I won't have the strength to face the 9th layer of the scattering immortal tribulation, Yunding Tian replied weakly, struggling to speak. With me here. The sky won't fall. Focus on healing. I will handle the rest, Lin Fan declared resolutely. Simultaneously, he infused Xian Huang energy into Yunding Tian to expedite his recovery. Lin Fan had anticipated at least half a stick of incense would elapse between the end of the 8th layer and the commencement of the 9th layer of the tribulation. But to their astonishment, as soon as the 8th layer concluded, the 9th layer of the scattering immortal tribulation swiftly gathered, ready to strike at any moment. So soon? This scattering immortal tribulation is merciless, Lin Fan exclaimed, looking up in indignation. Surviving the millennium scattering immortal tribulation is already a miracle. I am grateful to have made it this far, Yunding Tian self-deprecatingly remarked. Since I have intervened, you shall not perish, rest assured, Lin Fan asserted defiantly. As the 9th layer of the scattering immortal tribulation loomed ominously, Lin Fan, enveloped in Xian Huang energy, stood resolutely in midair, awaiting its descent. What is he planning to do? Huang Xiong asked, stricken with dread. The ancestor is at his last breath. He cannot withstand the 9th layer. From Xiao Fan's current stance, It seems he intends to confront the ninth layer with his own flesh and blood, Ling Ao observed in shock. Chapter 22. The Tribulation Refines the Body. A frenzied breakthrough to the earthly realm. The scattering immortal tribulation is terrifying. If the ancestor is in such dire straits, isn't Lin Fan courting death? Father, you must stop him, Ling Bing exclaimed in panic, nearly rushing forward. There's no time, the ninth layer of the scattering immortal tribulation is about to strike. And with our cultivation, we cannot even approach within 1,000 meters, Ling Ao said with a shake of his head, filled with regret. What should we do? We can't just stand by and watch him perish. Ling Bing cried in anguish. With that, she assumed a reckless stance, transforming into a streak of light, disregarding everything as she flew towards the core of the scattering immortal tribulation. Bang! Bang! Just as Ling Ao had said. A protective barrier surrounded the radius of 1,000 meters from the scattering immortal tribulation, and approaching it would trigger an attack. The moment Ling Bing drew near, she felt an overwhelming force strike her, and an excruciating pain course through her body, causing her to lose her balance and crash to the ground, coughing up blood. Seeing this, Ling Ao's expression changed dramatically. He acted swiftly, using purple spiritual energy to pull her back. Sister, are you all right? Ling Tian and Ling Shui rushed to her side, filled with concern. What was the need for that? Ling Ao lamented, feeling helpless. He cannot die. I must save him. Wiping away the blood from the corner of his mouth, Ling Bing, with unwavering resolve, prepared to continue his onslaught, even knowing it was futile. At that moment, the ninth celestial tribulation accelerated its descent. Crackling sounds echoed, and then a tremendous boom resonated. In that instant, amidst the anxious gazes of the crowd, the celestial tribulation, reminiscent of the Milky Way, cascaded down upon Lin Fan. As the lightning struck, serpentine bolts danced across the pitch-black sky, a furious dragon roaring, shattering the heavens and earth, sending Ling Ao, Ling Bing, and others, who were observing from 10,000 meters away, flying. This ninth celestial tribulation was indeed terrifying. Elder Lu Qi, having stumbled to the ground, quickly rose, his heart racing. Could it be that he could achieve what even the ancestors could not? Huang Xiong exclaimed in astonishment, utterly amazed by Lin Fan's resilience. At the very least, he was still alive. Zhou Yin mused. In the void, the ninth celestial tribulation struck Lin Fan fiercely. But since this was the millennium tribulation of Yunding Heaven, it ultimately had to be borne by him. Given Yunding Heaven's current injuries, it was utterly incapable of withstanding the force of the ninth celestial tribulation. However, as this tribulation struck Lin Fan, he absorbed 99% of its energy with his flesh and blood, rendering the actual force impacting Yunding Heaven negligible, almost inconsequential. Father, how is brother-in-law? He should be fine, right? Seeing Lin Fan standing firm in the void, enveloped in a rich, mysterious energy, Ling Tian exclaimed with excitement. He anticipated a miracle. Shaking his head slightly, Ling Ao's expression was complex. What do you mean? Speak up, Ling Shui urged anxiously. In my opinion, he is not only unscathed but is, in fact, refining his body using the ninth celestial tribulation. Ling Ao remarked, sporting an enigmatic expression. What? Refining his body with the ninth celestial tribulation? Are you joking? Is that even possible? Ling Tian was astounded, hardly believing it to be true. Crossing the tribulation was usually a matter of life and death, and using the heavenly tribulation for body refinement was indeed unheard of, yet Lin Fan was undeniably doing it. Elder Lu Qi asserted with conviction. Incredible! What manner of being is he? Huang Xiong murmured. If there had been any prejudice before, it was now completely dispelled. Lin Fan was performing the impossible, utilizing his flesh to endure the ninth celestial tribulation and refine his body, a feat beyond human capability. After surviving the eighth celestial tribulation, Yunding Heaven believed he was doomed. Yet he never anticipated Lin Fan would indeed stand up when the ninth celestial tribulation descended. The scene was beyond comprehension. Even Yunding Heaven, with all his strength, could never have dreamed Lin Fan would withstand the ninth celestial tribulation with his flesh and blood, even using it to refine his body. Sister, you must feel at ease now, Ling Shui exclaimed joyfully, grasping Ling Bing's arm with delight. He was originally a genius, merely pretending to be a fool, Ling Bing self-deprecatingly remarked, feeling increasingly ridiculous. As Lin Fan stood in the air, enduring the ninth celestial tribulation and publicly refining his body, the indestructible body of mysterious yellow kept him invulnerable. Even though the celestial tribulation struck him, the power was effortlessly dissipated by the mysterious yellow energy, posing no threat. The notion of using the heavenly tribulation for body refinement had struck him as a sudden inspiration, and upon putting it into action, he found it quite effective. propelling him to a breakthrough from the 9th level of spiritual awakening to the earthly realm. He has broken through. Ling Ao, who had been silently observing from afar, suddenly exclaimed, filled with excitement. Oh, the earthly realm. Huh. The 9th celestial tribulation not only failed to threaten brother-in-law, but instead facilitated his breakthrough. Who in the world could achieve such a feat? Ling Tian, overwhelmed with enthusiasm, felt his blood surge. After a brief period, the 9th celestial tribulation dissipated. As the clouds parted, light returned to the earth, and boundless spiritual energy poured down from the heavens, nourishing the land. Having narrowly escaped death, Yunding Heaven was overjoyed. Surviving a millennium tribulation was a rare miracle, and he felt as if he had been reborn. In the void, the mysterious yellow light emanating from Lin Fan gradually faded as the celestial tribulation vanished, and he descended steadily before Yunding Heaven, although his injuries were not yet healed. Yunding Heaven, disregarding his status as the founder of the Xianyuan sect, directly prostrated himself before Lin Fan. I thought I was doomed. That 9th celestial tribulation was truly terrifying. In my previous condition, I had no capability to face it. Yet your intervention allowed me to survive this tribulation. You are my savior. And I bow to you in gratitude. Yunding Heaven said, tears of gratitude streaming down his face. It was merely a small effort. There is no need for such formality. Especially since this celestial tribulation has also allowed me to make a breakthrough. Lin Fan said, helping him up with a composed demeanor. Meanwhile, Ling Ao, Lu Qi, Ling Bing, and others observed as the celestial tribulation passed, intending to extend their congratulations. However, before they could approach, a terrifying force suddenly pushed them back, rendering them unable to move. What is going on? Why can't I move? Ling Tian struggled. This is the power of the celestial beings. Ling Ao remarked. Celestial beings? Father, do you mean the ancestors are preventing us from getting close? Ling Bing asked in astonishment. Ling Ao smiled silently, offering no response. At the core, Yunding Heaven not only barred Ling Ao and the others from approaching, but also prevented any sound from escaping. At that moment, he gazed at Lin Fan in utter astonishment and asked, young friend, you were able to withstand the 9th celestial tribulation with your flesh and blood. And you possess 100 spiritual veins. You must not be an ordinary person. Who are you truly? Facing his earnest gaze, Lin Fan leaned in and whispered. The next moment, Yunding Heaven trembled, his expression shifting dramatically, and he knelt before Lin Fan once more, much to the astonishment of Ling Ao, Lu Qi, and others. Chapter 23, Ascending Through the Tribulation, 100 Spiritual Veins, Truly Terrifying. Earlier, Yunding Heaven knelt to express his gratitude for Lin Fan's life-saving intervention, but now, what was the reason for his repeated kneeling? Huang Xiong questioned in surprise. It was hard to fathom that someone of Yunding Heaven's stature would publicly kneel before a younger generation not once, but twice. It was indeed perplexing. What could Lin Fan have whispered to Yunding Heaven? I suspect it relates to what he said, Zhou Yin boldly speculated, equally astonished. Regardless of the circumstances, Lin Fan was no longer the useless person he once was. He now possessed brilliant talent and harbored countless secrets. The Xianyuan sect was immensely fortunate to have him. Elder Lu Qi asserted emphatically, his eyes filled with anticipation as he looked at Lin Fan. While the crowd was in heated discussion, the portal to the celestial realm opened. Yunding Heaven clearly had no intention of allowing Ling Ao and the others to speak. After repeatedly thanking Lin Fan, he stepped through the celestial portal and vanished. Thus, Yunding Heaven successfully ascended through the tribulation. After Yunding Heaven departed, Ling Ao, Ling Tian, and the others regained their freedom and rushed to Lin Fan's side. Brother-in-law, you are incredible! To withstand the 9th celestial tribulation with your flesh and blood, and even to refine your body during the heavenly tribulation, how did you achieve this? From this day forth, your name will echo throughout the world. Ling Tian said, gazing at Lin Fan with admiration. Young brother Lin Fan, you have concealed your abilities. You have deceived us all these years. Lu Qi sighed, smiling yet remaining silent. Lin Fan neither confirmed nor denied the situation. Just as he grappled with how to confront the crowd, a young disciple hurriedly approached Ling Ao, his face a mixture of alarm and urgency. Sect leader, he exclaimed. I have just received news that Sword Spirit Mountain has been reduced to ruins, and the Heavenly Sword sect has been utterly annihilated, their lineage extinguished. Upon hearing this, the assembly was struck with shock and disbelief. As I gaze at you, and you gaze back at me, we are all rendered speechless in astonishment. Are you certain that Sword Spirit Mountain has been utterly flattened by a single blow? How could this be possible? Elder Lu Qi exclaimed, his disbelief palpable. It is indeed true. A witness observed a colossal foot descending from the sky, leveling Sword Spirit Mountain, and even from high above on a sword. One could see the enormous footprint. A disciple declared with unwavering conviction. Master, what is your perspective on this matter? Huang Xiong inquired, his voice quivering with excitement. This situation is exceedingly peculiar. An ordinary person could not possibly possess such power. Ling Ao's expression turned contemplative as he instinctively turned to Lin Fan and asked, Xiao Fan, what do you think of this? Did you not witness it with your own eyes just moments ago? Lin Fan jested. Brother-in-law, what do you mean by that? I fail to comprehend your words. Ling Tian responded, bewildered. After our ancestor defeated the Sword Saint, he crushed Sword Spirit Mountain with a single step, annihilating the Heavenly Sword Sect. This is what he referred to as lending us a helping hand. Lin Fan explained. So you were suggesting that it was our ancestor who leveled Sword Spirit Mountain? With his strength. It is indeed plausible that he could accomplish such a feat from 1,000 miles away. Ling Ao nodded in understanding. Just now, we obliterated half of the Heavenly Sword Sect strength, and our ancestor has helped us eliminate the other half. Does this mean the Heavenly Sword Sect is finished? Elder Huang Xiong rejoiced. Finished? The situation is not so simple. As long as the Sword Saint remains alive, the Heavenly Sword Sect cannot be eradicated, especially with key figures like Jian Feihong and Jian Mo still present. However, after this battle, the Heavenly Sword Sect will be severely weakened, and regaining their status among the top 10 sects will not be an easy task. Ling Ao smiled broadly, his spirits lifted. Father, does this mean that after this battle, other sects will no longer dare to covet our resources? Ling Tian asked, his expression shifting. The Imperial Spirit Dragon Vein is the foremost among the 10 Dragon Veins and will undoubtedly attract envy. However, the destruction of the Heavenly Sword Sect will instill caution in those sects contemplating action against us, granting us a chance for resurgence. Ling Ao replied with satisfaction. Lin Fan, dear brother, do you know our ancestor? Furthermore, if you are so exceptionally gifted, why have you been concealing your talents? Unable to contain his curiosity, Huang Xiong questioned perplexedly. I have only recently become acquainted with him, and do not share a deep bond. As for my talents, they are nothing extraordinary, Lin Fan replied, unfazed by praise or criticism. Brother-in-law, do not be modest. How long do you intend to hide the fact that you possess 100 spirit veins? Ling Shui boldly stated. Upon hearing this, Ling Ao, Lu Qi, Huang Xiong, and Zhou Yin all regarded Lin Fan as if he were a marvel, subsequently glancing at Ling Shui, utterly astonished. Little Shui, do not speak carelessly. Ling Ao admonished. I am not speaking carelessly. My brother told me himself. Ling Shui insisted, puffing out her cheeks in defiance. Silence. Ling Tian snapped, his face betraying his embarrassment. Lin Fan had previously instructed him to keep this secret, yet the burden of silence had become unbearable, prompting him to confide in Ling Shui, who had now revealed it publicly. What is the meaning of this? Ling Ao inquired seriously, furrowing his brow at Ling Tian. Brother-in-law, it is my fault. Ling Tian lamented, casting a guilty glance at Lin Fan. It is of no consequence. This is not a secret. Lin Fan reassured them, then turned to Ling Ao and the others, stating, Little Shui speaks the truth. I indeed possess 100 spirit veins. Observing the incredulous expressions on their faces, Lin Fan felt no inclination to elaborate. With a sudden surge of determination, he manifested a dazzling display. In an instant, 100 luminous pillars of spiritual energy hovered above him. 1, 2, 3, 50, 51, 99, 100. Remarkably, he truly possesses 100 spirit veins. How is this possible? Generally, a person is limited to a maximum of 9 spirit veins. How could he possess so many? 100 veins. This is utterly terrifying. No wonder he could withstand the 9th level of celestial tribulation. The crowd gasped in awe, their hearts filled with a myriad of emotions. Although Ling Ao was mentally prepared, witnessing Lin Fan's extraordinary talent left him profoundly shaken. After all, in the Xuanwu continent, where possessing 3 or 5 spirit veins qualifies one as a genius, having 100 spirit veins is an overwhelming revelation. Such a terrifying talent could rightly be described as unprecedented. The mockery he faced when deemed a waste was now overshadowed by the insincerity of their praise after he was recognized as a genius. Unable to endure any longer, Lin Fan took Ling Bing by the hand and departed. Ling Bing, possessing 7 spirit veins, was at a critical juncture in her cultivation, and Lin Fan intended to assist her. However, as they approached the forbidden area on the back mountain, preparing to enter the Imperial Spirit Dragon Vein for seclusion, a powerful aura emerged behind them. Upon sensing this ominous presence, Lin Fan could not help but draw a sharp breath. For the figure that stealthily approached was none other than the Sword Saint, previously grievously wounded by Yun Ding Tian. He had not strayed too far. After Yun Ding Tian's ascension, he returned seeking vengeance. Chapter 24. The Sword Saint Schemes, Qing Yangzi's heroic stand. How did you come to be here? Ling Bing exclaimed in sheer terror. With Yun Dingtian ascended, even if the Sword Saint is injured, there is likely no one in the entire Kanglan Mountain who could rival him. Did you not expect to see me again? I am eager to discover who among the current Xin Yuan sect can stand in my way. The Sword Saint glared at them, his eyes gleaming with malice, exuding a chilling aura that sent shivers down their spines. You are wounded and at your limits. Lin Fan replied coldly, brandishing the Hunyuan sword. Even so, it is more than sufficient to deal with you insects. The Sword Saint's formidable presence was undeniable, and his expression darkened as he transformed his hand into a sword, ruthlessly charging at them. In an instant, a tempest of sword energy enveloped the surroundings, surging forth like the mighty waters of the Yellow River, unstoppable as the currents of the Yangtze River. Despite being at the earthly realm, Lin Fan and Ling Bing found themselves unable to withstand the onslaught. In but a single exchange, they were pierced by countless strands of sword energy. Ling Bing fared slightly better, as Lin Fan absorbed most of the sword energy with his own flesh. Lin Fan, relying on his indomitable body, endured the relentless assault of the sword energy. Although the wounds he sustained were not fatal, he found himself sprawled in a pool of blood, utterly incapacitated, deprived of the ability to retaliate. I am still too weak, Lin Fan lamented. No wonder you could withstand the 9th level of celestial tribulation. Your defenses are indeed formidable. However, I am eager to see if you can truly be slain. The Sword Saint's expression twisted with cruelty as he fixated on Lin Fan. What followed was a frenzied onslaught, the Sword Saint attacking relentlessly, intent on annihilating them without mercy. Yet, with the protection of the Xian Huang force, Lin Fan managed to cling to life, infuriating the Sword Saint, who grew increasingly furious. With a chilling glare, he unleashed a deadly wave of sword energy aimed directly at Lin Fan's neck. Cannot be killed? The Sword Saint scoffed at the notion. Let us see if severing your head will suffice. At the moment of imminent danger, Lin Fan was overwhelmed with terror as he sensed the chilling breath of death closing in on him, just as he braced for the inevitable. A formidable sword light pierced through the air, effortlessly deflecting the Sword Saint's lethal strike. In this critical moment, an elder clad in green, exuding an unmatched aura, appeared before Lin Fan to confront the Sword Saint. Qinjiangzi? The Sword Saint exclaimed in astonishment, his voice tinged with disbelief. What brings you here? He is my savior. If you leave now, I shall treat this as if nothing has transpired. Otherwise, I am prepared to fight you, Qinjiangzi declared with unwavering authority. Is it truly worth it? How can an insignificant creature like him be your savior? The Sword Saint questioned, skepticism evident in his tone. I failed my tribulation, and he has provided me with a chance for reincarnation. Now, I am like you, a scattered immortal. Although your experience surpasses mine, you remain severely injured from your encounter with Yunding Tian. Should a confrontation arise, you might find yourself at a disadvantage, even facing death, Qinjiangzi stated, presenting the facts with calm assurance. Do you truly wish to confront me? This can only lead to your detriment. The Sword Saint narrowed his eyes, issuing a veiled threat. I am fully aware of my actions. Do not test my limits. Qinjiangzi stood firm, his resolve unwavering. You will come to regret this. The Sword Saint glared at him fiercely. In the next moment, he transformed into a streak of sword energy, vanishing into the horizon. His reluctance to engage Qinjiangzi was one reason. Another was the arrival of several elders, including Ling Ao and Lu Qi, who were now approaching with lethal intent. Indeed. Shortly after the Sword Saint's departure, Ling Ao and the others sensed the disturbance and rushed over. What transpired between you two? Ling Ao inquired solemnly, his gaze wary of Qinjiangzi standing nearby. Father, the Sword Saint appeared, attempting to ambush us, but it was Senior Qinjiangzi who saved us, Ling Bing explained. The Sword Saint? What is he doing here? Lu Qi exclaimed in shock. Ling Ao turned to Qinjiangzi, clasping his hands in gratitude. Thank you, Senior, for your timely assistance. I shall never forget this debt of gratitude. I am not here for you. I am here for him. Qinjiangzi gestured towards Lin Fan, his demeanor nonchalant. Senior, I have a humble request, and I hope you will grant it. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Lin Fan looked at Qinjiangzi with fervent eyes. My life was spared by you, so I shall not refuse, Qinjiangzi replied courteously. Our Xian Yuan sect possesses the strongest dragon vein of spiritual energy in the Xuanwu continent. I believe you witnessed my aid to Yunding Tian during his millennium tribulation. Now that you two are a scattered immortal, you cannot evade this calamity. If possible, I would also be willing to assist you in overcoming the scattered immortal tribulation in the future, Lin Fan stated earnestly. As a scattered immortal, the greatest concern was the tribulation that awaited them. Upon hearing Lin Fan's promise, Qinjiangzi's eyes sparkled with intensity, and he asked, Are you truly sincere in your offer to help me through the scattered immortal tribulation? I, Lin Fan, am a man of my word. My promises are as solid as gold, Lin Fan declared resolutely. What are your conditions? After a moment's hesitation, Qin Jiangzi inquired cautiously. Very simple. I wish for you to stay in the Imperial Spirit Dragon Vein for cultivation. If our Xianyuan sect encounters calamity in the future, your assistance will suffice, nothing more. Lin Fan stated openly. Is that all? Qin Jiangzi was taken aback, initially fearing Lin Fan might demand something excessive. Indeed, it appears I have benefited from this arrangement. Regardless, I am grateful, Qin Jiangzi exclaimed joyously. He had been worried about having nowhere to go and the impending tribulation, but now with Lin Fan's promise, he felt a sense of relief. At least the future looked promising. Subsequently, Qin Jiangzi entered the Imperial Spirit Dragon Vein. Though Ling Ao and the others did not speak, they understood Lin Fan's intentions. After all, with Qin Jiangzi, a scattered immortal, safeguarding the Xianyuan sect, they would have greater confidence against any ambitions from the 10 major sections. How are your injuries? After Qin Jiangzi departed, Ling Ao approached with concern. Merely superficial wounds. I shall recover with some rest, Lin Fan replied nonchalantly. I never expected you to persuade Senior Qin Jiangzi to stay. You have achieved another feat, Ling Ao said, his excitement genuine. The Sword Saint will not relent, and Jian Feihong will seek vengeance. Our path forward will only grow more treacherous. Yet, I firmly believe that under your leadership, the Xianyuan sect is on the right track and will eventually rise, Lin Fan proclaimed passionately. Noticing Ling Bing's pale and distressed expression, Lin Fan called to her before decisively leading her into the depths of the Imperial Spirit Dragon Vein to commence their cultivation in earnest. Chapter 25, The Shattered Dantian. Healing with Xian Wangqi. In the heart of the Imperial Spirit Dragon Vein, Lin Fan supported Ling Bing as they arrived. He initially thought that by shielding her with his flesh and blood, her injuries would not be severe. However, upon settling down in the tranquility of the place, he realized something was amiss. Ling Bing appeared utterly weak, her body trembling slightly, and her condition was far worse than he had imagined. Why is there so much blood on you? Noticing the blood gushing from her abdomen, unable to stem the flow, Lin Fan whispered urgently. My Dantian must have been pierced. Ling Bing replied, her face ashen, her voice barely a whisper. What? For a practitioner, the Dantian is the reservoir of spiritual energy. If it were to shatter, one would lose the ability to store spiritual energy, resulting in the dissipation of their cultivation, returning them to nothingness. Immediately, Lin Fan grasped Ling Bing's delicate hand and began to examine her closely. To his dismay, he discovered that Ling Bing's cultivation, painstakingly built over more than a decade, had vanished in an instant. She was now as powerless as an ordinary person. How could this happen? I was right behind you, Lin Fan lamented, filled with self-reproach. Perhaps this is fate, Ling Bing said hopelessly, her eyes devoid of emotion. Fate? I refuse to believe in such nonsense, Lin Fan scoffed. Belief or disbelief? My Dantian is shattered. This is irreversible. Though I married you, I have always looked down upon you. Yet, you ultimately saved me, and your talent is unparalleled. I have no right to belittle you. Perhaps Xiao Tian was right. Marrying you was an overreach for me. I do not deserve it. And my current plight is a punishment from heaven, Ling Bing confessed shamefully. Facing Lin Fan, she was overwhelmed with guilt. Lin Fan had not anticipated her to bear such a heavy psychological burden. He chuckled nonchalantly, that you may have once looked down upon me, when others insulted me. It was you who stood up for me. When Jianshin proposed and was rejected, and when he attempted to kill me multiple times. It was you who protected me in the shadows. Without you, I would not be here today. Really? You knew all of this? Ling Bing was taken aback, her surprise evident. I am not as oblivious as you think. Yet, Lin Fan could not shake the feeling of guilt he felt towards her. Are you implying that you have cheated on me? Lin Fan blurted out unexpectedly. What do you mean by that? A gentleman may be killed but cannot be humiliated. Ling Bing was consumed with sorrow and indignation. She held her integrity in higher regard than life itself, which fueled her anger at Lin Fan's inquiries. Isn't it simple? As long as you haven't betrayed me emotionally or physically, everything else is irrelevant to me. I truly do not care. Lin Fan replied nonchalantly. Yet you possess 100 spiritual veins, a paragon of excellence revered by many, and have reached the earthly transformation realm, with a future that knows no bounds. Meanwhile, I am devoid of any cultivation, my Dantian shattered and irreparable. I am unworthy of you. Is your notion of worthiness solely tied to cultivation and talent? For me, mutual affection is paramount. Lin Fan interrupted, clearly stating his stance. He continued, in truth, a shattered Dantian is not beyond repair. I know of a method that can not only heal your broken Dantian but also propel your cultivation to new heights. How could that be? Ling Bing thought he was merely trying to placate her. However, recalling his recent astonishing feats, a flicker of hope ignited within her, and she timidly asked, "Are you certain you aren't jesting? Do I appear to be joking?" Lin Fan replied earnestly, "What must I do to assist you? How can I heal my Dantian and enhance my cultivation?" Ling Bing's eyes sparkled with anticipation. The interplay of yin and yang is the essence of the universe. It governs all things, the parents of transformation, the foundation of life and death, and the abode of the divine. When yang energy is abundant, one thrives. When it wanes, one perishes. The equilibrium of yin and yang nurtures the spirit. Their separation leads to the depletion of vitality. Lin Fan spoke with conviction, yet Ling Bing furrowed her brow, finding his words perplexing. "Could you speak in simpler terms? I do not comprehend what you are saying," Ling Bing replied with frustration. "Have you heard of the union of yin and yang, a dual cultivation of life and spirit?" Lin Fan asked straightforwardly. "Ah?" Ling Bing blushed, realizing after all this time that his intentions were carnal. "I assumed you had undergone a transformation, yet you remain as shallow as before. I shall not entertain you further." She retorted indignantly, "I merely wish for you to consider giving yourself a chance. If your Dantian remains shattered beyond 3 days, even a celestial being would be powerless to assist you. I assure you, my intentions are not as base as you imagine. There is no compulsion. Reflect on it yourself." Lin Fan stated calmly. With that, he sat down, calmly absorbing the spiritual energy from the imperial spirit dragon vein to cultivate. Ling Bing had anticipated his relentless attempts to persuade her. Instead, he simply gave up. As she sat there, bleeding profusely, she pondered, "Have I truly misjudged him? Or is it that I have overthought? He harbors no malevolent intentions?" Caught in a dilemma, Ling Bing was uncertain of her next steps. As days passed, the 3-day mark approached. Throughout this time, Lin Fan remained engrossed in his cultivation, his eyes never opening. In contrast, although Ling Bing had staunched her wounds, her shattered Dantian weighed heavily on her mind as the deadline loomed. In the esteemed realm of the Xuanwu continent, a shattered Dantian rendered one a mere pariah, and she did not wish for a mundane existence. Summoning her courage, she timidly approached Lin Fan. Can you truly help me restore my Dantian?" He did not respond. Remaining unfazed in his meditative state, Ling Bing bit her lip, lowering her stance once more. "I previously misjudged you. I am willing to engage in the union of yin and yang to restore my Dantian." Lin Fan remained indifferent. "As the 3-day deadline approaches, I beg you. I do not wish to remain incapable of cultivation, nor do I want to be reduced to mediocrity. I need to become strong. So I implore you to engage in dual cultivation with me. I apologize for my earlier rashness and hope you can save me from my plight. I yearn for dual cultivation and wish to be rescued by you." It was hard to fathom that the once proud and aloof goddess now humbled herself to seek dual cultivation. This contrast painted a stark picture of her transformation. Chapter 26, Affectionate Connections, Cultivation Breakthrough to the Spirit Communication Realm. Ling Bing took the initiative to propose the union. Lin Fan, seeing her sincerity, dropped his pretenses. Thus, over the next 3 days, they shared a deep bond, entwined in passion, experiencing blissful unity. No matter how pure and aloof Ling Bing had been prior, once begun, there was no turning back. She soon found herself lost in the experience. The essence of the Xian Huang energy was the quintessence of its power, capable of revitalizing the lifeless. As Lin Fan channeled the pure Xian Huang energy into her body, it surged through her Dantian, circulating through the 18 meridians. 3 days later, as Ling Bing regained her composure, she was astonished to discover that her previously pierced Dantian had inexplicably healed. Not only that, but it brimmed with abundant spiritual energy. "Is my Dantian truly healed?" Ling Bing exclaimed with joy, her eyes sparkling with gratitude as she gazed at Lin Fan. "You should now realize I was not deceiving you," Lin Fan remarked, adjusting his attire, still yearning for more. "I once thought you a charlatan, filled with vile intentions, especially given your lewd behavior over the past 3 days. But now, I see I misjudged you. The fact that a shattered Dantian can heal is astonishing. Your Xian Huang energy is indeed remarkable," Ling Bing declared, her eyes filled with boundless appreciation. Regardless of the past, her healed Dantian now opened a realm of infinite possibilities. True strength reveals itself in times of adversity. "Thankfully, your Dantian has recovered. Otherwise, I would have found myself in an inescapable predicament," Lin Fan remarked with a hint of dissatisfaction. "But you mentioned that my cultivation could surge to new heights. My Dantian has healed, yet my cultivation has not returned. What must I do to restore my previous level of cultivation?" Ling Bing inquired, her eyes alight with hope as she regarded Lin Fan. Having endured this trial, She now placed her unwavering trust in him, convinced that he could enable her transformation and propel her to new heights. Do you trust me? Lin Fan teased. If my shattered dantian can heal, I have no reason not to trust you. Ling Bing affirmed with a nod. Very well, when the time comes. You must follow my instructions to the letter, particularly during the more challenging exercises. You must trust me implicitly. Only then can I facilitate a breakthrough in your cultivation, potentially transcending the true essence realm and reaching the spirit communication realm. Lin Fan, brimming with ambition, spoke with a tone and expression that invited wild interpretations. Fortunately, Ling Bing nodded obediently, placing her unwavering trust in him. As events unfolded seamlessly, the two became inseparable and entered a harmonious phase. Meanwhile, news of the Xian Yuan sect's annihilation of the Tianjin sect swiftly spread across the Xianwu continent. Just as Lin Fan had previously stated, to kill was to kill decisively. The obliteration of the Tianjin sect served as a warning to others. The rise of the Xian Yuan sect instilled caution in the powerful sects that had long coveted the imperial spirit dragon vein, causing them to hesitate in their actions. After all, no one wished to become the next Tianjin sect, especially with the presence of scattered immortals guarding the imperial spirit dragon vein. After weathering the most challenging times, the Xian Yuan sect awaited the dawn of a new era. One day, the Grand Elder of the Wuji sect personally visited and cordially invited the Xian Yuan sect to participate in the biannual 10-sect martial assembly. To be invited to this assembly was an honor reserved for the most exceptional sects of the past 5 years. The very fact that the Grand Elder of the Wuji sect had extended an invitation to the Xian Yuan sect signified their recognition. It was worth noting that over the past century, the once declining Xian Yuan sect had only been invited to the 10-sect martial assembly once, nearly forgotten by the world. The Grand Elder had initially hoped to witness Lin Fan's brilliance, curious about the prodigy with 100 spiritual veins, but due to Lin Fan's seclusion, he was firmly turned away by Ling Ao. In the Grand Hall of the Xian Yuan sect, after the Grand Elder's departure, Ling Ao, Lu Qi, Wang Xiong, and Zhou Yin gathered together. It seemed that the destruction of the Tianjin sect had significantly elevated the Xian Yuan sect's reputation. They were astonished that the Grand Elder of the Wuji sect had personally come to visit. It has been nearly 100 years since we last participated in the 10-sect martial assembly. Lu Qi lamented, a mix of nostalgia and longing in his voice. This time, we must seize the opportunity to showcase our prowess and let the world know that the Xian Yuan sect has risen once more. Huang Xiong declared with fervor. His fists clenched in anticipation. Master, what are your thoughts on the upcoming 10-sect martial assembly? Zhou Yin inquired, noticing Ling Ao's silence. Lin Fan's extraordinary talent is unparalleled, a rarity on the Xianwu continent. However, the news of his possessing 100 spiritual veins has already leaked, which may not bode well for us. It is certain that he will be targeted if we participate in the assembly. I am aware that several powerful sects possess prodigies with unfathomable abilities, some even reaching the earthly realm, Ling Ao replied, his expression tinged with apprehension. And yet, what of it? When Lin Fan assisted our ancestor in overcoming the ninefold immortal tribulation, he had already attained the earthly realm. Now, as he cultivates within the imperial spirit dragon vein, with his 100 spiritual veins, who could possibly rival him? Huang Xiang countered, shedding his previous biases against Lin Fan. While your reasoning holds merit, the top 10 sects have cultivated their strength over many years, and they are not to be underestimated. Moreover, Lin Fan may not even agree to participate in the assembly. I shall discuss this with him, Ling Ao said, maintaining his composure. In the heart of the imperial spirit dragon vein, Ling Ao arrived to find Lin Fan and Ling Bing, who had just concluded their dual cultivation session. He had initially been concerned about their relationship, remembering how Ling Bing had once refused to marry Lin Fan. Yet, witnessing her blush and the palpable romantic atmosphere, he quickly discerned the truth. If all went as expected, they had shared their first experience together under the heavens and earth. Ling Ao was surprised to see Ling Bing, who had always resisted sharing a room, now seemingly willing to submit. He hasn't bullied you, has he? Ling Ao asked directly. No, Ling Bing replied shyly, her head lowered. Weren't you dismissive of him before? What has changed that you are now willing to cultivate together? Ling Ao teased, hoping to strengthen their bond. At that moment, he was astonished to notice a faint yellow spiritual energy emanating from Ling Bing, indicating her breakthrough to the spirit connection realm. Prior to this, she had only been at the true essence realm. Logically, even with exceptional talent, such a rapid advancement in less than half a month seemed implausible. Have you truly broken through to the spirit connection realm? Ling Ao asked, unable to contain his excitement. Yes, Ling Bing nodded, confirming the breakthrough. But just half a month ago, You were at the 6th layer of the true essence realm. How could you have advanced 4 realms in such a short time? Ling Ao exclaimed, almost at a loss for words. Ling Bing hesitated, feeling awkward. Revealing the truth of their dual cultivation was not an option. However, if he were to learn of her recovery from a shattered Dantian and her rise from nothing to the spirit connection realm, he would surely be even more astonished. Being close to extraordinary individuals accelerates one's cultivation. Ling Ao observed, casting an admiring glance at Lin Fan. If I am not mistaken, the reason for Binger's significant progress is undoubtedly linked to you. One could say that, Lin Fan replied with a calm smile. My cultivation has stagnated at the transformation realm for quite some time. Might you lend me your strength to help me break through? Ling Ao gazed at Lin Fan with fervent anticipation. What are you thinking? Lin Fan furrowed his brow. I have only heard of the harmony of yin and yang. I have never heard of the harmony of yang with yang. If the two of you were to attempt it together, it might just result in an explosion. Beside them, Ling Bing felt increasingly embarrassed, especially when Ling Ao suggested dual cultivation with Lin Fan. She quickly interjected, Father, what brings you here? Is there something you need? Indeed. There is a matter concerning both of you. Ling Ao replied earnestly, recalling his purpose for coming. After exchanging glances, Ling Bing asked, What is it? Please, tell us. The 10-sect martial assembly, held once every 5 years, is approaching. The Grand Elder of the Wuji sect has personally invited our Xianyuan sect to participate. I am here to seek your opinions on our stance regarding this invitation, Ling Ao said, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Fan. How extraordinary. The Grand Elder of the Wuji sect personally extended an invitation. Ling Bing exclaimed, slightly taken aback. The battle against the Tianjin sect has demonstrated our strength to the major sects, so it is not surprising that we have been granted the opportunity to participate. I simply did not expect the Grand Elder to come personally, Ling Ao stated with pride. Father, have we not waited for this opportunity for so many years? I am most eager to participate, Ling Bing declared resolutely, without a moment's hesitation. What about you, Lin Fan? What are your thoughts? After nodding in satisfaction, Ling Ao turned his intense gaze toward Lin Fan, filled with anticipation. What benefits does participating in the 10-sect martial assembly bring? Lin Fan asked. His curiosity piqued rather than readily agreeing. Benefits? There are not many, but the champion will earn the sect the right to enter the ancient burial grounds, Ling Ao explained. Moreover, the ranking of the 10 major sects is determined by their qualifications for the 10 sects martial assembly, although it is merely a nominal distinction. This title often enables the sect to secure superior resources. Ling Ao candidly expressed, It seems you are quite invested in this upcoming assembly. Lin Fan casually inquired. If I were to say I wasn't, it would surely be a falsehood. After all, this martial assembly occurs once every 5 years. And our Xianyuan sect has not even qualified in nearly a century. If it weren't for our stunning victory over the Heavenly Sword sect, we might not have qualified this time either. Ling Ao spoke with a hint of self-mockery. Could it be that there are undisclosed secrets within the ancient tomb? Lin Fan asked with keen interest. As for whether there are secrets, I cannot say for certain. But it is said that the spiritual energy within is far richer than that found in dragon veins. Furthermore, the ancient tomb is said to contain numerous celestial artifacts, treasures that every cultivator yearns for. Since the emergence of Wuji sect a century ago, after a prodigy claimed victory, they have soared to unprecedented heights, becoming the most powerful sect on the Xuanwu continent, never relinquishing their dominance to any other sect since. It is also rumored that Wuji sect possesses many celestial artifacts, which contributes to their unrivaled supremacy. Ling Ao spoke with fervor, his face betraying an endless envy. After a moment of contemplation, he looked at Lin Fan with sparkling eyes and said, To be frank, your arrival has instilled in me a sense of hope. After all, possessing 100 spiritual veins is unparalleled in the history of the Xuanwu continent. With your talent and strength, should you choose to act, our Xianyuan sect stands a significant chance of claiming the top position, thus granting us the opportunity to enter the ancient tomb. Of course, all of this hinges on your willingness to participate in the 10 sects martial assembly. What are the conditions for participating in the 10 sects martial assembly? Lin Fan asked calmly. Anyone under 18 is eligible. There are no other requirements, Ling Ao replied, his expression filled with emotion. The hope was evident, to the point that even his voice trembled slightly. To be honest, I have little interest, Lin Fan said nonchalantly. In an instant, Ling Ao's face paled. Yet, the next moment, Lin Fan shifted his tone, stating, however, it would be quite enjoyable to participate. Upon hearing this, Ling Ao finally breathed a sigh of relief. With your words, I feel reassured. However, do not be complacent. I am aware that many formidable warriors will be competing, including several masters at the earthly perfection stage. Ling Ao cautioned, concerned that Lin Fan might underestimate the challenge. Your words only pique my interest further, Lin Fan replied dismissively, showing no signs of apprehension. There remains a month until the 10 sects martial assembly, and we will depart for Wuji sect in 2 weeks. Prepare yourselves, Ling Ao declared with conviction. As preparations were underway, he still looked at Lin Fan with a glimmer of hope, saying, since you can help Binger achieve rapid breakthroughs, why not try the same with me? Do you harbor any prejudices against me? Lin Fan remained unfazed, while Ling Bing felt utterly embarrassed. She quickly pushed Ling Ao out, exclaiming, Father, there's a difference between men and women. This cannot be achieved with you. You should leave quickly. A difference between the genders? Ling Ao paused, a flicker of understanding crossing his face. His cheeks flushed red, and he hurriedly left, not wishing to linger any longer. Really, I feel too embarrassed to say it outright. Ling Bing admitted shyly after watching Ling Ao depart. Ahem, dual cultivation can bring our realms closer together. I am at the earthly perfection stage, while you are still at the spiritual communication stage. This means you have room for improvement. So, let us continue. I can unlock a few new techniques. Lin Fan grinned mischievously. Chapter 28. The Savage Wilderness, the overlord of the 9-headed blood serpent dragon, as the sun rises and sets, and the winds and moons renew. In the ensuing half-month, Lin Fan charged into battle, relishing every moment. Ling Bing, completely captivated, adopted the demeanor of a demure woman, lost in blissful reverie, willingly submitting to his guidance. After half a month, amidst the anticipation of Ling Ao and others, the two emerged from their secluded training. Sister, what have you been doing lately? Your skin looks absolutely radiant. Upon seeing Ling Bing's glowing complexion, Ling Shui approached, taking her hand in envy. Your skin is like fine jade, delicate and flawless with a rosy hue. I was worried about your injuries, but it seems my concerns were unfounded. You must share your secret with me. How can I achieve such beauty? Is it really that exaggerated? Ling Bing shyly replied, her gaze inadvertently drifting towards Lin Fan, her eyes sparkling with affection. Desire for beauty is inherent in women, and Ling Bing is no exception. She understands that her transformation is linked to Lin Fan. Her body, nourished, has undergone a qualitative change, all thanks to their dual cultivation. It's no exaggeration. Standing together, I feel like I've become the elder sister. Please, do share the secret. Ling Shui pleaded, boldly speculating, could it be related to my brother-in-law? Brother-in-law, can you help my skin achieve the same radiance as my sister's? I wouldn't mind at all. But I wonder if your sister would agree, Lin Fan said with a wicked smile. You dare. Ling Bing shot him a fierce glare, warning him. With a shrug, Lin Fan expressed his helplessness. How stingy. Ling Shui pouted, releasing Ling Bing's hand in frustration. Just then, Ling Ao approached, beaming with enthusiasm. How do you feel? We are ready to depart at any moment. Quite well, I assure you, Lin Fan replied with casual confidence. Gather at the Xianyuan martial arena and have a stick of incense. I will personally lead the way. We will first venture into the savage wilderness for some training. Before heading directly to Wuji sect, Ling Ao stated succinctly. Nodding in agreement, Lin Fan made no objections. Brother-in-law, what realm are you at now? Ling Tian asked fervently. Guess. Lin Fan replied with a mysterious smile, taking Ling Bing's delicate hand and walking away. When others witnessed this scene, Ling Tian, Ling Shui, and the rest exchanged astonished glances. It was well known that Ling Bing had never favored him, yet now she allowed him to hold her hand, appearing utterly dependent, leaving them in disbelief. Strange, has my sister been enchanted? Ling Shui murmured softly. Don't you see? She has already been captivated by her brother-in-law. If I were a woman, I would also succumb. Brother-in-law's charm is simply irresistible, Ling Tian complimented. Let us hope he shines brilliantly at this 10 sects martial assembly. Ling Shui felt a profound sense of tranquility. After the burning of half an incense stick, Ling Ao took the lead, accompanied by 3 elders, gathering nearly 100 individuals at the Xianyuan martial arena. Those who could accompany them to the Wuji sect for the 10 sects martial assembly were all elite among elites, masters among masters. Ling Ao was determined to demonstrate the strength of the Xianyuan sect before the world, announcing the resurgence of the once great sect of the Xuanwu continent. After delivering a stirring speech, with a command from Ling Ao, the group of over 100 experts soared into the sky on their swords, transforming into streaks of light as they headed towards the Wild Forest. The Wild Forest, one of the 9 forbidden zones of the Xuanwu continent, was a place of peril. With treacherous ravines, swarming beasts, rampant insects, and pervasive miasma. It was home to mountain spirits, wild monsters, and titanic beasts, as well as malevolent dragons. Because of this, the wild forest had become a coveted training ground for various sects, though they dared only to explore its outskirts. It was said that the heart of the forest was rife with ferocious beasts, where only those at the level of the Desolation Mirror could enter. After some commotion, the disciples of the Xianyuan sect, led by Ling Ao, arrived. According to the plan, they would split into groups of 3 to 5 and act independently. Reuniting after 10 days, Lin Fan, Ling Bing, and Ling Tian formed one such trio. Ling Shui initially wished to join them, but Ling Ao insisted on keeping her by his side, fearing that Lin Fan might feel overwhelmed. The trio plunged into the depths of the wild forest. However, before the arrival of the Xianyuan sect, several other sects had already begun their training, leading to a scarcity of beasts in the outer areas, offering them no opportunities for practice. As they ventured deeper, they soon arrived at the renowned Tianfeng Grand Canyon. The canyon split the wild forest in two like a chasm, and crossing it would lead them into the true heart of the forest. It was said that the Sword Saint had cleaved this canyon with a single strike, and it indeed appeared majestic and awe-inspiring. Standing at the canyon's edge, Ling Tian felt a surge of emotions. Lin Fan remained undeterred. He decisively drew his Hongyuan sword, preparing to leap across the canyon. You intend to cross? Ling Bing's expression changed drastically. What else? If you too are afraid, you can turn back, Lin Fan declared proudly. Brother-in-law, this is no trivial matter. The heart of the forest is filled with level 8 and even level 9 beasts, accessible only to those of the Desolation realm. Though you are exceptionally gifted, venturing in unsupervised is far too perilous. We have our mission. Let us explore the outskirts instead, Ling Tian reasoned, still shaken. Before Ling Tian could finish his sentence, he was taken aback to see Ling Bing flying across, clearly choosing to follow Lin Fan into danger. Sister, why are you also recklessly following? Come back, Ling Tian exclaimed, his face filled with worry. There are far too many practitioners in the outer areas. We might as well see what lies within, Ling Bing insisted stubbornly. But father specifically instructed us not to enter the heart of the forest, Ling Tian argued. Did he? But he must have prepared for this. Why else would he have insisted on leaving Shuer behind? Besides, with your brother-in-law here, what is there to fear? Ling Bing countered dismissively, hastening her flight. Ling Tian paused, suddenly realizing Ling Ao's reasoning for leaving Ling Shui behind. However, he was taken aback by Ling Bing's reference to Lin Fan as her brother-in-law. It was evident that she had fully accepted Lin Fan's identity and acknowledged him as her partner. Seeing the two already on their way, he hesitated, knowing they would soon vanish from sight. After weighing his options, Ling Tian resolved to follow, adopting a determined stance as he soared across. As they traversed the heart of the wild forest, they were soon surrounded by a pack of hellhounds, their eyes glowing ominously green. The hellhounds were dark, pack-hunting creatures with sharp fangs, horns on their heads, and multiple tails, known for their ferocity. Once they had targeted their prey, they would pursue relentlessly until their quarry was vanquished. Hellhounds. Brother-in-law, are these the hellhounds from the infernal abyss? What should we do? Ling Tian trembled, terror-stricken by the sight of over 20 hellhounds glaring hungrily at them. Most of them are level 2 beasts. They are perfect for practice. Let's engage, Lin Fan proclaimed fearlessly. Gripping his Hanyuan sword, he radiated an aura of deadly intent, like a reaper descending upon them, and charged forward. Simultaneously, Ling Bing fearlessly joined the fray, her confidence unwavering as she disregarded the savage hellhounds entirely. You two truly are a couple in perfect harmony, Ling Tian remarked, exasperated as he watched them. Level 2 beasts posed little threat to a master of Lin Fan's caliber. With swift strokes of his sword, he dispatched 10 hellhounds in quick succession, leaving the remaining ones for Ling Bing and Ling Tian to handle. Ling Bing, too, handled the situation with ease. Even when besieged, she maintained her composure and effortlessly dispatched her foes. Within moments, only 2 hellhounds remained. At this point, she ceased her attacks, signaling to Lin Fan as they worked in unison to force the last 2 hellhounds to confront Ling Tian. As the hellhounds, driven mad by desperation and the loss of their kin, launched an all-out assault on Ling Tian, he found himself retreating under their relentless pressure. Sister, brother-in-law, are you really going to let me face this alone? Hurry and help me. I can hardly hold on, Ling Tian pleaded, panic-stricken, his body marked with numerous wounds. The essence of training lies in surpassing one's physical limits. If we step in to assist, it would defeat the purpose of our training. You should attempt to slay them. We will wait for you ahead, Lin Fan replied coldly, exchanging a knowing glance with Ling Bing as they began to walk away. "No, you can't leave." Ling Tian cried out in desperation, his voice filled with despair. What would happen if he were to be harmed? Ling Bing was concerned, fearing the worst. "A person's potential is limitless. I know his strength. Have faith. He will be fine," Lin Fan assured her confidently. As expected, moments later, a bloodied Ling Tian caught up with them, panting heavily. "You are truly heartless, abandoning me like that. If anything were to happen, how would you explain it to father?" He lamented, filled with indignation. "Take a look at your own realm," Lin Fan chuckled. Upon inspection, a wave of joy washed over Ling Tian, and he stuttered with excitement. I actually broke through. From the brink of death to rebirth, this is the reward for pushing your limits," Lin Fan declared with pride. "Brother-in-law, this is simply unbelievable." With a hearty laugh, Han Ho expressed his admiration for Ling Tian. Just as they were speaking, a thunderous roar echoed through the heart of the wilderness forest, sending chills down their spines. The three exchanged glances, swiftly taking to the skies on their swords to investigate the source of the sound. Upon arrival, their expressions changed drastically. Within their line of sight, a blood dragon with 9 heads emerged in the valley. The dragon stretched over 100 meters, its body covered in blood-red scales the size of bowls, and its gaping maw filled with sharp fangs. The 9 menacing heads instilled a sense of dread. At that moment, it coiled around a young woman, bloodied and on the verge of being torn apart. The 9-headed blood dragon, the ruler of the wilderness forest. Ling Tian was struck with horror, his voice trembling with fear. Chapter 29. The Ancestor Dragon's Spirit. Ling Bing, humiliated. Life and death hung in the balance. If they did not act, the young woman trapped in despair faced certain death. As the tragedy loomed, Ling Bing and Ling Tian were filled with terror, yet paralyzed by indecision. In a critical moment, Lin Fan wielded the Primordial sword, unleashing 9 sword auras. These auras locked onto the 9 heads of the blood dragon, weaving into an expansive sword net, leaving the beast with no escape. The ravenous 9-headed blood dragon, having finally caught its prey, was suddenly confronted with danger. The sharp sword energy made it wary. Reluctantly, it abandoned the woman and fled to safety. "Are you all right?" Lin Fan inquired, rushing to the bloodied woman. As he spoke, he infused her with pure primal energy to aid in her recovery. The woman was exceedingly weak, managing only a glance at Lin Fan before succumbing to unconsciousness. "Brother-in-law, you're in big trouble." Ling Tian rushed over, still shaken. "Binger, take her away quickly. I will hold them off," Lin Fan declared, gripping his sword tightly. "No, you can't face it alone. I will stay to assist you. Let Xiao Tian take her away," Ling Bing insisted resolutely. "This is the heart of the wilderness forest, where fierce beasts roam. Xiao Tian's cultivation is insufficient to escape. Trust me, I will be fine," Lin Fan assured confidently. Ling Bing, a rational individual, understood the perilous nature of their surroundings, realizing that a single misstep could lead to their demise. After careful consideration, she decisively stated, "Wait for me. I will return to help you." "Brother-in-law, you must hold on," Ling Tian urged repeatedly, unable to quell his worry. After watching them depart, Lin Fan finally felt a weight lifted from his heart, breathing a sigh of relief. Without any lingering concerns, he faced the 9-headed blood dragon without fear. At that moment, the 9-headed blood dragon raised all its heads, revealing its razor-sharp fangs, glaring menacingly at Lin Fan, instilling terror. In contrast, Lin Fan stood firm, unflinching, and declared, "Now that we are alone, I can spare your life. You may leave now." The 9-headed blood dragon, an 8th-level beast, was formidable. It found Lin Fan's offhand comment amusing. "Did I hear you correctly? Spare my life? How laughable and insignificant you are. Perish." The dragon scoffed, its disdain palpable. In that instant, it lunged forward, its 9 maws poised to rend Lin Fan apart. Despite the brevity of his reincarnation, Lin Fan, gifted as he was, could not possibly defeat an 8th-level beast. However, his confidence stemmed primarily from the protective aura of the Primordial sword. This sword had slain countless dragons and contained their souls within its form. Although 99 of those dragon souls merged into a spiritual vein, the most powerful, the Ancestor Dragon's spirit, remained within the sword as a sword spirit. As the 9-headed blood dragon approached, ferocious and intimidating, Lin Fan remained calm, releasing the Ancestor Dragon's spirit. In an instant, a colossal phantom of a dragon appeared before him. The terrifying aura of the Dragon King enveloped a radius of 10,000 meters, causing the 9-headed blood dragon, poised to attack, to cower in fear, trembling as if it had encountered death itself. "Begone!" Lin Fan commanded, devoid of a murderous intent. The nine-headed blood dragon, having reached this level of cultivation, was not easily slain. Upon receiving the order, it fled without a moment's hesitation, not daring to linger. "Indeed, I never expected you would prove useful," Lin Fan remarked with satisfaction as he withdrew the ancestor dragon's spirit. In this cycle of reincarnation, Lin Fan had been deceived into the path of rebirth. Now, he longed to grow stronger swiftly and seek an opportunity to escape this barren land, as it paled in comparison to the spiritually rich world of the primal wilderness. Alone with his sword, Lin Fan ventured deeper into the heart of the wilderness forest, seeking opportunities for breakthroughs. Over the next 3 days, he traversed perilous terrains, slaying foes left and right, undeterred by the limitations of his own power. Even when encountering beasts far stronger than himself, he managed to turn misfortune into fortune, maintaining his undefeated stance. One day, while on his journey, Lin Fan suddenly received a message from the sword spirit of the ancestor dragon, indicating that Ling Bing was nearby and in dire peril. Initially, he had thought she would not return after leaving 3 days prior, but it seemed she had kept her word and returned. Without hesitation, guided by the ancestor dragon spirit, Lin Fan swiftly flew towards her location. His figure darted like lightning through the dense foliage, and soon he arrived at the source of the commotion. Ling Bing was indeed before him, but she was bloodied and kneeling on the ground, immobilized by the sword of the elder Jian Kuang from the Heavenly Sword sect. Next to Jian Kuang stood Jian Chun, the young master of the sect. Lin Fan's sudden appearance ignited Jian Kuang's fury, compelling him to aggressively close in, forcing Lin Fan into a corner, unable to approach Ling Bing. "I have waited for you for a long time. You have finally arrived." Jian Kuang sneered as their eyes met. "Are you planning to eradicate the remnants of your foes?" Lin Fan retorted scornfully. "Humph, still boasting even when death is imminent. If it weren't for you last time, the Xianyuan sect would have been annihilated. But it matters not. I am eager to see if your body, with its 100 spiritual veins, can truly be killed." The sword madman unleashed a relentless fury, each strike imbued with lethal intent, mercilessly tormenting Lin Fan. Opposite him, Jian Chen, with a sinister expression, approached Ling Bing with malicious intent. Upon reaching her, he forcefully threw her to the ground and began to remove her garments. What are you doing?" Ling Bing, immobilized and terrified, struggled in vain against her bindings. Alas, despite her will to fight back, she was powerless under the seals placed upon her. "Heh, you are the treasured jewel of Ling Ao. When I came to propose before, I was spurned. Now, you conspired against my Heavenly Sword sect. Let us settle both new and old grievances. The woman I desire, even if wed, I shall have a taste." Jian Chen exclaimed maniacally. "You dare?" Lin Fan, barely surviving under the sword madman's relentless assault, roared defiantly. Jian Chen glanced dismissively at Lin Fan and proclaimed, "Elder San, do not kill him just yet. I want him to witness whether I dare. Your woman? Now, I shall possess her, and you can only watch, ha." Chapter 30, The 9 Spiritual Body. 3 flowers gathering at the crown, 5 chi returning to the origin. Jian Chen's vengeful intentions were clear, his heart filled with malice. The sword madman, sinister and ruthless, showed no mercy. Despite Lin Fan's desperate resistance, he was utterly outmatched, unable to break free from the overwhelming power, and could only watch helplessly as Ling Bing was victimized. "Jian Chun, if you dare lay a finger on her, I, Lin Fan, swear to the heavens that in this lifetime, I shall not rest until I have torn you to pieces." Lin Fan's forehead pulsed with veins, his eyes burning with rage, exuding an aura of deathly ferocity. "Oh, how I tremble in fear. Here I am. Come and kill me if you dare. If I'm not mistaken, you haven't consummated your union yet, have you? Heh. So she is still a maiden. Then I shall not be polite. Having been rejected once, she now comes willingly to me. It seems she is destined to be my woman." Jian Chen leered, revealing his grotesque nature. In 2 lifetimes, Lin Fan had never been so utterly humiliated. Faced with such shameless provocation, despite his extraordinary talent and the comprehension of a quasi-Huan Yuan de Luo Jingxian, his rebirth on a desolate planet had not afforded him enough time to grow powerful. Under the brutal oppression of the sword madman, he struggled to move, helplessly watching Ling Bing suffer indignity, unable to intervene or prevent the impending tragedy. As Jian Chun prepared to strip Ling Bing of her dignity, Lin Fan, consumed by fury, summoned all his strength to unleash the Xianyuan 9 swords, striving to reverse the situation. However, the sword madman's cultivation level was simply too formidable. The disparity in power was insurmountable, and no sword technique could bridge that gap. Moreover, under the sword madman's relentless onslaught, Lin Fan bore no less than 10 sword wounds. His flesh torn and bloodied. Only his Xianhuang indestructible body allowed him to hold on. Had he been an ordinary person, he would have perished long ago. Accept your fate, boy. I concede that your 100 spirit veins are unprecedented, but you do not belong to the Xian Yuan sect. From the moment you entered the wild forest, you were marked. Even if I do not act, other sects will ensure you do not leave alive. Your existence disrupts the delicate balance among the various sects. You must die. The sword madman declared cruelly, resolute in his intent to eliminate Lin Fan. He had initially contemplated satisfying Jian Chen's desires by allowing Lin Fan to witness the suffering of others, yet wary of potential complications. He swiftly turned cold and struck to eliminate any threats. Suddenly, as Lin Fan and Ling Bing found themselves in dire straits, an enraged voice echoed through the air. Upon hearing this voice, the sword madman, poised to kill, immediately grew alert, sensing a formidable presence. This was the heart of the wild forest. Any human appearing here was no weakling, and with his cultivation at the integration level, he felt precariously vulnerable. Jianchen, oblivious to the danger, brazenly shouted. The Heavenly Sword sect operates under the authority of the Sword Saint. Irrelevant parties must leave immediately. He invoked the name of the Sword Saint, hoping to intimidate the opposition. For the Sword Saint was renowned across the realm, and his supreme sword techniques were feared by all. The Sword Saint's disciples? In that case, both of you shall perish. Came the icy response, unwavering. Simultaneously, a terrifying black spiritual energy transformed into countless arrows, accurately aimed at them. The black spiritual force was emblematic of the void realm and the loose immortal realm. To disregard the Sword Saint indicated the aggressor was at least a loose immortal. As the peril closed in, Jian Chun was struck with fear, his face ashen, his feet seemingly weighed down with lead. As the dreadful arrows approached, the sword madman unsheathed his sword, unleashing a torrent of sword energy, attempting to weave an impenetrable net in the air to intercept the oncoming assault. Yet, he was acutely aware that challenging a superpower of the loose immortal realm with his integration level was tantamount to courting death. Thus, upon completing his defense, he seized Jianchen and transformed into a streak of light, attempting to flee. However, the power of the loose immortal's attack was beyond imagination. The so-called sword net crumbled under pressure, and the relentless arrows struck true, piercing their bodies before they could escape, sending them plummeting from the sky, their fates uncertain. Having narrowly escaped death, Lin Fan rushed to Ling Bing's side. Though her virtue was preserved, she was visibly shaken, her eyes wide with tears, emanating a heart-wrenching vulnerability. It's all right. One day, I will personally slay both of them. Lin Fan reassured her while his body radiated a terrifying aura, his anger simmering. This is not a place for you. Return at once. A melodious voice resonated once more. Following the sound, a strikingly beautiful woman appeared, exuding both intelligence and grace. Her flowing crimson robe accentuated her enchanting figure, leaving onlookers captivated. It was hard to fathom that she possessed the cultivation of either the void realm or the loose immortal realm, a stark contrast to her appearance. Lin Fan, accustomed to such scenes in the primal realm, remained unfazed. Yet, Ling Bing gazed at the woman in awe, unable to reconcile the unbelievable sight before her. You are Yi Hongwei? Ling Bing stammered, her voice quivering. You know me? Yi Hongwei responded, raising an eyebrow in surprise. The legendary possessor of 9 spirit veins, who broke through the body refinement realm in 3 days, reached the spirit connection realm in half a month, and surpassed the void realm in under a decade. A dragon among men, a genius beyond compare. You have always been my idol. Ling Bing effused, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Yi Hongwei. In contrast, Yi Hongwei remained indifferent to Ling Bing's praise, her demeanor as cold as ever. 3 flowers gathering at the crown, 5 qi returning to the origin. Indeed, your talent is unparalleled. Lin Fan remarked, shaking his head in deep regret as he scrutinized Yi Hongwei. What do you mean by that? Yi Hongwei's gaze sharpened, her demeanor suddenly fierce. After all these years, no one had ever dared to question her. Let me venture a bold guess. Your cultivation has long reached the limits of this realm. According to reason, you should have transcended several years ago. However, your situation is rather unique, and you have been unable to sense the heavenly tribulation for quite some time. Am I correct? Lin Fan observed her with a scrutinizing gaze, speaking incisively. Initially filled with disdain, Yi Hongwei was taken aback by his words. Her brow furrowing deeply as her gaze towards Lin Fan shifted dramatically. How do you know? Yi Hongwei asked in astonishment. The three talents are heaven, earth, and humanity. The three lights are the sun, moon, and stars. You possess the exceedingly rare 9 spirit body, a sight seldom seen among millions. Although your talent is unparalleled, the overwhelming yin energy within you renders the surroundings as frigid as June's ice, making it impossible for anyone to approach. Lin Fan elaborated. As he spoke, he carefully glanced in the direction where Yi Hongwei stood. Indeed, within a 10-meter radius centered on her, all things were frozen, as if subjected to extreme cold. Everything encased in ice. Yi Hongwei's heart surged with tumultuous emotions. Yet, her expression remained composed, her eyes fixed intently on him as she urged softly, continue. The fundamental reason you cannot perceive the heavenly tribulation lies in your 9 spirit body. The emergence of heavenly tribulation stems from the harmony of yin and yang. However, the excessive yin energy within your body prevents the heavenly tribulation from manifesting. Thus, your fate is both shaped and hindered by the 9 spirit body. Lin Fan articulated with clarity. I have been troubled for so many years and have sought countless scattered immortals and seniors for answers, yet none could provide a satisfactory response. Only today, upon meeting you, did I finally comprehend my situation. I never expected my inability to transcend was related to the 9 spirit body. Yi Hongwei chuckled self-deprecatingly. Shaking her head, overwhelmed with emotion, Ling Bing gazed at the familiar yet unfamiliar man before her with immense admiration. Lin Fan's vast knowledge continually reshaped her perception, and she felt a wave of guilt for previously underestimating him. Is there a way to resolve this? Looking at Lin Fan with fervent eyes, Yi Hongwei's countenance shifted as she implored, since you can discern the reason for my inability to transcend, you must surely possess a means to overcome it. I hope you can guide me, so I may transcend like a normal person. Your predicament is neither exceedingly difficult nor entirely simple. To transcend, you must break the constraints imposed by your 9 spirit body. The simplest method is to introduce a surge of yang energy into your body, transforming the 9 spirit body into the 10 spirit holy body. Lin Fan declared, his gaze unwavering upon her. Yang energy? How should I proceed? I wish to know more. Yi Hongwei inquired eagerly, finally having identified the crux of her issue, and more importantly, the means to resolve it. As a 9 spirit body, you must venture to a place of utmost yang, allowing boundless yang energy to enter your body and form a spiritual meridian, counteracting the overwhelming yin energy within. Once the 9 spirit body evolves into the 10 spirit holy body, your innate talent will undergo a profound transformation, and the heavenly tribulation will seek you out automatically. Lin Fan succinctly explained. Forming a spiritual meridian with yang energy entering my body? Is that truly feasible? Yi Hongwei asked anxiously, her brow furrowed. Given her current cultivation level and experience, she lacked confidence in her ability to form a spiritual meridian and had never heard of such a thing before, leaving her quite apprehensive. Success lies in human efforts, but the outcome rests with heaven. Since I have suggested it, it must be achievable. Of course, there is another method, but it may be overly strenuous for you. Even if I were to share it, you might not pursue it. Therefore, it is best for you to attempt the method of forming a spiritual meridian with yang energy first. If that proves ineffective, you may return to seek me out for the second method. Lin Fan said candidly, looking into her eyes with an unwavering demeanor. Your name is Lin Fan, and you hail from the Xinyuan sect. I shall remember this. I will come to find you again. Yi Hongwei nodded solemnly, without lingering, and immediately set off, leaving with composure. Chapter 31. The Purple Dragon Sword. Countless venomous snakes surged forth. How is it that you know everything? After Yi Hongwei departed, Ling Bing gazed at Lin Fan with immense admiration as she inquired. If I were to claim I spoke at random, you would surely not believe me, Lin Fan jested. Whether you believe it or not is irrelevant. What matters is that Yi Hongwei has faith in it. From her earlier demeanor, it was evident she held your words in unwavering trust. By the way, what of the 9-headed blood flood dragon? How did you escape from it? Ling Bing asked with skepticism as she began to relish the time spent with Lin Fan. Although that creature was ferocious, it was still merely a beast. Outsmarting it was not a formidable challenge. Lin Fan replied nonchalantly, unwilling to delve into too much detail. Regardless, managing to evade the clutches of the 9-headed blood flood dragon, and subsequently surviving the assaults of Jian Kuang and Jian Chen, our venture into the hinterland has indeed been thrilling. What are your plans moving forward? Will you continue to hone your skills? Ling Bing tilted her head in inquiry. Our journey leads to the Wuji sect, and bypassing the depths of the wild forest will require at least 3 days. Moreover, Jianshan and Jianquang will undoubtedly not let this failure go easily. It's possible they are lying in wait for us near the Tianfeng Grand Canyon, anticipating our arrival. Just as Jianquang previously stated, my emergence has shattered the tacit understanding and balance among the major sects, threatening their interests, thus making me an unavoidable thorn in their side. As long as I draw breath, they will not relent, Lin Fan replied calmly, fully aware of his perilous position. I never imagined your rise would incite such envy among so many sects. Yet with our current strength, we cannot traverse the entire hinterland. If we persist, we may very well perish here. Are you certain you wish to proceed? Ling Bing asked with a furrowed brow, her anxiety palpable. Fear not. Not even the ninefold scattered immortal tribulation could fell me. Do you truly believe that the beasts within here could kill me? By the way, you and Xiao Tian have already ventured out, have you not? Lin Fan inquired with keen interest. If you did not emerge, how could I abandon you? Ling Tian replied affectionately. And Xiao Tian? Where is he? Lin Fan continued to question. The girl you saved earlier is from the Wanhua Island. And Xiao Tian is reveling in his achievements with them, Ling Bing replied with exasperation. Nodding in understanding, Lin Fan was not particularly concerned. Partners in life and in deeds. Following a discussion, Ling Bing resolved to accompany Lin Fan as they ventured deeper into the hinterland, navigating through the wild forest. Within the hinterland, innumerable demonic beasts roamed, ferocious and malevolent, wreaking havoc. Lin Fan and Ling Bing traversed this perilous terrain, as if walking on thin ice, facing near-death experiences. Yet, whenever danger arose, Lin Fan would invariably turn misfortune into fortune, transforming peril into safety. As they pressed onward, after a fierce battle, the two arrived at a deep pool measuring 100 meters on each side. After washing their faces, they prepared to rest briefly before continuing onward. At that moment, the Hunyuan sword, which had been embedded nearby, began to stir, ringing with a resounding clang. What is wrong with the Hunyuan sword? Noticing the anomaly, Ling Bing asked in surprise. There is a terrifying aura emanating from the depths of this pool. It likely belongs to the dragon clan. Lin Fan remarked casually as he glanced back. Ling Bing jumped in fright, her countenance shifting dramatically as her voice trembled slightly. Are you certain there is a dragon within? The Hunyuan sword does not err, Lin Fan declared confidently. The wild forest is dominated by three great overlords, the nine-headed blood flood dragon, the hellish demon dragon, and the ancient ferocious beast Qiongqi. Previously, we encountered the nine-headed blood flood dragon, and now with the scent of a dragon. Could it be the hellish demon dragon? Ling Bing boldly conjectured. At the moment her words fell, she felt an imminent threat and hastily grasped Lin Fan's hand, urging, this place is not suitable for prolonged stay. If we truly attract the hell dragon, we may perish here. Let us depart swiftly. In lands of great peril, there lies great fortune. Since ancient times, extraordinary treasures have always been guarded by fierce beasts. Lin Fan candidly remarked, it is unfortunate that a sword lies within this deep pool. The reason the Hunyuan sword was resonating earlier is due to its connection with that sword. Are you not contemplating seizing the sword from the dragon's mouth? Ling Bing looked at Lin Fan with a hint of indignation. Why not? Lin Fan retorted with a mischievous smile. But what if the hell dragon resides in this deep pool? It is one of the three sovereigns of the wild forest. With our current cultivation, we stand no chance against it. Just as Ling Bing intended to voice her concerns, the Hunyuan sword, under Lin Fan's control, plunged into the water and vanished. Upon witnessing this scene, Ling Bing fell silent, left at a loss for words. Soon, ripples emerged on the tranquil lake, swiftly transforming into monstrous waves that stirred the entire pool. Simultaneously, a terrifying sword aura erupted from the depths, causing Lin Fan and Ling Bing to retreat in alarm. What is happening? Ling Bing asked, anxiety creeping into her voice. The sword lies concealed at the bottom of the pool, unwilling to reveal itself. The Hunyuan sword is attempting to force it out, Lin Fan replied casually. As his words fell, two sword energies burst forth from the water. One was the Hunyuan sword, while the other was a sword exceeding 3 feet in length, its blade a deep crimson adorned with mysterious runes. As it attacked, the violet sword light was soul-stirring, inducing a chilling sensation of disorientation. Is that the purple dragon sword, the foremost of the 10 divine swords of the Xuanwu continent? Wasn't it taken to the immortal realm? How could it possibly be here? Ling Bing exclaimed, her excitement palpable upon seeing the sword. Do you recognize this sword? Lin Fan inquired, a hint of surprise in his voice. Indeed, this sword was unearthed from the ancient tomb and is an unmatched celestial sword. When the sword Greed ranked the swords of the Xuanwu continent, The purple dragon sword unquestionably claimed the top position. However, I never anticipated its presence here, Ling Bing said, her gaze burning with enthusiasm. Would you like it? Lin Fan asked provocatively. What are you saying? This is the purple dragon sword. I am unworthy of possessing it. Ling Bing replied self-deprecatingly. Since you're my woman, you naturally possess that right. Lin Fan declared confidently. The purple dragon sword harbored a sword spirit, awakened with independent consciousness. Although it ranked first among the 10 divine swords, at this moment, it quivered in fear beneath the might of the Hunyuan sword, unwilling to retaliate. Just as Lin Fan intended to grasp the purple dragon sword, countless vividly colored venomous snakes surged from the pool, a veritable sea of them numbering in the billions. Ah, how can there be so many venomous snakes? Ling Bing gasped in horror. Now I understand why there are so many chaotic auras. We've stumbled into a nest of snakes. Lin Fan exclaimed, realization dawning upon him, his heart racing. In mere moments, innumerable venomous snakes encircled them, entwining to form a wall of serpents, creating a closed loop that left them no avenue of escape. Chapter 32. The Seven-Colored Dragon Pearl, Ancestral Dragon Deeders the Hell Dragon. In this harrowing situation, even the inexperienced Ling Bing felt her scalp prickle, and Lin Fan, despite having lived 2 lives, felt a shiver run down his spine. The serpents on the wall raised their heads high, countless in number, all bearing their fangs in a grotesque display that sent chills through the air. What do we do now? How can we escape? Ling Bing stammered, one hand clutching the sword and the other holding Lin Fan's, her mind in disarray. Do not worry. These little nuisances pose no real threat, merely a display to intimidate, Lin Fan reassured her nonchalantly. As his words echoed, he wielded the Hunyuan sword with a single hand. Instantly, an endless wave of sword energy wove into a net, sweeping outward from his body. When the unparalleled sword aura struck the snake wall, it cleaved through the serpents, scattering them into disarray, forcing them back 30 meters. The furious hissing of the snakes erupted, filling the air with a nauseating stench of blood, causing hair to stand on end. Though each snake was individually weak, their ferocity was alarming. At that moment, they gruesomely devoured the remains of their own kind. A sight that was revolting. They are utterly deranged, Ling Bing exclaimed, her brow furrowed and face pale. These mindless beasts are beyond redemption. What can you expect from them? Lin Fan comforted her. The malevolent energy here is overwhelming. We should leave quickly, Ling Bing suggested, anxious about the hell dragon potentially emerging at any moment. But just then, a thunderous roar reverberated, silencing the snakes, which retreated in panic, fleeing as if swept away by a tide. Following the sound, they beheld a colossal dragon head rising from the water, its eyes the size of bulls fixating on them with a menacing glare. The hell dragon! What do we do? At that moment, Ling Bing's face turned ashen, her spirit shaken. You go ahead. I will hold it off, Lin Fan declared boldly, wishing to conceal the existence of the ancestral dragon's essence. No, I cannot leave you. Even in death, I wish to remain by your side, Ling Bing insisted fiercely, her fear overshadowed by her unwavering devotion. Have you begun to like me now? Lin Fan teased. Do not flatter yourself. I simply do not want your talent wasted here, Ling Bing retorted. Just as they spoke, the hell dragon leisurely emerged from the pool, its body as thick as a water jar, covered in large, dark scales, adorned with long, sharp spikes that emitted an eerie glow, instilling dread. You dare to seize my purple dragon sword, which I have guarded for a century? You must be tired of living. The hell dragon bellowed, its chilling gaze sending shivers down their spines. As its words fell, its massive tail lashed out like a steel whip, forcing Lin Fan and Ling Bing into a perilous predicament. Quick, dodge. In a moment of foreboding, Lin Fan and Ling Bing, sensing imminent danger, dared not hesitate any longer and immediately fled with all their might. The hell dragon, possessing at least the strength of the void realm, loomed dangerously close, and the disparity in their powers was insurmountable. They had no desire to linger in battle. Their sole focus was to escape the relentless pursuit. However, they underestimated the dragon's fierce determination to kill, which pursued them without relent, intent on annihilation. With a resounding crash, Lin Fan and Ling Bing soon fell victim to the hell dragon's devastating strength, struck by its colossal tail. At the moment of impact, Lin Fan's body crashed violently against a massive ancient tree, shattering it in half. Ling Bing fared little better. She was slammed against a boulder, causing her to bleed profusely. Even more dire, the hell dragon lunged toward Ling Bing with lightning speed, ensnaring her tightly, leaving only her head exposed, its gaping maw poised to swallow her whole. The situation was perilous. Lin Fan, still reeling from his injuries, could no longer afford to conceal his intentions. He swiftly summoned the ancestral dragon spirit from the primordial sword, desperate for a chance to turn the tide. In an instant, the immense phantom of the ancestral dragon, stretching over 10,000 meters, emerged in the void. The terrifying aura of the Dragon King rendered the Hell Dragon, poised to strike, utterly silent, paralyzed by the authority of a higher being. Even this mere fragment of the ancestral dragon's spirit commanded enough innate power to intimidate the Hell Dragon into releasing Ling Bing. Not only did the dragon relent, but it also cowered on the ground, trembling in fear, devoid of the dignity expected of a ruler of the wilderness. Among dragons, there exists a strict hierarchy that cannot be transgressed. Surrender the dragon pearl, and I shall spare your life, roared the ancestral dragon. The dragon pearl, the dragon's inner core and a source of its power, was akin to a human's dantian. Should the Hell Dragon relinquish its dragon pearl, it would lose years of cultivation, needing centuries to regain its former strength. Under the ancestral dragon's intimidation, the Hell Dragon struggled momentarily, but ultimately surrendered, reluctantly expelling a 7-colored dragon pearl. After all, in the face of survival, a single dragon pearl was of little consequence. It could always be recultivated in a few hundred years. "Begone!" commanded the ancestral dragon. Freed from its binding, the Hell Dragon swiftly vanished into the dense forest, leaving Lin Fan to exhale a sigh of relief as he stored the ancestral dragon's spirit back in the sword. Truth be told, he had doubted whether the ancestral spirit would truly intimidate the Hell Dragon, and forcing a dragon pearl from it was a gamble. Had the Hell Dragon fought back fiercely, he would have had no means to defend himself, potentially sealing his fate there. Fortunately, his gamble had paid off. He hastily retrieved the 7-colored dragon pearl, which felt almost scalding to the touch, yet the immense power contained within stirred exhilaration within him. Meanwhile, Ling Bing, though she had narrowly escaped death, felt as if her body might fall apart from the Hell Dragon's prior assault, barely clinging to life. "Are you all right?" Lin Fan inquired, holding the dragon pearl as he approached her with concern. Coughing violently, Ling Bing expelled a mouthful of blood, her injuries clearly severe, leaving her too weak to speak. "Do not speak. Swallow this and focus on your recovery," he insisted, placing the 7-colored dragon pearl into her mouth and infusing her with pure, vital energy to aid her in swallowing it. Ling Bing's eyes widened in shock, her pale face reflecting her astonishment. Despite her grave injuries, she was still lucid enough to realize that Lin Fan had fed her the Hell Dragon's precious 7-colored dragon pearl, a treasure that contained centuries of power. "Do not think of anything else. Attempt to refine it and harness the power within for yourself," Lin Fan encouraged, continuously channeling vital energy into her to hasten her healing process. This energy was more refined than mere force. Though Ling Bing's injuries were severe, under the nourishing influence of the vital energy, her wounds began to visibly heal, and her complexion gradually regained its color. After catching her breath, she did not rush to refine the dragon pearl but decisively expelled it, returning it to Lin Fan. This dragon pearl embodies the entirety of the Hell Dragon's strength, akin to a dragon vein, and even more refined than the power within such veins. "It is far too precious for me to refine," she declined gently. "This dragon pearl is mine. I can give it to whomever I choose." "You are my wife. What is wrong with that?" Lin Fan replied, not reaching out for it, his demeanor proud. "Your talent surpasses mine, and we stand on the precipice of the vital 10 Clans tournament. You need it more than I," she asserted, her concern evident. "Do not worry. Those insignificant opponents do not concern me in the least." Lin Fan dismissed her worries. "Yet I have not treated you well in the past. Though I married you, I never regarded you as my husband. You, however, have returned kindness for my past grievances, rescuing me time and again from peril. I feel unworthy," Ling Bing admitted, her eyes reddening with shame. "Are you beginning to realize your mistakes?" Lin Fan relished her feelings of guilt. "Yes," she nodded obediently. "Are you willing to change?" he inquired further. "I am," she replied earnestly. "Very well, from now on, you shall adhere to loyalty and the proper virtues expected of a wife." Lin Fan smiled broadly. "What does from one to the end mean?" Ling Bing tilted her head in confusion. "It signifies that a loyal minister serves but one lord, and a wife serves but one husband. Upon the husband's death, she must not remarry," Lin Fan clarified. "And what are the 3 submissions and 4 virtues?" she continued to question. "The 3 submissions refer to obeying one's father before marriage, obeying one's husband after marriage, and obeying one's son if widowed. The 4 virtues encompass a woman's morality, speech, appearance, and skills," he elaborated. "What of the 7 exclusions and 3 do-nots?" She furrowed her brow. "Disobeying one's parents, being childless, engaging in promiscuity, jealousy, suffering from a grave illness, excessive chatter, and theft all warrant exclusion. The 3 do-nots refer to having no return for what is taken, remarrying within 3 years of mourning, In transitioning from poverty to wealth, Lin Fan recited, "That is quite a list of conditions. Why do I feel as though you were taking liberties?" Ling Bing expressed her discontent. "Were you not the one who admitted to knowing your faults and wanting to change? Have you now reneged?" He teased her. "Yet no matter how you change, it does not alter your identity as a son-in-law," she retorted sharply. "All right then, I was merely jesting. Since you insist on giving me this 7-colored dragon pearl, I shall graciously accept it." "Thank you," she said, beaming at Lin Fan. To express her gratitude, she planted a light kiss on his forehead before focusing her mind on refining the dragon pearl. Chapter 33, A Harmonious Union, Cultivating the Chaotic Starburst. Subsequently, Ling Bing seated herself in meditation, diligently refining the 7-colored dragon pearl. Lin Fan, not idling, simultaneously provided her with protective support while entering a state of cultivation himself. The Hunyuan sword hovered majestically in the air, commanding the surroundings and poised for action at a moment's notice. Although the purple dragon sword had submitted, it had yet to be refined, currently embedded in the ground as it sought an opportunity to escape. However, under the vigilant watch of the Hunyuan sword, it dared not act recklessly. The 7-colored dragon pearl harbored boundless power, and Lin Fan chose to pass it to Ling Bing rather than refining it himself. Beyond her identity as his wife, a more significant reason lay in the fact that he had previously absorbed a sufficient amount of spiritual energy from the Taizu dragon vein in the Imperial Spirit dragon vein, which still resided in his dantian, not yet fully refined. Thus, even with the 7-colored dragon pearl, it held little significance for him at that moment. Moreover, while seated on the ground, he allowed his consciousness to traverse the vast universe. Against the backdrop of the inky night sky, countless stars twinkled around him, billions of celestial bodies suspended above. As Lin Fan commenced his cultivation, the 100 spiritual meridians within him transformed into 100 beams of light, astonishingly connecting with one of the stars. Furthermore, if one stood beside him, they would clearly perceive the boundless power of the stars being furiously channeled into his body through those 100 meridians. The chaotic starburst. This was the supreme technique created by the venerable Hong Jun alongside the 6 saints of the primordial age through the method of deduction. Regrettably, in the formidable primordial realm, no one had been able to comprehend it, let alone cultivate it. Yet, as Lin Fan endeavored to practice the chaotic starburst, he astonishingly discovered that his body was ravenously absorbing the power of the stars. This indicated that a technique deemed unpracticed across the entire primordial realm was, in his reincarnated existence, within his grasp. Time flowed swiftly, and 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Outside the wild forest, a group of disciples from the Xinyuan sect, led by Ling Ao, had gathered. Having been engaged in training on the periphery, they had encountered no formidable beasts during this period. However, after counting their numbers, Elder Zhou Yin approached Ling Ao with a furrowed brow, lowering his voice to say, "Aside from Lin Fan, Ling Bing, and Ling Tian, everyone else has arrived. We witnessed them crossing the heavenly rift canyon into the depths." "What? The depths?" Elder Huang Xiong's expression shifted dramatically, his tone grave. "Isn't that folly? For them to venture into the depths with their cultivation levels is akin to courting death. Despite our repeated warnings, they refuse to listen. Let us head to the Wujiman." "I have no desire to listen to Huang Xiong's ramblings," Ling Ao interrupted. "Shouldn't we wait a bit longer?" Elder Lu Qi expressed his unease. "I trust Xiao Fan. He will undoubtedly arrive at Wujiman within the stipulated time," Ling Ao asserted confidently. Following Ling Ao's command, the disciples of Xianyuan's sect mounted their swords and soared towards the direction of Wujiman. "Father, do you truly believe brother-in-law and the others will be safe? They have ventured into the depths, a place where entry is forbidden for those below the transcendence realm. What if they cannot come back?" Ling Shui, anxious, voiced her concerns during their flight on swords. "Of course, I am concerned. However, Xiao Fan's growth has surpassed all expectations. Since they dared to venture into the depths, they must possess adequate means for self-preservation. Besides, if even the 9th tier of the scatter immortal tribulation could not claim his life, I cannot fathom what in this world could." Ling Ao reassured her with an affectionate gaze. "Let us hope for the best." As time passed, Lin Fan and Ling Bing had been in seclusion for 3 days. With the date for the 10 sects martial gathering approaching, they dared not squander more time in the depths and promptly emerged from their seclusion. "Indeed, your cultivation has advanced." Upon seeing Ling Bing open her eyes, Lin Fan appraised her with a smile. In just 3 short days, she had remarkably broken through 2 minor realms. A feeling akin to a dream, the 7-colored dragon pearl was truly extraordinary. A sweet smile graced Ling Bing's delicate face as she joyfully replied, "With your words, I feel reassured. We have not undertaken this journey in vain. Nodding with a sense of satisfaction, Lin Fan replied nonchalantly, "Regardless, I am grateful for your support. Without your generosity, I would not have had the opportunity to participate in this 10-sex martial gathering. Nor would I have had the chance to refine the 7-colored dragon pearl. Thank you." Ling Bing gazed at Lin Fan, openly expressing her affection without reservation. There's a saying, even a stone can be warmed through sincerity. It has not been an easy journey for me, from being looked down upon to earning your recognition. Being a son-in-law is truly no easy task, Lin Fan self-deprecatingly remarked. In the past, I was foolish. Do not hold it against me. I will strive to be a virtuous wife in the future. But what has transpired with you recently? You seem like a completely different person now, as if you have undergone a transformation. Even if you were playing the fool, such a drastic change in character is implausible, Ling Bing probed, seeking to uncover the secret behind Lin Fan's transformation. Curious, are we? Lin Fan inquired with a smile. Yes, she nodded eagerly. Perhaps I shall share it with you when you bear me a son, Lin Fan jested lightly. You. Meanwhile, the Xianyuan sect, under the guidance of Ling Ao and the 3 elders, arrived at the Wujimen situated at Wuzishan. Unlike a century ago, when they participated in the 10 sects martial gathering. This time, the Xianyuan sect received a warm welcome, with the Wujimen's master and numerous elders personally greeting them. Moreover, they were assigned to the serene Middle Finger Mountain. A significant distinction. Typically, competing sects were placed in the Nameless or Little Finger Mountains. Thus, their specific placement in Middle Finger Mountain demonstrated the regard in which they were held. Although Ling Ao appeared outwardly grateful, once the master and elders of Wujimen departed, he immediately became vigilant, advising his disciples to be cautious and discreet. Father, isn't Wujimen quite friendly? They even arranged for us to stay at Middle Finger Mountain. Indicating their high regard for us, Ling Shui questioned, puzzled by his wariness. Do you understand the implications of being placed in Middle Finger Mountain? It is their stronghold. Our every action is under their scrutiny. So? Ling Shui continued to inquire. As the saying goes, knowing oneself and the enemy leads to victory in 100 battles. Wujimen has already perceived us as challengers, as adversaries, hence their treatment. They were inquiring about Xiao Fan's whereabouts, which suggests they are aware of his 100 spiritual meridians and his ability to withstand the 9th tier of the scatter immortal tribulation. They fear he may threaten Wujimen's standing. Hence their caution. Furthermore, by placing us in Middle Finger Mountain, they intend to make us targets. It seems that for our Xianyuan sect to rise in the 10 sects martial gathering will not be an easy feat. Ling Ao sighed deeply, speaking with gravity. Sectmaster, Xiao Fan has yet to arrive. Do you think they may pose a threat to him? Might Wujimen send someone to scheme against him? Elder Lu Qi, increasingly concerned, inquired, his expression growing grave. They have already acted against him in the wild forest. There was no need to wait until now. All we can do is leave it to fate. Ling Ao maintained his composure, exuding an air of confidence. While he spoke, a disciple hurriedly entered, reporting, Sectmaster, the Lord of Wanhua Island, along with his elders, has come to pay a visit. They are waiting at the main gate. Wanhua Island. What business do they have here? Our Xianyuan sect has no ties with Wanhua Island. Huang Xiong scoffed, dismissing the notion. It appears that our annihilation of the Tianjin sect has not only astonished the Wujimen, but has also caught the attention of other sections. They likely did not anticipate Xianyuan sect's sudden rise to power, rivaling that of the Tianjin sect, Lu Qi declared with pride. If I am not mistaken, Wanhua Island is merely the beginning. Other major sects will follow suit. Their pretense of visiting us is merely a guise. Their true intention is to witness Lin Fan for themselves, as possessing 100 spirit veins is unprecedented in the annals of the Xuanwu continent. I cannot believe it. Not even I. Ling Ao grinned, his spirits lifted. Should we meet the Lord of Wanhua Island or not? The 3rd elder, Zhou Yin, asked uncertainly, awaiting his decision. Yes. Of course, we shall meet. This is a splendid opportunity to gauge their strengths and weaknesses. Furthermore, as Xianyuan sect reintegrates into the ranks of the top 10 sects, it is inevitable that we will have dealings with them. Establishing contact is beneficial, Ling Ao asserted with poise. As he had predicted, in the following 3 days, nearly 20 sects visited in succession. Without exception, they began with flattery before seeking an audience with the superlative genius, Lin Fan, who possessed 100 spirit veins. Regrettably, Lin Fan was not present at the Wujimen, leaving all the visitors disappointed and returning empty-handed. Time passed swiftly, and 3 days had flown by at the Wujimen. Ling Tian had returned, yet Ling Bing and Lin Fan remained unreachable, causing Ling Ao's earlier calm to waver. It has been 3 days. Why have we not received any news? Ling Shui asked anxiously. Sect Master, should I venture into the depths of the wild forest to investigate? What if something has happened to them? He is our beacon of hope. Everyone's gaze is fixed upon him. Lu Qi expressed, his unease palpable. You make a valid point. The 10 sects martial meet is imminent. They should return soon. The second elder, Huang Xiong, nodded in agreement, his expression grave. Then you must hurry back safely. Ling Ao urged, his heart heavy with concern. At Central Finger Mountain, the Wujiman Square was bustling with disciples from various sects gathered in unison. Why are there so many people? Are they here to see Lu Shuiyao? Who else could it be? Throughout the Xuanwu continent, who possesses such allure? She is merely a woman, with a pair of eyes, a nose, and a mouth. Is she truly that beautiful? Clearly, you suffer from a lack of appreciation. Lu Shuiyao is a beauty of the millennium, and many men have fought tooth and nail just to catch a glimpse of her. Today, you have the chance to see her here. Consider yourself fortunate. Oh my, here she comes. Chapter 34, Becoming Companions? The most beautiful woman of the Xuanwu continent. A young woman clad in green approached, appearing to be around 17 or 18 years of age. She emanated an ethereal grace, her skin like jade, radiating an aura of lightness. Her beauty was beyond compare. With a presence as delicate as an orchid, her skin was fair as snow, and her eyes resembled crystal-clear waters, captivating all who beheld her. Her arrival dimmed the radiance of the surrounding women and left the men entranced, wishing to rush forth and steal a kiss. Unfortunately, the older men, though filled with desire, lacked the courage to approach, merely admiring from afar. Junior Sister Shuiyao. Suddenly, a deep voice resonated. Looking towards the sound, a striking young man in white approached, exuding an aura of confidence. Isn't that Tang Long from the Wujiman? I heard he possesses an unprecedented 8 spirit veins and reached the 9th level of true essence 3 years ago. That news is outdated. A year ago, he ascended to the spirit connection realm. He had high hopes for the upcoming 10 sects martial meet, but with the emergence of a genius from Xinyuan sect, his chances seemed grim. Humph. Tang Long, hearing the whispers around him, chose not to respond. However, a surge of energy enveloped him. A fleeting glimpse of green spiritual energy encircling his form. Though momentary, those around could clearly see it. Green spiritual energy. This indicated that Tang Long had not only reached the spirit connection realm, but had astonishingly ascended to the earthly perfection realm. Shocked gasps filled the air as onlookers stood dumbfounded, unable to find their voices. Green spiritual energy? My eyes must be deceiving me. Did he truly emit green spiritual energy? Is he now at the earthly perfection realm? This is terrifying. Truly, he is the genius of the Wujiman. I initially thought Lin Fan from Xinyuan's sect might have a chance, but it seems the title of champion for this 10 sects martial meet will likely remain with the Wujiman, demonstrating his prowess. Tang Long relished the silent rebuttal and the incredulous expressions surrounding him. Meanwhile, Lu Shuiyao remained unfazed, her demeanor icy and indifferent to Tang Long's presence. However, she was momentarily taken aback upon witnessing the green energy emanating from him. Still, her emotions did not betray her. Junior Sister Shuiyao, I heard you were here, so I specially emerged from seclusion to see you, Tang Long said with fervor. Thank you, Lu Shuiyao replied coolly. Yet, this seemingly simple exchange sparked speculation among the gathered crowd. Beauty and hero truly make a perfect pair. This is the difference. Lu Shuiyao won't even spare us a glance. Yet she is so warm towards senior brother Tang Long. The only woman worthy of senior brother Tang Long's attention throughout the Xuanwu continent is indeed the unparalleled Lu Shuiyao. Hearing the comments from the crowd, Tang Long's pride swelled. The woman others found unattainable was within his grasp, reinforcing his confidence in his allure. As the most outstanding disciple of the younger generation from Wujiman, he was gifted and destined for greatness. No woman could resist his charm. Although Lu Shuiyao was dubbed the most beautiful woman in the Xuanwu continent, she was still a woman, bound by the same societal norms. However, Lu Shuiyao furrowed her brow upon hearing the crowd's chatter. Though she did not voice her discontent, it was evident that she felt displeased, oblivious to her feelings. Tang Long stepped closer, his spirits high. Recently, I have been considering taking a companion. Although numerous women have expressed interest, my heart belongs to another. If you do not mind, my father could speak to your master, allowing you to join Wujiman and become my companion. This would elevate you to new heights, providing a superior cultivation environment and access to ancient burial grounds for your own opportunities. The notion of becoming companions left Lu Shuiyao's expression darkened. She had not anticipated Tang Long's flippancy in publicly discussing such a private matter. More importantly, It felt as though she were being offered a significant favor, while in truth, she held no interest in someone of Tang Long's character. Agree to him. Agree to him. Agree to him. Amidst the raucous crowd, who relished the spectacle, they fervently urged Lu Shuiyao to accept Tang Long's proposal of becoming his partner. Observing this scene, Tang Long could not help but smile with satisfaction, raising his hands to beckon the crowd for even louder cheers, convinced of his absolute certainty that Lu Xiao would acquiesce. What of the first beauty? She would ultimately bow before me. I refuse. The cold voice, though soft, resonated clearly enough for all present to hear. Lu Xiao firmly articulated her stance, expressing her lack of interest and even aversion to the notion of becoming Tang Long's partner. The cacophony around her abruptly diminished, fading into silence. Instantly, all eyes turned towards Tang Long, the favored son of heaven, now faced with rejection, and the onlookers were eager to witness his next move. In that moment, the triumphant expression on Tang Long's face froze, replaced by an incredulous look directed at Lu Xiao, who he believed was being unwise. After all, to be his woman meant soaring to great heights, even gaining access to the ancient burial grounds, a privilege coveted by many. Logically, Lu Xiao had no reason to refuse. Yet her resolute rejection was astonishing. Lu Jr.'s sister, do you harbor some unspeakable secret? Or is your master forbidding you from taking a partner? If those are the reasons, you need not reject me. Rest assured, my father will clear any obstacles. Tang Long persisted, unwilling to yield, his pride wounded by the denial. I have no secrets. Nor does my master impose any requirements upon me. I simply do not wish to become your partner, and that is all. Lu Xiao met his gaze directly, her words piercingly clear. Why? You and I are a match made in heaven. We are both talented and beautiful. Why do you refuse me? Or is it that your heart belongs to another? Who could possibly be more outstanding than I, Tang Long? Reveal this person to me. I would like to meet them. Tang Long's indignation grew as he gradually lost his composure, his anger rising. I have no affections for anyone, nor have I ever contemplated becoming a partner with anyone. I concede that you are indeed remarkable, but it bears no relevance to me. At the very least, you do not fit my ideal, and that is all. Lu Xiao responded with unyielding honesty and grace. There is no one more suited for you than I. Perhaps my previous words were too abrupt, but I can wait. I am willing to give you time to come around. Tang Long insisted, still not ready to concede defeat. Was my previous statement unclear? Very well. I shall state it plainly before all these witnesses. I do not like you, and I hope you will cease your pursuit. Lu Xiao declared forthrightly. With that, she turned and walked away, leaving Tang Long standing there in disbelief. His face turned a shade of deep anger as his heart raced with frustration. A prodigy of unparalleled talent, he had always been the center of admiration, with every desire fulfilled. He had assumed his own excellence would render Lu Xiao unable to refuse him, yet it seemed he had overestimated his allure. At least, Lu Xiao was not swayed by his charm. You will eventually be mine, he vowed silently, watching Lu Xiao's retreating figure with clenched fists. Meanwhile, Lin Fan and Ling Bing traversed the vast wilderness, arriving at the Wuzishan Wuji sect. Though they arrived late, they managed to avoid missing the significant martial gathering. Upon learning of the Xianyuan sect's location, Lin Fan made his way directly to the Central Finger Mountain, coincidentally encountering Lu Xiao, who had just rebuffed Tang Long. On the countless steps, they brushed past one another, neither paying heed to the other. Lin Fan was oblivious to the fact that the enchanting figure descending was the first beauty of the Xuanwu continent, while Lu Xiao was unaware that the ascending figure was Lin Fan, a prodigious talent with 100 spiritual veins. However, a fleeting glance caused Lu Xiao to halt, her gaze lingering on Lin Fan, who was hurriedly making his way upward. Is it you? Lu Xiao's voice trembled slightly, betraying her excitement and anticipation. Do we know each other? Lin Fan turned to glance back, momentarily caught off guard. In that instant, their eyes met, and he was struck by her stunning beauty. Though Ling Bing was also exceptionally beautiful, Lu Xiao possessed an ethereal allure that captivated him profoundly. Have you forgotten? You once saved me. Without hesitation, Lu Xiao dashed to Lin Fan's side, her demeanor bright and animated, contrasting starkly with her earlier aloofness, which left Tang Long, who observed from above, seething with envy. I saved you. I don't recall, Lin Fan replied, perplexed. He had intended to ask Ling Bing about the situation, but she had been whisked away earlier. In the depths of the wilderness, I was ensnared by a 9-headed blood serpent, and it was you who came to my rescue. Does that not jog your memory? Lu Xiao prompted, illuminating the past for him. Oh, now I remember. But you were covered in blood at the time, Lin Fan remarked, scrutinizing her closely. I never imagined you could be this beautiful. It would have been a tragedy had such beauty perished at the hands of that beast. I am Lu Xiueyao, and I thank you for saving me. She gazed at Lin Fan with warmth, introducing herself. This interaction left the bystanders astonished. It was a rare sight to see Lu Xiueyao so forward. Tang Long, consumed by jealousy, felt as though he had been publicly humiliated and stormed down to confront Lin Fan. Who are you, and from which sect do you hail? Lu Xiueyao is my chosen partner. If you know what is good for you, keep your distance. Tang Long roared. Chapter 35, A Clash of Titans. The super genius with 100 spiritual veins. As Lin Fan walked along, he found himself in a predicament that seemed to have come out of nowhere. Why is there a dog barking? He remarked, not bothering to acknowledge Tang Long directly. This statement ignited a frenzy among the onlookers. Goodness, this kid is audacious enough to insult young Master Tang as a dog. This is incredible. Young Master Tang has just been rejected and is in a foul mood. This fellow is undoubtedly in for a rude awakening. As the crowd speculated, Tang Long's fury escalated. Now faced with an unknown adversary who had a mysterious connection with Lu Xiueyao, his rage was palpable. Who are you calling a dog? Tang Long seethed, his aura thick with malevolence. Sensing the tension, Lu Xiueyao stepped in front of Lin Fan, attempting to mediate. This matter does not involve him. Direct your ire at me. Yet, her defense only fueled Tang Long's belief that their relationship was far from ordinary. Are you that cowardly? Hiding behind a woman? Tang Long mocked, his words dripping with disdain. He was a troublemaker, unafraid of conflicts. Lin Fan, oblivious to the identity of the fool before him, felt as if he were being attacked by a rabid dog. Yet, the more aggressive Tang Long became, the more audacious Lin Fan felt. In response to Tang Long's provocative gaze, Lin Fan broke from convention. He suddenly wrapped his arm around Lu Xiao's slender waist, drawing her into his embrace, and self-deprecatingly remarked, You are right, I tend to hide behind women. However, not just anyone can stand behind her. Why don't you give it a try? Shock reverberated through Tang Long. 1,000 curses racing through his mind. His anger intensified upon witnessing Lu Xiueyao, held in Lin Fan's embrace, make no attempt to resist. Instead, she seemed to harbor a hint of anticipation. The onlookers were rendered speechless, astonished at the sight of the continent's most beautiful woman, Lu Xiao, being held by a man without any sign of protest. What a sensational turn of events! Shall we find a more secluded spot to reminisce? Lin Fan proposed, gazing at the enchanting woman in his arms. Very well, came her barely audible response as she slightly nodded. The crowd, including Tang Long, heard her soft and alluring voice, which further incensed the typically unruly Tang Long. As Lin Fan strolled away with Lu Xiueyao, Tang Long could no longer contain his rage. He swiftly conjured a long sword out of thin air and lunged it towards Lin Fan's back. Danger approached. Before Lin Fan could react, Lu Xiueyao, sensing the threat, unsheathed her sword and countered. In an instant, two streams of sword energy clashed in midair, neither side gaining an advantage. Is this cowardly fool the reason you rejected me? What makes him superior? Tang Long seethed with indignation. He is my savior. Do not slander him. Lu Xiueyao asserted firmly. You defend him so fiercely, willing to draw your sword against me, yet you claim he is unrelated to you. Tang Long retorted, pointing his sword at Lin Fan. If you are a man, stand and fight me openly. Do not let me look down upon you. A dog bites me, and I do not simply bite back. I came here seeking peace. But you have persistently pushed me. If you wish to fight, I shall oblige. Lin Fan declared, stepping forward with an air of defiance. No. He is at the earthly supreme level. You will be at a disadvantage. Do not act recklessly. Lu Xiueyao urgently interjected. Earthly supreme? No wonder he is so intent on provoking me. He believes he can intimidate me. Lin Fan scoffed, dismissing the threat. Do not be fooled. How can that be? Although it is rare for someone of his age to reach the earthly supreme, we have not yet fought. How can you assume I will lose? Lin Fan stated confidently. Seeing that Lu Xiueyao wished to say more, he shifted and approached Tang Long, saying, I did not wish to embarrass you, but you have brought this upon yourself. What audacity! No one has dared to be so arrogant before me. I am eager to see what you are capable of. Tang Long roared. As he finished speaking, he wielded his silvery long sword and aimed it directly at Lin Fan's vitals, leaving no room for retreat. Humph! With a disdainful snort, Lin Fan showed no fear as he drew the Hunyuan sword and charged forward, intent on swiftly concluding the battle. The clash of their powers echoed around them. Two top-tier experts faced each other, neither able to gain the upper hand. Tang Long regarded Lin Fan as insignificant, hardly considering him a threat. With his earthly supreme cultivation, he had no rivals among his peers. He was confident he could humiliate Lin Fan in front of Lu Xueyao, proving his superiority. However, the reality of their confrontation was far different. Lin Fan's strength exceeded his expectations. Instead of gaining the upper hand, Tang Long found himself repeatedly forced back by Lin Fan's unparalleled sword energy, unable to withstand the onslaught. Meanwhile, Lu Xueyao, who had been anxious, breathed a sigh of relief upon witnessing this turn of events. Her previously anxious heart finally settled. A man capable of standing against the nine-headed blood flood dragon was indeed extraordinary. Onlookers, eager for chaos, were astonished by the scene. What is happening? Who is that young man? How can he stand toe-to-toe with young Master Tang? Indeed, he is impressive. I initially thought he was a fool. Someone living off others. I expected young Master Tang to easily crush him. Clearly, I underestimated him. Lu Xueyao's judgment is astute. I was baffled as to why she would reject young Master Tang for this unknown, but now it is evident that this young man is no ordinary person. His strength rivals that of young Master Tang, marking him as a standout among his generation. Does anyone know who he is? Tang Long, increasingly flustered and astonished, found himself forced back 10 meters by the might of the Hunyuan sword. With a shocked expression, he gazed at Lin Fan and asked, I never expected you to possess such ability. Who exactly are you? One does not change their name or surname. I am Lin Fan of the Xinyuan sect, Lin Fan declared, brandishing the Hunyuan sword with undeniable charisma. Upon hearing this, the crowd, who had been speculating about Lin Fan's identity, was left speechless, including Lu Xueyao, who stood beside him, dumbfounded. No one had anticipated that the legendary genius possessing 100 spiritual veins, Lin Fan, stood before them. My goodness! I was curious who could match young Master Tang. I never imagined it would be the illustrious genius, Lin Fan. Indeed, this is beyond belief. We should have known it was him. After all, in the entire Xianyuan continent, he is the only one capable of challenging young Master Tang. It is said that he single-handedly thwarted the 9th layer of mortal tribulation at Kanglan Mountain for the Xianyuan sect's ancestor, Yun Ding Tian. I was skeptical. But now that I see him, I believe it. Truly, Lu Xueyao has an exquisite eye. Rejecting young Master Tang for Lin Fan is undoubtedly a wise choice. Lin Fan. Lu Xueyao gazed at him, murmuring, I never expected that the one who saved me from the 9-headed blood flood dragon would be you. After being rescued and returning to her master on the island, she had not come into contact with Ling Tian, and thus remained unaware of the identity of her savior. Nonetheless, she distinctly remembered Lin Fan's handsome visage, never suspecting that he was indeed Lin Fan. Opposite her, Tang Long was engulfed by a storm of emotions. His eyes, upon gazing at Lin Fan, were filled with shock. It was hard to believe that the recently famed and revered Lin Fan, who had captured the attention of the leader of Wuji sect, stood right before him. Prior to this encounter, he had looked down upon everyone, confident in his earthly perfection cultivation, dismissing even the news of Lin Fan possessing 100 spiritual veins. Yet, after their confrontation, he realized that Lin Fan was indeed a formidable opponent, and that even his earthly perfection cultivation would not suffice against him. Who dares to disregard me so brazenly? Ah, it is you, Lin Fan. Tang Long growled, his eyes gleaming with menace. Who might you be? Lin Fan inquired with an air of curiosity. Do you not recognize him? He is Tang Long, the young master of Wuji sect, a prodigy with 8 spiritual veins, the youngest to enter the ancient tomb. An eager sycophant chimed in, eager to flatter Tang Long. The latter wore a self-satisfied expression, relishing in the accolades. Lin Fan, however, merely nodded politely. After the sycophant finished, Lin Fan grinned and said, Tang Long, my apologies, but I have never heard of you. In an instant, Tang Long's face drained of color. This was a blatant display of disregard for him. Is Lin Fan truly this arrogant? Murmured the onlookers. Indeed, Wuji sect is the foremost sect in Xuanwu continent, and Tang Long, as an exceptionally rare genius, is being dismissed by Lin Fan. This is utterly humiliating. Consider this. Lin Fan possesses 100 spiritual veins, while Tang Long only has 8. From Lin Fan's perspective, Tang Long is hardly noteworthy. Be careful. Do not provoke Tang Long. Tang Long, with his earthly perfection cultivation, heard every whispered comment, despite their hushed tones. Before Lin Fan's emergence, no one in the Xuanwu continent posed a threat to him. However, after testing his skills against Lin Fan, he felt an undeniable pressure. He understood that retreat was not an option. He had to confront Lin Fan head-on. Come. I am eager to see what capabilities you possess as a genius with 100 spiritual veins. Tang Long exclaimed, radiating a dense green spiritual energy. With that, he charged forward with overwhelming force, intent on crushing Lin Fan. Chapter 36. Indestructible Battle Armor, Ruthlessly Eradicating Foes. Tang Long, once carefree, now became serious, unleashing the full extent of his earthly perfection cultivation. Yet, even with such fervor, Lin Fan maneuvered effortlessly beneath his blade, adeptly balancing offense and defense without faltering. Is this truly the extent of Wuji Sect's rare talent? How disappointing. Lin Fan thought, remaining calm and composed. Do not be so arrogant. Allow me to demonstrate my Wuji sword technique. Tang Long's gaze sharpened like a blade, his attacks growing increasingly ferocious, each strike seeking to end lives. The Wuji sword technique was the foundation of Wuji Sect, characterized by its unpredictable and ruthless nature, capable of striking without warning. Under the relentless assault of the Wuji sword technique, Lin Fan found himself momentarily caught off guard, retreating in a somewhat disheveled manner. However, with the experience of a Nirhuan Yuan Dalua Jingxian, he quickly regained his composure after a brief period of disorientation. Facing the increasingly aggressive Tang Long, Lin Fan transformed his defense into offense, decisively employing the Xianyuan Nine Swords. I wish to see whether your Wuji sword technique is superior, or if my Xianyuan Nine Swords prevail, Lin Fan declared, his demeanor haughty. In that instant, two formidable energy spheres, formed from intangible sword energy, collided, creating a zone of lethal energy that forced onlookers, including Lu Shuiyao and others, to retreat. This is astounding. I never anticipated a clash between these two geniuses. Is this a preview of the finals at the 10-sect martial gathering? How thrilling. Who do you believe will emerge victorious? Who does Lu Shuiyao truly favor? News of Lin Fan's appearance at the Middle Finger Mountain Martial Arena spread like wildfire. Upon hearing that he had allied with the stunning Lu Shuiyao and engaged in battle with Tang Long, countless experts flocked to Middle Finger Mountain to witness the spectacle. Elders Lu Qi and Huang Xiong, who had initially planned to descend the mountain in search of Lin Fan, found themselves amidst the unfolding drama as they stepped beyond the territory of Xianyuan sect. Upon witnessing Lin Fan and Tang Long in fierce combat, their expressions varied, and an unexplainable tension gripped them. How did they come to blows? Huang Xiong furrowed his brow, preparing to intervene. What are you doing? Lu Qi grasped his arm, questioning him. This is Wuji Sect, and Tang Long is the son of its leader. Lin Fan's battle with him here is detrimental to our Xianyuan sect. I must stop this, Huang Xiong stated candidly. Look over there, Lu Qi said, subtly directing his gaze towards the southwest. Isn't that the Grand Elder Tang Wu and the Third Elder Tang San? What are they doing there? Huang Xiong asked in surprise. Not just them. The elders from Wanhu Island are present too. The commotion caused by Lin Fan is monumental. They must be eager to witness the genius with 100 spiritual veins and to assess how to interact with our Xianyuan sect moving forward. After all, we have a significant chance of claiming victory this time, Lu Qi said with a sense of pride. Nodding slightly, Huang Xiong's expression softened. Lin Fan has indeed exceeded our expectations. The wheel of fortune turns. It is time for Xianyuan sect to rise. What should we do next? Remain still and observe the developments, Lu Qi advised, maintaining his calm demeanor. The leader of Wuji Sect adhered to a similar strategy of restraint. Unless faced with a life-threatening situation, they had no intention of intervening. As time passed, the gathering of experts at the martial arena swelled, and at a glance, there were at least 500 individuals present. Meanwhile, Lin Fan and Tang Long clashed fiercely, their Xianyuan 9 swords meeting the Wuji sword technique in a stalemate, neither gaining the upper hand. Despite this, Lin Fan was genuinely astonished by the intricacies of the Wuji sword technique. In terms of swordsmanship alone, it indeed surpassed the Xianyuan 9 swords. However, Yunding Tian had left behind an advanced version of the Xianyuan 9 swords, which would easily surpass the Wuji sword technique. As time passed, Lin Fan and Tang Long battled fiercely for a considerable duration. Though a strong dragon could not suppress a local snake, Lin Fan refrained from exerting his full strength, not wishing to embarrass Tang Long in front of so many witnesses. After forcing Tang Long back with a decisive strike, Lin Fan remarked, continuing this fight serves no purpose. Let us settle this at the 10-sect martial gathering. Tang Long remained silent. But just as Lin Fan sheathed his sword and turned away, a sudden, fierce determination crossed his face. In the next moment, his eyes glinted coldly as he lunged forward, thrusting his sword savagely at Lin Fan. An ambush. No one anticipated that the esteemed young master of the Wujimen would resort to such despicable tactics to deal with Lin Fan. Upon witnessing this scene, the two elders of Wujiman turned ashen, their reputations tarnished by the brazen ambush executed under the watchful eyes of many. Lu Shueya was filled with anxiety, fearing for Lin Fan's safety. Just as she was about to issue a warning, a stunning woman stepped forward and shouted, "Be careful." The speaker was none other than Ling Bing. She had been with Lu Yuru, but rushed back upon learning of the conflict between Lin Fan and Tang Long. At the sight of Ling Bing, Lu Shuyao's emotions became inexplicably complex. Although she was unaware of the nature of Ling Bing's relationship with Lin Fan, an instinctive sense told her it was anything but simple. In 2 lifetimes, Lin Fan's experiences and battle prowess far surpassed that of the insignificant Tang Long. Having turned around, he was prepared for an ambush and had formulated a plan for retaliation. At that moment, even without Ling Bing's warning, he sensed the impending danger and possessed the strength to turn the tide. As danger closed in, Lin Fan swiftly countered with his sword, striking fiercely against the long sword in Tang Long's grip. The clash was unexpected. Tang Long's weapon shattered into 2 upon contact with the Han Yuan's sword. Moreover, the Han Yuan's sword surged forward, aiming directly at his lower abdomen. With resolute determination, Lin Fan was unyielding. If he was to engage, it would be with lethal intent. He would show no mercy, regardless of Tang Long's status. At that instant, Tang Long was utterly terrified. He had intended to launch a covert attack on Lin Fan, striking unseen. Yet, he never expected that the immortal sword he had brought from the ancient graveyard would be so easily severed by the might of the Han Yuan sword. More frighteningly, Lin Fan was intent on killing him, showing no signs of holding back. It was only at this moment that Tang Long realized he was no match for Lin Fan. "Not good, danger," exclaimed Tang Wu, the Grand Elder of Wujiman. The next moment, a burst of purple spiritual energy surged towards Lin Fan's chest with lightning speed. This was a tactic known as surrounding Wei to rescue Zhao. If Lin Fan insisted on killing Tang Long, he would surely be struck down by Tang Wu's incoming purple energy. However, if he chose to abandon his attack, he would have ample time and opportunity to evade the assault. Tang Wu was absolutely confident in his abilities, believing Lin Fan would not dare to gamble with his life. Yet, in the next instant, he realized his error. Instead of dodging the approaching purple energy, Lin Fan braced himself to withstand it with his own flesh. Simultaneously, he thrust the Han Yuan sword with unstoppable force towards Tang Long. "Don't." Tang Long shrieked in despair as the Han Yuan sword advanced menacingly. Without surprise, the Han Yuan sword struck Tang Long's dantian with tremendous force. At the same moment, the terrifying purple energy collided with Lin Fan's chest. He coughed up blood, staggering backward for a dozen steps before regaining his balance. Although he possessed the indestructible Xian Wang immortal body, rendering him resilient, the energy was formidable. Yet it posed no lethal threat. Meanwhile, Tang Long recoiled in fear, glancing apprehensively at his abdomen. His dantian remained intact, but the indestructible battle armor gifted by his father, Tang Xian, from the ancient graveyard, had been severely compromised. He had donned it only 3 days prior to ensure his safety in the upcoming martial competition. "Xiaolong, are you all right?" Tang Wu and the 3rd elder, Tang's son, rushed to the center of the conflict. Upon seeing Tang Long remove the shattered remnants of his armor, they exhaled in relief. Xiao Fan, Ling Bing, along with Lu Qi, Huang Xiong, and others lurking in the shadows, hurried to Lin Fan's side, fearing for his well-being. "I'm fine," Lin Fan reassured them with a glance, motioning for them not to worry. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and, undaunted, turned his gaze toward Tang Wu and Tang Long, sarcastically remarking, "Ambush. I have witnessed the methods of your Wujiman, from the elders to the young master. All resort to such underhanded tactics. Where is your dignity?" Tang was seethed with rage, yet he had to suppress it in front of the crowd to preserve Wujiman's reputation. He spoke up, "Lin Fan, young brother, do not misunderstand us." "Misunderstand? How absurd. If I were the only one present, you could claim I was blind. But there are nearly 1,000 witnesses here. Are they all blind as well?" Lin Fan retorted sharply, interrupting him. Upon hearing this, the spectators began to murmur and whisper among themselves. Pressured by the situation, Tang Wu forced a smile. "That is not what I meant. I will ask you directly, did Tang Long ambush me or not?" Lin Fan cut straight to the point, not giving him a chance to evade. "I admit, he acted rashly and did indeed ambush you," Tang Wu confessed with a bitter smile. "And you? Did you not attempt an ambush?" Lin Fan pressed further. "I had no intention of ambushing. I merely wanted you to cease your attack on him, but I did not expect you to be so relentless." Tang Wu lamented. "Cease? On what grounds should I spare him? Do you truly believe your little tricks can intimidate me? Lin Fan's eyes glinted with a fierce determination as he declared, "If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. But if one dares to provoke me, I will eradicate the threat entirely." This time, he was fortunate to have a protective treasure, sparing his life. Next time, he may not be so lucky. Chapter 37. The Mysterious Nine Heavens. The enchanting Lu Xueyao pays a visit. Lin Fan's formidable stance left Tang Wu profoundly embarrassed. No one expected that a brash youth, still finding his footing, could publicly humiliate a Wujiman elder. With the martial competition yet to commence, continued discord would benefit no one. At this critical juncture, Lu Qi, the Grand Elder of Xianyuan sect, stepped forward, asserting, "Elder Tang Wu, although our Xianyuan sect is modest and unassuming, it is inappropriate for you to bully us in front of such a large audience. You must provide us with an explanation for today's events. Otherwise, our Xianyuan sect will not let this matter rest." With a resolute tone, Lu Qi made his stance clear. "Rest assured, I will personally visit to apologize and provide a satisfactory response." Tang Wu promised with a slight bow. "Wujiman is the foremost sect in the Xuanwu continent. We hope you will honor your word and not disappoint us." After uttering these words, Lu Qi waved his hand and immediately led Lin Fan and the others towards the distance. Tang Wu unleashed a powerful strike to Lin Fan's chest. Although the Xianhuang immortal body spared him from immediate death, an all-out attack from a transformation realm expert is no trivial matter. Such forceful blows could only be withstood by him. Any ordinary person would have perished on the spot. At this moment, seeing Lin Fan stumble as he walked, Ling Bing quickly stepped forward to support him, their relationship appearing intimate and ambiguous. This made Lu Xueyao, who had intended to greet them, retreat in dismay, her gaze lingering on them, increasingly convinced that their bond was anything but simple. In the great hall of the Wujiman, the sect leader Tang Xian, Elder Tang Wu, Elder Tang Shi, Elder Tang Sun, and other core experts were all present. After failing in his ambush, Tang Long was harshly reprimanded by Tang Xian. He hung his head in silence, yet his heart brimmed with resentment. Observing this, Elder Tang Wu stepped forward and proclaimed, "Sect leader, we cannot entirely blame Xiao Long. Lin Fan possesses significant abilities. Not to mention, he survived my full force attack. That alone is astonishing. What realm is he in?" Tang Xian's face darkened as he inquired. He deliberately concealed his cultivation, making it difficult to discern. However, from my observations, he should also be at the earthly perfection realm. This poses a problem. How did we fail to notice his formidable cultivation prior to this? We shouldn't have invited them from the Xianyuan sect to the 10 sects martial gathering. Now we have invited a wolf into the fold. Elder Tang Shi exclaimed, filled with indignation. "Father, that sword in Lin Fan's possession is also quite powerful. My immortal slaying sword was cleaved in two when clashing with it. And not only that, his undying battle armor was pierced through." Tang Long spoke, still shaken. The immortal slaying sword and the undying battle armor are both celestial artifacts. Even the Zilong sword could never sever them. It appears that this young man harbors many secrets. Tang Xian remarked thoughtfully, casting a significant glance at Tang Long. Although ambushing is not honorable, it is not without merit. At least it forced him to reveal his true strength. The position of champion in the 10 sects martial gathering is crucial for us. We must only emerge victorious, never defeated. Sect leader, that young man's strength is not inferior to Xiao Long's. If they were to confront each other, the outcome remains uncertain. Should we take some measures? Elder Tang Sun expressed his concerns. Since our Wujiman secured the champion position over a century ago, it has never faltered, and this time shall be no different. Although Lin Fan's emergence is indeed remarkable, possessing 100 spirit veins is unprecedented. He is destined to be a fleeting phenomenon. We have managed the ancient graveyard for so many years, no one can challenge our supremacy. Tang Xian's voice was low, yet filled with confidence and strategic foresight. Are you suggesting you have a way to handle Lin Fan? Tang Sun inquired, his spirits lifting. Rest assured, everything is well within my control. Tang Xian replied with a disdainful glance. At the Xianyuan sect, Lin Fan's return was a relief for Ling Ao. However, upon seeing him being supported directly by Ling Bing, without even a greeting, he grew anxious. What is happening? Why is he still injured? He inquired nervously, seeking out Lu Qi and Huang Xiong. The two elders exchanged glances and recounted the recent events honestly, causing Ling Ao to furrow his brow in displeasure. The Wujiman relies on its power, yet Little Fan has dealt them a resounding slap, exposing their ugly facade to the world, he exclaimed in anger. Moreover, Tang Long failed to gain an advantage, and his sword and protective armor were both destroyed by Little Fan. If it weren't for Tang Wu's intervention, he might have been killed. Given Little Fan's formidable strength and the Wujiman's vindictive nature, Tang Xian will surely harbor ulterior motives. We must remain vigilant. Huang Xiong cautioned in a lowered voice. Having dominated the champion position for over a century, displacing them won't be easy, but fate is inescapable. They are destined to meet their end, Ling Ao asserted confidently. Meanwhile, Ling Tian had been idling on Wanhua Island. Upon learning of Lin Fan's return and his fierce battle with Tang Long at Zhongji Mountain, he hurried back, only to find that he was too late. He excitedly approached the courtyard where Lin Fan and Ling Bing were, intending to greet them. However, before he could enter, he heard strange sounds emanating from within. Applauding for love? Ling Tian quickly withdrew his hand in fright. Brother-in-law. At that moment, Ling Shui rushed into the small courtyard, calling out from a distance. Ling Tian shuddered in fear, quickly covering her mouth to silence her and pulling her outside. Why are you blocking my mouth? Ling Shui asked, pouting angrily. Don't disturb them. Ling Tian replied, his face flushed with embarrassment. Are they cultivating? Ling Shui tilted her head in inquiry. Something like that, Ling Tian deflected. Just returned. And what cultivation is there to do? I have something to discuss. Ling Shui, agile as ever, dashed back inside. You stubborn girl, why don't you listen? Ling Tian exclaimed, panicking yet not daring to raise his voice. As Ling Shui prepared to knock on the door, she heard the same blissful sounds that had startled Ling Tian earlier. Instantly, her face turned as red as a ripe Fuji apple. Before she could recover, Ling Tian forcefully pulled her out. Brother, what are they doing? She asked, sticking out her tongue, feeling embarrassed. Things not suitable for children. Just don't ask what you shouldn't. Ling Tian evaded. Weren't they supposed to be sleeping in separate beds? Have they consummated their marriage? Ling Shui continued to pry. So what if they have? They're a legitimate couple, not doing anything wrong. What's the issue? Ling Tian asserted firmly. But I heard brother-in-law was injured. Can he still, And during broad daylight, how can they do such things? Ling Shui questioned incredulously. Ling Tian also found it peculiar and then pushed Ling Shui away, saying, Go away. You little girl, is this what you should be concerned about? Come back later. I'll keep watch here. With the 10 sects martial gathering imminent, Lin Fan returned to his room and, disregarding his own injuries, directly engaged in dual cultivation with Ling Bing. Of course, fueled by youthful fervor, he had personal desires. But his primary aim was to assist Ling Bing in breaking through, hoping she would soon reach the earthly perfection realm. The two entered a meditative state for 3 incense sticks worth of time before reluctantly pausing. 9th level of spirit communication. Since their dual cultivation, her progress had been astonishing. Now just a hair's breadth away from the earthly perfection realm. What a pity, still a bit short, Lin Fan sighed, shaking his head in regret. I am already quite satisfied, Ling Bing replied with double entendre, snuggling in his embrace with gratitude. Achieving the 9th level of spirit communication in such a short time was something I never dared to dream of before. Thank you. By the way, with Tang Long's defeat and witnessing your prowess, the Wujiman, driven by their ambition for the champion title, will undoubtedly seek revenge. You must be mentally prepared. Rest assured, that little brat doesn't faze me at all. Not only him, but even his father Tang Xian, should he choose to personally intervene, I will still secure the champion title. Lin Fan declared with unshakable confidence. Yes, I believe in you. Ling Bing nodded obediently, her demeanor markedly transformed compared to before. With only a few days remaining until the 10 sects martial gathering, Lin Fan planned to continue refining the 7-color dragon pearl, striving to break through to the earthly perfection realm before the gathering commenced. Moreover, the purple dragon sword must also be refined. Should you manage to subdue it, it will prove to be of immense assistance to you, Lin Fan said with a tender affection. Indeed, you are so good to me, Lin Bing replied sweetly, resembling a delicate bird seeking comfort. All right then, let us rise. Your father and the others have been waiting at the door for nearly half a stick of incense. If we do not let them in soon, they will grow anxious, Lin Fan said nonchalantly, gently brushing Lin Bing's nose with his finger. They have been waiting outside for so long. Does that mean they heard everything? Lin Bing's cheeks flushed crimson with embarrassment. What is there to fear? We are rightful spouses. Having engaged in what was meant to be done, it is nothing to be ashamed of, Lin Fan replied with indifference. He then opened the door, and the waiting figures of Ling Ao, Lu Qi, Huang Xiong, Zhou Yin, and Ling Tian entered in a steady stream as if receiving a signal. Are you all right? Ling Ao asked, his eyes sparkling with concern, deliberately omitting any mention of the strange noises they had heard. Nothing serious, just some minor injuries. I have already healed. Lin Fan said casually while stretching his limbs. Lin Bing stood awkwardly to the side, though no one broached the earlier incident. She still wished she could disappear into a crack in the ground. She had thought no one was listening, allowing herself to be too free-spirited. Even calling out to her father, "You have already crossed swords with Tang Long? That lad is an extraordinary genius of the Wuji sect, a once-in-a-century talent. Possessing 8 spiritual veins. He is undoubtedly a prominent figure among the younger generation. Before you, no one could overshadow his brilliance, but your arrival has changed the game. If you encounter him again, do you have the confidence to defeat him?" Ling Ao inquired, his expression filled with excitement. "Tang Long poses no threat to me. The Wuji sect has held the top position for over a century. It is time for them to step aside," Lin Fan stated with a calm demeanor. Upon hearing this, Ling Ao, Lu Qi, and the others nodded in relief. "By the way, Xiao Fan, how come you appear unscathed after receiving a blow from Tang Wu? I was initially concerned that your injuries might affect the upcoming tournament, but it seems I was overly worried," Huang Xiong said with a sigh of relief. "My skin is tough, impervious even to the 9-fold immortal tribulation. What is Tang Wu in comparison?" Lin Fan replied defiantly. Just then, Ling Shui entered the room. "Brother-in-law, there is a beautiful woman outside looking for you. Be honest with me. Are you fooling around behind my sister's back?" Ling Shui asked, her tone laden with significance in front of everyone. "What beautiful woman?" Lin Fan responded, perplexed. "The most beautiful woman in Xuanwu continent, Lu Shuiyao. She is outside, claiming to have business with you." Ling Shui exclaimed. "What? Lu Shuiyao? My goddess!" Ling Tian exclaimed, rushing outside as if invigorated by a surge of energy. Lin Bing frowned, her intuition warning her that Lu Shuiyao's appearance would pose a threat, even though she and Lin Fan were already wed. Chapter 38. The Genius of Wanhua Island. A White Lotus. Lu Shuiyao is a genius from Wanhua Island, possessing 7 spiritual veins, and her cultivation appears to be at the spiritual connection realm. Among the younger generation, her prowess certainly ranks among the top 3. "Do you know her?" Ling Ao asked, a hint of curiosity in his voice. "Well, it isn't exactly a matter of knowing her. During my and Bing's recent venture into the heart of the wild forest, she was ensnared by a 9-headed blood flood dragon, and I happened to rescue her. At that moment, I had no idea of her identity. I only just learned her name is Lu Shuiyao," Lin Fan explained. "Yet I heard you intended to become a Dao partner with Lu Shuiyao. Tang Long confronted you precisely because of this." Ling Shui pressed relentlessly, determined to uncover the truth. "Tang Long wished to become her Dao partner, but was rejected. I returned just in time, and coincidentally, Lu Shuiyao recognized me as her savior and approached me. Thus, Tang Long mistakenly believed I had wronged him. That is essentially the gist of it. There is nothing scandalous to conceal," Lin Fan clarified. "Ah, indeed. A beauty can bring trouble," Ling Shui remarked, crossing her arms in dissatisfaction. "You encountered a 9-headed blood flood dragon in the heart of the wild forest? That creature is one of the 3 dominators of the area," Elder Zhou Yin exclaimed in astonishment. "I was present. Lu Shuiyao was ensnared by the 9-headed blood flood dragon and was in imminent danger of being killed. It was Lin Fan who saved her. However, she was covered in blood at the time, and we had no idea who she was," Lin Bing explained. "Sister, do not take his side," Ling Shui protested. At that moment, Ling Tian came bustling in, bringing Lu Shuiyao along. "I greet the sect leader and esteemed elders," Lu Xiao said, bowing slightly, her demeanor composed and graceful. "Miss Lu, how are your masters?" Ling Ao inquired with a benevolent expression. "Thank you for your concern, sect leader. They are well," she replied, then turned to Lin Fan, her face filled with gratitude. "Lin Shixiang, I sincerely thank you for saving my life earlier. Moreover, I feel deeply unsettled for the trouble I caused you. I came specifically to express my apologies. It was merely a fortunate coincidence. I am quite well," Lin Fan responded nonchalantly. "Brother-in-law." Ling Shui emphasized Lin Fan's title with a teasing tone, smiling as she added, "Miss Lu has come all this way to express her gratitude. Shouldn't you invite her to sit down and converse? At the very least, offer her a cup of tea. Otherwise, it would be quite rude." "That is true. However, the 10-sect martial competition is imminent, and I have matters to attend to, so I shall not impose." Lu Xiao declined gracefully before making her exit. She felt an immediate connection with Lin Fan, having intended to converse with him privately. The mysterious and powerful man stirred feelings within her, compelling her to learn more about him. However, Ling Shui's utterance of brother-in-law felt like a cold shower, forcing her to confront reality and relinquish her fantasies. She had already sensed the depth of his bond with Lin Bing, and now it was confirmed. They were indeed partners in life. After Lu Shuiao departed, Ling Ao, Lu Qi, and the others followed suit, soon leaving only Lin Fan, Lin Bing, Ling Tian, and Ling Shui in the room. You did that on purpose, didn't you? Calling out brother-in-law so loudly as if you were afraid others wouldn't hear, Ling Tian scolded, casting an annoyed glance at Ling Shui. Did you not notice? She is like a white lotus, attempting to ensnare my brother-in-law, Ling Shui retorted in dissatisfaction. Is my charm truly so great? Lin Fan scoffed, rolling his eyes. All right, Shui, cease your ramblings. Lin Bing chided, though she was pleased with Ling Shui's earlier display, asserting her role as the primary partner. Brother-in-law, it has only been a few days since we last met, yet your cultivation has advanced significantly. Might you impart some techniques to me? This way, I shall not embarrass myself too greatly in the 10-sect martial competition. Furthermore, I was guarding the door for you all afternoon. Otherwise, I fear others would have barged in, Ling Tian teased. Upon hearing this, Lin Bing's face turned beet red as she bowed her head, wishing for a way to disappear. Indeed, you have endured quite the ordeal, Lin Fan remarked indifferently, continuing, I heard you were among the women. Did you forsake both me and your sister for their company? Is that why you now seek my guidance last minute? Even if it is last minute, it will still be effective. I simply do not wish to bring disgrace to our sect, Ling Tian replied awkwardly, a forced smile on his face. In that case, I shall teach you a sword technique. This technique, even when compared to the Wuji sect's supreme sword technique, is only superior. Pay close attention and see how much you can comprehend. That will depend on your own fortune. With a swift motion, Lin Fan summoned the Hunyuan sword. He immediately arrived at the small courtyard and, without reservation, unleashed the advanced version of the Xianyuan 9 swords. In the ensuing moments, Lin Fan harmonized with the sword, executing the exquisite swordplay with formidable vigor, leaving Ling Tian and Ling Shui utterly astonished. Sister, what sword technique is this? It resembles the Xianyuan 9 swords, yet appears far more powerful, Ling Shui inquired, her surprise palpable. In comparison, even the sword saint's techniques seemed trivial. Ling Tian expressed his admiration, genuinely awestruck. During the time in the Imperial Spirit Dragon Vein, it seemed that our ancestor, Yunding Tian, imparted a set of sword techniques to me. If I am not mistaken, this must be the very technique he is currently demonstrating, Ling Bing ventured a bold guess. Does this mean that brother-in-law has passed down the techniques our ancestor taught him to us? Ling Tian exclaimed with delight. Indeed, you must not let his hopes down, Ling Bing advised earnestly. Of course, Zheng nodded firmly, his blood surging with excitement. After fully demonstrating the advanced version of the Xianyuan 9 swords, Lin Fan sheathed the Hunyuan sword and effortlessly imprinted the sword techniques into their minds for easier cultivation. This technique was bestowed upon me by Yunding Tian, refined over a millennium, exquisite beyond compare, easily surpassing the Wuji sword technique of the Wuji sect. With merely 2 or 3 days until the 10 sects martial meet. Strive to grasp a few moves, and then we shall teach them a lesson, Lin Fan said with a mischievous smile. Rest assured, brother-in-law, I will not let you down, Ling Tian declared with fervor. Shui, your talent is commendable as well. Although you will not participate in this 10 sects martial meet, you can still practice, Lin Fan remarked. Glancing at Ling Shui. Thank you, brother-in-law, Ling Shui replied, her sweet smile illuminating her face. Ahem, well then, the night is drawing in. Your sister and I must enter seclusion for cultivation. You both should head back, Lin Fan stated, eager to focus on his own training. After bidding them farewell, Lin Fan proposed a dual cultivation session once more. Aren't you tired? Ling Bing asked shyly, though her body betrayed her eagerness. It is primarily your preference. Besides, we possess the capability. I hope to break through to the earthly realm this time, Ling Bing expressed with anticipation. As night enveloped the world in silence, Lin Fan and Ling Bing gradually fell into a harmonious rhythm. Yet, at that moment, the Hunyuan sword trembled, and the ancestral dragon's spirit emitted a warning of impending danger. What is it? Ling Bing asked, sensing the unease. A powerful presence approaches. Stay here. I will confront it, Lin Fan whispered, lowering his voice. It must be a master from the Wuji sect. No, it is too dangerous for you to go alone. I must accompany you, Ling Bing insisted, her resolve unwavering. If you come with me, you will distract me. You have witnessed my strength in the depths of the barbaric forest. Even a 9th-tier demon beast, the Hell Dragon, could not contend with me. The Wuji sect will find it far from easy to scheme against me, Lin Fan asserted confidently. Biting her lip, Ling Bing weighed her options before saying earnestly, "Then promise me you will return safely. I cannot allow anything to happen to you." "I promise," Lin Fan replied, gently brushing his fingers against the tip of Ling Bing's nose before cautiously stepping outside. However, as soon as he opened the door, he sensed something amiss. "I was too hasty." This is a classic bait-and-switch tactic. As expected, when he rushed back into the room, he found Ling Bing unconscious and being forcibly taken away by a cloaked figure. Simultaneously, a chilling voice echoed in his ears, coldly commanding, "Come with me, or I will kill her." Even without the warning, Lin Fan would not permit anyone to abduct her. He immediately pursued the cloaked figure with lightning speed. The assailant moved with remarkable swiftness, deliberately maintaining a distance to avoid being caught. "What cultivation level does that person possess?" Lin Fan inquired, communicating with the ancestral dragon spirit. "Scattered immortal realm. He is luring you into a trap. Be cautious." The ancestral dragon replied languidly. "The Wuji sect truly goes to great lengths to eliminate me, even sending a scattered immortal to do the deed." Lin Fan expressed indignantly. "Who told you to be so abnormal? The Wuji sect will stop at nothing to achieve their goals. Is this not a tactic you often employed in the primordial realm?" The ancestral dragon teased. "Silence. Stop with the unnecessary chatter," Lin Fan retorted dismissively. As he continued the pursuit, he noticed they were straying far from the territory of Wuji Mountain when the scattered immortal suddenly halted and carelessly discarded the unconscious Ling Bing. Upon witnessing this, Lin Fan quickly conjured a green spiritual force to ensure Ling Bing did not plummet to her demise. "You were Lin Fan?" A chilling voice emanated from the figure opposite him. Turning towards the voice, Lin Fan could clearly see, under the faint moonlight, an elder with a dark face, exuding a ghostly aura. "Why bother asking when you already know the answer? But you Wuji sect are truly shameless. Are you so lacking in confidence regarding your own strength?" Lin Fan retorted sarcastically. "In the history of the Xuanwu continent, the one with the most spiritual veins is Yun Ding Tian, the founder of your Xinyuan sect, with only 9. Yet you, this monster, astonishingly possess 100. Your existence disrupts the established balance. If you remain alive, you will inevitably pose a threat to our Wuji sect," the elder stated brutally, showing no signs of concealment. "Even the 9th level of the 1,000-year calamity of Yunding Tian could not slay me." "Are you certain you can?" Lin Fan boldly declared, gripping the Hunyuan sword firmly, unyielding in the face of danger. "I am indeed surprised, but you are merely at the earthly realm. I am curious to see what tricks you can employ." As the elder's voice trailed off, his expression turned cold, and he charged forward with overwhelming force. With the strength of a scattered immortal, engaging Lin Fan was nothing short of catastrophic. He found himself unable to withstand the onslaught. In just 3 exchanges, Lin Fan was forced back repeatedly by the terrifying power. "Impressive, your defense is indeed remarkable. To kill yet not die. I commend you," the elder noted approvingly. However, at that moment, the voice shifted to that of a woman. Startled, Lin Fan turned to look. To his astonishment, he gasped involuntarily. Half black, half white. One side yin, one side yang. One side male, one side female. "You are the yin-yang dual-faced ghost, Wu Chang." Chapter 39. Heart Races. Yin-yang dual-faced ghost, Wu Chang. "What's this? You recognize me?" Wu Chang asked, a hint of surprise in her tone. "Not only do I recognize you, but I have been searching for you for many years, only to unexpectedly encounter you here," Lin Fan declared, exuding an intense aura of vengeance. "Oh, this is intriguing. Do tell, what is it that you seek from me?" Wu Chang grinned sinisterly, seemingly unfazed. 10 years ago, a couple named Lin Han and Zhou Feng perished at your hands on a night much like this. They were my parents," Lin Fan lamented, his tone heavy with grief. Although, in a sense, Lin Han and Zhou Feng's demise was not directly her fault, Lin Fan, as the current owner of this body, felt compelled to take action. For instance, vengeance. "I have killed countless people throughout my life, with the insignificant ants who fell to my blade numbering beyond count. However, I always eradicate the roots, leaving no survivors. That you managed to escape my grasp is indeed surprising. But no matter, I shall send you to meet your parents now." The malevolent specter of Yin-Yang, known as the Wu Chang, exuded an overwhelming aura of ghostly energy, advancing with an unstoppable force akin to autumn winds sweeping away fallen leaves. Lin Fan's cultivation at the earthly realm paled in comparison, a stark contrast akin to heaven and earth. No matter how exceptional his swordplay might be, it could not compensate for the insurmountable gap in strength. After exchanging blows for a mere 10 rounds, Lin Fan, grievously wounded, found himself spitting blood. Yet he could not be vanquished. Strange, how is your defense so formidable? Wu Chang mused in confusion. Despite his murderous rampage, he was perplexed, having never encountered such an anomaly. In a fit of rage, Wu Chang's expression turned cold as he bellowed, "Let me show you the true might of my yin-yang ghostly energy. I refuse to believe I cannot kill you." In an instant, two streams of spiritual power, one black and one white, intertwined like venomous serpents, violently surged toward Lin Fan. The yin-yang ghostly energy was Wu Chang's most powerful trump card, a technique he had relied upon to extricate himself from numerous predicaments, never having failed before. Experienced in battle, Lin Fan sensed the scent of death approaching. Yet, faced with the onslaught of the yin-yang energy, he did not retreat. Instead, he unleashed the first form of the chaotic stellar burst, the stellar explosion, without reservation. Wu Chang harbored absolute confidence in his yin-yang energy. To him, Lin Fan was merely a cornered beast, seeking his own demise, and thus he dismissed the chaotic stellar burst entirely. The stellar explosion contained the power of a celestial body, capable of rending the heavens and splitting the earth. As it struck, it overwhelmed the yin-yang energy with a force that was utterly devastating, relentlessly advancing toward Wu Chang. "Oh no!" Wu Chang exclaimed, his moment of glee abruptly shattered as he witnessed his yin-yang energy dissolve into nothingness. Furthermore, the terrifying power of the stars surged towards him like a raging tide, trapping him in an inescapable predicament. The stellar explosion offered him no opportunity to flee. Before he could react, it struck him directly. With a resounding crash, Wu Chang plummeted to the ground like a fallen meteor. Lin Fan had only just begun to master the chaotic stellar burst and was uncertain of its full potency. Yet he was confident that being struck by the stellar explosion would exact a heavy toll on Wu Chang, if not claim his life. Given their deep-seated enmity, Lin Fan was determined to ensure Wu Chang's demise. Moreover, he did not wish to reveal the existence of the chaotic stellar burst before the upcoming 10-sect martial arts gathering, lest the Wuji sect prepare in advance. Proceeding cautiously, he approached Wu Chang, who lay in a pool of blood, his body mangled and a gaping wound the size of a bowl piercing through his chest. To kill is to ensure death, Lin Fan thought, intending to deliver the final blow and dismember him. However, at that moment, Wu Chang moved. Before Lin Fan's sword could descend, he sprang to his feet and fled in a panic. "You are truly vicious." Wu Chang spat. "I had intended to feign death to escape, yet even in this state, you refused to let me go." He was severely wounded and his power diminished, his only desire now to escape this place. "Do not harbor delusions. Today you shall die," Lin Fan declared, aggressive and relentless. Thus ensued a fierce chase. It was hard to imagine that the once formidable and feared Wu Chang now found himself so utterly humiliated. Pursued by a mere weakling of the earthly realm, fate had turned against him. Wu Chang, cunning and treacherous, though in flight, orchestrated his escape with meticulous precision. After a series of narrow escapes, he suddenly halted and turned to confront Lin Fan. "I never imagined that a mere insect of the earthly realm could wield such terrifying power. I have roamed the world for centuries, yet here I am, utterly defeated by you. Before I die, I wish to know how you achieved this power," he said, pale and despondent. "You, on the brink of death, have no right to such knowledge," Lin Fan retorted, wielding his Xianyuan sword as he unleashed the Xianyuan 9 swords upon him. Wu Chang, instead of fearing, appeared elated. This unnerved Lin Fan, sending chills down his spine. In the next moment, he stepped into a void, his foot falling into a collapsing space that possessed a terrifying ability to consume him. Not good, Lin Fan thought, recognizing the peril. He desperately attempted to escape using the power of the Xianyuan, but it was too formidable, pulling him in as though he were sinking into quicksand. "Huh? Did you not expect this, boy? You have a 1 in 10,000 chance of entering the ancient graveyard. But far more likely is your demise in the chaos of space." Wu Chang sneered, observing Lin Fan struggle. Sensing the slow consumption of Lin Fan, he approached, ready to deliver a final blow to ensure his demise. However, at that moment, a sharp sword sliced through the air, targeting Wu Chang's back. "What?" he gasped, surprised to find himself under ambush even now. The sharp sword light was narrowly avoided by Wu Chang. In the next moment, a stunning figure appeared before Lin Fan. It was none other than the renowned beauty of the Xuanwu continent, Lu Shuyao. It was hard to believe that in the dead of night, in this desolate wilderness, Lu Shuyao had arrived. "Grab my hand," she exclaimed, extending her delicate, fragile hand. With his life hanging by a thread, Lin Fan dared not hesitate and immediately took her hand. "Humph," So in love? Then go to hell together as a pair of tormented souls. Wu Chang roared. As his words fell, he unleashed his black spiritual energy with all his might toward the two of them. Lu Shuiyao, focused solely on Lin Fan, was unable to counter Wu Chang's onslaught. She lost her balance and fell toward Lin Fan. Lin Fan instinctively embraced her, but at that moment, he completely lost his ability to resist and was drawn into the terrifying consuming force. With great effort, Wu Chang completed his attack, only to cough up blood and kneel, blood pouring from his chest. He had thought that eliminating Lin Fan would allow him to breathe a sigh of relief. But just then, a binding force of Xianhuang energy ensnared him, pulling him toward the collapsing space before he could react. Do not. The ghostly figure of Wu Chang let out a terrified scream. Unfortunately, Lin Fan was determined to drag him down with him, vowing not to let him escape. Soon, the collapsed space began to mend, restoring everything to its original state as if nothing had transpired. Within the chaotic spatial corridor, Lin Fan and Lu Shuiyao were tightly embraced. In that moment, they resembled a fragile boat amidst a raging storm, unable to steer their course or even fathom where they would end up next. Embracing her. Inhaling the maidenly fragrance emanating from Lu Shuiyao, Lin Fan felt a profound sense of comfort. The most beautiful woman in the Xuanwu continent was now so close. Willingly holding on to him, Lin Fan marveled at his unexpected fortune in romantic endeavors even after the cycle of reincarnation. Was he afraid? As their ears brushed together, Lin Fan gently inquired. I haven't thought that far, Lu Shuiyao replied, her heart racing, with a fluttering heart and a gentle sigh. She clung tightly to Lin Fan's sturdy chest. How did you end up here, so far from Wuji Mountain? Lin Fan continued to ask. I was cultivating in the mountains when I inadvertently saw you chasing after a shadow. Driven by curiosity, I followed, only to witness this scene, Lu Shuiyao explained. Glancing around anxiously, her spirit disoriented. Where exactly are we? I've never been to a place like this. We are caught in the chaotic currents of a collapsed space. And I was schemed against by Wu Chang, Lin Fan elucidated. How do we escape from here? Lu Shuiyao asked, a hint of anxiety in her voice. Our cultivation levels are too low. To break free from these chaotic currents, we would need at least the strength of the Void Realm. However, Wu Chang mentioned earlier that we have a 1 in 10,000 chance of entering the ancient graveyard. Perhaps we might turn misfortune into fortune, Lin Fan replied confidently. Even in such dire circumstances, he remained calm and unflustered. A 1 in 10,000 chance is far too slim. Lu Shuiyao lamented, feeling disheartened. Fortune favors the bold. Even if there's only a glimmer of hope, I will take the gamble, Lin Fan declared, strategizing. He was like a beacon of light in the darkness, exuding an aura of hope, illuminating the path forward even in the face of despair. Do you have any hidden weapons? Suddenly, Lu Shuiyao furrowed her brow in question. Hidden weapons? I, Lin Fan, act with integrity and honor, and would never resort to such underhanded tactics, he replied with righteous conviction. Lu Shuiyao lowered her gaze, saying nothing. However, she soon found herself blushing, flustered and unsure of how to respond. Lin Fan pondered thoughtfully. At that moment, a fissure in space abruptly appeared before them. Lin Fan's heart soared with joy. He recognized this as their sole opportunity to escape the chaotic currents and enter the ancient graveyard. Casting aside any embarrassment, he pulled Lu Shuiyao close, intending to dash through. Hold tight to me. I will take you out, Lin Fan commanded, his tone leaving no room for argument. In the next instant, wielding his sword with one hand and enveloping himself in the essence of the Xianhuang, he propelled himself forward with the power of the stars. Racing toward the spatial rift. Chapter 40. The Ancient Graveyard, Supreme Innate Spirit Treasure, the Phoenix Soul Needle. To Wu Chang, Lin Fan's plunge into the chaotic currents of space was a certain death. After all, even he, with his scattered celestial realm cultivation, could not escape the devouring force of the chaotic currents. Lin Fan, a mere ant of the earthly realm, stood no chance. Yet, he underestimated Lin Fan's capabilities. While Wu Chang saw only a 1 in 10,000 chance of entering the ancient graveyard, to Lin Fan, that 1 in 10,000 chance translated to 100% certainty. Seasoned by the trials of battle, Lin Fan's experience far surpassed that of this mere infant who had lived only a few hundred years. In that moment, he and Lu Shuiyao soared toward the fissure, resolutely seizing their solitary hope for survival. Just before the rift sealed, the two transformed into a bolt of lightning and pierced through. Moments later, Lin Fan and Lu Shuiyao landed heavily on the ground. Although they were in disarray, Lin Fan burst into laughter. Did we escape? Lu Shuiyao exclaimed, filled with joy as she clung to Lin Fan's neck. The woman who stood aloof in front of others now appeared utterly delicate in Lin Fan's embrace, willingly nestling against him. Lin Fan gazed at her with a racing heart, his mind awash with thoughts. As their eyes met, Lu Shuiao shivered, lowering her gaze demurely. Yet soon, she recalled something, hastily releasing her grip around Lin Fan's neck and stepping back to maintain a respectful distance. The moon is particularly round tonight, Lu Shuiao remarked, attempting to ease the awkward atmosphere. Indeed, the sun has nearly tanned me, Lin Fan replied with self-deprecation, acknowledging their shared awkwardness. They exchanged knowing smiles when their eyes met again. What do you think this place is? Lu Shuiao asked nervously as she surveyed their surroundings. It is my first time here as well, but Wu Chang mentioned a 1 in 10,000 chance of entering the ancient graveyard, so if all goes well, we should now be within it, Lin Fan stated, assessing the environment. Do you have a grudge against that yin-yang ghost Wu Chang? Why would he try to kill you in the dead of night? Lu Shuiao asked, tilting her head in surprise. I suppose there is enmity. 10 years ago, my parents were both slain by him. However, this time it was not I who sought vengeance, but rather he attempted to assassinate me. If I am not mistaken, it was orchestrated by the Wuji sect, Lin Fan replied, his eyes flashing with a fierce light at the mention of the sect. Before you arrived, the Wuji sect believed that Tang Long was invincible, thus they grew arrogant. But your emergence has placed tremendous pressure on them. I believe they fear losing their leadership position to you, which is why they resorted to such despicable tactics, Lu Shuiao expressed with disdain. Following this, she looked earnestly at Lin Fan and continued, I witnessed your confrontation with Wu Chang earlier. His yin-yang ghostly chi is his signature move and has never failed. Yet when he clashed with you, he was utterly outmatched. What kind of power do you possess that surpasses even his ghostly techniques? The power of the stars. Lin Fan replied calmly. Wu Chang is a powerful being of the scattered celestial realm. If he could not best you, are you truly only at the earthly realm? Lu Shuiao pressed on, relentless in her inquiry. Since you witnessed our battle, you should have noticed that I was not his match. The gap between us is like heaven and earth. I was merely fortunate to defeat him, Lin Fan said with a humble smile. Is that so? Then your ability to escape from the chaotic currents and grasp that 1 in 10,000 chance was also sheer luck? How can you be so fortunate? Lu Shuiao teased, clearly skeptical of his words. You left in haste. Your master and the others must be worried about you, Lin Fan jested, intentionally shifting the topic. Given the circumstances, there is no better course of action. Besides, being with you, I trust you will lead me out, Lu Shuiao said confidently, gazing at Lin Fan with charm. I may not possess such great capabilities, but since you risked your life to save me, I shall not let you down, Lin Fan promised earnestly. Do not overthink it. You saved me in the wild forest, and I am merely repaying a favor. You need not feel burdened. Lu Shuiao restored her goddess-like demeanor, remaining distant yet alluring. Since we are here, we shall make the best of it. We wandered around, eager to uncover the treasures hidden within this ancient burial ground. Lin Fan's eyes sparkled with anticipation. The ancient burial ground exists independently from the Xuanwu continent. Here, the air is thick with spiritual energy, permeated by a chilling aura of slaughter. The cultivation speed in this place undoubtedly surpasses that on the Xuanwu continent. This is why the Wujimin has maintained its dominant position ever since acquiring the ancient burial ground. As we traversed the ancient burial ground, a colossal skeleton loomed before us, startling Lu Shuiao, who staggered backward in shock. The massive skeleton extended over 10,000 meters in length. Its overall shape resembled that of a human. Yet a giant of such stature was unheard of. In contrast, Lin Fan, accustomed to the grandiose forms of ancestral witches and divine beings from the primordial realm, remained unfazed. Is this the corpse of a giant? How terrifying! How could such a giant exist? Lu Shuiao exclaimed, unable to articulate her astonishment. The myriad wonders of the vast world reveal that the Xuanwu continent is but a mere speck in the boundless universe. Thus, this giant is not so extraordinary. Lin Fan remarked nonchalantly. Have you seen the outside world? Lu Shuiao inquired, her curiosity piqued. No, Lin Fan replied. You don't seem like someone from our realm. Your talent, cultivation methods, and breadth of experience appear to eclipse our own. She gazed at him, voicing her inner confusion. I was born and raised here, Lin Fan said with a self-deprecating smile. The ancient burial ground is filled with countless remains, not only of giants, but also of dragons and other extraordinary creatures. Walking among the white bones felt akin to entering a hellish realm, sending shivers down one's spine. The sheer number of remains hinted at the extraordinary slaughter that must have transpired here. Stepping on these bones makes an eerie sound, Lu Shuiao expressed, her heart still racing. The outside world is far more complex than we can fathom, Lin Fan concurred. You mentioned that the Wujiman has occupied this place for over a century. Aside from the denser spiritual energy, what else could they possibly desire? Lu Shuiao tilted her head, intrigued. Quite a lot, actually. The spiritual energy is secondary. The magical artifacts here are the most coveted, Lin Fan exclaimed. Even if there are any left, the Wujiman's members would have likely claimed them. After all, we have wandered here for quite some time, and we have yet to encounter a top-tier magical artifact, let alone a common celestial tool. Lu Shuiao expressed her skepticism. What they can take is mere dross. True celestial tools are not something those mundane beings can possess. Lin Fan dismissed her concerns. Are you suggesting that there are still undiscovered treasures here? Lu Shuiao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Since ancient times, rare treasures have found their rightful owners. Whether we can obtain them depends on our fortune. That sword in your hand seems quite extraordinary. I have heard that Tang Long's sword is the sword of celestial slaying. Originating from the ancient burial ground, a celestial-grade weapon that could be severed like tofu by your Hunyuan sword, Lu Shuiao praised. Chuckling at her curiosity, Lin Fan felt at a loss for how to explain. After all, the secret of the Hunyuan sword was known only to him. Even Ling Bing was unaware. He certainly couldn't reveal that the Hunyuan sword was a fusion of the four swords of celestial slaying. Just as Lin Fan pondered this, a towering steel needle came into view. "Oh, this is the Fenghan needle," Lin Fan exclaimed, gazing up at it. "What, do you recognize it?" Lu Shuiao asked curiously. Then teased, "It looks more like an iron rod. Calling it a needle seems a bit far-fetched. What you see is merely the surface. Since you came here to rescue me, allow me to gift you this magical artifact," Lin Fan declared, pointing to the Fenghan needle with fervor. "I don't want it. It's too large for me to handle," Lu Shuiao retorted decisively. "Are you sure? This is no ordinary celestial tool. It is a supreme, innate spiritual treasure. Infinitely mysterious and immensely powerful, capable of locking souls and slaying from 1,000 miles away, with no chance of survival. As for its size, once you subdue it, it will respond to your thoughts, adapting to any size or shape you desire," Lin Fan explained earnestly. "Is it truly as extraordinary as you say?" Initially skeptical, Lu Shuiao scrutinized the Fenghan needle, her astonishment evident. The ordinary celestial tools have all been taken by the Wujiman. Whatever remains is undoubtedly a treasure, the likes of which they cannot claim, Lin Fan boasted proudly. "Yet, if the Wujiman's experts could not take it, what makes you think I can?" Lu Shuiao questioned, lacking confidence in herself. "Because of my presence here," Lin Fan replied with a confident smile. "Do you truly believe you can assist me in subduing it?" Lu Shuiao asked, gazing into Lin Fan's eyes as her smile blossomed. "Our efforts may be met with divine intervention. Surviving this perilous journey into the ancient burial ground and encountering it here, do you not think this is fate?" Lin Fan asserted. "Let us give it a try. I believe you possess the fortune to succeed," he added with conviction. Under his guidance, Lu Shuiao began to attempt to subdue the Fenghan needle. She first dripped blood to acknowledge her mastery, then sought to establish a connection with it. When her attempts yielded no results, Lin Fan decisively summoned the Hunyuan sword, attempting to intimidate the needle's consciousness into submission. This scene left Lu Shuiao utterly astonished, as Lin Fan's divine maneuvering reshaped her understanding of reality. To her surprise, after the threat, she indeed formed a connection with the Fenghan needle's consciousness, ultimately succeeding in acknowledging her mastery through blood. "How is this possible? It actually responded to this approach?" Lu Shuiao exclaimed, wide-eyed. "Why wouldn't it? Clearly, it has," Lin Fan replied, brimming with pride. "Yet, this is truly astonishing. Can you really make it smaller?" Lin Fan encouraged her. "Is that really possible?" Lu Shuiao asked, filled with anticipation. She focused her mind on controlling the Fenghan needle. In an instant, the once towering needle astonishingly shrank and thinned, ultimately becoming a half-inch silver needle that settled gently in her palm, leaving her utterly speechless and overwhelmed with nervousness. Then, under her control, the Fenghan needle expanded and thickened, soaring into the clouds. "This is simply unbelievable," Lu Shuiao gasped in amazement. At that moment, she found herself at a loss for words to express her emotions. Chapter 41, The Golden Giant Egg. The first beast of the primordial world. Lu Shuiao was enveloped in profound shock. A steel needle could be large or small, thick or thin, straight or curved, long or short, which completely redefined her understanding. Of course, she had merely subdued the Fenghan needle and established a bridge for communication. she had yet to refine it. Only through complete refinement could the Fenghan needle be utilized to its full potential, striking down foes from afar and unperceived. With the 10 sects martial arts tournament approaching, she hoped to refine it before the event. Even if she could not surpass Lin Fan, she could still gain prestige for her sect and earn the respect of the world. Immediately, Lu Shuiyao cast a sincere glance at Lin Fan. He understood her unspoken plea and gently replied, "You can refine it here. I will protect you." "Thank you." Lu Shuiyao expressed her gratitude, then devoted herself wholeheartedly to the refinement of the Fenghan needle. Despite their unfamiliarity, she felt an absolute trust in Lin Fan, even to the point of sacrificing herself without a second thought. As she entered seclusion, she had no concerns about him plotting against her. She completely entrusted herself to him, embodying a bond of unspoken faith. As Lu Shuiyao settled into a meditative posture, Lin Fan seized the opportunity to observe her closely. She was as enchanting as a beauty from a legend, her allure undeniable, and the more he gazed, the more captivated he became. Lin Fan, having lived 2 lives, considered himself well-versed in the company of women. Yet, the ordinary charms of others failed to pique his interest. Lu Shuiyao, however, was refreshingly pure and captivating, leaving a lasting impression. In the ancient graveyard, silence reigned, devoid of any life. Nonetheless, Lin Fan remained steadfastly by her side, ensuring her safety without fail. Time passed, and before long, 2 days had slipped by. Just as Lin Fan contemplated the possibility of leaving the ancient graveyard, a piercing scream echoed from the distance. "There are people!" Lin Fan exclaimed as he sprang to his feet. "What is happening?" Lu Shuiyao, having just emerged from her seclusion, inquired with curiosity. "There are people ahead. It seems they are being chased," Lin Fan stated plainly. "This is the ancient graveyard." Lu Shuiyao gasped in shock, then continued. "Could it be that experts from the Wujimen are in seclusion here? But why would they be pursued? That seems highly unusual. Let us investigate. We'll know more soon." "How is your refinement of the Fenghan needle progressing?" Lin Fan asked, surveying her with concern. "Time is limited. I haven't fully refined it yet. But I can manage it for the most part," Lu Shuiyao replied gratefully. Just as they were speaking, the anguished screams grew louder and closer. Exchanging a glance, the two cautiously approached the source of the sound, eager to uncover the truth. Soon, a group of over 10 individuals came into view, clad in Wujimen robes. They were stained with blood and bore various injuries. Not only that, but their cultivation levels were formidable, each at least a strong presence at the earthly ascendancy stage, with several even at the combined body stage. They were being relentlessly pursued by a massive egg, fleeing in utter disarray but unable to escape its assault. "What is that?" Lu Shuiyao asked, her heart racing. "It appears to be an egg," Lin Fan observed intently, astonished. "Is it truly so bizarre? Is this egg in the ancient graveyard so aggressive?" Lu Shuiyao exclaimed, wide-eyed. The egg's offensive capabilities exceeded all expectations, claiming lives with each strike. In mere moments, the Wujimen experts were decimated, leaving only one to escape. "Help me!" the lone survivor cried, sprinting towards Lin Fan and Lu Shuiyao in desperation. "This is bad. We are in danger." Lin Fan instinctively inhaled sharply, sensing the peril, and unsheathed the Hanyuan sword, preparing for action. Just as the Wujimen expert approached within 3 meters, the massive egg broke through the constraints of time and space, crashing down with devastating force, striking him squarely on the head. The result was catastrophic. The expert's head shattered like a watermelon, splattering gore, filling the air with a nauseating scent of blood. What should we do?" The gruesome scene left Lu Shuiyao trembling, her voice quaking as fear gripped her. Her feet felt as if they were welded to the ground, paralyzed by dread. "Let me handle this." Lin Fan stepped forward resolutely. Facing the aggressively attacking egg, he raised the Hanyuan sword and unleashed the Xianyuan 9 swords, weaving a sword net in an attempt to intercept the creature. As the egg descended with tremendous force, Lin Fan was taken aback when it rebounded upon striking the sword net formed by the Hanyuan sword's sword light. It was hard to believe that the Hanyuan sword, composed of the 4 swords of Zhaoxian, posed no threat to the egg. "Are you all right?" Lu Shuiyao asked. Noticing Lin Fan stagger back over 10 steps before regaining his balance, concern etched on her face. "This creature is indeed formidable," Lin Fan thought to himself, alarmed. "I will assist you," Lu Shuiyao declared, summoning the Fenghan needle with renewed determination. "It kills invisibly. You should use the Fenghan needle for ranged attacks and avoid close proximity to it, or you may risk your life," Lin Fan cautioned. "Understood." Together, they unleashed a coordinated assault, Lin Fan wielding the Hunyuan sword and Lu Shuiyao commanding the Fohun needle, mercilessly attacking the egg. Though it was their first collaboration, they moved in perfect harmony, leaving the egg hesitant to approach. This truly reshapes my understanding. I never anticipated an egg could be so terrifying, Lu Shuiyao remarked, still shaken. This is no ordinary egg. It can easily dispatch experts at the combined body stage before even hatching. If it were to emerge, the consequences would be dire. Lin Fan said with a grin, his spirits lifted as ideas began to form in his mind. You don't mean to subdue it, do you? Lu Shuiyao questioned pointedly. I make no denial of that, Lin Fan responded, gripping the Hunyuan sword as he charged forward once more. He understood that to conquer this proud and powerful egg, he must defeat it in direct confrontation to earn its recognition. Crack! Crack! The shell of the egg emitted eerie sounds, sending chills down their spines. It seemed even more formidable than they had anticipated. It appears we can only resort to violence to counteract this, Lu Shuiyao said, a sense of urgency rising within her. Confronted by the immense force of the giant egg once again, Lin Fan, in a moment of disbelief, sheathed the Hunyuan sword. In the next instant, a terrifying celestial energy enveloped his body as he unleashed the first move of the chaos stellar explosion, planetary collision. The impact was akin to a cataclysmic collision of celestial bodies. When the fearsome force of the planetary explosion collided with the giant egg, a dreadful wave of energy erupted outward, obliterating everything in its path. Lu Shuiyao, who had intended to assist Lin Fan, was thrown back by this terrifying energy before she could approach, crashing 10 meters away and spitting blood violently. Lin Fan also found himself in a precarious situation, staggering backward 3 meters before barely regaining his balance, gasping heavily. Meanwhile, the giant egg had also suffered a setback. Upon closer inspection, cracks appeared on its nearly golden shell, hinting that the beast within could break free at any moment. Are you all right? Lu Shuiyao rushed to Lin Fan's side, concern etched on her face despite her own injuries. I'm fine, he replied, casting a glance at her pale visage and the blood oozing from her lips, causing him to furrow his brow instinctively. Without hesitation, he placed his hand on her shoulder. What are you doing? Lu Shuiyao instinctively recoiled. Stay still, Lin Fan commanded with utmost seriousness. In the next moment, his powerful hand pressed firmly on her shoulder, and a continuous stream of Xianhuang energy flowed into her body. It was only at this point that Lu Shuiyao realized Lin Fan intended to heal her. Moments later, Lin Fan withdrew his hand, his complexion even paler than before. Even now, you are still worried about me. Look at how disheveled you are, Lu Shuiyao said, her heart aching for him. I have tough skin. I won't die easily. Lin Fan exhaled a breath of stale air, feigning calmness. Look, the giant egg seems to have cracked, Lu Shuiyao exclaimed in surprise. This strike didn't disappoint me at all. Lin Fan mused. Did you break it? I thought the beast inside was about to hatch, Lu Shuiyao replied, momentarily stunned before asking, what should we do next? We have been here for 2 days. With just 1 day left until the 10 sects martial gathering, we should return and devise a plan, Lin Fan suggested, glancing at the tantalizing cracks on the golden giant egg. I will follow your lead, Lu Shuiyao replied obediently. Meanwhile, the cracked golden egg maintained a cautious distance, unwilling to approach. After all, Lin Fan was no ordinary foe, far beyond the capabilities of the mere insects. The recent planetary explosion had wounded it significantly. However, upon seeing Lin Fan and Lu Shuiyao preparing to leave, the golden egg hurriedly followed, tailing them closely. Initially, they paid little attention to this peculiar behavior. But when Lin Fan accelerated, the egg matched his pace, and when he halted, the egg did as well. What is happening? It feels like it has fixated on you, Lu Shuiyao remarked, bewildered. Try walking ahead, Lin Fan suggested nonchalantly. All right, Lu Shuiyao responded and strode forward. The golden egg remained stationary. Then, when Lin Fan advanced and Lu Shuiyao stopped, the golden egg quickly accelerated to follow him. Clearly, it had chosen to accompany Lin Fan. It seems you share a profound connection with it, Lu Shuiyao exclaimed in awe. Destiny has its own designs, Lin Fan reflected. You've seen its power. It has already vanquished the experts of the Woodgemen before even hatching. If it were to emerge, it would be catastrophic. Since it has chosen you, why not take it under your wing? Lu Shuiyao suggested. Lin Fan, originating from the primordial realm, had once reached the realm of Quasingen de Luo Jin Xian. He typically looked down on ordinary beasts, which was why he had not considered taking it as a companion. He feared it might become a burden. However, seeing its determination to follow him and its impressive display earlier, Keeping it by his side seemed like a favorable option. After careful consideration, Lin Fan waved his hand, saying, "Come here, let me take a look." Strangely, the golden egg appeared to comprehend his words, bouncing over eagerly. Lu Shuiyao stood by, dumbfounded, unable to articulate her astonishment. As the golden egg approached within 3 meters, Lin Fan flicked his fingers, channeling a surge of Xianhuang energy into the eggshell. Soon, a look of wonder filled his eyes. Born in the primordial chaos, nurtured at the dawn of creation, the progenitor of the 3,000 chaos demons, the father of countless demon spirits. The foremost beast of the primordial world. Chapter 42. The demon egg emerges. The 10 sects martial gathering is about to commence. Lin Fan, having lived 2 lives, gasped in disbelief upon learning of the golden egg's origins. Even the likes of the ancestral dragon, the Yuan Feng, and the original Qilin, who were central figures during the early calamities, did not dare to claim the title of the foremost beast of the primordial world, yet this creature, still encased in its shell, had the audacity to make such claims. "Are you all right?" Lu Shuiyao gently inquired, noticing Lin Fan's unusual expression. "I'm fine, really." Lin Fan evasively replied, then more urgently added, "You must guard me." Without waiting for Lu Shuiyao's consent, he settled into a meditative posture. He had never felt so uncomposed since his rebirth. The presence of this golden egg had thrown him into disarray, an unprecedented sense of unease. Calming himself, Lin Fan entered a state of clarity. At that moment, in the vast sea of stars, he stood suspended in midair, confronted by a colossal dragon materializing before him. This dragon was the manifestation of the ancestral dragon spirit. Ancestral dragon, tell me, what is the story behind this golden egg? It appeared in the primordial chaos. Logically, it should have emerged during the early calamities. Do you know its origins? Lin Fan asked, suppressing his excitement. It indeed existed before me, but due to certain reasons, it has never hatched. I observed earlier that its power seems to be sealed, the ancestral dragon candidly revealed. Since the Pangu opened the heavens, how could it have remained coiled within its shell for so long? Why hasn't it emerged? Lin Fan queried, his expression one of incredulity. It is not that it does not wish to emerge, but rather that it cannot. It is said that it once sought assistance from the 6 saints of the primordial world, but each attempt to break the shell was in vain. In the end, even when the 6 saints joined forces, they could not open the shell. The specifics remain unclear, but it is indeed an exceedingly formidable entity, the ancestral dragon lamented. The 6 saints of the primordial world were unable to breach it. That is truly remarkable. But what happened when I cracked its shell just now? Surely, my cultivation cannot surpass that of the 6 saints? Lin Fan mused, slightly disgruntled. I cannot provide specifics, but you might attempt to communicate with it. Moreover, it seems to have recognized you. Perhaps you are the one it has awaited for countless years. The ancestral dragon praised. With those words, it transformed into a wisp of azure smoke and vanished. After conversing with the ancestral dragon, Lin Fan felt reassured, at least confirming the truth of the golden egg's claims. What is your situation? Why have you been trapped within this eggshell for so many years without being able to emerge? Without further ado, Lin Fan straightforwardly inquired. Although I am not entirely certain of the specifics, it is impossible for me to say that I have no inkling after all these years, the golden giant egg replied. Then tell me, what exactly is going on? Lin Fan pressed on with relentless curiosity. Years ago, I sought the assistance of the 6 saints of the primordial age, and even their combined efforts could not shatter the eggshell. Consider this. Who else could possibly achieve such a feat? The golden giant egg did not state directly, but implied. Are you suggesting that it was the ancestor Han Jun who sealed the eggshell? Lin Fan gasped in astonishment. Does it seem incredulous to you? Aside from him, I cannot think of anyone else. Then why was I able to create cracks in the eggshell just now? Lin Fan countered, growing increasingly perplexed. This is precisely why I chose to follow you. You are the first person I have encountered in all my years who might have the potential to break the eggshell. Although I remained trapped within it, the excitement, exhilaration, and anticipation in its voice were unmistakable. So you mean I should give it another try? Lin Fan tentatively asked. I would be most grateful, the golden giant egg replied eagerly. It wouldn't hurt to try. However, my understanding of you is quite limited. Given your previous display of power, what if I inadvertently released you? Would I not become a pariah in this world? One must always remain vigilant, Lin Fan cautioned. I swear by the heavens, if you truly manage to free me from this eggshell, I will devote my life to following you and will never oppose your will. What is your name? Lin Fan asked calmly. No one has ever seen my true form, nor do I have a name, however. Those who have encountered me refer to me as the demon egg. The demon egg, you say? To be honest, I exerted all my strength in that last strike, and I cannot guarantee that I can shatter the eggshell. Nevertheless, I will give it my utmost effort moving forward, so prepare yourself, Lin Fan stated earnestly. Success or failure is all in fate. Regardless, I have already placed my trust in you. The demon egg declared resolutely. Without further ado, Lin Fan rose amidst the astonished gaze of Lu Xiao and began to gather a tremendous amount of stellar energy around him. He then unleashed the first form of the chaotic stellar explosion, the planetary blast, and struck fiercely at the demon egg. Danger loomed. Rather than retreat, the demon egg advanced, allowing the formidable stellar energy to pound against its shell. For the next half-instance of time, Lin Fan relentlessly attacked over 100 times. Ultimately, exhausted and unable to continue, he reluctantly ceased his efforts. Upon closer inspection, it seemed that the cracks had not deepened, and Lin Fan expressed his disappointment. Is this truly your most formidable power? The demon egg asked boisterously. This is the strongest power at my disposal for now, Lin Fan replied candidly. Are you implying that this power can become even more formidable in the future? I will not conceal anything from you. The technique I practice is the chaotic stellar explosion, a creation of ancestor Hongjun and the 6 saints of the Primordial Age, which I alone can cultivate. Currently, I have only mastered the first form, the planetary blast, and have yet to achieve perfection. If I can master the planetary blast fully, its power will exceed what it is now by at least 10,000 times. Lin Fan laid bare his abilities. Excellent. At the very least, you have ignited a spark of hope in me. If you do not mind, I would like to remain by your side. Rest assured, I will not cause trouble. And whenever you require my assistance, I shall be the first to step forward, the demon egg said nervously, fearing rejection. Given your status, it may be beneath you to accompany me, but you are currently an egg, and being so large may be inconvenient, Lin Fan remarked awkwardly, glancing around. Carrying a golden giant egg around is quite unconventional. You need not worry about that. I am, after all, the first extraordinary beast of the Primordial Age. Although my cultivation has been sealed, I still possess the ability to change size. With that, the golden demon egg shrank to a size no larger than a fingernail, rendering it almost negligible. Now, this should be quite convenient, the demon egg said enthusiastically. How intriguing. If that is the case, you may stay by my side. Rest assured. Should I truly be the only one capable of breaking the eggshell and granting you freedom, I promise to ensure your liberation within my lifetime. Lin Fan vowed. Thank you. Subsequently, Lin Fan stowed the demon egg away and nodded at Lu Xiao, signaling her to leave with him. Why did it suddenly shrink? This is utterly unbelievable. Lu Xiao gazed at Lin Fan with wide eyes, astonished. Just like your phoenix soul needle, it can also change in size. I promise to help it break the eggshell. But with my current strength, I cannot achieve that yet, so for now, I can only keep it by my side, Lin Fan explained. There is a predestined connection. Perhaps this is your opportunity, Lu Xiao said with a sweet smile, feeling pleased with Lin Fan's acquisition of the demon egg. After a moment's pause, Lu Xiao continued, the 10 sects martial arts competition is approaching, and if we do not hurry back, we may miss it. We should return now. Nodding, Lin Fan plotted their course. However, the experts from the Wujimen who were in seclusion here have all been killed. The ancient tomb is vast. Can we return within the limited time we have? Lu Xiao asked, tilting her head toward Lin Fan, bewildered. With the demon egg by my side, have no fear. It will not impede our mission, Lin Fan assured confidently. In the Wujimen's Ji Mountain, the martial arena was filled with representatives from over 20 sects invited to the 10 sects martial arts competition, all gathered together. The pinnacle experts led by Tang Xian from the Wujimen were in high spirits. For him, it was a moment of glory, with every word and action under scrutiny. Prior to this, he received news that Lin Fan had gone missing 3 days ago, and his fate remained uncertain. The Xian Yuan sect had scoured every possible location, yet found nothing. However, only he was aware that Lin Fan was unlikely to return. The superpower of the immortal realm, the Yin-Yang dual ghost, had personally intervened. It was certain death for Lin Fan. When one stands out, the winds of envy will surely blow. Lin Fan's talent was simply too extraordinary. Only through his demise could they find peace, and thus maintain the Wujimen supremacy. After a round of polite formalities, the 10 sects martial arts competition commenced. The first round adopted a single elimination format. Any failure or withdrawal would result in forfeiture. As the moment of Lin Fan's match approached, Anxiety gripped the hearts of Ling Ao, Ling Tian, and others, for he had yet to return. Father, where do you think brother-in-law has gone? This is a significant matter. He should understand its importance and not delay, so logically he should have returned by now. Why hasn't he? Ling Tian asked anxiously, his expression grave. We have searched every possible place over the past 3 days, leaving no stone unturned. If he does not return now, he may never come back, Ling Ao sighed, despair evident in his eyes. That cannot be. He survived the ninefold immortal tribulation. He will be fine, Ling Bing said, suddenly agitated, panic-stricken, and at a loss. Sister, do not worry. I believe brother-in-law is safe and will surely return, Ling Tian reassured. Ling Shui empathized deeply and quickly grasped her small hand to offer comfort. Just then, Elder Lu Qi, Elder Huang Xiong, and Elder Zhou Yin returned with a group of disciples. What news? Ling Ao asked, feigning ignorance, as their expressions betrayed no clues. We scoured every possible location and even extended our search to 100 miles beyond, only to discover signs of a fierce battle in the southwest direction of Wuji Peak. Lu Qi said, his face grave. Any leads? Ling Bing inquired urgently. No traces were left at the scene, but from the severed trees. We can deduce that the confrontation occurred 3 days ago. If nothing else happened, Xiao Fan must have clashed with someone there, Lu Qi boldly speculated. I should have anticipated that Wuji sect would take action. This is my fault. Ling Ao clenched his fists, feeling a wave of guilt. I possess a piece of information, but I'm uncertain whether to share it. Suddenly, Elder Zhou Yin appeared contemplative, hesitating to speak. At this point, speak plainly. Ling Ao's expression turned serious. Earlier, I encountered an elder from Wanhua Island, and she informed me that their disciple, Lu Shuiyao, also disappeared 3 days ago, nearly coinciding with Xiao Fan's disappearance. Could it be that brother-in-law and Lu Shuiyao eloped? I always knew she was a schemer. Ling Shui exclaimed indignantly. Be quiet. Brother-in-law is not that kind of person. Ling Tian shot her a fierce glare. How do you explain their simultaneous disappearance? Lu Shuiyao is a standout among her peers, possessing formidable cultivation that could pose a threat to Tang Long. It's possible that while Wuji sect plotted against brother-in-law, they were also scheming against Lu Shuiyao. Ling Tian boldly conjectured. Do we have any leads from Wanhua Island? Ling Ao asked nonchalantly. Like us, they are frantically searching every nook and cranny. Yet they have found no clues, Zhou Yin replied truthfully. I trust Lin Fan's character. He and Lu Shuiyao must have been set up. Besides, I was knocked unconscious. Ling Bing insisted vehemently. At that moment, an elder approached the arena and announced, next match, Xian Yuan sect's Lin Fan against Wuji sect's Tang Li. Please, the 2 contestants. Step forward. Wuji sect's disciple, Tang Li, poised himself, leaping onto the arena with vigor. Lin Fan's absence prolonged the wait, causing frustration for the elder. What is the matter with your Xian Yuan sect? If he has not arrived yet, I shall declare a forfeiture. The elder stated sternly. Please wait a moment. My brother-in-law will surely return. Ling Tian pleaded. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but you should concede. Lin Fan will not show up. The elder sneered, seemingly aware of something. What do you mean by that? Are you suggesting that Wuji's sect acted in secret? Ling Tian's fury erupted, his eyes flashing with a murderous intent directed at the elder. Do not make baseless accusations without evidence, the elder replied smugly, relishing his position. You have 10 breaths of time. If Lin Fan does not arrive, I shall declare a forfeiture. Chapter 43. The king returns. Your vengeance is at hand. The most radiant genius of Xian Yuan's sect had gone missing. In the past 3 days, rumors regarding Lin Fan's disappearance spread like wildfire. Although Xian Yuan's sect claimed that Lin Fan was in seclusion, his absence before a great battle stirred speculation. It seemed Lin Fan had genuinely vanished. Are you truly unaware or feigning ignorance? It is quite obvious. Indeed, 3 days prior, after Tang Long's defeat, Wuji sect would undoubtedly harbor resentment. They cannot allow any threats to remain. Keep your voice down. After all, we lack evidence. If Wuji sect hears of this, we could be in serious trouble. Exactly. Let us keep this to ourselves. It's a pity that Lin Fan, a prodigious talent with 100 spirit veins, has gone missing. Below the arena, a murmur arose among the crowd. Hopes for someone to challenge Wuji sect's dominance seemed dashed. 10, 9, 8. The elder on the arena leisurely counted down, a triumphant expression on his face. He was confident that Lin Fan would not return, especially since the formidable ghost, Gui Wuchang, had personally intervened. It was unlikely that even Ling Ao could have fought back against such overwhelming power. In the face of absolute strength, what could a genius do but perish? The countdown continued. 3, 2, 1. Just as the elder prepared to declare Lin Fan's forfeiture, a terrifying aura enveloped the entire arena. I have arrived. At the same time, a voice imbued with vigor echoed through the air. Though soft, it resonated clearly throughout the martial arena. Suddenly, the previously chaotic atmosphere fell silent. With every gaze drawn towards the source of the sound, witnessed by countless eyes, Lin Fan and Lu Xiao descended like celestial beings, returning on their swords. The man had striking features and an extraordinary demeanor, while the woman, clad in white, exuded elegance and beauty that could captivate any heart. Lin Fan had returned. Oh, why is Lu Xiao with him? Is that so surprising? Who else could be worthy of her but Lin Fan? They do make a handsome pair, perfectly matched. He is striking, with remarkable talent, while she is ethereal and extraordinary. I hope they can be together. What are you thinking? Lin Fan is already part of Xian Yuan's sect. They are impossible. What impossibility exists? Being part of the family doesn't preclude divorce, and if that fails, one could take a concubine. Though, isn't Ling being rather beautiful as well? Why must Lin Fan claim all the lovely women? It's infuriating. Such is his charm. If I were a woman, I would be drawn to him as well. Begone. Amidst the various opinions, Lin Fan's return brought joy to Ling Ao, Ling Bing, and the entire Xian Yuan sect, rekindling their hope. Conversely, the members of Wuji's sect, including Tang Xian and Tang Wu, maintained their jovial demeanor. Yet their sharp gazes betrayed an underlying hostility. They could not comprehend how the powerful ghost, Gui Wuchang, had personally intervened, yet allowed Lin Fan to return alive. It was indeed astonishing. Father, what is happening? Did not Gui Wuchang take action? How is he still alive? And why is Lu Xiao with him? Tang Long's face darkened. Astonishment etched in his features. Silence. With a fierce glare, Tang Xian seethed with rage. However, with countless eyes upon him, he maintained a facade of calmness, pretending as if nothing had transpired. Meanwhile, Lu Xiao and Lin Fan faced their impending demise together. Though their time together was but a fleeting 3 days, a seed of affection had been sown within Lu Xiao's heart. Despite knowing that Lin Fan had married into the Xian Yuan sect and united with Ling Bing, she found herself uncontrollably drawn to him. Of course, Lu Xiao was sufficiently discreet, never voicing her feelings. As they neared Wuzishan, she reluctantly thanked Lin Fan, saying, "Thank you for helping me obtain the Phoenix Soul Needle and for risking your life to save me. These 3 days were brief, but I cherished every moment with you. Do you think we will have another chance to be alone together?" Lin Fan, not a fool, sensed the depth of Lu Xiao's emotions. Yet, as a husband, he had to prioritize Ling Bing's feelings. Even taking a concubine would require her consent. At this moment, under the scrutiny of the masses, Lin Fan ascended to the arena on his sword. He glanced towards Ling Bing and Ling Ao, signaling them not to worry. He then faced the elder on the platform, addressing him with an air of dignity. "Thank you for your efforts." "You are indeed fortunate," the elder replied, casting Lin Fan a knowing look. He announced, "Lin Fan of the Xian Yuan sect challenges Tang Li of the Wuji sect. The victor shall advance to the next round." With that, the elder hurriedly left the stage. "I thought this battle would be an easy victory, yet you returned. I admit I am no match for you." "Let us leave it at that," Tang Li stammered, exhibiting fear before the fight even began. "On this stage, life and death are determined by fate. A rule established by your Wuji sect," Lin Fan retorted coldly, a terrifying killing intent gleaming in his eyes as he regarded Tang Li. "We have no enmity. Do you truly wish to kill me?" Tang Li asked nervously. "I harbor no grudge against the Wuji sect, but it is evident that you have long sought to eliminate me. If you find yourself facing me, you can only blame your ill fortune," Lin Fan declared, an aura of menace surrounding him. "I concede, knowing I cannot win," Tang Li said, fearing for his life. Yet, before he could finish, he was startled to find his mouth sealed by an overwhelming force, rendering him speechless. Tang Li was merely at the first level of true essence. His participation in the 10 sects martial assembly was merely for experience, and he realized he was utterly outmatched by Lin Fan. In that moment of silence, he trembled, his eyes betraying his fear. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Fan had enveloped the arena in the power of Xian Huang, creating a realm of his own. Within this domain, he had absolute control. He could even annihilate Tang Li with sheer will. As Lin Fan stifled any sound from escaping, he released the seal. "I concede. I give up." Tang Li shouted desperately. Unfortunately, the elder below remained indifferent, as if deaf to his pleas. Elder Shui, please come up. I concede. Tang Li's panic escalated. His face pale with terror. Do not waste your energy. I have sealed the arena, and your voice cannot escape. Even if you shout until your throat is raw, no one will hear you, Lin Fan remarked with a sardonic smile as he paced the stage. What do you intend to do? Tang Li quivered. I present you with two choices. First, kneel before me and publicly admit that the Wu Ji sect conspired against me with the Yin Yang dual-faced ghost. Second, I shall pierce your dantian, and you will lose a decade of cultivation in an instant. Lin Fan's words were laced with cruelty. To betray my sect? Never. I am a man of integrity, resolute, and unyielding. I would rather die than betray my sect, Tang Li declared with conviction. Then you shall meet your end. Lin Fan's expression turned icy. At once, the formidable power of Xian Huang bore down upon Tang Li, forcing him to the ground. Below the stage, Elder Shui observed Tang Li's silent, gaping mouth, furrowing his brow in confusion, pondering what this fool was trying to achieve in front of so many witnesses. Ling Ao and Ling Bing shared a look of astonishment, but with Lin Fan's strength on display, they felt little cause for concern. Just as Lin Fan threatened Tang Li with lethal force, the once defiant Tang Li crumbled, begging for mercy. Honor means nothing. Dignity is worthless. Only life matters. Please, do not kill me. I concede. I admit, 3 days ago, our sect leader secretly sent the Yin Yang dual-faced ghost to assassinate you. In that moment of surrender, the seal was lifted, and his terrified cries resonated like thunder throughout the arena. At that instant, countless eyes turned toward the Wu Ji sect's leader, Tang Xian. Good heavens! The Wu Ji sect is truly nefarious. They sent the ghost to kill Lin Fan, resorting to all means. Though Lin Fan's disappearance had long been speculated, the revelation confirmed their suspicions. The Wu Ji sect's ruthlessness was evident. How fortunate Lin Fan was to have survived such a plot. It was remarkable. With his strength, he would surely bring the Wu Ji sect to its knees. Regardless, if this matter were substantiated, who would dare to engage with the Wu Ji sect in the future? Without the people's trust, their decline was inevitable. Prior to this, Tang Xian had maintained an air of composure, unperturbed by the ebb and flow of emotions. However, upon Tang Li's public admission of sending the ghost to assassinate Lin Fan, he realized he could no longer remain silent. Otherwise, the sect's reputation would suffer a devastating blow. He leapt forward, confronting Tang Li. You wretched fool, what nonsense are you spouting? Master, Without allowing him to finish, Tang Xian struck Tang Li hard across the face, shattering his front teeth and leaving him bleeding. Take him away, Tang Xian commanded sternly. Soon, 2 disciples stepped forward amidst the crowd, dragging Tang Li away. Lin Fan, is there some misunderstanding between us? Otherwise, why would you frame my Wu Ji sect? Tang Xian glared at Lin Fan, exuding a terrifying aura that demanded respect. Frame? What do you mean? Tang Li is your disciple. I cannot be responsible for his words. Besides, I was indeed plotted against. And it is possible that what he said is the truth. Lin Fan stood firm, unafraid of Tang Xian's intimidation. Do you dare claim you did not threaten him? Tang Xian demanded. Countless eyes are watching below. Do you think they are blind or deaf? Moreover, why must you unleash such severity upon Tang Li? If we were not present, would you not contemplate silencing him? You bring this humiliation upon yourself. Engaging in verbal sparring with Lin Fan is not on the same level. Tang Xian believed he could subdue him, yet he did not foresee the public embarrassment he would suffer, ultimately being accused of murder to silence Lin Fan, thereby solidifying the implication of an assassination attempt. Beneath the arena, Ling Ao seized the opportunity to defend Lin Fan. Tang Master, Xiao Fan has been missing for 3 days and has just returned. Your disciple openly admitted that you commanded the ghostly assassin, Gui Wuchang, to eliminate him. You must provide an explanation to me and to everyone else. Otherwise, how can your Wujiman command respect? Ling Ao's tone was stern and filled with discontent. That fool is deluded, and the notion that I instructed Gui Wuchang to kill Lin Fan's nephew is entirely unfounded. Rest assured, I will locate Gui Wuchang and have him vindicate my innocence. Tang Xian replied with a forced smile, for he wished to avoid escalating the matter further. It is best this way. Let us not make things overly awkward between us. Also, some matters are destined to unfold in their own time. Forcing them is futile. Ling Ao hinted. That is indeed true. However, what I have not consented to give, you cannot seize. Clarifying his stance, Tang Xian waved his hand and departed. Where have you been for the past 3 days? Are you unscathed? Immediately after Tang Xian left, Ling Bing rushed to Lin Fan's side, grasping his hand and weeping tears of joy. For 3 days, she had been unable to eat or sleep, and seeing Lin Fan standing before her now, her heart that had been in turmoil finally found peace. Brother-in-law, what exactly transpired? Where have you been? Sister has been worried sick about you. Ling Shui pressed him. I apologize for causing you worry, Lin Fan replied with regret. Xiao Fan, were you truly ambushed by Gui Wuchang? Ling Ao asked curiously as he stepped down from the arena. Nodding slightly, Lin Fan candidly recounted. Gui Wuchang knocked Binger unconscious and took her away. I pursued him and ended up 100 miles from Wuzishan. It truly was him. Lu Qi gasped, visibly shaken. That fellow is no trifling matter. Even if we encountered him, we would be doomed. How did you manage to escape? This is a long story. Just as Lin Fan was at a loss for how to explain, the third elder, Zhou Yin, approached, cradling the bloodied Ling Tian. What happened to him? Ling Ao's expression changed drastically as he hurried forward. He just faced off against the formidable Jinxin from the Tianjin sect in a promotion battle. That boy's swordsmanship is exceedingly aggressive, each strike aimed at taking a life. Little Tian could not withstand it. Had I not rushed in and forfeited, his dantian would have been pierced by Jinxin. Zhou Yin stated solemnly. Wasn't Jinxin's dantian pierced by me? Did he also participate in this 10-sex martial assembly? Lin Fan inquired directly. I find it perplexing as well, but he is indeed exceptionally strong now and seems to have cultivated an unparalleled sword technique, appearing even more formidable than before. Zhou Yin replied truthfully. Approaching Ling Tian, Lin Fan decisively infused pure Xian Huang energy into his body to aid in his recovery. In an instant, the wound on Ling Tian's chest healed at a visibly rapid pace. Witnessing this, Ling Ao, Zhou Yin, Huang Xiong, and others exchanged astonished glances, their eyes reflecting sheer disbelief. Focus solely on your recovery. Your revenge shall be avenged by your brother-in-law, Lin Fan vowed, a fierce glint flashing in his black eyes. After arranging for Ling Tian to rest, Elder Lu Qi brought forth another piece of news. The schedule for the second round has been released. It will commence shortly after the incense burns for half a stick. Binger's opponent in this round is Tang Ziyu from Wujiman. Lu Qi's expression was grave. Upon hearing this name, the expressions of Ling Ao, Huang Xiong, and others froze in an instant. Even Ling Bing, who stood closely beside Lin Fan, showed a hint of unease. Who is Tang Ziyu? Is he particularly renowned? Lin Fan inquired with curiosity. Brother-in-law, you may not be aware, but Tang Ziyu is a super genius. 5 years ago, at the age of 12, he participated in the 10-sex martial assembly. At that time, few paid him heed due to his young age, but once the battles commenced, everyone recognized his extraordinary cultivation. He astounded all by defeating over 20 experts from various sects and reached the finals. Ultimately, he faced Tang Ling from Wujiman, who willingly forfeited. Otherwise, he truly had a chance at the championship, Ling Shui elaborated, sharing all she knew. To have had the potential for victory 5 years ago, he must be even more formidable now, Lin Fan remarked in astonishment. That is the foundation of Wujiman's confidence. Had you not emerged and posed a threat, no one could have shaken their stronghold. Ling Ao sighed. What is Tang Ziyu's current cultivation level? Lin Fan asked, maintaining a composed demeanor. Unknown. But he was at the 9th level of the spirit connection realm 5 years ago. He is likely even stronger now, Lu Qi mused. I saw him engage with a disciple from the Wanhua Island earlier. He defeated his opponent with a single strike. However, he possesses an extraordinary treasure and deliberately concealed his true cultivation, making it difficult to ascertain. He is undoubtedly at the earthly attainment realm, but he may very well have reached the initial heaven realm, Elder Huang Xiong commented languidly. Having not seen her for 3 days, Ling Bing's cultivation has surged. Now at the earthly attainment realm, if Tang Ziyu indeed possesses initial heaven realm strength, it is almost certain that she will not be his match. Concerned for her well-being, Lin Fan consoled her, just do your best. Do not feel too pressured. I am fine. Ling Bing managed a forced smile, unwilling to let others worry for her. The second round of the elimination matches soon commenced. Lin Fan's opponent was a youth from the Five Elements sect, at the 7th level of the True Yuan realm. After a brief exchange, Lin Fan held back, and the youth expressed his gratitude profusely before departing from the arena, satisfied. Moments later, Ling Bing and Tang Ziyu ascended the stage. This was a highly anticipated match. Surrounding the arena were masters and elders from various sects, all eager to witness Tang Ziyu's prowess. After all, this young man had shone brightly 5 years prior. How far had he progressed now? Dressed in a flowing white robe that billowed without wind, Tang Ziyu wielded a silver-white longsword. With striking features, he appeared exceptionally remarkable. Wujiman's Tang Ziyu, please enlighten me, he said with a slight bow, displaying courtesy. Xian Yuan sect's Ling Bing. Be cautious, she replied without hesitation. The moment her words fell, she charged forward with determination. In the next instant, the two formidable opponents engaged in a fierce struggle. To the onlookers, it seemed evident that Ling Bing was destined for defeat. Although she possessed 7 spirit veins and was a super genius of the Xian Yuan sect, she was not a match for Tang Ziyu. However, as the battle ensued, when Ling Bing emanated a rich green spiritual energy, gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd. No one had anticipated that Ling Bing was actually at the earthly attainment realm. By heavens, she is at the earthly attainment realm. Alas, I once believed her strength to be confined to the true essence realm, concealed and unassuming. The Xian Yuan sect truly harbors hidden talents. This unexpected emergence is utterly astonishing. A captivating spectacle awaits. Even if Tang Ziyu ultimately prevails, the battle will undoubtedly be far from effortless. On the side of the Xian Yuan sect, Lord Ling Ao, Elder Lu Qi, Huang Xiong, and Zhou Yan exchanged glances, each one astonished. They had all presumed that Ling Bing possessed only true essence cultivation. Little did they realize that she had, unbeknownst to them, breached into the earthly perfection realm. Master, what is the meaning of this? When did Binger ascend to the earthly perfection realm? How could I have been oblivious? Lu Qi stated bluntly, his eyes sparkling with excitement. This girl has been far too low-key. Until now, there has been no news at all. Huang Xiong, too, felt a surge of delight. I must confess, as her father, I have shown her too little concern. Like you all, I am only just learning of her prowess in the earthly perfection realm. Ling Ao's face flushed with shame and guilt. Is it truly the case? You did not even know? Zhou Yin remarked incredulously, scarcely able to believe his ears. Xiaofan, you must be aware, yes? Ling Ao asked earnestly. 3 days ago, when I left, she was at the 9th level of the spirit connection realm. She must have only recently broken through, Lin Fan replied candidly. Her cultivation had been stagnating at the 9th level of true essence. In less than half a month, how could she have made such a leap? Does this pertain to you? Ling Ao inquired further. In a sense, yes. What is your perspective on this battle? Do you believe Binger has a chance to defeat Tang Ziyu? Initially, he held little hope, yet now he yearned for a miracle. It is difficult to say. If Tang Ziyu's cultivation is at the initial celestial realm, Binger has no chance. However, if he too is at the earthly perfection realm, even if at the 9th level, Binger still holds a glimmer of hope, Lin Fan analyzed thoughtfully. I have heard that Tang Ziyu is the sole person since our Xian Yuan sect's ancestor to possess 9 spirit veins, an extraordinary talent. If all goes according to plan, he will undoubtedly have reached the initial celestial realm within 5 years, Ling Ao sighed, reflecting on the circumstances. Plans are made by men, but outcomes are determined by the heavens. Do not dwell on it too much. Binger will not let you down, Lin Fan stated resolutely. Presently, Ling Bing had made significant progress in her training of the advanced version of the Xian Yuan 9 swords, which counters the Wuji sect's Wuji sword technique. Additionally, she had acquired the 7-colored dragon pearl from the hellish demon dragon, the ruler of the wild forest. At a critical moment, this pearl could serve as a formidable artifact, striking silently and lethally. Thus, even if Tang Ziyu were at the initial celestial realm, easily defeating her would not be a simple task. The unexpected rise of Ling Bing caught everyone by surprise. In her current clash with Tang Ziyu, she held her ground, compelling him to take her seriously. Tang Ziyu had intended to defeat his opponent with a single strike, aiming to conceal his own strength for the sake of conserving energy against Lin Fan. Yet, Ling Bing's formidable presence forced him to engage with earnestness, compelling him to unleash the Wuji sword technique. I never anticipated that Ling Bing possessed the earthly perfection realm's strength. Nevertheless, it matters not. Now that Ziyu has invoked the Wuji sword technique, she will surely be unable to withstand it. Tang San, the Wuji sect's 3rd elder, expressed indignantly. Have you not noticed that her swordplay appears somewhat unusual? Elder Tang Wu said, his brow furrowed in concern. Unusual? That is merely the Xian Yuan 9 swords. We have long since comprehended it. It holds no secrets and is hardly a match for the Wuji sword technique. Tang Xin scoffed, dismissing the notion with a wave of his hand. Look more closely. Elder Tang Shi urged. No matter how closely I observe, it remains the Xianyuan 9 swords. Tang Xin retorted, visibly annoyed. However, when he scrutinized it anew, he was astonished to discover that the swordplay indeed possessed an unusual quality. Not only that, but Tang San's Wuji sword technique was being thoroughly outmatched and forced into retreat by the brilliance of the Xianyuan 9 swords, leaving him dumbfounded. What is happening? There is something distinctly different. What could this be? Tang Xin stammered, rendered speechless by his shock. This Xianyuan 9 swords has been modified. Each movement counters our Wuji sword technique, and its sword energy is fierce and elusive. If we consider only the swordplay, Tang Ziyu has already suffered a disadvantage. Master Tang Xian analyzed meticulously, his expression growing grave. Indeed, the swordplay counters ours, and Ling Bing has astonishingly reached the earthly perfection realm. It appears we have severely underestimated the Xianyuan sect. The annihilation of the Tianjin sect is hardly surprising. Elder Tang Shi lamented. Master, do you believe this battle will not yield any unforeseen results? Tang Xin inquired anxiously. The foundation of our Wuji sect is by no means comparable to that of the Xianyuan sect. Tang Xian replied with an air of authority. Though he did not directly answer, it was clear that he held Ling Bing in little regard. Under the exquisite and unparalleled swordplay, Tang Ziyu found himself continually retreating, unable to counter effectively. This scene astonished not only the onlookers, but also left Ling Ao in awe. This swordplay appears to have evolved from the Xianyuan 9 swords. Yet it seems even more formidable. When did Binger acquire such a powerful swordplay? Ling Ao questioned, increasingly astonished. Father, it was taught to her by my brother-in-law. Both my brother and I have also been learning it, Ling Shui explained proudly from beside him. What is this? Looking at Lin Fan with wide eyes. Ling Ao was increasingly perplexed. Ahem, do not regard me with such eyes. This swordplay was imparted to me by our ancestor, and I merely passed it along. Lin Fan clarified. Now it makes sense. Ling Ao and the others nodded in realization, finally grasping the situation. Stalemated and suffering under the relentless onslaught of the Xianyuan 9 swords, Tang Ziyu found himself in an unprecedented state of disarray. In a fit of rage, he unleashed a terrifying azure spiritual power. You are worth my effort. The azure spiritual power symbolized the initial celestial realm. Clearly, Ling Bing's formidable prowess had compelled him to engage seriously. In the next moment, he turned the tide and launched a fierce counterattack. In the face of absolute strength, no matter how sharp Ling Bing's sword energy, it could not withstand him. Moreover, her long sword was astonishingly seized between Tang Ziyu's fingers, unable to advance an inch. Crack! As the terrifying azure spiritual power coursed through his fingers and into the silver-white long sword, it shattered into several pieces in an instant. Not only that, but Ling Bing, akin to being struck by lightning, recoiled in pain and staggered back. Yield. You are no match for me, Tang Ziyu proclaimed coldly, exuding an air of superiority. Indeed, you are formidable, having possessed the strength to claim the title 5 years ago, but you are not yet strong enough to compel my surrender. This is merely the beginning. Ling Bing retorted defiantly, refusing to back down despite the evident disparity in their realms. Since that is the case, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Tang Ziyu, unsparing, again commanded the azure spiritual power, transforming it into countless arrows that rained down upon Ling Bing. Binger has already exerted herself to the utmost. Tang Ziyu's cultivation surpasses hers by a significant margin. Continuing to resist would serve little purpose. Ling Ao sighed, his disappointment palpable. Sister, why does she not concede? Ling Shui, filled with anxiety, expressed her concern. She was unwilling to witness Ling Bing being grievously injured or even killed in this place. The outcome remained uncertain. Until the last moment. Who knows whose fate will prevail? Lin Fan remarked cryptically. Does this mean that Binger possesses a means to turn the tide? Lu Qi inquired with curiosity. We shall see. Lin Fan teased, withholding the truth. Dominating in cultivation, Tang Ziyu mercilessly overwhelmed Ling Bing in their ensuing confrontation. After approximately 10 exchanges, Ling Bing was left battered and bloodied, hanging by a thread. As Tang Ziyu prepared to deliver a fatal blow, Ling Ao felt his heart leap into his throat from the sidelines. In a moment of desperation, a terrifying 7-colored force erupted from Ling Bing. This power, meeting the rampaging azure spiritual energy, surged forth with unstoppable momentum, striking fiercely at Tang Ziyu. What? Tang Ziyu gasped in disbelief, astonished that the seemingly defeated Ling Bing harbored such formidable strength. To his further astonishment, a fist-sized orb hurtled toward him. The seven-colored dragon orb. In that critical moment, Ling Bing summoned the power of the seven-colored dragon, decisively unleashing the orb. Prior to this, she had feigned weakness, aiming to lower Tang Ziyu's guard for this very instant. Not good. As the seven-colored dragon orb, enveloped in the seven-colored force, locked onto his aura, Tang Ziyu's expression changed drastically. He was paralyzed with fear, sensing the imminent threat of death. Caught off guard, he could not evade the approaching danger. No miracle occurred. The seven-colored dragon orb struck Tang Ziyu with precision, instantly shattering his internal organs and severing his meridians. Furthermore, his body, now uncontrollable, crashed onto the arena floor, shattering the jade tiles beneath him, his life hanging in the balance. After unleashing this devastating attack, the seven-colored dragon orb returned to its place. However, Ling Bing, burdened by her severe injuries, suffered a backlash from the orb, collapsing to her knees and spitting blood. The next instant, she slumped onto the platform, unconscious. Shock. Oh. The vast arena, filled with over 1,000 spectators, fell into a profound silence. The stillness was so palpable that one could hear a pin drop. Everyone was astounded by the ferocity and intensity of this battle, particularly by Ling Bing's resilience and strength, especially her final, devastating seven-colored dragon orb attack, which shattered their preconceived notions. Before this battle, she was not favored. Everyone believed she would undoubtedly fail against the prodigious Tang Ziyu. However, this harsh reality struck like a slap to the face of the onlookers. She, Ling Bing, had achieved an incredible comeback. Although she paid a heavy price, she had severely wounded the super genius Tang Ziyu, rendering him incapable of further combat. Chapter 45. The Mountain Guardian Beast, decapitating the dragon on the arena. Lin Fan rushed to the arena without hesitation. Ling Bing, suffering from the backlash of the seven-colored dragon's power, was engulfed by a raging fire within her, consuming her life force. Observing this, Lin Fan decisively suppressed the flames with his primordial essence, aided by the power of the stars, barely stabilizing the situation. Bing. How is she? Ling Ao, tears streaming down his face, asked, his voice trembling with anxiety. She has suffered a backlash and is gravely injured. Fortunately, her life is not in danger. With a few days of rest, she will recover, Lin Fan reassured him calmly. Good, good, good. Ling Ao repeated thrice, choked with emotion. Below the arena, Tang Xian, Tang Wu, and others surrounded the critically injured Tang Ziyu, their expressions complex. This super genius, once their greatest source of confidence, had now let them down. What is his condition? Tang Xian asked, his face pale, sealing the space to prevent sound from escaping. His internal organs are shattered, and his meridians severed. If not for the protective azure energy, he would have perished long ago, Tang Wu replied gravely. I never expected that girl to possess such terrifying abilities, capable of defeating Ziyu despite the odds. It is truly astonishing, remarked Elder Tang Shi. Master, how shall we adjudicate this battle? Tang Sun inquired softly. Ziyu's injuries are severe. He cannot recover in a short time. The best outcome would be a simultaneous elimination. Tang Xian stated, composed and steady. Next, we can only place all our hopes on Tang Long. I know what to do. Tang Sun nodded decisively and left the scene. Moments later, he appeared on the arena. Casting a glance at the direction of Xianyuan's sect, Tang Sun, with practiced composure, declared, this battle was brutal. Miss Ling Bing from Xianyuan's sect astounded everyone. However, neither combatant was able to rise after falling, so according to the rules, they are both eliminated. This statement ignited murmurs among the spectators. Logically, since both fell and did not rise, simultaneous elimination seemed reasonable. However, given that Tang Ziyu was the first to be knocked off the stage, declaring Ling Bing the victor could also be justified. Nonetheless, from the perspective of the Wujiman's interests, they would naturally not choose to let Ling Bing advance, as her previous performance was too formidable. Wait, countless eyes are watching. Tang Ziyu was knocked off the stage first. It stands to reason that Ling Bing should be declared the victor. Is there any room for debate? Ling Ao argued fiercely, furrowing his brow in anger. According to the rules, she must remain standing and conscious to be considered the victor. I am impartial and fair, showing no favoritism. Furthermore, her previous technique was rather unsporting, to say the least. That seven-colored force was insidious and ruthless, Clearly a malevolent method, Tang's son retorted, his words filled with indignation. Are you implying that your Wujiman cannot accept defeat? Lin Fan challenged, meeting Tang's son's gaze with scorn. Humph. That seven-colored force was ominous and oppressive, not of righteous origin. Do you dare clarify what that power truly is in front of everyone? Tang's son pressed aggressively, determined to prove Ling Bing's victory was unmerited. Apologies. It seems we have no obligation to explain, Lin Fan said, attempting to carry Ling Bing away. However, the more he tried to leave, the more suspicious Tang's son and Wujiman became. Wait. For the sake of fairness in the 10 Sects tournament, you must clarify this today, Tang's son insisted, blocking Lin Fan's path relentlessly. Is this the way your Wujiman conducts itself? Lin Fan scoffed, continuing, explanations are acceptable. However, if you can prove your innocence, wouldn't this battle then be counted as Ling Bing's victory? This caught Tang's son off guard, and he instinctively glanced toward Tang Xian, the sect leader, for guidance. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Tang Xian approached the arena. Ziyu is at the initial stage of the celestial realm, while Ling Bing is at the earthly realm. All of you are cultivators and should understand the principle that a slight deviation can lead to a significant error. There exists a vast chasm between them, manifesting in a stark disparity of power. Should Ling Bing refrain from resorting to nefarious means, it would be utterly impossible for her to vanquish Ziyu. Therefore, to maintain fairness, if Ling Bing were indeed to triumph over Ziyu through sheer strength, I would have no words to utter. She would rightfully deserve the victory. However, if the force she wields is derived from the dark arts, then Ziyu should undoubtedly prevail. Tang Xiantian, unabashedly leveraging his identity and status, harbors the hope of significantly diminishing the morale of the Xian Yuan sect, while simultaneously securing an opportunity for Tang Ziyu, even if he may not possess the strength to engage in battle again. Of course, Tang Xian's audacity stems from witnessing Ling Ao's unease and Lin Fan's anxiety, coupled with the enigmatic nature of that power, which compelled him to take a gamble. Beside him, Ling Ao felt a sense of indignation. Tang Xian's decision, made without consulting him, was clearly intended to embarrass the Xian Yuan sect. Just as he was about to rise in protest, Lin Fan gestured for him to remain silent and urged him to calm down. Following that, Lin Fan strategically proclaimed, "You bully the weak." The Wuji sect presumes to judge the noble heart of others with a petty mindset. If we do not clarify this matter today, it will appear as if we possess some underhanded tactics to hide. He continued, "However, since you have laid down the challenge, I shall have nothing more to say. Now, open your eyes wide and behold." With that declaration, Lin Fan summoned forth the seven-colored dragon pearl that Ling Bing had previously consumed using the power of Xian Huang. Instantly, gasps of astonishment filled the air. Ah, that is the dragon pearl. The implications became clear. The force Ling Bing had utilized to attack Tang Ziyu was not of malevolent origin, but rather the dragon pearl. Dragon pearls take 2 centuries to form a single color. This one, with its 7 colors, must have taken at least 1,400 years to mature. Truly a terrifying revelation. The tables had turned. Now one could witness what the Wuji sect had left to say. Realizing the 7-colored power originated from the 7-colored dragon pearl, Tang Xian, Tang's son, and others turned ashen. Their initial intention to suppress the Xian Yuan sect had backfired splendidly, allowing Ling Bing to advance successfully. Tang's sect leader. The 7-colored dragon power that Ling Bing wielded came from the 7-colored dragon pearl, which is right here. Surely there can be no dispute regarding this? Do you have anything further to add? Lin Fan declared with an air of triumph. Nothing to say. My word is law. Ling Bing shall advance. With a dramatic flourish, Tang Xian stormed away in a fit of fury. The Xian Yuan sect erupted in jubilant cheers, their spirits lifted. Suddenly, a dragon's roar reverberated through the heavens. Before Lin Fan and the others could comprehend the situation, the suspended 7-colored dragon pearl was wrenched away by a formidable force. In the next instant, a dragon over 100 meters long surged through the void, brandishing its claws, eager to depart with its prize. The Qiulong, the guardian beast of the Wuji sect, had arrived, drawn by the alluring scent of the 7-colored dragon power, claiming the dragon pearl for itself. Dragons are exceedingly rare in the Xuanwu continent, and while everyone was aware that the Wuji sect's guardian beast was a rare Qiulong, none had ever witnessed it firsthand. Now, as it circled above, cheers erupted from the crowd. Tang Xian, who had already begun to distance himself, halted at this sight. A smirk crept upon his lips. For them, this was a delightful spectacle, a moment of glory for the Wuji sect. Leader Tang, the Qiu Long has consumed the dragon pearl. This matter will require your intervention. Ling Ao said, furrowing his brows in discontent. I'm afraid we are powerless in this situation. The Qiu Long is beyond our control. If you wish, you may attempt to reclaim it yourself. Tang Xian retorted with a mocking tone, convinced that Lin Fan lacked the strength to challenge the dragon. This is what you asserted. I would not hesitate to slay this beast. Lin Fan declared defiantly. With a contemptuous snort, he charged toward the Qiu Long, sword in hand. Xiao Fan, do not act rashly. Ling Ao's expression turned grave, fearing for Lin Fan's safety. However, Lin Fan, with an aura of invincibility, engaged the Qiu Long in combat. Father, could it be that this youth truly possesses the power to slay the Qiu Long? Tang Long, his visage pale, expressed his growing trepidation towards Lin Fan. You overestimate him. That Qiu Long wields the power of the extinction mirror. It is beyond his capacity to shake. Tang Xian dismissed with indifference, his hands clasped behind his back. At the direction of Wanhua Island, the island master Yu Wuqing inquired, what is your assessment, Lu Shuiyao? He will not be defeated, Lu Shuiyao replied succinctly. Yet the Qiu Long possesses the strength of the extinction mirror, while Lin Fan barely stands at the earthly pinnacle. They exist on entirely different levels. What grants you such confidence in him? Yu Wuqing pressed on. Intuition, Lu Shuiyao responded evasively, as revealing Lin Fan's secret regarding the magic egg was out of the question. The magic egg, capable of immense transformation, could dispatch foes as easily as slicing through vegetables, even before it hatches. It is certain that once the magic egg is summoned to confront the Qiu Long, it would emerge victorious. In the void, Lin Fan stood resolute, wielding the Hunyuan sword, enveloped in a rich aura of Xianhuang. Unfazed by the Qiu Long, which bared its teeth in a menacing snarl, he regarded it with utter disdain, perceiving such a dragon as little more than an insect, having slain countless in the primordial realm. Cower, he commanded, his voice resounding with authority. Has he lost his mind? Did I hear him correctly? He is issuing orders to the Qiu Long? The onlookers were astonished, incredulous at his audacity. He truly believes himself invincible. I am eager to witness how this unfolds. The crowd buzzed with speculation, eagerly awaiting the spectacle. Lin Fan, well aware of their thoughts, faced the growling Qiu Long, and with a chilling gaze, he discreetly unleashed the aura of the ancestor dragon. In that moment, the Qiu Long, once brimming with arrogance, suddenly recoiled in fear, trembling uncontrollably. Under the oppressive presence of the dragon clan's ancestral lineage, it coiled submissively, quaking with trepidation. Release the dragon pearl, Lin Fan commanded, his tone firm and unwavering. The Qiu Long, recognizing its predicament, dared not hesitate, meekly relinquishing the seven-colored dragon pearl. And your own as well, Lin Fan insisted with authority. Even a formidable ninth-level demonic beast, like the infernal dragon, yielded under the threat of the ancestor dragon, let alone this diminutive Qiu Long. With no room for hesitation, the Qiu Long, to the astonishment of the crowd, proceeded to regurgitate the dragon pearl it had cultivated for hundreds of years. This is inconceivable. How can he command the Qiu Long? And why is the Qiu Long relinquishing the dragon pearl? Unable to fathom this harsh reality, Tang Long's face turned pale, rendered speechless by the revelation. It seems we have underestimated this youth from the very beginning. Tang Xian's expression darkened, his brows furrowing in concern. Leader, what shall we do now? Tang Wu, in a state of disarray, queried. Let us observe further, Tang Xian replied, maintaining an air of calm. Yet in the next instant, his expression shifted dramatically as he bellowed, You dare, boy. 1,000 meters away, Lin Fan, after collecting the 2 dragon balls, brandished his sword and charged fiercely at the dragon. The sword's aura surged like a rainbow. Lin Fan, a man of few words, offered Tang Xian no time or opportunity to react. Before he could draw near, the sharp brilliance of the Hunyuan sword erupted immeasurably, striking down upon the dragon's head with ferocity. With a swift, decisive blow, the dragon's head was severed. The 8th-level monster, the dragon, stood no chance against Lin Fan's onslaught. Instantly decapitated. In an instant, the headless dragon's body writhed in a grotesque manner, blood splattering across the entire martial arena. The scene was harrowing and grotesquely bloody. Chilling to the bone. You audacious fool. How dare you slay the guardian beast of our Wujiman? Tang Xian's eyes glinted with rage. His composure lost as he yearned to unleash a massacre. I had given you a chance, yet you claimed the dragon was beyond your control, urging me to retrieve it myself. Lin Fan gripped the blood-dripping Hunyuan sword tightly, meeting Tang Xian's gaze without a hint of fear. You. Overly clever schemes often lead to one's downfall. This is a lesson for you and your entire Wujiman. The heavens are about to change. With that, Lin Fan sheathed the Hunyuan's sword, his tone indifferent. At that moment, all eyes in the martial arena were fixed upon Lin Fan. His extraordinary display left everyone in shock. Almost incredulous that he had slain a dragon, Lin Fan then lifted the unconscious Ling Bing, disregarding the gazes of the crowd, and strode purposefully toward the direction of the Xianyuan sect. Seeing this, Lu Shuiyo felt a torrent of mixed emotions. She yearned for Lin Fan to be embracing her at this moment, but alas, such fanciful thoughts could only remain in her heart. Shuiyo, did you know Lin Fan could slay dragons? Yu Wuqing inquired, his brow furrowed. I did not know, Lu Shuiyo replied with a slight shake of her head. You have been by his side for the past 3 days? Yes. How well do you know him? Where have you two been? I sense something amiss. Yu Wuqing pressed on. The ancient graveyard, Lu Shui said, startling everyone. What? Yu Wuqing's usually composed demeanor shifted dramatically. He immediately scanned their surroundings and took her hand, saying, Let us return and discuss this. At the Xianyuan sect, Ling Bing had defeated the extraordinary genius Tang Ziyu. While Lin Fan's public slaying of the dragon and acquisition of the Dragon Balls invigorated the sect, instilling hope of claiming the top position. In many ways, this event catapulted the Xianyuan sect into the limelight, overshadowing even the host, Wujiman. Moreover, Lin Fan emerged as the strongest contender to usurp Tang Long's position, momentarily eclipsing all. However, Lin Fan's overwhelming prowess was astonishing. From being deemed useless to a genius, from single-handedly withstanding the 9th level of celestial tribulation to commanding the 7-colored dragon essence, and now slaying a dragon, his journey was nothing short of remarkable. Ling Ao began to realize that for the Xianyuan sect to rise, Lin Fan might be the most crucial factor. It was imperative to understand him fully. Chapter 46, The God-Slaying Spear, the 9 Spirits of the Primordial Realm. Ling Bing was gravely injured. However, under the nurturing of the Xianyuan Qi, her wounds healed within the span of 3 incense sticks, and she was revitalized in half a day. Who won? As she opened her eyes and saw Lin Fan, she eagerly inquired about the result. You won. You advanced to the next round. Lin Fan affectionately brushed her hair from her forehead. Really? Did I truly defeat Tang Ziyu? She was in disbelief. As if in a dream. You did it. Tang Ziyu is nothing extraordinary, Lin Fan replied with a smile. Do not flatter me. You know better than anyone. If it weren't for you, my Dantian would have shattered, and I would have been rendered useless, with no chance to contend with him, Ling Bing remarked, exhibiting a degree of self-awareness. By the way, dear husband, where have you been for the past 3 days? We searched everywhere for you, and could not find you. Ling Bing continued to ask. What did you just call me? Lin Fan's heart surged with excitement. Ah, Ling Bing blushed deeply. Come, say it again. Husband, 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 husband. Are you satisfied now? She pouted, fully embracing her boldness. Ah, that's delightful to my very bones, Lin Fan beamed. He then revealed. I was pursued by the dual-faced ghost of the celestial realm. Lin Fan candidly shared his experiences of the past 3 days. So, it was Lu Shuiyo who saved you. And you two were together for the past 3 days? Ling Bing queried, her tone revealing a hint of unease. Lin Fan hurriedly clarified, do not overthink it. We are mere strangers. Nothing transpired between us. You say that, but doesn't Lu Shuiyo have feelings for you? Otherwise, why would she be there so late and rescue you? Ling Bing tilted her head, questioning. I asked her about that. She claimed she noticed me leaving the Wuji mountain and followed me, Lin Fan admitted, feeling slightly overwhelmed. Honestly, it's understandable. You possess extraordinary talent and charm. It is only natural for Lu Shuiyo to be fond of you. That is not the case. If you like her, just say so. I would allow you to have multiple wives, and I could even act as your matchmaker. Really? You still claim there is nothing? At Wujiman, Tang Xian, Tang Long, Elder Tang Wu, Tang Shi, and Tang San gathered to deliberate on significant matters. The defeat of the extraordinary genius Tang Ziyu was one matter. But the decapitation of their guardian beast, the dragon, was an entirely different blow. They all appeared despondent, as if the tide was turning against them. Father, how could the ghost of the dual-faced spirit fail? He is a celestial. Lin Fan, no matter how gifted, could not possibly defeat a celestial, could he? Tang Long expressed his frustration, perplexed. That boy is indeed peculiar. Just now, he publicly slayed a dragon. The creature seemed to perceive him as a superior being. Too frightened even to fight back. I wonder, could he possibly be from the celestial realm, disguised as a fool? The third elder, Tang San, speculated boldly. Impossible. I struck him with a palm. Although I did not take his life, he did spit blood. He cannot possibly be a celestial. The first elder, Tang Wu, asserted firmly. Father, please say something. Seeing Tang Xian deep in thought and silent, Tang Long urged anxiously. We underestimated the Xianyuan sect and Lin Fan. Fortunately, our Wujiman possesses profound roots. They pose no immediate threat, but I will not allow any sect that can challenge Wujiman to arise. Tang Xian's eyes glinted with a fierce determination. So, what is your plan? Elder Tang Wu asked eagerly. We shall go to the ancient graveyard, summon the ghostly shadows, and disguise them as demons to annihilate the Xianyuan sect. Tang Xian declared, unrestrained. Do these ghostly shadows truly exist? Tang Long asked, astonished. As the heir of the Xianyuan sect, he had only heard whispers about the existence of these shadows, never imagining it would be confirmed by his father at this moment, leaving him utterly amazed. The ghost shadow was established after it first seized the leadership upon entering the ancient tomb. Casting a glance at Tang Long, Tang Xian began to reveal this secret. Their existence is the greatest mystery of the Wuji sect, born to protect the sect. They live in obscurity, and anyone who can enter the ghost shadow possesses at least 5 spiritual veins. Furthermore, they practice the Wuji sword technique, personally guided by the scattered immortal, Ghost Wuchang. Over the years, many have joined the ghost shadow, with the weakest among them reaching the spirit communication realm, and there are even experts at the integration and transformation realms. Suddenly, a young disciple stumbled in, panic-stricken. What's the fuss about? Tang Xian reprimanded, but upon recognizing the newcomer, he quickly sensed something was amiss. Frowning, he asked, Wait. I remember you. You are Zhou Xiong, with 7 spiritual veins. You joined the ghost shadow 3 years ago. Why are you here instead of cultivating in the ancient tomb? Master, the ghost shadow has been completely annihilated. Zhou Xiong said, his eyes red and voice trembling. What? Tang Xian exclaimed, rising abruptly. Tang Long, Tang Wu, and others were equally horrified, unable to believe his words. Say that again, Tang Xian demanded, stepping forward and gripping Zhou Shiheng's collar, his face ashen. 3 days ago, I left the ancient tomb due to family matters. Upon my return, I found the ancient tomb transformed into a hell on earth. All my brothers in the ghost shadow slaughtered, not a single soul left alive. Impossible. With the strength of the ghost shadow, there should be no match on the Xuanwu continent. Are you sure you didn't see wrong? Tang Xian cried, his body trembling slightly. Their deaths were horrific. They were smashed into pulp, unrecognizable, a sight too ghastly to bear. Unable to listen any longer, Tang Xian pushed Zhou Xing away and stormed outside. Tang Wu and Tang San exchanged glances before hastily following him. Upon arriving at the ancient tomb, Tang Xian, Tang Long, and others were met with a scene as Zhou Xiong had described, truly a hell on earth. Over 100 members of the ghost shadow lay slaughtered, their remains reduced to a gruesome mess, emitting a foul stench. How could this happen? Who did this? Is heaven seeking to destroy our Wuji sect? Tang Xian's heart sank as he beheld the corpses, his spirit crushed. These ghost shadows were his life's work over the past century, the greatest support of the Wuji sect. Now, all had been wiped out overnight. Is there still no news of Ghost Wuchang? Tang Wu asked grimly, his aura exuding a chilling menace. I've sent people to search for him, but there has been no word, Tang San replied honestly. This matter must be thoroughly investigated, regardless of who is responsible. The Wuji sect shall make them pay in blood, Tang Xian declared, fists clenched in rage. After venting his emotions, Tang Xian quickly regained his composure. Yet he bore a distinctly ominous demeanor now, starkly different from his previous elegance. Our Wuji sect has likely been targeted. An invisible force is manipulating us from the shadows. Otherwise, the ghost shadows could never have been so easily slain, Tang Xian asserted fervently. But father, outsiders cannot enter the ancient tomb without our permission, Tang Long queried, perplexed. The Tao of Heaven consists of 50 principles and 49 flaws. Nothing is without its vulnerabilities, and the ancient tomb is no exception. The impossibility of entry is relative. There are always alternative paths if one truly wishes to enter, Tang Xian explained indifferently. Master, what should we do next? Tang Wu asked coolly. The annihilation of the ghost shadow means we have lost the power we accumulated over the past century. Compared to the Xianyuan sect and Wanhua Island, we have no advantages left. Therefore, in the upcoming 10 sects martial meeting, we must not lose the position of leader, otherwise, we will become like the Xianyuan sect of years past, gradually descending from grace. Tang Xian spoke with clarity, each word dripping with sorrow. But father, you have seen Lin Fan's abilities. He He publicly slayed a dragon, his cultivation is unfathomable, and I genuinely lack confidence in facing him, Tang Long confessed, overwhelmed by trepidation. How can you be cowed by minor setbacks? You are my son, Tang Xian, there are no ifs. In this 10-sects martial meeting, you must defeat him. Only then can our Wuji sect continue to hold the ancient tomb and remain the most powerful sect on the Xuanwu continent, Tang Xian asserted resolutely, leaving no room for debate. Understanding Tang Long's concerns, Tang Xian immediately instructed Tang Wu to take charge of the situation, while Tang Shi and Tang San were to investigate the clues surrounding the massacre of the ghost shadows. He then led Tang Long deeper into the ancient tomb. Upon arriving in a completely new space, Tang Long gazed around in astonishment. Father, what is this place? I have visited the ancient tomb countless times, but never knew such a space existed, he exclaimed, inhaling the rich spiritual energy. This is the god-slaying space, which I discovered by chance, Tang Xian said with a hint of pride. Why have you brought me here? Tang Long asked suspiciously. You lack confidence in defeating Lin Fan. Do you not? I brought you here to bolster your assurance, Tang Xian explained. With that, Tang Xian summoned a spear cloaked in dense malevolence into his hand. Such terrifying malevolence! Tang Long gasped in astonishment. Upon our initial entry into the ancient tomb a century ago, I found many celestial artifacts here. And this spear is the most formidable among them. It is called the God-slaying spear. Anyone struck by it is destined to die. Back then, to subdue it, our Wuji sect lost a total of 18 disciples. Now, I gift it to you. With this spear, defeating Lin Fan's sword will be a trivial matter. Thank you, Father, Tang Long said, accepting it eagerly. Moreover, to ensure success, I will find you a helper, just in case you encounter Lin Fan and need assistance in defeating him. Tang Xian added gravely. A helper? Can one find a helper in the 10-sects martial meeting? Tang Long inquired, gripping the god-slaying spear with a strange expression. Finding a person as a helper is indeed impossible, but a beast can serve in that capacity, and this is an unspoken rule among the major sects. Tang Xian declared proudly. So, you plan to find me a beast? Tang Long mused. What a pity, if the Qiu Long were still alive. It could have aided me greatly, but unfortunately, it has been slain. He sighed, lamenting. The Qiu Long's power was limited. It is fortunate it did not accompany you, or the consequences would have been unimaginable. Father, are you implying that the beast you seek is even more formidable than the Qiu Long? Tang Long's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Have you ever seen a lion with 9 heads? Tang Xian asked proudly. No. Tang Long shook his head in confusion. A century ago, during my first venture into the ancient burial grounds, I encountered a lion with 9 heads in this very realm. It was wounded and requested that I find a pair of young boys and girls for it to consume, which I did. What? Surprised, Tang Xian continued unabashedly. Later, once the 9-headed lion had healed, I learned of its origins. It is called the 9 Spirits Primordial Sage and hails from the wilderness realm. It demanded that I provide it with a pair of young boys and girls every month, in return for ensuring the longevity of our Wuji sect. Otherwise, do you think our Wuji sect could rise so smoothly? It was due to the covert assistance of that 9 Spirits Primordial Sage. Indeed, we possess a guardian beast. But it is certainly not the Qiu Long, it is the 9 Spirits Primordial Sage. Father, why are you telling me this? Tang Long asked, slightly uneasy. I understand you have feelings for Lu Xueyao, but remember, beauty favors the heroic. If you were to falter in the 10-sects martial meet, do you believe she would still hold affection for you? Tang Xian stated bluntly. I promise you, if you emerge victorious in the 10-sects martial meet, I shall personally visit Wanwado to propose to her on your behalf. With your esteemed status as champion, coupled with our Wuji sect's reputation, she would have no reason to decline, Tang Xian asserted. Thank you, Father. Tang Long's heart soared with sweetness, his blood boiling with excitement. However, given your current strength, even with the god-slaying spear in hand, you may not stand a chance against Lin Fan. Thus, you must pay a visit to the 9 Spirits Primordial Sage. I have already informed it, and it wishes for you to communicate directly with it to ensure success. Tang Xian advised straightforwardly. Will it eat me? Tang Long expressed his anxiety. I have nourished it for a century, making me its benefactor. You are my son, it would not harm you. Moreover, I have already spoken to it beforehand. Tang Xian reassured him. Seeing him still hesitating, Tang Xian continued. Lu Xueyao is a good girl. Your recent defeat at Lin Fan's hands has surely diminished her regard for you. I believe you would not wish to see the woman you love with another man. Would you? I'll be damned. Tang Long's expression hardened, his fist clenched tightly. That's the spirit. Satisfied, Tang Xian patted his shoulder. Proceed another 500 meters. and you will find a cave where the 9 spirits primordial sage resides. Just enter. The next day, the elimination rounds resumed. The entire Xianyuan sect was indignant, as the Tianjin sect was deliberately targeting them, especially the swordmaster Jian, who showed no mercy against any disciple of the Xianyuan sect during the elimination matches. Ling Tian was gravely injured, and 5 disciples had their dantians pierced, losing years of cultivation in an instant, with 3 even perishing on the spot. By mere coincidence, Lin Fan found himself matched against Jian in the elimination rounds. Having promised to avenge Ling Tian, the opportunity had presented itself unexpectedly. Fate certainly plays tricks. However, upon learning that Lin Fan was to face Jian, Ling Tian, Ling Bing, Ling Ao, and Lu Qiao grew anxious. Brother-in-law, that fellow swordplay is exceedingly strange and difficult to defend against. The destruction of his dantian seems to have had little effect on him. You must be extremely cautious. Ling Tian expressed his concerns. Rest assured, the Tianjin sect is targeting our Xianyuan sect. He struck you with a sword, and I vowed to avenge you. I am not worried about Jian. Lin Fan replied nonchalantly. Xiao Fan, be mentally prepared and do not underestimate him. Ling Ao advised earnestly. To stop violence with violence, if others respect me, I shall respect them even more. But if they offend me, I will not hesitate to eradicate them. A fierce glint flashed in Lin Fan's dark eyes as he spoke coldly. On the arena, Lin Fan and Jian stood face to face. As the saying goes, when enemies meet, their eyes blaze with hostility. Jian gaze towards Lin Fan was ablaze with fury, and the sword energy emanating from him was spine-chilling. You dare to appear here after your dantian is shattered? I am curious to see what you are capable of. Lin Fan coldly challenged Jian. The loss of my dantian may have stripped me of my cultivation, yet it has granted me enlightenment in swordsmanship, and now I shall demonstrate my supreme sword technique. Jian hissed with hatred, his expression twisted as if he were a predator ready to devour. Without further ado, the two clashed. In an instant, Jian, with his sword in hand, charged forward with ferocity. The air crackled with lethal intent as he unleashed his killing moves. In a flash, an unparalleled wave of sword energy enveloped the surroundings, creating a terrifying web of swords that descended upon Lin Fan. Having lived 2 lives, Lin Fan had witnessed far more than this. While Jian mastery of swordsmanship was indeed remarkable, Lin Fan perceived it as superficial, flashy yet lacking substance. As the overwhelming sword net bore down upon him, he held nothing back, raising his Hunyuan sword to cleave through it effortlessly. Is that all you've got? Lin Fan taunted. With no distractions of love, I wield my sword with purity of spirit. Take my first sword, forget your beloved. Jian, merging with his sword, advanced fiercely. The supreme sword technique. Jian has comprehended the supreme sword technique. No wonder he remains so formidable despite his shattered dantian. Below the arena, Ling Ao was struck by a sudden realization, filled with astonishment. Father, what is the supreme sword technique? Is it truly powerful? Ling Tian and Ling Bing asked in bewilderment. Their curiosity piqued. The supreme sword technique relates to women. It embodies the ultimate essence of swordsmanship. No one has ever mastered it. Not even the sword saint who grasped only the first 3 forms. To think Jian has comprehended it. Yet, he cannot cultivate spiritual power due to his shattered dantian, which should prevent him from unleashing the full might of his swordsmanship. Ling Tian voiced his confusion. The supreme sword technique differs from ordinary sword techniques. It draws upon sword energy as its source of attack, requiring no spiritual power. Therefore, it exists in 2 extremes. Either one does not know it at all, or they are exceptionally formidable. Clearly, Jian belongs to the latter. Xiao Fan is in trouble. Ling Ao warned gravely, his expression tightening. At the Tianjin sect, the sect master Jian Fei Hong and the 4 elders watched from below the arena. Upon witnessing Jian unleash the supreme sword technique, smiles of satisfaction spread across their faces. Although the Tianjin sect had suffered a devastating blow, their core strength remained intact. As long as they survived, the Tianjin sect would not perish. Their participation in the 10 sects martial meet was not merely to claim the title of champion, but to exact revenge on the Xianyuan sect. Thus, whenever they encountered an expert from the Xianyuan sect during the elimination rounds, they struck mercilessly, leaving no room for mercy. I am eager to see what this young man is truly capable of, Jian Fei Hong declared coldly, his gaze fixed on Lin Fan, radiating a chilling murderous intent that sent shivers down one's spine. Jian Xian's prowess in swordsmanship had even garnered admiration from the ancestors. he was indeed formidable. In contrast to the dazzling performance of the Xianyuan sect, the Heavenly Sword sect faded into obscurity during this 10-sect martial assembly, becoming the least remarkable of all factions. However, as Jianxin showcased the Supreme Sword Manual, countless masters surged forth, utterly astonished by the exquisite swordsmanship displayed. He was entirely immersed in his craft, embodying the unity of man and sword, with his sword aura flowing like a radiant rainbow and cascading like a tilted galaxy, ceaseless and boundless. Lin Fan initially dismissed him, but as the sword energy grew increasingly terrifying, distorting the very fabric of time and space, he finally realized that this individual had achieved enlightenment through the sword. His mastery of the sword path is indeed commendable. Should I lend a hand? Just say the word, and I shall ensure he is reduced to a mere puddle of flesh. At this moment, the voice of the demon egg echoed in Lin Fan's mind as he retreated. Somewhat beleaguered. No need. If I cannot deal with him, I may as well abandon all hope. Lin Fan retorted defiantly, fully in control of the situation. He raised his hand to extinguish worldly distractions, fiercely severing ties with past affections. Jianxin grew bolder with each engagement, entering a remarkable state where the arena brimmed with fearsome sword energy, compelling even Lin Fan to shield himself with profound energy. Surprised by my rise? All thanks to you. Jianxin taunted, finally relishing a moment of vindication. Your sword techniques may be lauded as exquisite, but do you truly believe such lackluster skills can challenge me? Lin Fan scoffed, his contempt unwavering despite his dire circumstances. And what of it? Can you truly contend with me? Jianxin sneered. Summer insects cannot converse with ice. A frog in a well cannot comprehend the ocean. As the saying goes, a heavy sword lacks a sharp edge, and great skill requires no artifice. Your techniques, while they sound grand, are merely hollow displays, easily shattered. Allow me to show you what true swordsmanship entails. In response to the provocation, Lin Fan launched a counterattack. In the next moment, he brushed his hand against the Hunyuan sword, merging his blood with it. When the essence of his blood fused with the Hunyuan sword, it erupted into blinding radiance, reminiscent of the scorching summer sun, rendering it nearly impossible for onlookers to gaze upon. The extermination sword. The demon egg exclaimed, recognizing it instantly, exclaiming in astonishment. Is it truly that surprising? Lin Fan replied dismissively. It seems you are not an ordinary individual yourself. The demon egg remarked in awe, ignoring the comment. Lin Fan gripped the radiant extermination sword, locking onto Jianxin's aura and charging forward with fierce intent. Sensing the impending danger, Jianxin's expression changed drastically. Without hesitation, he unleashed the ultimate sword manual with all his might. I wield a sword that can sever heaven, earth, sun, moon, and stars. Break. One sword to shatter myriad laws. At that moment, as Lin Fan advanced with the extermination sword firmly in hand, Jianxin's intricate sword energy instinctively recoiled, daring not to approach. How is this possible? Jianxin was filled with terror as he witnessed the overwhelming sword energy advancing toward him. He had believed that his understanding of the Supreme Sword Manual would allow him to avenge himself, but now he comprehended the stark reality. He was utterly outclassed. Not only was Lin Fan's cultivation superior, but his mastery of the sword path was also beyond his reach. The sword energy flew forth like a rainbow. And before Jianxin could react, the terrifying sword light sent him hurtling away, riddled with countless sword wounds, blood streaming profusely. Lin Fan's intent was to kill, seeking vengeance for Ling Tian and for his fallen brothers whose dantians had been shattered. However, just as the extermination sword was poised to strike Jianxin, a flash of white lightning surged forth, forcibly whisking him away from the blade's path. At this critical juncture, it was none other than the Sword Saint, a scattered immortal, who intervened to save Jianxin. Jianxin, a prodigious talent in the Heavenly Sword sect, had an immeasurable future ahead. It would indeed be a pity for him to perish under Lin Fan's sword. Thus, without regard for revealing his identity, the Sword Saint acted to rescue him before the eyes of the crowd. Jianxin narrowly escaped death, but the extermination sword continued its relentless assault, cleaving the arena beneath them. Having once been a treasured artifact under a sage, its power was unparalleled, instantly shattering the arena into fragments. Moreover, the overwhelming sword energy spiraled out of control, astonishingly slicing the Finger Mountain in twain. The earth trembled and shook, reminiscent of a cataclysmic quake. In that instant, the Finger Mountain swayed violently, the ground quaking beneath. While all knew the Sword Saint's unparalleled prowess in the sword path, none anticipated Lin Fan's mastery to be equally formidable, revolutionizing everyone's perceptions. Those like Jian Feihong and the Sword Demon had intended to seek vengeance, but found the Heavenly Sword sect in utter disarray, akin to a stray dog. Jianxin no longer dared to return to the arena, effectively conceding defeat. Naturally, Lin Fan advanced to the next round without question. However, with the arena and the entire Finger Mountain split asunder, the 10 sects martial assembly could not continue there and would be relocated to the Thumb Mountain. As the reconfiguration of the arena would require some time, the remaining matches of this elimination round would resume the following day. In poverty, no one asks. In wealth, distant relatives appear. Doubt it not. Just observe the wine in the cup, each toast honoring the wealthy. With Lin Fan's rise, the residents of the Xianyuan sect became a bustling hub, teeming with activity. In stark contrast, the Wujimen suffered a steady decline, fading into obscurity. Despite this, even as Lin Fan cleaved the Finger Mountain in half, they remained unfazed, with Tang Long laughing nonchalantly, seemingly unperturbed. At the Xianyuan sect's residence, Elder Zhou Yan returned with news that the Heavenly Sword sect, under Jian Feihong's leadership, had departed from the Five-Finger Mountain, abandoning the remaining matches. As expected, Zhou Yan stated, Jianxin was the only asset they had. With him eliminated, continuing serves no purpose. Nodding slightly, Ling Ao replied calmly, Elder, I saw Tang Long upon my return. He appeared entirely unconcerned, as if he were a different person from just a few days ago. Zhou Yan expressed his confusion, sensing something amiss. The Wujimen had dominated for over a century and amassed countless resources in the ancient graveyard. They undoubtedly possessed hidden means of victory. The only remaining threat to Lin Fan was likely Tang Long. Taking a deep breath, Ling Ao reflected, Lin Fan's strength has far surpassed our imagination. I can hardly believe he is our Xianyuan sect's son-in-law. He has undergone a complete transformation, as if reborn, Lu Qi remarked, sharing his astonishment. Indeed, he is the future of our Xianyuan sect. Ling Ao smiled, feeling a deep sense of pride. This round of elimination was halted due to the division of the Finger Mountain, but the schedule had already been established. Ling Bing had yet to compete. As Lin Fan returned to his quarters to recuperate, feeling revitalized, he casually inquired, Who is your opponent in this round? You surely would not wish to know, she replied. However, if I were to injure her, you would undoubtedly be heartbroken. Ling Bing's words were laden with meaning. A vague sense of unease crept into Lin Fan's mind, leading him to make a conjecture. Yet, Ling Bing was brimming with jealousy, certainly unwilling to disclose any names. Your words suggest that as long as you remain unscathed, I shall not suffer. If anyone dares to harm you, I will certainly seek vengeance. Lin Fan asserted with earnest conviction. Are you truly serious? If Lu Shuiao were to harm me, would you indeed pursue her with the same fervor? Ling Bing tilted her head, inquiring. Well, perhaps, maybe. Lin Fan stammered, caught in a web of indecision, uncertain of how to respond. Are you genuinely willing to confront me? Suddenly, another melodious voice chimed in. Turning towards the sound, Lu Shuiao gracefully approached. What is happening? How did they come together? Are they conspiring against me? Lin Fan felt overwhelmed, momentarily rooted to the spot without knowing how to proceed. Chapter 48. A battle against the ghostly Wu Chang. Yi Hanyue steps forth to turn the tide. You. How did you arrive? The moment their eyes met, Lin Fan felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. His speech became hesitant, akin to someone guilty of infidelity. Despite his innocence, it was I who invited her, Ling Bing declared unexpectedly. Ah, you knew each other before this? Lin Fan asked in astonishment. We did not know each other, but we became acquainted because of you, Lu Shuiao replied with a sweet smile. Because of me? I am utterly confounded. What on earth is going on? Lin Fan pressed, his heart racing with unease. Did you not mention that Shuiao saved your life a few days ago? As your wife, shouldn't I express my gratitude? Thus, I invited her here as a guest, Ling Bing explained candidly. Now it makes sense. Lin Fan nodded, feeling a sense of relief. Women can indeed be quite troublesome, and he genuinely feared a conflict might arise. After all, during their time in the primordial realm, many celestial beings had sought his life, even resorting to violence. He was dreadfully afraid of a nightmare repeating itself. A man and two women. One was his wife, the other a confidant. The very thought was awkward, as he was at a loss for words. Ahem, so, in the elimination round, if you two were to face each other, do you have anything to say? Lin Fan asked, glancing at the two women, his emotions tangled. Pain, yet filled with joy. Who do you wish to win? Ling Bing asked playfully, effectively extinguishing the conversation. With the expectant gazes of both women upon him, Lin Fan felt 1,000 frustrations surge within him. Just as he was at a loss, an eerie and terrifying aura swept in from outside. This is bad, he thought, sensing the ominous presence he knew all too well. The intruder was none other than the rogue immortal, Ghost Wuchang, who had failed to assassinate him 3 days prior. It was assumed he would perish in the chaotic currents of space, yet here he was, having surprisingly escaped alive. With a creak, the door swung open. In an instant, an elder radiating a chilling spectral energy entered the room. He bore a dual visage, one side male, the other female, one side black, the other white, one side Ain. The other young, creating an exceptionally eerie sight. Though Ling Bing and Lu Xueyao had seen him before, they still gasped in shock upon his reappearance, rendered speechless with fear. Kid, we meet again. As their eyes locked, Ghost Wuchang grinned maliciously. Your life seems quite resilient, Lin Fan retorted with a scoff. And you are no slouch either. A mere ant in the earthly realm manages to injure me, and yet you survive the tumult of space. I must admit, you have impressed me, Ghost Wuchang complimented. With over 20 sects gathered in Xuanwu continent, filled with powerful beings, do you not fear being discovered as you brazenly come here to kill? Ling Bing threatened. Before entering, I set up a barrier around your little courtyard, ensuring that sounds cannot escape and outsiders cannot enter. No matter the chaos within, no one will be the wiser. Ghost Wuchang declared with a proud laugh. So you came prepared. Do you truly believe you can kill me? Lin Fan, seasoned by storms, replied with confidence. That is precisely why I am here. Ghost Wuchang suddenly revealed his female visage, the wicked smile on his face sending chills down spines. In the next moment, he lunged forward with overwhelming force. Prepare to be defeated. Ghost Wuchang attacked with sweeping motions. Even with Lin Fan, Lu Xueyao, and Ling Bing joining forces, they found themselves unable to withstand his onslaught. In less than 3 exchanges, the 3 were severely injured by Ghost Wuchang's dark spiritual power, collapsing to the ground. Gasping for breath. Is that all you can manage, kid? I thought you had more prowess, Ghost Wuchang jeered. Despite his taunts, Lin Fan's planetary explosion had left a lasting impression on him. He remained cautious, unwilling to approach too closely for fear of another surprise. What do we do? He is a rogue immortal. Even if we gamble our lives, we may not be his match, Lu Xueyao said anxiously, her brow furrowed. We can only take a gamble. I will distract him. You two look for an opportunity to strike, Lin Fan replied calmly. Both women, intelligent as they were, instantly grasped his intention. In the next moment, Lin Fan unleashed his full power, executing the first form of the chaotic stellar explosion, pouring everything he had into the attack. Oh no. Ghost Wuchang inwardly lamented as he faced the planetary explosion once more. Having learned from his previous encounter, he dared not underestimate it, swiftly evading with all his might. Unwilling to engage head-on, this is the moment I have been waiting for. As Ghost Wuchang became distracted, Ling Bing summoned the 7-colored dragon pearl, and Lu Xueyao brandished the phoenix soul needle, both launching their attacks without reservation. Humph! With a cold snort, Ghost Wuchang transformed into his ghostly essence and vanished. Though the 7-colored dragon pearl and the phoenix soul needle were formidable, without a target, they flailed about like headless flies, lost and ineffective. Attempting to outsmart me? You are still too inexperienced. A sinister voice echoed behind the 2 women. As they realized the danger, 2 waves of ghostly energy struck them hard, sending them crashing to the ground, blood spilling from their mouths. Seeing the 2 women in such dire straits made Lin Fan's heart bleed. Dare to harm my women? You are courting death. Rage surged within him. No longer willing to hold back, Lin Fan gripped the primordial sword, merging his blood with the blade. In the next instant, the Excalibur was summoned. Taking on a fierce demeanor, Lin Fan unleashed the advanced version of the Xin Yuan 9 swords, determined to vanquish his foe. Your sword is impressive. Ghost Wuchang marveled, then asked, Did you slay the ghostly figure in the ancient tomb? How did you manage it? He had come to kill Lin Fan and to investigate who had slain the ghostly figure. Release me, let me out to teach him a lesson. Before Lin Fan could respond, the demon egg, unable to contain its impatience, interjected. Are you certain you can defeat him? Lin Fan exclaimed with delight. I am, after all, the first egg of creation. Even if my cultivation is sealed, defeating him is still a trivial matter. The demonic egg responded defiantly, Do not rush. You are my trump card. Do not reveal yourself until the final moment. Furthermore, engaging him directly will greatly enhance my cultivation. I am on the verge of a breakthrough. Lin Fan replied calmly. As the relentless Ghost Wuchang charged at him once more, Lin Fan summoned all his strength to confront him. The planetary explosion was formidable enough. The sword of extermination sharp enough, and the advanced version of the Xianyuan 9 swords was unparalleled. However, the disparity in their strengths was insurmountable, with Lin Fan's current cultivation. It was utterly impossible to defeat Ghost Wuchang head-on. With overwhelming power, Lin Fan was mercilessly beaten. Ghost Wuchang's fists, imbued with the essence of yin and yang, struck hard against his chest, sending him crashing to the ground. Fortunately, he possessed the indomitable Xianhuang body, which provided remarkable defense. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly have perished from that blow. Still alive? Do you possess some sort of defensive treasure? Taste my primordial hammer. I will not believe it cannot crush you. Ghost Wuchang unleashed his ultimate move. The primordial hammer, a treasure of innate origin, belonged to the renowned Weiyun immortal of the primordial realm. Given Lin Fan's formidable Xianhuang body, he would not be killed outright, but he would surely suffer severe injury. As Lin Fan braced for the unavoidable strike, to his astonishment, Ling Bing and Lu Shuiyao rushed forward, willing to sacrifice themselves to block the blow for him. What are you doing? His heart raced with a tumult of thoughts. This was a classic case of courting disaster. While he would be fine after being struck by the primordial hammer, Ling Bing and Lu Shuiyao, being mere mortals, would face certain death if hit. Ah, quite the charmer with the ladies. If so, then let them all perish. Ghost Wuchang, showing no intention of relenting, cruelly declared, increasing the force of his strike. Release me. It is time for me to make my grand entrance. The demonic egg was eager to join the fray, ready to turn the tide. With no other choice, Lin Fan decided to unleash it. After all, the demonic egg was exceedingly formidable, capable of withstanding even the 6 saints of the primordial realm, and the primordial hammer would surely not shake it. Just as Lin Fan prepared to release it, an overwhelming aura surged into the scene, striking fiercely at Ghost Wuchang. The force was so powerful that Ghost Wuchang was caught off guard, violently thrown to the ground, coughing up blood. How shameless to attack several juniors. A graceful woman clad in red appeared before him, her eyes filled with disdain as she regarded Ghost Wuchang. At the crucial moment, it was none other than Yi Hongyue, who had previously rescued Lin Fan in the depths of the wild forest, who burst into the barrier to save Lu Shuiyao and Ling Bing. No one anticipated her arrival here. Yi Hongyue. Ghost Wuchang struggled to rise, his face marred with fury as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth after locking eyes with her. Is this the method of your Wujiman? If you cannot win, resort to assassination? How utterly shameless. Today, I shall expose your ugly facade for all to see. Yi Hongyue's words were sharp and incisive. You would be wise to mind your own business and not seek trouble. Ghost Wuchang retorted menacingly, a sinister aura swirling around him, instilling fear. I am sorry, but I have decided to intervene in this matter. I am quite curious to see what means you possess, you androgynous monstrosity. Yi Hongyue replied with unwavering resolve, her expression one of disdain. With her words, she charged forward without hesitation. Ghost Wuchang despised being called androgynous, and Yi Hongyue had struck a nerve. His expression darkened, and he retaliated fiercely. Assuming he was superior due to his status as a loose immortal, he initially dismissed her. However, as the battle progressed, he quickly realized something was amiss. Yi Hongyue's strength was far greater and more formidable than he had anticipated. After exchanging blows for over 100 rounds, Ghost Wuchang, already injured, found himself retreating under relentless assault, unable to withstand her onslaught. Truly, you are the most formidable genius of the Xuanwu continent. Your prowess is indeed remarkable. I underestimated you. Ghost Wuchang gasped, eyeing her with trepidation. Come again. Yi Hongyue was undeterred, relishing the chaos, hoping to draw the attention of all in Wuzishan. At the same time, Lin Fan also charged in, ready to unleash a planetary explosion. After a series of entanglements, Ghost Wuchang began to realize that continuing this fight was futile. Those who recognize the times are the true heroes. Reluctantly, he departed from the Middle Finger Mountain, vanishing into the night, filled with regret. How did you offend that deranged man? Yi Hongyue inquired, exhaling a sigh of relief as she turned to Lin Fan. He was sent by the Wujiman to assassinate me, Lin Fan said, a hint of frustration in his voice, before quickly asking, what brings you here? You told me to go to the land of ultimate yang to channel its energy into my body to form a spiritual vein and transform into the 10-spirit sacred body. I found the land of ultimate yang, but my attempt failed, Yi Hongyue sighed, exasperated. So, your purpose for coming here is? Lin Fan prompted, eager for clarity. You mentioned there was a second method. You instructed me to seek you if the first failed, at which point you would reveal the second method. I have come to learn of it, she said, her gaze fixed intently on Lin Fan, filled with anticipation. Cough. You might not want to know. Lin Fan replied with an awkward smile. The heavenly tribulation has yet to arrive. I have been trapped here for too long. As long as I can alter my physique to invoke the heavenly tribulation, there is nothing I would refuse. Yi Hongwei expressed her eagerness. Are you certain you want to know? Lin Fan asked, seeking confirmation. I have faced many storms in my life. Speak freely. I am prepared, she replied, maintaining her calm demeanor as she fixed her gaze on him. The second method involves me, as well as yin and yang, and pertains to gender. Lin Fan blurted out. Be more specific, she demanded. Quite simple, really. Since you cannot channel the yang energy into your body to form a spiritual vein in the land of ultimate yang, the alternative is to unite with someone of the ultimate yang physique, who can channel their own yang energy into your body during the union to create a spiritual vein. Lin Fan explained, feeling quite shy as he spoke. What? How could it be like this? Yi Hongwei responded, taken aback. Meanwhile, Ling Bing and Lu Xueyao exchanged glances, unable to comprehend. To them, Lin Fan seemed like a charlatan, deceitfully pulling Yi Hongwei into a trap. After all, Yi Hongwei was a stunning beauty, and any man would be smitten. They expected her to reject the idea in anger, feeling insulted. However, to their astonishment, Yi Hongwei maintained a calm demeanor as she looked at Lin Fan and asked, So, shall we proceed now? Lin Fan was dumbfounded, staring at her in disbelief. Are women from the Xuanwu continent really this open-minded? If Ling Bing and Lu Xueyao were not present, he might have reluctantly endured some losses. But now, cough. Cough. My wife is here. Why don't you wait for a moment? I'll discuss this with them. After all, I am a man of integrity. Before he could finish speaking, Lin Fan abruptly pulled Ling Bing and Lu Xueyao into the room and shut the door. His face flushed with embarrassment and at a loss for words. Chapter 49. 9 Spiritual Veins, the most brilliant genius of Xuanwu continent. Inside the room, Ling Bing looked at Lin Fan with a serious expression and asked, Are you really contemplating selling yourself? To heaven and earth. Who would have thought she would be so open-minded? It felt as if she could even act on impulse if no one were around. Are we superfluous then? Sister Xueyao. Let us leave. All right. Stop joking. I'm already overwhelmed, and you're still making light of it. I'm only trying to think of a solution privately because I didn't want you to feel uncomfortable. Lin Fan said, clearly flustered. In truth, I don't mind. Lu Xueyao chimed in with a smile. Lin Fan was speechless. Is the union of yin and yang truly the only solution? Once composed, Ling Bing asked earnestly. I did not deceive her. If she cannot channel yang energy in the land of absolute yang to form spiritual veins, this is indeed the only method. And only my Xian Huang essence can assist her, Lin Fan affirmed solemnly. Must it involve physical intimacy? Ling Bing inquired, tilting her head. I am not that lecherous. But she possesses a 9 yin spiritual body, and to transform into a 10 spirit saint body, the harmony of yin and yang is essential. There exists no alternative. Lin Fan declared with conviction. Excuse me, Sister Bing, but what are you discussing? I am completely lost, Lu Xueyao asked, unable to contain her curiosity. Well, it's nothing much. That Yi Hongwei outside. Even if you haven't met her before, you must have heard of her, right? Yes. I've heard she possesses 9 spiritual veins and is an exceedingly rare super genius, Lu Xueyao replied gently with a nod. She has reached the 9th level of the void for many years, yet the heavenly tribulation has yet to descend. Recently, during our training in the wild forest, Lin Fan discovered she is a 9 yin spiritual body. For the heavenly tribulation to arrive, she must reshape her constitution, and he has now become her only option. Ling Bing summarized succinctly. I see, Lu Xueyao nodded, enlightened. Now it made sense. Previously, in the heart of the wild forest, Yi Hongwei had saved their lives. And this time they owed her again. Otherwise, they would have faced dire consequences. Honestly, to reject her would seem inhumane. But to allow you to have some sort of interaction with her, I am not that magnanimous and cannot convince myself, Ling Bing expressed with a troubled demeanor. Her feelings quite complex. In truth, there is no need to provide an answer immediately, Lu Xueyao blurted out. What do you mean? Lin Fan asked expectantly. Consider your current situation. You could be assassinated at any moment. Your existence threatens the interests of the Wuji sect, and they will stop at nothing to achieve their goals. Pausing for a moment, Lu Xueyao continued. My thought is simple. Stabilize Yi Hongwei first, and we can discuss matters after the 10 sects martial gathering. This way, we can devise a plan gradually, and with her presence, even if the Wuji sect intends to assassinate you, they will think twice. Her words struck a chord with Ling Bing, who joyfully remarked, Sister Xueyao is absolutely correct. If we can keep her close, it adds an extra layer of security. But how do we handle the 10-sex martial gathering? Should we submit to her tyranny, compromise, or simply give in? Lin Fan blurted out. Isn't that what you were thinking? Ling Bing teased. I have no emotional foundation with her. That can be cultivated over time. Love often grows with time. Does it not? You. As Lin Fan, along with the two women, emerged from the room, Yi Hongwei jokingly asked, So, how was your little discussion? Can I borrow him just once? I'm not his wife. I just came to catch up. Lu Shueya blushed and hurriedly explained. Catching up? It can't be that simple. I can see he occupies your thoughts, but you're too shy to admit it, Yi Hongwei remarked bluntly. You've misunderstood. Lu Shueya stammered, her face burning with embarrassment. Honestly, there is nothing to it. You two are a perfect match. Moreover, it's quite normal for men to have multiple wives. If he doesn't mind, I would gladly become a concubine. 3 women serving 1 husband. Indulging in life's pleasures, what is wrong with that? Yi Hongwei continued, her words shocking. Cough, you're a bit too open-minded. Lin Fan retorted, feeling a bit exasperated. Am I not merely voicing what you secretly desire? Yi Hongwei replied nonchalantly. With a smile, she waved her hand dismissively and said, All right. I won't tease you any longer. My purpose is straightforward, to alter my constitution and attract the heavenly tribulation. Rest assured. There will be no emotional entanglements between Lin Fan and me. I, Yi Hongwei, have no interest in men. Well, you are aware of my purpose for coming to Wuzishan. I cannot afford to be distracted at this critical moment in the elimination rounds, Lin Fan said ambiguously. So, what you mean is, since you've waited all these years, I can promise you that after the 10-sex martial gathering, I will find a way to ensure the heavenly tribulation descends, Lin Fan said, looking directly into her eyes as he made the promise. Are you serious? Yi Hongwei asked, her expression shifting. With my wives present. My word is my bond. Lin Fan affirmed resolutely. Are you certain there won't be any issues? Yi Hongwei asked, glancing at Ling Bing. Since he has said it. It is naturally binding, but during this time, you must ensure his safety, Ling Bing insisted, her concern for Lin Fan's safety paramount. Rest assured, with me around, no one can harm him, Yi Hongwei declared with confidence. While she may not excel in many areas, she was certainly skilled in dealing with threats. As night deepened, Yi Hongwei decided to stay while Lu Shueya resolved to leave. Ling Bing and Lin Fan escorted her to the entrance of the courtyard. Concerned about unforeseen incidents, Lin Fan discreetly sent the magic egg to follow her, ensuring everything went smoothly. What was initially an unintentional act turned alarming when the magic egg returned. Claiming to have dispatched 3 masters who attempted to ambush Lu Shueya. This left Lin Fan feeling apprehensive. Clearly, everything regarding the Xianyuan sect was under the surveillance of the Wuji sect. In that unseen realm, invisible hands sought to manipulate and obliterate everything. Are you all right? Noticing Lin Fan's unusual expression, Ling Bing approached and took his hand. Just now, 3 masters ambushed Lu Shueya, Lin Fan said candidly. Then, is she all right? Ling Bing panicked, her composure slipping. She is fine. Those 3 were killed. However, we are not safe here. Everything is under the watchful eyes of the Wuji sect. Lin Fan stated seriously. Thank goodness. As for being monitored by the Wuji sect, was that expected? Their reason for placing us at Zhongzhishan is precisely to keep an eye on us, Ling Bing said, her indignation palpable. Ling Bing then looked at him earnestly and said, Husband, I've realized that Sister Shuiyao has truly developed feelings for you. What a joke. Lin Fan feigned surprise. I am not joking. When that ghostly figure attacked you with the primordial hammer, I threw myself onto you, attempting to take your place in death. This is understandable after all. You are my husband. However, she also lunged forward without hesitation. Just think, if she did not harbor feelings for you, why would she act in such a manner? Ling Bing meticulously analyzed. I hadn't noticed that until you mentioned it. But rest assured, I harbor no inappropriate intentions towards her. Now, do not overthink this. We have an elimination match tomorrow, so let me tend to your wounds. With that, Lin Fan used the essence of the Xian Huang to heal her. Subsequently, as Ling Bing entered a meditative state to recover, Lin Fan devoted himself to cultivating the chaotic stellar explosion. Although the planetary explosion was immensely powerful, his current strength remained insufficient. The attack he had previously unleashed to severely injure the ghostly figure had not even reached a fraction of its true potential. Otherwise, that ghost would not have returned alive. At this moment, as Lin Fan once again found himself amidst the vast sea of stars, the 100 spiritual veins above his head relentlessly absorbed the power of the stars, continuously augmenting his strength. The following dawn, as Ling Ao, accompanied by the 3 elders, approached Lin Fan's courtyard to discuss the upcoming elimination matches, they fortuitously encountered the formidable Yi Hongyue station nearby. Upon witnessing the legendary genius, Ling Ao and the others exchanged glances, all feeling an inexplicable tension. Yi Hongyue? What brings you here? Ling Ao inquired cautiously. Let them explain, she retorted dismissively, her pride evident as she sauntered to the side, sword in hand, and sat down. Dad, you're here, Ling Bing exclaimed as she rushed out upon hearing the commotion. What on earth is happening? Ling Ao asked, his face a mask of confusion. It was hard to believe that the brightest star of the Xuanwu continent stood before him. It's a long story. Let's go inside and discuss it over tea, Ling Bing replied calmly. She then briefly recounted the events of the previous night, leaving Ling Ao and the others astonished and agitated. I truly did not expect that ghostly figure would dare to act under our noses, and we were completely oblivious. The means of a scattered immortal are indeed unparalleled. However, you mentioned she has a request of Lin Fan. What is that about? Ling Ao pressed, eager to understand the situation. This is a private matter between us, and we will handle it. It would be best if you did not pry, Ling Bing replied tersely. After all, she could not reveal to her father that Yi Hongyu wished to use her husband for her own purposes. Whether her father could accept it was one thing. She herself had yet to come to terms with it. This matter would require careful consideration. Returning to the main topic, Ling Ao asked earnestly. Your next opponent is Lu Xueyao. It seems she also possesses earthly ascendance cultivation, and her overall strength is not inferior to yours. I heard you met last night. How did your conversation go? Do you feel confident? I am merely here to make up the numbers, am I not? Ling Bing replied with self-deprecating humor. Even the formidable Tang Ziyu fell at your hands. How could you merely be a number? Lu Qi chimed in with a smile. Indeed, Tang Ziyu, with his initial celestial cultivation, lost to you. Lu Xueyao possesses only earthly ascendance cultivation. If you exert yourself, she will certainly not be your match. Elder Huang Xiong added in agreement. I have witnessed her in action against the scattered immortal ghost. She indeed possesses only earthly ascendance cultivation, but her strength is by no means inferior to mine. Although I possess the 7-color dragon pearl, her phoenix soul needle is exceedingly formidable. If a true battle were to ensue, I would have no advantage, Ling Bing stated calmly. Do not feel too much pressure, just do your best. Ling Ao gently reassured her. Where is Xiao Fan? Why hasn't he come out? Elder Zhou Yin inquired curiously. It seems he has gone out to teach Xiao Tian's swordsmanship. She replied. At the Great Thumb Mountain, the elimination matches continued. At this moment, the vast martial arena featured 5 platforms. To expedite the elimination process, 5 matches were held simultaneously. On one platform, Ling Bing faced Lu Xueyao. The 2 extraordinary beauties stood face to face, the arena surrounded by a throng of spectators, cheers rising and falling like waves. Witnessing such a duel between these 2 beauties was a rare spectacle indeed. However, the other 4 matches were sparsely attended, with no one paying them any heed. Even the participants themselves contemplated abandoning their matches to witness the clash between Ling Bing and Lu Xueyao. For such a scene was seldom seen. Junior sister Xueyao, I look forward to your guidance, Ling Bing said, her tone neither servile nor arrogant as she brandished her sword. Senior sister Ling Bing, do take care, Lu Xueyao replied earnestly. In the next moment, the 2 women engaged fiercely, both of earthly ascendance cultivation. They matched each other blow for blow, their fierce sword energy sweeping across the entire platform, neither able to gain the upper hand for the time being. As their probing attacks concluded, both women evidently began to fight seriously, their every move exuding lethal intent that sent shivers down the spine. Brother-in-law, who do you think will emerge victorious in this bout? Ling Tian asked anxiously. When the cultivation levels are closely matched, the outcome often hinges on willpower and the desire to win, Lin Fan replied thoughtfully. Which of them possesses a stronger desire to win? Ling Tian pressed further. Lu Xueyao is the sole hope of Wanhu Island, a figure of great significance. Conversely, in your sister's eyes, with me in the Xian Yuan sect, winning or losing is acceptable, Lin Fan analyzed meticulously. Does that mean my sister is destined to lose? Ling Tian replied with a hint of regret. I merely speak casually. Until the final moment, no one can ascertain the outcome. Let us observe, Lin Fan said, nonchalantly. In this clash between titans, for the next half a stick of incense. Neither woman disappointed the onlookers. Ling Bing even summoned the 7-color dragon pearl. Of course, Lu Xueyao did not hold back either, unleashing her innate spiritual treasure, the phoenix soul needle. Though they appeared to be fighting for their lives, swords drawn and tensions high, they consistently refrained from delivering fatal blows. After a stick of incense, Ling Bing intentionally exposed a flaw, allowing the phoenix soul needle to draw near. I concede. Sheathing my sword, Ling Bing smiled radiantly. Senior sister Ling Bing. Why the need for this? Lu Shuiyao, aware that Ling Bing had not exerted her full strength, felt a pang of regret. Advancing to the next round is more crucial for you than for me, Ling Bing replied, leaning in to whisper. I was deeply moved by your willingness to protect Lin Fan with your life last night. I cherished the feeling of being with you. What did this mean? Were they accepting a man into their midst? Or did it imply that she had no objection to Lu Shuiyao joining them? Nevertheless, upon hearing Ling Bing's words, Lu Shuiyao beamed, a rosy blush blooming on her fair face. Simultaneously, the voice of the magical egg resonated in Lin Fan's mind. Not bad, not bad. Your luck is quite fortunate. It seems another addition to the harem is on the horizon. Chapter 50, Five-Color Divine Ox, Lu Shuiyao faces an arranged marriage. Did you hear something? Lin Fan inquired with curiosity. Ling Bing's decision to concede indicated that she had truly accepted Lu Shuiyao. Recognizing that one could not single-handedly manage the brilliance of another, even if one could change their demeanor to win your heart. There will inevitably come a day when the novelty wears off and infidelity occurs. After all, in this world, who has not strayed? Thus, be silent. You are merely an egg, yet you assumed the role of an emotional master. Lin Fan retorted with indignation. Brother-in-law, you are truly remarkable, exclaimed Ling Tian, mindlessly praising him from the side. Weighing the pros and cons and assessing the situation, he initially intended to boast, but then he pivoted, saying, ahem. That is not what I meant. I was referring to how Lu Shuiyao likes you. My sister, instead of feeling jealous, is actually supportive. How did you manage to create such harmony among them? Lin Fan furrowed his brow. You know too much. The subsequent elimination rounds were inconsequential. However, after today, the top 10 would be officially determined. Lin Fan from Xianyuan sect, Lu Shuiyao from Wanhua Island, and Tang Long from Wujimen were successfully selected. The top 10 competition would commence 3 days hence. Having spent some time in Wuzhishan without exploring the surroundings, Lin Fan resolved to take Ling Bing on a tour to experience the local customs and culture. After your battle with Lu Shuiyao, why did you voluntarily concede? Lin Fan inquired curiously. Last night, she risked her life to save you. This is my way of repaying her kindness. Furthermore, while her cultivation is indeed formidable, she did not fight with her full strength, and in a genuine confrontation, I would not necessarily be her match, Ling Bing candidly explained. What did you say to her in the end? Lin Fan pressed on. This was the crux of his inquiry. I attempted to gauge her stance on a female sharing a male. She responded that she could accept it and that she likes you. Ling Bing said with a flirtatious smile. You're just spouting nonsense. Are you daring to claim that you harbor no wicked thoughts? Lin Fan abruptly halted, having spotted something. He then pointed towards a distant cliff and asked, Is that Lu Shuiyao? Indeed, her silhouette is quite similar, but this place is 100 miles from Wuzhishan. In a desolate wilderness, what is she doing here? Moreover, it seems she is crying, Ling Bing said, grasping Lin Fan's hand in concern. Let us go see what is happening. The sheer cliff was unfathomably deep. At that moment, Lu Shuiyao sat at the edge, clad in white, softly weeping. As Ling Bing and Lin Fan approached, she suddenly turned to glance at them, a look of surprise crossing her face as she hastily wiped away her tears. You too? What brings you here? Lu Shuiyao feigned calmness as she asked. With nothing to do, we decided to take a stroll. What troubles you? Lin Fan asked, filled with concern. Sister Shuiyao, who has bullied you? Ling Bing approached, taking her hand with a sympathetic expression. I am fine. Lu Shuiyao brushed off the concern. Look at your eyes. They are swollen from crying, and you still claim to be fine. Tell me what is going on, and I will seek justice for you. Ling Bing declared with righteous indignation. Faced with their concern, Lu Shuiyao struggled internally. Eventually, she could no longer hold back, tears streaming down her face as she confessed. Last night, the leader of Wujimen, Tang Xian, brought Tang Long to propose to my master, asking that I marry Tang Long. My master agreed. What? She did not inquire about your opinion? Ling Bing exclaimed in astonishment. No, I only learned of it afterward. When I confronted her, she insisted that the decision was made and there was no room for reversal, especially since she had already accepted the betrothal gifts. Ling Bing was overcome with emotion, tears flowing freely. What happened to your face? Lin Fan noticed a red handprint on Ling Bing's cheek and frowned. This. Lu Shuiyao quickly released Ling Bing. Covering her burning cheek, her gaze lowered as tears continued to fall. Did your master strike you? Lin Fan asked darkly, an aura of menace radiating from him. It was unintentional, Lu Shuiyao hastily defended. That does not excuse it. How could she lay a hand on you? Ling Bing stated emphatically, taking Lu Shuiyao into her embrace. Heartbroken. I truly am fine. You need not worry about me. I only wish to be alone for a while, Lu Shuiyao feigned strength. I wish to know. Do you wish to marry Tang Long? After much hesitation, Lin Fan fixed his gaze upon her eyes and asked, Is that even a question? If she were willing, she would not be here crying. Ling Bing shot him a glance. This is a question that only she can answer. She must tell me herself, Lin Fan asserted firmly. Looking up, Lu Shuiyao shook her head slightly, saying, He is not my ideal type. I have never liked him. I have already resolved that if my master forces me to marry him, I would rather die than submit. You did not come here to do something foolish. Did you? Ling Bing's expression changed dramatically as she grasped Lu Shuiyao tightly. Do not seek trouble when there is none, and do not fear trouble when it arises. If it has come, avoiding it will not resolve the issue. We must face and resolve it. I wish to know what Wujiman offered as a betrothal gift that swayed your master? Lin Fan calmly inquired. A celestial sword, Lu Shuiyao replied. A celestial sword is what sold you out? Your master is quite something, Lin Fan remarked coldly. In addition, they promised that my disciples from Wanhua Island would be allowed to train in the ancient burial grounds, Lu Shuiyao continued. With the top 10 still undecided. Does Wujiman truly have such confidence that they can retain access to the ancient burial grounds? Lin Fan scoffed. Discussing this now is futile. Can you resolve the troubles that Sister Shuiyao currently faces? Ling Bing asked anxiously. If possible, allow me to meet with your master. I am confident I can convince him. Lin Fan replied with unwavering confidence. Can you truly persuade him? Lu Shuiyao's tear-filled eyes revealed boundless hope as she asked excitedly. Without the proper tools, one cannot undertake delicate tasks. Take me to meet him now, Lin Fan asserted with conviction. Do not worry, Sister Shuiyao, since he has promised you. He will undoubtedly fulfill it, Ling Bing reassured her. Yes, I believe you. Nodding earnestly, Lu Shuiyao wiped her tears and prepared to lead them back. But at that moment, a divine bull with multicolored fur descended, stepping upon clouds. Ah, the five-colored divine bull, Lin Fan exclaimed in surprise. This creature was originally the steed of Huang Feihu. After his demise, the five-colored divine bull entered the Jia sect. By all accounts, it ought to be in the Honghuang realm, not here. Do you know it? Ling Bing asked, secretly alarmed. One could say I do, Lin Fan replied vaguely, for he could not reveal that he hailed from the Honghuang realm. Lin Fan, at last. I have found you. The five-colored divine bull spoke, its eyes filled with murderous intent as it regarded Lin Fan. What do you want with me? Lin Fan sensed malice in its approach and discreetly gathered his strength, prepared for battle. I have been ordered to kill you. It snarled with a wicked grin. The five-colored divine bull was not one for many words. The instant it finished speaking, it charged with its sharp horns like lightning, hailing from the Honghuang realm. Even if Lin Fan had once dismissed it, here in the Xuanwu continent, it was a being of tremendous power. In less than 5 exchanges, the trio of Lin Fan were utterly unable to withstand its ferocious onslaught and were left reeling, battered, and bruised. What level of beast is this? Its power is utterly terrifying. Ling Bing was stunned, her heart racing. Is this still you? So easily defeated. So, you have come to this day as well. The five-colored divine bull mocked arrogantly. As it lunged forward once more, suddenly, a sharp sword aura cut through the air, striking the five-colored divine bull fiercely. At this critical moment, the one who rushed to the rescue was none other than Yi Hongwei, a formidable being from the void 9 heavens. She was true to her word, fulfilling her mission, and was constantly protecting Lin Fan from the shadows. However, she was astonished to find that the seemingly unmatched sword aura struck the five-colored divine bull as if it were a mud cow entering the sea, posing no threat whatsoever. How could this be? Shocked, Yi Hongwei could hardly believe her eyes. Its physical defense is unparalleled. Ordinary blades cannot harm it, Lin Fan stated coolly. But this is just too abnormal, Yi Hongwei said, frustrated. It can't be killed, and we can't fight it. What should we do next? Ling Bing asked, at a loss. You all go. I will hold them off, Yi Hongwei insisted. You cannot threaten it. Let me handle this, Lin Fan replied calmly. The primordial realm is on a completely different level than the Xuanwu continent. Likewise, even though the five-colored divine bull may seem insignificant in the primordial realm, it is not something the powers of the Xuanwu continent can threaten. Now that it has arrived here, it is a dimensional suppression. Even Yi Hongwei, with her cultivation in the void 9 heavens, could only be subjected to a beating. Lin Fan, do you think this is the primordial realm? The five-colored divine bull laughed mockingly, looking down on them. Come at me together. I have no intention of letting you go anyway. Humph, what a boastful claim. What can you possibly do to me? The five-colored divine bull challenged. Lin Fan did not hesitate and immediately extended his hand, decisively tossing out the demon egg. In an instant, the demon egg, which had been only the size of a fingernail, grew explosively larger, reaching hundreds of meters in size in the blink of an eye. Shocking Yi Hongyue, Ling Bing, and the others, leaving them speechless. Lu Shuiyao, having witnessed the demon egg's capabilities in the ancient graveyard, remained unfazed and calm. What is this? A concealed weapon? An egg? The five-colored divine bull asked curiously, its limited experience failing to recognize the origins of the demon egg, thus dismissing it entirely. Your doom is at hand. Lin Fan grinned sinisterly. Once the demon egg attacks, it is certain to perish. What, have you gone mad since arriving on this desolate star? The five-colored divine bull drooled, completely unaware of the imminent danger. The demon egg is notoriously aggressive. The ancient 3,000 chaos demons revered it, and even the 6 saints of the primordial realm showed it respect. Yet now, a mere beast dares to claim it as food. This is intolerable. The demon egg wasted no time in bantering, directly smashing down violently. Bang, bang. Simple, brutal. The next moment, the five-colored divine bull did not even have time to react before it was reduced to a pulp by the demon egg, its essence and spirit obliterated. What? This giant egg is too terrifying, Yi Hongyue stammered. Ling Bing was equally astonished, genuinely shaken. In contrast, Lin Fan treated it as if he had merely accomplished an inconsequential task, shrinking the demon egg back down and collecting it publicly. What was that? A concealed weapon? Unable to suppress her curiosity, Yi Hongyue asked suspiciously, "Have you ever seen such a powerful concealed weapon?" Lin Fan replied with a smile. "Never. But its destructive power is truly alarming," Ling Bing said, still trembling. "This is the demon egg, which I acquired in the ancient graveyard," Lin Fan declared proudly. "And the five-colored divine bull? Why did it come to kill you? What grievances exist between you? Also, what is the primordial realm?" Ling Bing perceived something amiss and pressed for clarity, wanting to understand the situation thoroughly. "This is a long story. Let's discuss it after Shuiyao's wedding is settled." Lin Fan deflected. Deep down, he understood that the secret of his origins from the primordial realm would eventually be revealed. Moreover, now that the five-colored divine bull had come, there would surely be more bloodshed, and his identity would inevitably be exposed. A secret cannot be contained forever. Subsequently, Lu Shuiyao led the two of them to the base of Wuzhishan at Wanhuado. Lin Fan intended to meet with the island master Yu Wuqing of Wanhuado, persuading her not to push Lu Shuiyao into a perilous situation. However, they were unprepared for the sight of Tang Xian, the leader of the Wuji sect, conspiring with Yu Wuqing in the main hall. Outside the hall, Tang Long was idly joking with the female disciples of Wanhuado. Upon seeing Lu Shuiyao, Lin Fan, and Ling Bing approach, he hurriedly greeted them with a sycophantic smile. "Shuiyao, you've returned. I've been waiting for you for so long." A flatterer, Tang Long, with a warm face, ignored Lu Shuiyao's indifference. "What are you doing here?" Lu Shuiyao asked coldly. "Did your master not tell you? My father came to propose last night. Your master agreed, saying that after the 10 sects martial conference, we will wed, and you will be my wife then," Tang Long boasted. His words were directed not only at Lu Shuiyao, but also at Lin Fan. "I will not agree to it. Even if I die, I will never marry you." Looking him in the eye, Lu Shuiyao declared firmly, making her stance clear. "It is my master's decree and the matchmaker's words. This matter is already set in stone. It cannot be changed." Tang Long replied triumphantly. "I have seen shamelessness, but never to this extent." Unable to bear it any longer, Ling Bing retorted sharply. "Regardless of what you think, Shuiyao is my fiancé from now on, and no one can change that," Tang Long proclaimed with a smug expression. "A toad wishing to eat swan meat? How absurd." Ling Bing continued to counter. "Little girl, say that again. Don't think I want to do anything to you. Here's Wuzhishan. It is the Wuji sect." Tang Long, unable to contain his rage, pointed at Ling Bing, roaring with killing intent. Slap, slap. Standing idly by, Lin Fan took action. He sealed the surrounding space with his Xinhuang power, then swiftly appeared before Tang Long, delivering 2 resounding slaps that knocked him to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth, and even 2 of his front teeth were knocked out. Chapter 51. Open Kill and Secret Stab. The Demon Clan breaks free. I dislike pointless chatter. When action is possible, I will definitely not waste words. Moreover, with Yi Hongyue and the demon egg backing him up, Lin Fan had no qualms about fighting even within the Wuji sect. You dare to hit me? Tang Long jumped up from the ground after being slapped. Covering his stinging face with his right hand, his eyes turned bloodshot, and his expression was twisted with rage, as if he were ready to devour someone. You pointed at my woman. I was already courteous enough not to sever your hand. Lin Fan replied defiantly, completely disregarding him. I, Tang Long, the young master of the Wuji sect. What of pointing at your woman? How dare you lay hands on me? If I don't ruin you today, I swear I want to be human. Being struck in front of Lu Shuiyao, he felt compelled to recover his dignity. Enraged, Tang Long's countenance darkened as he decisively summoned his long sword, launching a fierce assault. His strikes embodied the boundless swordsmanship, the sword moving like a dragon. Each maneuver reminiscent of mountains crumbling and rivers surging, exuding a formidable aura that seemed to swallow the heavens. In just a few days, he appeared transformed, his overall strength having seen significant enhancement. Sensing imminent danger, Lin Fan's expression chilled. Since his opponent dared to strike, he possessed unwavering confidence and capability to maintain order. In this moment, facing the aggressively advancing Tang Long, he brandished the Hunyuan sword, fearlessly meeting the challenge head-on. Tang Long harbored deep resentment from his previous defeat at Lin Fan's hands. Consequently, with a chance to prove himself, he was consumed by a burning desire to annihilate Lin Fan. The two formidable forces clashed fiercely, their energies clashing like titans. Observing this scene, Lu Shuiyao felt an inexplicable tension rise within her. Lin Fan was an outsider, having no obligation to embroil himself in conflict. Yet he had offended the Wujiman on her behalf, stirring a tumult of mixed emotions within her. It's all right, Shuiyao, Ling Bing said, holding her small hand in a comforting gesture. But this could bring you unnecessary trouble, Lu Shuiyao replied, her feelings complex. If the sky were to fall, we would support you. You needn't worry. Surely you don't wish to spend your life with someone you do not favor? When it is time to stand up and resist, you must do so, Ling Bing encouraged. Just as they spoke, the Hunyuan sword struck true, severing Tang Long's sword into two once more. What rubbish! Having occupied the ancient graveyard for so long, do you not possess a single decent treasure? How dare you present a celestial sword as a wedding gift? Utterly disgraceful. Lin Fan mocked. Since you were so eager to witness my treasure, I shall oblige you today. Tang Long, unable to endure further humiliation, had initially intended to conceal his most formidable weapon for the 10 Sects conference. But the repeated severing of his sword drove him to desperation, compelling him to prove himself. In that moment, an overwhelming, sinister aura emanated from Tang Long. Even Lin Fan, powerful as he was, felt an involuntary chill run down his spine, gripped by an instinctive dread that rendered him momentarily paralyzed with anxiety. Although Tang Long had yet to unveil his so-called treasure, Lin Fan sensed that it was undoubtedly extraordinary. What are you doing? A sudden furious roar erupted. Following the sound, they saw Tang Xian, the leader of the Wujimen, leap to Tang Long's side, forcefully suppressing his intention to summon the god-slaying spear. Father, what happened to your face? Tang Long interrupted, his voice filled with anger. Why did he strike you? Tang Xian inquired further. After a moment's contemplation, Tang Long blurted out. He cannot stand seeing me with Shuiyao. Insolent wretch. Since your father has failed to teach you properly, I shall take it upon myself to administer a fitting lesson today. Tang Xian acted decisively, intent on murder. To him, this was a rare opportunity to eliminate Lin Fan. Once he dealt with him, the position of leader would no longer pose a threat. After all, the Wujiman was a powerful clan, and even if he killed Lin Fan, no one would dare retaliate, especially since Lin Fan had struck first. With lethal intent, Tang Xian unleashed a terrifying dark energy that enveloped him, a hallmark of the Void Realm. Killing Lin Fan, a mere ant of the true realm, would be effortless, with no chance of mishap. Oh no, Ling Bing exclaimed. Quick, dodge. Lu Shuiyao was frantic, fearing that Lin Fan would pay dearly for Tang Xian's attack. Alas, Tang Xian's speed was insurmountable. They could only watch helplessly as tragedy unfolded. Meanwhile, Tang Long wore a cruel smile, reveling in the scene before him, overjoyed at the prospect of Lin Fan's demise. If Lin Fan were to perish, Shuiyao would be his for the taking, and the position of leader would be uncontested. As death approached, Lin Fan stood resolute. Indifferent even in the face of the Void Realm powerhouse, Tang Xian. He bore no fear, dismissing the threat entirely, with not even an inclination to evade. Witnessing this, Tang Xian felt a twinge of unease, sensing something amiss. Nevertheless, he unleashed his full power, intent on delivering a fatal blow. Convinced that Lin Fan would undoubtedly perish if his attack succeeded, He held absolute confidence in his abilities. However, what he remained oblivious to was that Lin Fan's inaction stemmed not from fear, but from the assurance of dual protection. Yi Hongwei, lurking in the shadows, could intervene at any moment. Even if she were too late, the demon egg possessed the capability to turn the tide. Did Tang Xian believe he could find an opportunity to kill Lin Fan? Such aspirations were nothing short of delusional. As anticipated, just as Tang Xian's attack was about to reach its target, a sharp sword energy sliced through the air, locking onto Tang Xian's vital points. If he did not evade, he would surely pay with his life. Who is it? Tang Xian thought, sensing impending doom. He could not afford to gamble with his life. Thus, even with the chance to eliminate Lin Fan within his grasp, he had no choice but to withdraw and prioritize his own safety. Yi Hongwei, what brings you here? He exclaimed, recognizing her after evading the sword's edge, astonished. I stand against injustice, Yi Hongwei proclaimed, sword in hand, standing protectively before Lin Fan, her gaze fierce. Moreover, the Wujiman's audacity is astounding. Last night, Gui Wucheng attempted an assassination, and now you, the sect leader, seek to deliver a death blow? Clearly, you are willing to go to any lengths to seize the position of leader. I don't understand what you're saying. Tang Xian snapped, his face darkening. Understanding is secondary. What matters is that with me here, you shall not harm him. Yi Hongwei asserted firmly. So, you are determined to oppose my Wujiman? What of it? Yi Hongwei retorted disdainfully. You will come to regret this. Tang Xian seethed, waving his hand angrily as he departed. Seeing this, Tang Long dared not hesitate, hastily following suit. I've caused you trouble again. Lu Shuiyao said apologetically, her heart heavy with guilt. Take me to meet your master, Lin Fan said calmly, sheathing the Hunyuan sword. My master is quite stubborn. She will not compromise, Lu Shuiyao responded, lacking confidence. Things are shaped by our actions. If I am not mistaken, Tang Xian has yet to fully subdue your master. Otherwise, he would not have come repeatedly. Besides, did your master not hear our commotion outside? Or does she simply choose not to intervene? Lin Fan inquired with a smile. Are you suggesting that in this world, all seek profit? Your master is no fool. A single celestial sword will not sway her. If I were to secure the position of leader at the 10 Sects conference, would she not be left with nothing if she were to marry you off to Tang Long? Lin Fan analyzed meticulously. She aimed to offend neither party and thus sought to navigate the situation adeptly. Yi Hongwei, with piercing clarity, stated, I understand. Her sudden realization was evident as she nodded. Yet, Lu Shuiyao's expression darkened further. As they conversed, an extraordinarily alluring woman emerged, none other than the illustrious owner of Orchid Island, Yu Wuqing. I wondered why this place is so splendid today. It turns out we have esteemed guests. Shuiyao, why did you not bring them in? Yu Wuqing greeted with an air of affability. However, upon noticing Yi Hongwei's presence, she hesitated slightly, quickly nodding in acknowledgement, cautious not to overstep. I'll unmaster you. I apologize for the abrupt visit and hope for your understanding. Lin Fan replied with an unyielding yet respectful demeanor. Shall we converse inside? Yu Wuqing invited warmly. There is no need for that. We can discuss matters here. I have heard that Tang Xiaomin from Wujiman is here to propose. Can you confirm this? Lin Fan inquired directly, eschewing any pretense. Indeed, this is true, Yu Wuqing replied, her expression serene. Have you agreed to this? Lin Fan pressed further. If I were to agree so readily, Tang Xiaomin would not have rushed here. After all, this is Shuiyao's lifelong matter. It cannot be taken lightly. Yu Wuqing asserted with utmost seriousness. Master. Lu Shuiyao was about to speak when Yu Wuqing gestured for her to remain silent, then tentatively asked, Nephew Lin Fan, you shone brilliantly at the 10 Sects martial gathering. Do you have confidence in securing the top position? Let me be frank, the top position is mine for the taking. Tang Long is no match for me. Lin Fan declared with resolute conviction. I have faith in you, but Wujiman has operated for many years. Persuading them to relinquish the top position will not be an easy feat, Yu Wuqing remarked, her words laden with implication. That is why he resorts to both overt and covert attacks. But has he succeeded? Lin Fan replied dismissively. Indeed, Yu Wuqing acknowledged. Alan Master, let us speak plainly. If you intend to betroth Shuiyao to Tang Long, it would be akin to pushing her into a pit of fire. If Tang Long cannot secure the top position, then Orchid Island will not gain access to the ancient tomb. I presume a celestial sword is insufficient to sway your decision? Lin Fan fixed his gaze upon her. Speaking candidly, Shuiyao has informed you? Yu Wuqing frowned, her discontent evident. That is of little consequence. What I mean is simple. If I were in your position, I would postpone any commitments until after the 10 Sects martial gathering. If Tang Long claims the top position, then marrying Xu Weiyao to him could be seen as advantageous. However, if I were to seize it, would that not be a loss for you? Lin Fan teased. As he spoke, he gestured, conjuring a sword from thin air and presenting it. This is the Qingyan sword, a divine treasure. I know Tang Xian also gifted you a celestial sword as a betrothal gift, but that item pales in comparison to this divine treasure. Lin Fan proclaimed with pride. And your intention in giving me this sword is what? A betrothal gift? Yu Wuqing inquired curiously, not reaching out to take it. A betrothal gift? Your question befuddles me. Lin Fan admitted. His intent was to prevent this marriage, yet he had not devised an adequate excuse. Driven solely by the desire to keep Lu Xueyao from marrying Tang Long, seeing Lin Fan speechless, Yu Wuqing continued, if this is not a betrothal gift, then your offering of this sword implies. Just as Lin Fan pondered how to respond, Ling Bing stepped forward and declared, indeed, it is a betrothal gift. Ling Bing, if I recall correctly, you and Lin Fan are partners, yes? Now that Lin Fan presents a betrothal gift, do you not have any thoughts on the matter? Yu Wuqing observed with an amused expression. Those capable should bear more responsibility. Ling Bing replied boldly. A fine statement. Yet is this Lin Fan's sentiment as well? Yu Wuqing inquired skeptically. We are united as husband and wife. My sentiments align with his. Moreover, as the man, he certainly would not refuse this. You truly surprise me. However, even if you consent, Xu Yao may not agree. 2 women serving 1 man. What a scandal that would be. Yu Wuqing insisted. This matter concerns the lifelong happiness of Sister Xu Yao. Island Master, shall we not respect her opinion? Let us not impose any demands upon her, shall we? Ling Bing spoke with measured grace. Yu Wuqing remained silent, her gaze instinctively searching for Xu Yao's stance. Lu Xueyao felt a tumult of emotions, struggling to articulate a response. It was certain she did not wish to be with Tang Long, yet the notion of marrying Lin Fan was daunting, even if she desired it. She was unprepared for such a commitment. Sensing her distress, Lin Fan stepped forward with poise, stating, Island Master, we need not rush Xu Yao into making a decision right now. My intention is straightforward. Before the conclusion of the 10-sex martial gathering, please refrain from making any commitments to Wujiman. Furthermore, this sword is not a betrothal gift. You may accept it without reservation. Xu Yao is our friend. Ultimately, our sole aim is her happiness and joy. Are you truly willing to part with this sword so easily? Yu Wuqing asked, taken aback by Lin Fan's generosity. It is merely a celestial sword, not a rarity. I possess many similar treasures, Lin Fan replied nonchalantly. In that case, I shall graciously accept. Rest assured, I promise you, prior to the 10-sex martial gathering's conclusion, I will not make any commitments to Wujiman. As you rightly said, the sword is inconsequential. Xu Yao's happiness is paramount. Accepting the Qingyun sword from Lin Fan, Yu Wuqing's eyes sparkled with delight. With your assurance, I am relieved. Lin Fan expressed contentment. At that moment, Ling rushed over, breathless, exclaiming, Brother-in-law, I finally found you. Is there something urgent? Ling Bing inquired curiously. The seal of the demon clan has been broken, and the entrance is at our encampment. Demons have already emerged, wreaking havoc. Chapter 52. The 10,000-Year Demon Calamity. A creature neither human, god, nor ghost. Demon clan. Lin Fan was taken aback. It seemed the legendary 10,000-Year Demon Calamity was about to descend. Yu Wuqing lamented, her expression growing grave. What is the 10,000-Year Demon Calamity? Lin Fan asked, puzzled. Every century, the demon clan invades the Xuanwu continent, slaughtering 1/10 of the total human population. This is the minor calamity. Every millennium, they claim half of the population. This is the medium calamity. Every 10,000 years, they annihilate almost everyone, leaving only a few suitable men and women for reproduction. This is the great calamity. Based on the timeline, we are nearing the 10,000-year demon calamity, and if nothing changes, all inhabitants of the Xuanwu continent will perish. Yu Wuqing conveyed with solemnity. How has such a monumental event never been mentioned before? Lin Fan questioned, his brow furrowed and his complexion pale. Humans are forgetful. The century-long calamity seems distant, let alone the 10,000-year one. Until it approaches, few pay heed. Yu Wuqing sighed. So we are all doomed? Lu Xueyao asked, her composure unraveling. According to records, calamities of this magnitude have occurred on the Xuanwu continent at least 10,000 times. If fortune does not favor us, and we cannot ascend to the immortal realm, we can only accept our fate. For common folk like us, it is essentially a path to death. Yu Wuqing remarked with self-deprecation, shaking her head as she spoke. Then, what are we to do next? Await our demise? Lu Shuiyao spoke in a state of panic. In the depths of fate, everything is predestined. This is all a matter of destiny. Lin Fan and Ling Bing did not linger. Immediately turning back to Zhongzishan with Ling Tian in tow. Intrigued by the demon race, Lu Shuiyao decided to accompany Lin Fan. Thank you for your help earlier. I can only imagine the dire consequences otherwise, she said earnestly, taking Ling Bing's hand. From the moment we met, I have regarded you as my sister. Ling Bing sweetly replied. Thank you, sister, but I feel guilty for the loss of a celestial sword, Lu Shuiyao said, casting an innocent glance at Lin Fan. Your safety is far more important than anything else, Ling Bing gently reassured her, before casting a peculiar look at Lin Fan and asking, where did you acquire that celestial sword? Surely you did not deceive the Lord of Jade Island? Not long ago, Snow Yao and I accidentally stumbled into an ancient tomb, where I found numerous celestial artifacts and casually picked a few. Lin Fan explained. Cough, yet I have never seen you gift me any, Ling Tian grumbled. I have not received one myself. What grounds do you have for complaint? Ling Bing retorted dismissively. You will all have your own in due time. I keep it in mind, but the right moment has yet to arise, Lin Fan clarified. Upon returning to the residence of Xinyuan's sect, they were met by esteemed masters such as Tang Xin of Wujimin, Zhang Jubao of Taijimin, and Zhou Yi of Wuxingmen. At that moment, over 10 corpses lay scattered on the ground, including both Xinyuan's sect disciples and demon race members. Seeing Lin Fan return safely, Elder Lu Qi rushed over with concern. Are you all unharmed? We are well, but what has happened here? Lin Fan inquired directly. It's a long story. In brief, our residence is the site of the demon race's seal, and none anticipated that it would break at this time. We were caught off guard, resulting in several disciples' tragic deaths. While we also eliminated some of the invading demon race's experts, Lu Qi succinctly explained. Then what are they gathered here for? Lin Fan pressed further. To see if we can reseal the exit, but considering this year marks the 10,000-year demon calamity, it is unlikely we can stop the demon race's invasion. Lu Qi lamented, a look of despair in his eyes. Is it impossible to seal the exit against the 10,000-year demon calamity? Lin Fan asked in confusion. It is not that simple. The Xuanwu continent has endured countless similar disasters, and this time will be no exception. Lu Qi shook his head in resignation. Lin Fan chose not to press further and approached the corpses. A fleeting glance revealed something amiss, prompting him to crouch down for a closer inspection. Moments later, a realization dawned upon him as he murmured, the Azura clan. Lin Fan, do you recognize these demons? Zhang Jubao of Taijimin asked curiously. I have read about them in an ancient text. They are referred to as the demon race or the Azura clan. Created by the ancestor of the Nether River in the Blood Sea of the Netherworld. They are neither divine nor ghostly nor human, but rather a hybrid between all three. Lin Fan explained, surveying the gathered crowd. After a brief pause, he added, the most significant distinction between them and humans lies in their eyes. Ours are normally black, while the demons possess purple eyes. Is there a way to deal with them? Zhou Yi of Wuxingmen inquired. They wield divine powers, exhibit ghostly malevolence, and possess human emotions. Aside from defeating them in direct combat, there is no other recourse, Lin Fan stated plainly. That is no solution to our current predicament. The pressing issue is how to seal the demon race's exit, Tang Xin of Wujimin interjected, somewhat skeptical yet surprised by Lin Fan's insights. Just as they were speaking, another wave of demons surged forth from the ancient well before them, striking fiercely and fearlessly. With the leaders of the Xuanwu continent gathered in one place, the invading demons found themselves overwhelmed before they could fully unleash their abilities, meeting swift justice. These demons are nothing to fear, Tang Long scoffed. What we see now are merely the weakest among them. True masters have yet to emerge. If they did, we would be utterly outmatched, as they have laid waste to the Xuanwu continent every 10,000 years. We cannot afford to delay, or more demons will emerge. We must find a way to seal the exit together, Tang Xin urged gravely, aware that Wujimin would be the first to face the brunt of the onslaught. Under the threat of total annihilation, they could not afford to lose Wujimin. Otherwise, they would have nothing left. Thus, the various sect leaders joined forces to establish a seal. After half an incense stick's time, they managed to precariously seal the exit. However, to Lin Fan, the seal constructed by Tang Xin and the other leaders seemed almost trivial. Not only could it not withstand a demon race, but even he could break through it effortlessly. Nevertheless, the exit was temporarily sealed. Following the sealing, the sect leaders held a symbolic meeting. Yet, given the impending 10,000-year demon calamity, everyone maintained a pessimistic outlook, lacking hope for survival. Some experts who had reached the void realm, however, resolved to ascend before the calamity struck, determined to evade the impending disaster. Husband, what are your thoughts on this 10,000-year demon calamity? Ling Bing asked anxiously as she observed Lin Fan studying the demon exit meticulously. This time, the fortune of everyone on the Xuanwu continent is quite favorable, for they have encountered me. Lin Fan declared with a grin. Does that mean you have a way to confront the demons? Lu Shuiao asked in awe, her eyes brimming with expectation. Not at the moment, but I am certain a solution will present itself, Lin Fan replied nonchalantly. Ling Ao, after conferring with several other sect leaders, approached the exit. Noticing Lin Fan and the others still present, he hastily walked over, curiosity evident in his demeanor. What ancient text are you studying? I have never heard of such a book, he remarked, realizing the truth yet not revealing it. I merely spoke whimsically earlier, otherwise they would not have let it go so easily, Lin Fan chuckled self-deprecatingly. Understanding Lin Fan's complexity, Ling Ao refrained from pursuing the matter further, instead stating gravely. The 10,000-year calamity has occurred over 10,000 times before, each time bringing devastation to the Xuanwu continent. I never anticipated we would be caught in it. If we cannot ascend before it strikes, death awaits us. What is meant to come will eventually arrive. All we can do is fulfill our responsibilities and leave the rest to fate, Lin Fan replied confidently. Do you think we can escape this calamity? Ling Ao asked tentatively. I cannot say whether we can evade it, but I do know that the seal they just established will not hold against the demons, Lin Fan asserted. Lin Fan spoke with piercing clarity. Moments ago, the seal was set up by masters at the helm of the Xuanwu continent, and logically, the seal should have been formidable enough. Ling Ao attempted to validate something, but before he could finish his thought, the seal was struck once more, shaking violently. It was evident that powerful demons were frantically attacking from within, striving to break free and unleash chaos. Could it be? A seal established by so many masters is so easily compromised? Ling Ao questioned himself. The seal could withstand ordinary demons, but when faced with formidable foes, it was destined to shatter, Lin Fan succinctly articulated. As predicted, after a dozen assaults, the seal shattered like fragile glass. In a swift motion, a demon exuding a menacing aura emerged, leading over 20 more demons, their intentions aggressive and lethal. What should we do? Ling Ao stammered, rendered speechless in the face of such ferocity, utterly lost as to how to respond. In stark contrast, Lin Fan maintained an air of unwavering confidence, dismissing the demons entirely. Just as their malicious gazes turned towards them, Yi Hanyue suddenly appeared before him, brandishing her sword. This demon possesses the strength of a celestial immortal. You are no match for it, Lin Fan stated bluntly. A celestial immortal? I am eager to witness the extent of their prowess, Yi Hanyue replied, undeterred. In an instant, she charged forth, sword in hand, fearless. Humph, ignorant little ant. The demon egg scoffed. These demons were essentially of the Azura clan, implying that the slaughter occurring on the Xuanwu continent is linked to the old ancestor of the underworld river. One must wonder, why would that old ancestor unleash such brutal carnage in this forsaken place, and why does he pillage every 10,000 years? Truly, it incites the wrath of both gods and men. I had no inkling of this in the Hongwang realm. Lin Fan engaged the demon egg in conversation, his curiosity piqued. This demon egg was the only entity with whom he could converse. It undoubtedly ties back to some unspeakable interests. Otherwise, there would be no reason for him to slaughter these myriads. The demon egg asserted. I may have missed the earlier events, but since I am here, I shall see it through to the end. I am eager to discover what that old ancestor of the underworld river truly desires, Lin Fan declared resolutely. Ahem. I still have yet to discern your identity. Who exactly are you? The demon egg inquired seriously. To dare to refer to the old ancestor of the underworld river so casually is a bold claim few would make. It is known that the old ancestor is regarded as the foremost entity beneath the saints. Even the saints show him deference. Can you guess? Lin Fan replied with a smile. Your name is familiar to me. There was indeed someone named Lin Fan in the Hongwang realm. That fellow was exceptionally talented, favored by the primordial heavenly sovereign, but he had a way with women, and many celestial maidens were entangled with him. It is said he captivated both the nine heavens Xian Nu and Chang'e, inciting jealousy from the Holy Mother Yuan Jun and Empress Hutu. And even the Queen Mother of the West sought him desperately. Rumor has it that he has set his sights on the Saintess Hua, which is truly outrageous. The demon egg exclaimed, filled with nostalgia. Am I truly that famous in the Hongwang realm? Lin Fan grinned broadly, his spirits lifted. What do you mean by that? It sounds somewhat off. Are you and the Lin Fan from the Hongwang realm one and the same? But how did you end up on this desolate wasteland? The demon egg exclaimed, utterly incredulous. A true hero does not dwell on past glories. I am here solely for the purpose of tempering myself. Lin Fan deflected. Surely, I cannot admit to fleeing here after a failed pursuit of Enwa. That would be too embarrassing. I knew it. The first time I laid eyes on you. I sensed you were extraordinary. Your aura is not something an ordinary person could possess. Moreover, you are surrounded by beautiful women. Even in this wasteland, you are undeniably charming. An irresistible presence that attracts the attention of countless maidens. The demon egg praised fervently. Enough. I shall surely extract you from this wretched egg. Lin Fan said with a satisfied expression. By the way, there is something I have always wanted to ask you. Did you truly engage with the 9 heavens, Xian Nu and Chang'e? The demon egg inquired eagerly. What of it? Did Fairy He wish to practice dual cultivation with you as well? I turned her down. The Queen Mother of the West? I have heard that she sought to vie for you against the 7 fairies, even disregarding her status to punish them, casting them down to the mortal realm. Is that true? Such matters are indeed scandalous. Ah, idol. I am in awe of you. Chapter 53, The 8 Trigrams of Fushi. A single strike of the phoenix soul needle to end all. Yi Hongyue's spirits were high. Yet, before absolute strength, she was utterly defenseless. After a mere 10 exchanges, the celestial immortal demon struck her squarely in the chest, leaving her gasping and spewing blood. Lin Fan, quick as lightning, countered the demon's assault with a powerful strike that forced the enemy back. He then cradled Yi Hongwei in his arms, channeling his rich, profound essence into her. Rest well. I shall handle these monsters from here, Lin Fan assured her, signaling for Ling Bing and Lu Shuiyao to escort her to safety. But I cannot withstand their attacks. Can you? Blood seeped from the corners of Yi Hongyue's mouth, her concern palpable. I may not be able to, but it can. As he spoke, Lin Fan summoned the demon egg, which had been itching to emerge. Once released, the demon egg grew exponentially, launching a savage assault. Bang, bang, bang. The demon egg wreaked havoc. Those demons, once appearing formidable in Yi Hongyue's eyes, crumbled under the relentless onslaught of the demon egg. Even the celestial immortal demon was reduced to a mere puddle of flesh, obliterated in an instant. Within mere breaths, all 20 of the aggressive demons lay vanquished. Thus, the demon egg completed its grim task. It is utterly terrifying. It is merely an egg, yet it wreaks such havoc. Yi Hongyue thought, still in shock. Ling Ao stood beside her, utterly astounded. Yi Hongyue's prowess had already surprised him, and now the demon egg's rampage shattered his understanding. It was hard to fathom that Lin Fan possessed such terrifying power, and it was no wonder he had dismissed the demons from the very beginning. Xiao Fan. What was that just now? Unable to contain his astonishment, Ling Ao's expression shifted dramatically. The demon egg, I obtained it from the ancient graveyard not long ago. Lin Fan explained. But how can an egg be so formidable? It hasn't even hatched yet. If it were to do so, it might be even more fearsome. Lin Fan spoke vaguely, unwilling to elaborate further. With the demon realm's exit now breached, demons could emerge at any moment. Thus, as the demon egg concluded its rampage, Lin Fan stepped forward to seal the exit. In mere moments, he clapped his hands, adopting a demeanor of accomplishment, leaving Ling Ao utterly bewildered. You can set seals? Ling Ao asked in astonishment. Isn't this what it is? Lin Fan chuckled lightly. Are you trying to trick me? The various sect leaders combined took at least a half-incense stick's worth of time to set up the seal, and in the end, it proved feeble. How long did it take you? Is this even feasible? Ling Ao, feeling uneasy, replied, Rest assured, what I have devised is far superior to their joint efforts. At least for the foreseeable future, we can remain worry-free. With confidence, Lin Fan asserted, let me give it a try, ignoring her own injuries. Yi Hongwei gently pushed aside Ling Bing and Lu Shuiyao, stepping forward to unleash her dark spiritual energy in a fierce strike. Be careful, Lin Fan called, but alas, his warning came too late. Yi Hongyue's full-force attack on the seal was met with a powerful rebound, leaving her reeling and spitting blood uncontrollably. Why did you have to do that? Lin Fan lamented, rushing to her side to heal her with his profound energy. You, Yi Hongyue stammered, initially wanting to blame him for not warning her, but in her current state, she could barely form a coherent sentence. You truly excel in all areas. I never imagined your mastery of sealing would be so formidable, Ling Ao remarked, her expression one of complete admiration. All right, this matter can be considered temporarily settled. It's late. Let's all return to rest, Lin Fan said gently, supporting the still injured Yi Hongwei. I'll head back now. Lu Shuiyao chimed sweetly. As before, Lin Fan remained concerned for her safety, secretly instructing the magic egg to accompany and protect her, ensuring her safety was guaranteed. For the next 2 days, Lin Fan and Ling Bing did not leave Central Finger Mountain. Strangely, Lu Shueya returned to find them once more. 3 days later, the top 10 competition was set to commence. According to the draw, in the first round, Lin Fan of Xianyuan sect would face Zhou Tian of the Five Elements sect. Lu Shuiao was scheduled for the second round, against Qin Yun of the Tiandao sect, a super genius with 8 spiritual veins. Amidst the eager crowd, Lin Fan ascended the arena. Zhou Tian of the Five Elements sect, I hope you will show mercy, senior brother, Zhou Tian said respectfully, cupping his hands. No need for pleasantries, let us fight with all our might, Lin Fan replied dismissively. He intended to finish the battle swiftly, confident in his ability to easily defeat this unknown opponent. However, once the fight commenced, he sensed something was amiss. Zhou Tian unleashed the Fushibagua. Instantly, a massive golden array enveloped the entire arena, forming an 8 gates golden lock formation that ensnared Lin Fan, who was caught off guard. The 8 gates golden lock formation was unparalleled in power, crafted according to the 8 directions of the Qimen Duanjia. Those familiar with formations could navigate it. But for the uninitiated, it could spell doom. Zhou Tian's use of the Fushibagua to establish this formation was astonishing. It was evident he had come prepared. Senior brother, this formation is the 8 gates golden lock. It is either life or death. I only have this little trick. If you can break free, I shall concede. But if you cannot, do not recklessly charge in, or you will face utter destruction. Zhou Tian declared triumphantly. Lin Fan paced within the formation. Realizing with astonishment that it was exceedingly bizarre, it shifted with his movements, rendering the concepts of life and death gates elusive. Below the arena, Tang Xian and Tang Long from the Wujimen had come to observe. As the saying goes, knowing oneself and the enemy ensures victory in 100 battles. The more they understood Lin Fan, the greater their chances of defeating him. At this moment, witnessing Lin Fan trapped and struggling in the formation, Tang Long felt a chill. Phew, I'm fortunate I didn't encounter him. Otherwise, I too would likely be unable to escape. This formation is indeed peculiar, constantly shifting due to the 8 gates. Star positions and terrain, Tang Xian praised. Father, do you think Lin Fan can escape? Tang Long asked eagerly, his eyes ablaze with anticipation. It's hard to say. Even I may not be able to break free from this formation, Tang Xian admitted. Are you suggesting Lin Fan might be eliminated in the top 10 competition? Tang Long exclaimed with delight. Without Lin Fan as a threat, the others would pose no challenge, and he could resolve matters without even summoning the 9 spirits Yuan Saint. While some rejoiced, others were anxious. As Lin Fan found himself ensnared in the 8 gates golden lock formation, Ling Bing, Ling Tian, and others were in a state of frantic worry, feeling helpless. Sister, you know him best. Do you think he can escape this formation? Ling Tian asked. Unable to contain his unease, his expression filled with trepidation. He has the ability to set up formations to seal the demon clan, logically. His prowess in formations should be formidable. Let us hope he can break free from the seal, Ling Bing sighed. Given Lin Fan's cultivation level, this battle should have been a clear mismatch. Yet, no one anticipated that Zhou Tian's Fushibagua would turn the tide, making everything uncertain. Just as the crowd speculated on Lin Fan's potential defeat, he suddenly raised his Hunyuan sword and effortlessly broke through the 8 gates golden lock formation with a simple sword technique. What? How is this possible? Zhou Tian, who had been so self-assured, was now struck dumb with fear, retreating in disbelief at Lin Fan's ability to escape the formation. One sword breaks all methods. The Fushibagua is indeed formidable, but your comprehension is woefully inadequate, barely tapping into its true power, Lin Fan proclaimed, sheathing his sword and gazing at Zhou Tian with pride. You also understand the Fushibagua? Zhou Tian gasped, his eyes wide with shock. The Book of Changes contains the Taiji, which gives rise to the 2 forms, which in turn produce the 4 symbols, leading to the 8 trigrams. The Fushibagua is solely about yin and yang. However, your understanding is superficial. You cannot hope to break the 8 gates golden lock formation born from the true Fushibagua, Lin Fan retorted. With that, before the astonished crowd, Lin Fan casually set up an 8 gates golden lock formation derived from the Fushibagua, ensnaring Zhou Tian within it. Witnessing this, Shou, the master of the 5 Elements sect, gasped in shock, feeling genuinely awed. This technique was beyond even his capabilities. Originally intending to catch Lin Fan off guard with a formation, he now realized how foolish that plan had been. Nearby, Tang Xian also felt a sense of wonder, as no one had anticipated Lin Fan's formidable mastery of formations, instilling despair in his opponents. Aha! Brother-in-law is amazing, Ling Tian exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he began to cheer uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Zhou Tian, caught unawares, found himself trapped. As he attempted to break free from the Eight Gates Golden Lock formation, he realized that Lin Fan's version was ever-changing and elusive. Recklessly entering could lead to certain doom. Recognizing that he stood no chance of escape, Zhou Tian voluntarily conceded, pleading for Lin Fan to spare his life. It was never Lin Fan's intention to make things difficult for him, and he gladly extended a gesture of mercy, swiftly dismantling the formation to release him. Once freed, Zhou Tian immediately knelt before Lin Fan, utterly humbled, and declared, I, Zhou Tian, have never admired anyone, but your mastery of formations leaves me in total awe. I initially contemplated defeating you with array formations, but now it seems I was merely displaying my clumsiness. Inciting laughter instead. Thank you for your mercy. Please rise. If you can grasp the essence of the two words, yin and yang, embodied in the Fushibagua, your future will be boundless. As he helped him to his feet, Lin Fan spoke with a calm demeanor. Lin Fan emerged victorious. Next on the stage, Lu Shuiyao of Wanhua Island faced Zhang Wuji of the Taiji sect. Ice, how well do you know Zhang Wuji? Lin Fan asked anxiously, observing the two standing on the arena. Lu Shuiyao, now as cold as ice, had dismissed Ling Bing's greeting earlier, which left Lin Fan with an unsettling feeling. Logically, she shouldn't be this way, yet her temperament had transformed overnight, stirring curiosity. Zhang Wuji was the most exceptional disciple of the Taiji sect in a century, possessing 7 spiritual veins. 3 years ago, he was at the 5th level of spiritual awakening, and his current realm was unknown. His mastery of Taiji fist and Taiji sword was unrivaled, making him a formidable opponent. Ling Bing spoke confidently, recounting all she knew. So, in your opinion, who will ultimately triumph? Lin Fan inquired further. You know Xue Yao's strength. She is at the earthly realm and wields the immortal artifact, the Phoenix Soul Needle. Unless something unexpected occurs, she should emerge victorious, Ling Bing replied nonchalantly. Lin Fan nodded, thoroughly agreeing. On the arena, Lu Shuiyao regarded Zhang Wuji with an expressionless gaze, her eyes sharp as blades. When the elder announced the commencement of the match, no one anticipated that she would immediately summon the Phoenix Soul Needle and charge at Zhang Wuji without hesitation. Although Zhang Wuji was powerful, he was entirely unaware of Lu Shuiyao's possession of an immortal artifact, let alone the might of the Phoenix Soul Needle. The outcome was inevitable. The battle had scarcely begun before it concluded. Zhang Wuji had not even had the chance to react before the needle pierced through him, leaving the onlookers in disbelief. In that moment, Zhang Wuji's face contorted in agony. After spitting out blood in a desperate state, he collapsed, lifeless on the ground. Instantly, the crowd fell silent, fully aware of Lu Shuiyao's profound abilities and anticipated a straightforward victory. Yet, no one expected her to take a lethal action, even the island master of Wanhua Island. Yu Wuqing was taken aback by the scene. Although the 10 sects martial gathering explicitly stated that life and death were fated on the arena, the unspoken understanding among the various sects was to limit harm unless driven by deep-seated enmity. Now, with Lu Shuiyao killing Zhang Wuji, Wanhua Island had positioned itself directly against the Taiji sect. Upon regaining his senses, Zhang Zhubao leaped onto the stage, cradling Zhang Wuji's body, realizing he was already dead. Zhang Junbao trembled with rage. I never expected you to possess a heart as venomous as a serpent. My Taiji sect has always maintained a good relationship with Wanhua Island. Why did you resort to murder? I trust one have not violated any rules? Lu Shuiyao turned her face towards Elder Tang, son of the Wuji sect, inquiring. Am I in violation? No. Tang's son nodded affirmatively. Then that settles it. Stowing the Phoenix Soul Needle, Lu Shuiyao prepared to leave the arena. Trying to leave? Unless you provide our Taiji sect with a satisfactory explanation today, you shall not depart from here. Disciples of the Taiji sect surged forward, encircling Lu Shuiyao, ready to strike at any moment. Husband, what is happening? Why did Shuiyao resort to killing? What should we do now? Ling Bing exclaimed anxiously. Feeling helpless and unsure of what actions to take, Lin Fan remained silent. He stepped through the crowd to stand before Lu Shuiyao, defending her. There must be a misunderstanding. This concerns our Taiji sect and Wanhua Island. It is not your concern, Xinyuan sect. You should refrain from meddling. Zhang Junbao retorted coldly. I shall revive him. Lin Fan declared boldly, pointing at Zhang Wuji. Chapter 54. A walking corpse, fueled by rage for love. Zhang Wuji has been slain. The disciples of the Taiji sect were filled with righteous indignation and deep sorrow. Yet, Lin Fan's words rendered the noisy arena utterly silent. In an instant, all eyes turned to the mysterious youth, eager to ascertain whether he truly possessed the ability to bring the dead back to life. Nephew Lin Fan, I know you wish to protect that venomous woman, but this is no jest. Zhang Juanbao's gaze bore into him, his expression grave. Life is at stake. Do I appear to be jesting? Lin Fan strode forward with determination. In the gaze of the multitude, he seated himself and decisively infused Zhang Wuji's body with the essence of Xianwang. Meanwhile, Yi Hongyue, who had remained hidden, suddenly appeared on the stage. She forcefully compelled the crowd back, including Zhang Jubao, ensuring Lin Fan's safety. Who is that woman? She nearly knocked the breath from me. That dark spiritual force. She is undeniably a formidable being of the Void Realm. Do you not recognize her? That is the renowned genius, Yi Hongyue. In less than a decade, she has reached the 9th level of the Void Realm. She is unparalleled across the entire Xuanwu continent. Yi Hongyue. Wow, she is indeed the legendary Yi Hongyue. And quite beautiful at that. But what is she doing here? Why is she protecting Lin Fan? Isn't it obvious? A beauty loves a hero. She might very well be Lin Fan's beloved. Yi Hongyue's appearance sparked a flurry of whispers among the crowd, who were equally astonished by Lin Fan's ability to revive the dead, eager to discern whether he truly possessed such power. The essence of Xianhuang could indeed breathe life back into the lifeless. However, given Lin Fan's current cultivation level, it was a daunting task. Even if he succeeded, it would come at a considerable cost. Yet for Lu Shuiyao, he had no choice but to gamble his life. At that moment, Zhang Wuji lay on the ground, enveloped in the essence of Xianwang, his wounds swiftly healing. Yet, his spirit had not yet returned. The prospect of revival seemed distant. Moreover, Lin Fan's condition appeared grim. Beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead. Blood trickled from his 7 orifices, presenting a chilling sight. Brother-in-law is on the verge of collapse. Seeing Lin Fan in such a state, Ling Tian felt genuine concern. It appears that reviving Zhang Wuji is no simple feat. Ling Bing observed, her palms clammy with sweat. Anxiety etched on her face. It is all that woman's fault. Were it not for her words, my brother-in-law would not be in such a plight. Ling Shui exclaimed indignantly. Silence. Matters of adults are not for children to discuss. Ling Bing reprimanded, casting a stern glare at Ling Shui. What I said is merely the truth. Ling Shui pouted defiantly. Wait, where has Lu Shuiyao gone? Suddenly, Ling Tian exclaimed, having made a startling discovery. She must have fled out of guilt. Ling Shui added with embellishment. As they spoke, Lin Fan could no longer contain himself and spat out a mouthful of blood. Yet even so, he dared not cease, lest all his efforts be in vain. He persevered for another half an incense stick's time, until utterly exhausted, he signaled for Zhang Junbao to approach. What is the situation? Nephew Lin Fan? Zhang Junbao expressed his anticipation, his voice trembling with emotion. Your life is not in danger. But you will need to rest for 3 to 5 months to fully recover, Lin Fan replied weakly. So, he truly has returned to life? Zhang Junbao, unable to believe it, hurriedly conducted a thorough examination. Once he confirmed that Lin Fan was not speaking in jest, he wore an expression of astonishment and exclaimed, You have achieved the impossible. How can I express my gratitude? Speak freely, and I shall do whatever is within the capabilities of the Taiji sect. I have no demands. You need only refrain from blaming Lu Shuiyao. There must be some misunderstanding, and rest assured, I will get to the bottom of it. After saying this, Lin Fan gestured to Yi Hongyue. She understood immediately and came over to assist him down from the arena. Since his rebirth, he had never felt so disheveled. Although he had managed to revive Zhang Wuji, it had nearly cost him his own life. Upon returning to the room, Ling Bing dared not disturb him. Yi Hongyue personally stood guard, ensuring his injuries healed swiftly so as not to hinder future battles. Sister, how is brother-in-law? Upon seeing Ling Bing exit the courtyard, Ling Tian and the others quickly surrounded her, expressing their concern. I've never seen him injured so severely. Ling Bing sighed deeply, her expression complex. Brother-in-law should never have intervened to save her. Ling Shui lamented. Considering his current condition, do you think it will affect the competition in 3 days? Ling Ao asked, his face etched with worry. After all, this was the only opportunity for the Xian Yuan sect to rise. Everything seemed to be progressing favorably, and Lin Fan indeed had the strength to claim victory. However, if his injuries were to impact this crucial battle, it would be a tremendous loss for him and the entire Xian Yuan sect. I don't know. Ling Bing shook her head slightly. but you are aware of his self-healing abilities. I hope he recovers quickly. For now, that is all we can do. Ling Ao nodded, filled with emotion. All right, father. It's quite late now. You all should return. I will inform you of any news. With Yi Hongwei and me here, everything will be fine. Ling Bing reassured them. Thank you for your efforts. Ling Ao said with concern, then waved to signal everyone to leave. Meanwhile, Lin Fan immersed himself in healing. As Ling Bing had mentioned, his injuries were severe, though not life-threatening. Reviving Zhang Wuji had drained nearly all his energy. Fortunately, he possessed the indestructible Xian Huang body, which protected him from utter despair. After spending a significant portion of the night stabilizing his injuries, Lin Fan dedicated the latter part to cultivating the stellar explosion technique, striving to enhance its power. Previously, while practicing the technique, he had absorbed the stellar energy of one planet using 100 spirit veins. Now, he attempted to consume the stellar energy of 100 planets with the same number of veins. Initially a mere experiment, he was pleasantly surprised to find that the speed of absorption had dramatically increased. After a few hours of practice, the power of the stellar explosion surged tremendously. If its previous strength was considered 1, it had now escalated to 10, a tenfold increase in potency. The following morning, the door creaked open as Ling Bing cautiously entered. Noticing Lin Fan's eyes open to meet hers, she quickened her pace and softly inquired, "How are your injuries?" "Nothing serious. I am basically healed." Lin Fan replied with a carefree smile, casually asking, "What about Xue Yao?" "Last night, I tried to inquire at Wanhua Island, but I didn't see her." Yu Wuqing also said he didn't know where she went. Ling Bing reported truthfully. "Her behavior seems rather unusual, though I don't know much about her." "She is certainly not a person prone to violence." Lin Fan expressed his concerns. "I share your sentiment. Something must have transpired that we are unaware of, otherwise she would never have harmed Zhang Wuji." They both nodded in agreement, their thoughts aligned. After deliberating, Lin Fan decisively summoned Yi Hongwei from outside the door. "There is something crucial you must help me investigate." Looking earnestly at her, he stated solemnly, "I can guess without you saying. It concerns Lu Xueyao, doesn't it?" Yi Hongwei replied instinctively. "How did you know?" Lin Fan asked in surprise. "After all, she is your close confidant. You would not wish to see her suffer," she teased. Glancing at Ling Bing, "Lu Xueyao once saved my life. I cannot simply ignore her plight," Ling Bing asserted rationally. "In that case, rest assured, I will uncover the truth," Yi Hongwei pledged, nodding seriously before departing without hesitation. Once she left, Lin Fan looked at Ling Bing apologetically and said, "Thank you for your understanding." "So, you are admitting you have feelings for her?" Ling Bing countered. "You are my lawful wife," Lin Fan replied, taking her hand with interest. "By the way, how did the other 3 matches go yesterday? Who emerged victorious?" "Tang Long from the Wuji sect, Wang Ho from the Life and Death sect, and Yi Hong from the Qingyan sect," Ling Bing recounted. Nodding slightly, Lin Fan continued, "Is there a competition today?" "I just inquired." "Today is the ranking matches for spots 6 to 10, with the top 5 competition taking place in 3 days. Your opponent in the top 5 is Yi Hong from the Qingyan sect," Ling Bing informed him directly. "What about Xue Yao?" Lin Fan pressed. "She faces Wang Ho from the Life and Death sect." "And Tang Long?" Lin Fan frowned. "He has a buy and automatically advances to the top 3, she explained. Though somewhat exasperated, Lin Fan nodded without further comment. Since the top 5 competition was 3 days away, he felt no need to venture outside. After reassuring Ling Ao and others of his safety, he and Ling Bing returned to their room to continue their seclusion and wait for news about Lu Xueyao. As evening approached, the elusive Yi Hongwei finally returned. "So, did you find any news about her?" Lin Fan asked eagerly. "I searched everywhere in the Wanhua Island base, but Lu Xueyao was not there, nor was she with Yu Wuqing," Yi Hongwei reported honestly. "That's strange. If she's not on Wanhua Island, where could she be?" Ling Bing asked anxiously. "I am wondering if she might have been captured or controlled," Yi Hongwei suggested after some hesitation. "How could a healthy person be controlled?" Ling Bing found it hard to fathom. "I know of a nefarious drug called Living Dead, which, when taken along with soul control, can render one a mere puppet. From my observations, Lu Xueyao's behavior yesterday was akin to that of the living dead, indicating a strong possibility of her being controlled." Yi Hongyue's expression turned grave. "What should we do if that is the case?" Ling Bing asked, panicking and feeling lost. Lin Fan then pulled out the magic egg and, with a serious expression, asked, "When I asked you to escort Xueyao home the other day, did anything unusual occur along the way?" "No, I stayed with her until she entered her room before leaving." The magic egg replied with certainty. "Should I venture into the depths of the Wuji sect?" I suspect this matter may involve them, Yi Hongyue proposed. Yi Hongyue lowered her voice and said, the forces of the Wujimen are formidable, with scattered immortals guarding the place. It is no easy task to find someone there. Lin Fan, feeling a sense of unease, replied, currently, there is no better solution. We can only take a risk and gamble on it. Thus, I will venture forth. If I do not return before dawn, it will mean that I have encountered trouble. At that time, you can send the demon egg to rescue me. Yi Hongyue declared passionately. Be careful. Lin Fan expressed his gratitude. After Yi Hongyue departed, Lin Fan and Ling Bing personally visited the outpost of the Orchid Island. Unfortunately, Yu Wuqing informed them that after Lu Shuiyao eliminated Zhang Wujie in the top 10 competition, she vanished without a trace, and you had not seen her since. Moreover, she repeatedly thanked Lin Fan for reviving Zhang Wujie, as otherwise, Orchid Island would have inevitably found itself in opposition to the Taijumen, a scenario she wished to avoid. At dawn, Yi Hongyue returned. Have you gathered any news? Lin Fan asked eagerly. She is in the forbidden area of the back mountain of the Wujimen. However, there are 3 scattered immortals guarding it. I initially intended to rescue her, but I nearly got caught, Yi Hongyue recounted, her voice filled with frustration. I knew the Wujimen would be involved in this. What should we do? Ling Bing asked, infuriated. The night is dark and perilous, and we have roughly the time of an incense stick before dawn. I will go and bring her back. Lin Fan stood up with a fierce resolve. You must think this through. There are 3 scattered immortals in the forbidden area. Those 3 ancient masters are top-tier experts. I can help you distract one. But you must handle the other 2 yourself, Yi Hongyue cautioned. I had no intention of shaking the foundation of the Wujimen at this time. But they have crossed my line. In that case, I do not mind eliminating those 3 scattered immortals. A chilling murderous intent flashed in Lin Fan's black eyes as he spoke brutally. Can the demon egg defeat them? Yi Hongyue asked skeptically. What are you saying, little girl? The demon egg was enraged and immediately jumped out, its terrifying aura pressing down on Yi Hongyue. If Lin Fan hadn't signaled it to back off, Yi Hongyue would have felt as if she were about to explode. Binger, you should stay here and wait for news, Lin Fan said sternly, looking at Ling Bing. Knowing she could not assist in such a high-level confrontation, Ling Bing obediently nodded and said, promise me you will be careful. If anything happens to you, I will not live on. I will return before dawn, Lin Fan assured her. Moments later, Yi and Yi Hongyue slipped away into the night. Raging fury for the sake of a beloved, Lin Fan remarked, genuinely admiring Ling Bing's generosity. Knowing that she was willing to assist him despite knowing he was going to rescue a cherished friend. The joy of being with 3 people is beyond your imagination. Yi Hongyue teased. If you do not mind, I would be willing to join you, allowing you to experience the delight of 4 together. Yi Hongyue mischievously proposed. Chapter 55, Slaying the Scattered Immortal, returning their own methods against them. Lu Shuiyao was at the Small Finger Mountain. This place was an absolute forbidden zone of the Wujimen, filled with seals and restrictions where a moment of carelessness could lead to utter ruin. Since Yi Hongyue had recently visited, this journey felt familiar and manageable for the 2 of them. The night was chilling as water, and the surroundings were eerily silent. Even the sound of insects was absent. After some effort, they arrived at a vast bamboo sea, halting before a modest bamboo hut where Lu Shuiyao was inside. Wait here. I will go in and take a look, Lin Fan instructed. Be careful, Yi Hongyue cautioned. With determination, he pushed the door open. The small room contained only a bamboo bed, where Lu Shuiyao sat cross-legged in meditation. Shuiyao, Lin Fan called softly. There was no response. Lu Shuiyao remained indifferent. However, just as Lin Fan attempted to approach her, she suddenly opened her eyes. At the same moment, a cold gleam shot towards him from behind. It was the Phoenix Soul Needle, radiating lethal intent. Fortunately, Lin Fan was mentally prepared and easily cleaved the needle with the Hongyuan sword before it could reach him. He could almost ascertain that Lu Shuiyao had been controlled. Otherwise, her indifference and sudden violence were inexplicable. At this moment, further words were unnecessary. Lin Fan acted decisively, attempting to forcefully take her away. Humph. With a cold grunt, Lu Shuiyao launched a fierce counterattack, disregarding any past affections, aiming the Phoenix Soul Needle directly at Lin Fan. The small bamboo hut could hardly withstand their struggle and soon shattered under the onslaught of their sharp sword energy. Outside, Yi Hongyue, witnessing their fierce exchange, quickly approached and whispered, "What is going on? Why are you 2 fighting?" She must have been controlled. To take her away, I have no choice but to use force, Lin Fan said sternly, holding the Hongyuan sword. This will alert others. Given the circumstances, there is no turning back. Without further ado, Lin Fan lunged forward again. Seeing this, Yi Hongyue also charged in with her sword. Even with her cultivation at the 9th level of the void, she could not withstand Lu Shuiyao, who was protected by the Phoenix Soul Needle. Soon, Yi Hongyue sealed Lu Shuiyao's body with her dark spiritual power, rendering her unable to move. Let us go. After successfully restraining her, Yi Hongyue urged anxiously. Do you think it's possible to leave now? Suddenly, a cold voice rang out. They turned to see an elderly man hovering in midair, coldly regarding them. At the same time, 2 other mysterious elders appeared beside him. These 3 were the scattered immortals of the Wujiman. You finally arrived, the opposing immortal said with piercing eyes. From your tone, are you plotting against me? Lin Fan asked, furrowing his brow in displeasure. Your existence poses a grave threat to the position of our Wujiman. As long as you live, we cannot live in peace. The immortal replied candidly. So, you discovered us the moment I arrived? Yi Hongyue retorted angrily. Otherwise? Did you truly believe you could evade our surveillance? Naive. This has always been a trap. Lu Shuiyao was merely bait to lure you in, another immortal boasted smugly. Clever scheme. However, as the saying goes, the most intricate machinations can backfire and lead to one's demise. I now offer this wisdom to you. Lin Fan responded fearlessly, showing no sign of trepidation. So, you do not believe you possess the strength to eliminate us? Another immortal laughed derisively, his face full of disdain. I do not, but someone does. Lin Fan replied, glancing with disdain. Yi Hongyue? Scoffed the immortal. Do not flatter me, I lack that capability. Yi Hongyue shrugged. You think you are scheming against me? I too have been plotting against you. I had no intention of wiping out your Wujiman, but since you have harmed my woman, do not blame me for being ruthless. Lin Fan declared coldly. Such bravado. I am eager to see what abilities you possess. The scattered immortals of the Wujiman, led by the arrogant Zhang Quan, charged forward with overwhelming force. Lin Fan, unfazed, casually extended his hand and tossed out the demon egg with composure. Let us resolve this swiftly, eliminate them without alerting others. Lin Fan commanded. Rest assured, these 3 insignificant insects pose no challenge. The demon egg replied. In the next moment, the demon egg expanded wildly and crashed down mercilessly. The scattered immortals of the Wujiman had never encountered such a spectacle and underestimated the demon egg, perceiving it merely as a peculiar egg with no real threat. However, they would soon regret their folly. With each strike of the demon egg, even the mightiest of immortals was reduced to mere pulp under its casual blows. In just 3 strikes, the 3 great immortals of the Wujiman met their demise, obliterated in both form and spirit, despite its power being sealed. Exterminating these immortals was no challenge for the demon egg. It was akin to slicing through vegetables. How terrifying. Yi Hongyue, filled with trepidation, gazed at the demon egg with reverence, nearly bowing in submission. Well done, let us return, Lin Fan said, nonchalantly putting away the demon egg. After all, these immortals were too feeble. He recalled a time in the Primordial realm when he could shatter a planet with a single punch or crush a universe with a single kick. Now that was truly grand. To be honest, although his power remained diminished, Lin Fan hardly regarded the experts of this realm as worthy adversaries. With the demon egg in hand, he felt free to experiment, for there was nothing here that could genuinely threaten him. At dawn, Ling Bing paced anxiously in the courtyard, unable to find rest. Lin Fan was facing the scattered immortals of the Wujiman, and the situation seemed dire. His absence at this hour left her deeply unsettled. Just then, the door creaked open, and upon seeing Lin Fan return safely with Lu Shuiyao and Yi Hongyue in his arms, she hurried to close the door behind them, her face reflecting a mix of emotions. What happened? Is Shuiyao all right? She inquired. She was controlled, but we haven't figured out the specifics, Lin Fan replied succinctly. After gently laying Lu Shuiyao on the bed, Lin Fan turned to the 2 women, saying, do not disclose her rescue to anyone for now. Rest assured, I will keep it to myself. Ling Bing nodded firmly before asking, did the scattered immortals of the Wujiman notice you? The 3 old wretches have been slain, Yi Hongyue exclaimed. What? Ling Bing gasped, utterly shocked. You killed them? We lack such strength. It was the demon egg that did the deed. Killing immortals was as easy as child's play. Yi Hongyue marveled. The demon egg? Its depths seem ever more unfathomable, Ling Bing remarked, still shaken. Lin Fan, possessing vast knowledge, examined Lu Shuiyao's condition but could not identify the root of her ailment. After much hesitation, he turned to Yi Hongyue and asked, what do you know about these mindless corpses? Not much, but I do know that the 3rd elder of the Wujiman, Tang Sun, is a master of poison. It's possible that Lu Shuiyao's control stems from him. Yi Hongyue stated directly, go fetch Tang Sun. Lin Fan commanded boldly. Now, Yi Hongyue was taken aback, realizing that capturing an elder of the Wujimin in broad daylight without being detected would be quite the challenge. Sensing her doubts, Lin Fan clarified, "I will have the demon egg accompany you." Upon hearing that her idol, the demon egg, would join her, Yi Hongyue's excitement soared. "I shall depart at once. Do not worry. I will return with him within the time it takes to burn an incense stick." After Yi Hongyue and the demon egg departed, Ling Bing, still anxious, asked, "What if we alert them?" "I would not hesitate to annihilate the entire Wujimin," Lin Fan replied. His expression cold as a glint of ruthlessness flickered in his dark eyes. True to his expectations, in about the time it takes to burn half an incense stick, Yi Hongyue and the demon egg returned triumphantly. The third elder of the Wujimin, Tang's son, was wrapped in a curtain, unceremoniously tossed onto the floor. "I must say, he is rather heavy." Yi Hongyue puffed, out of breath. "Was anyone alerted?" Ling Bing asked nervously. "No, the esteemed demon egg can seal space. Our journey was quite smooth. Not only did we bring someone back with great boldness, but if you ordered me to wipe out the Wujimin, it would not be impossible," Yi Hongyue chattered excitedly. "You have done well. Keep watch outside and ensure no one enters," Lin Fan instructed calmly. Nodding slightly, Yi Hongyue walked outside. Next, Lin Fan instructed the demon egg to seal the entire room, ensuring that no sounds or energies could escape. Only then did he release Tang's son, who was bound and gagged, his face flushed. Upon recognizing Lin Fan as his captor, Tang's son erupted in furious cries. Relying on his cultivation in the transformation realm, he unleashed a wave of purple spiritual energy, shattering his restraints. Removing the cloth from his mouth, he glared at Lin Fan, seething with rage. "You dare to scheme against me? I will make you kneel." He spat. Before Tang's son could finish, Lin Fan admonished him in an almost commanding tone. Words become reality. Despite Tang's son's unwillingness, he found himself kneeling involuntarily under the oppressive power of the demon egg. You, Tang's son stammered, terror-stricken. "You poisoned Lu Shuiyao, didn't you?" Lin Fan queried bluntly. What? How did she end up here?" Tang's son's face turned pale with fear. "I just rescued her from the Little Finger Mountain. And do not expect the 3 old wretches to come to your aid. I have already killed them," Lin Fan declared mercilessly. "What?" Tang's son's eyes widened in disbelief. Rendered speechless. "Now, cure Lu Shuiyao of her poison, and I may spare your life. Otherwise, do not blame me for my ruthlessness," Lin Fan warned coldly. "A man may be killed, but he must not be humiliated. I will never submit," Tang's son declared defiantly. "I admire your spirit. You truly have backbone." With that, Lin Fan struck him twice, knocking out 2 of his front teeth. Simultaneously, the power of the Xian Wang surged through Tang's son, coursing through his body like a swarm of venomous insects, leaving him writhing in agony. "Whoever shows weakness is a coward. I am eager to see just how tough your bones truly are," Lin Fan growled savagely. With relentless cruelty, he tortured Tang's son without reservation. The pride he once held swiftly turned to despair under Lin Fan's brutal methods, causing him to bleed from all 7 orifices, his form becoming unrecognizable as he begged for mercy. "I am a coward. I plead for mercy. Please stop." Lin Fan remained unmoved, ignoring his pleas. "I am willing to cure Lu Shuiyao of her poison. It is all my fault. Do not kill me. Had you known it would come to this, why did you act so recklessly?" "Since I dared to kill the immortals of your Wujimin, killing you is but a trifling matter," Lin Fan retorted coldly. "You had better not play tricks. If anything befalls Shuiyao, I will ensure your suffering is beyond comprehension." Standing silently beside, Ling Bing threatened him. Not daring to resist, Lin Fan released his confinement, allowing him to regain his freedom. With half of his life hanging by a thread, Tang Xuan knew better than to jest with his own existence. He cautiously approached the bed and infused a surge of energy into Lu Shuiao's body. Moments later, Lu Shuiyao gradually awakened. "Sister Shuiyao, how do you feel?" Ling Bing exclaimed with joy, rushing over to hold her hand, genuinely relieved. Looking at Ling Bing and Lin Fan, and then at the silent Tang Xuan, who resembled a frightened rabbit, Lu Shuiyao, bewildered, asked, What has happened to me?" "Binger, talk to her. I will have a deep discussion with Elder Tang San," Lin Fan said with a mischievous grin. He immediately took Tang Xuan, along with the magic egg, to the adjacent room. "Sister Binger, what on earth happened? Why am I here? And why is Tang Xuan, the elder of the Wuji sect, here too?" Lu Shuiyao sat up, holding Ling Bing's hand, eager to uncover the truth. "You remember nothing at all?" Ling Bing gently inquired. Shaking her head in confusion, Lu Shuiyao replied, "It feels like I've just awakened from a dream. I truly remember nothing." In response, Ling Bing recounted the events of the past few days in detail. Upon learning that Lin Fan had sacrificed half his life to revive Zhang Wuji in an attempt to make amends for her mistake, and had subsequently eliminated the 3 rogue immortals at Wuji sect, Lu Xueyao was overcome with emotion, tears streaming down her face, gratitude overflowing. "I'm so sorry. I had no idea I would bring you all so much trouble. It's all my fault," Lu Xueyao said, her face filled with remorse. "Your well-being is the most important thing," Ling Bing consoled her. Just as they were speaking, Lin Fan and Tang Xuan returned. Seeing Tang Xuan standing obediently like a grandson, Ling Bing, with a furrowed brow, asked, "What will happen to him? How do you intend to handle him?" "Let him return," Lin Fan replied nonchalantly. "He already knows you killed the rogue immortals of Wuji's sect. But, fear not, I have him under the control of a walking corpse. He now obeys me. Even if I commanded him to take his own life, he would not dare to resist," Lin Fan boasted. An eye for an eye, well done." Ling Bing sighed with relief, a smile breaking across her face. Just then, a voice echoed from outside the door. Ling Ao was being blocked from entering by Yi Hongyue. "My father and the others have arrived. What should we do?" Ling Bing asked in a flustered panic. "You should rest here for the time being," Lin Fan advised, giving Lu Xueyao a few words of encouragement before signaling for Ling Bing and Tang Xuan to accompany him outside. Outside the courtyard, Ling Ao was in a heated discussion with Yi Hongyue. He wanted to enter and take a look, but Yi Hongyue was resolute in her refusal. Just then, Lin Fan and the others emerged. "She said you two were in seclusion. I'm just here to check," Ling Ao attempted to explain, but was taken aback to see Elder Tang Xuan from Wuji sect standing with Lin Fan. For a moment, everyone was frozen in shock, unable to articulate their thoughts. Tang Xuan remained silent, clasping his fists in a gesture of respect, nodding at Ling Ao before striding away. "Did I see that correctly? Why was Tang Xuan here? What could he possibly want?" Huang Xiong asked, agitated as he watched Tang Xuan leave. "Oh, it was nothing. He just came to discuss the rules of the top 5 competition," Lin Fan replied evasively. "Is that all?" Lu Qi asked, not fully convinced. "Indeed. He didn't make things difficult for you, did he?" Ling Ao asked, his brow furrowed. "With Yi Hongyue here, even if he wanted to, he wouldn't have the audacity." Ling Bing shrugged, nonchalantly dismissing the concern. "That's good to hear. By the way, last night, Zhang Junbao, the leader of Taiji sect, came to express his gratitude for saving Zhang Wuji. He intended to thank you in person, but seeing you were in seclusion, I didn't let him disturb you," Ling Ao mentioned, as if recalling something. "It was a trivial matter, let them not dwell on it," Lin Fan replied with calmness. "The top 5 competition is filled with formidable opponents. I intend to enter seclusion for the next 2 days to advance my cultivation. Being clever individuals." Ling Ao nodded in understanding, assuring him, "Rest assured, I will ensure no one disturbs you. Thank you for your assistance." Lu Xueyao expressed her gratitude sincerely. Time passed swiftly, and before long, 2 days had elapsed. The top 5 showdown was upon them. Due to a fortunate draw, Tang Long advanced to the top 3 without contest, reaping the benefits of a favorable situation. While it was ostensibly luck, the fact that Wuji sect was the host raised questions about potential underhanded dealings. At this moment, on the arena stage, Lin Fan stood face-to-face with Yi Hong from Qingyan sect. Though neither was weak, with Yi Hong at the Earth Realm's 3rd level, Lin Fan's overwhelming prowess soon showed, as he defeated Yi Hong and sent him tumbling off the stage within less than 100 exchanges. The outcome had been predictable, and thus the audience held little expectation. However, the second match featuring Lu Xueyao from Wanhuado against Wang Ho from the Death Gate piqued interest. Lu Xueyao had not made an appearance for 3 days. Even the island master, Yu Wuqing, was unaware of her whereabouts, as Wang Ho awaited her arrival on stage. Murmurs erupted among the crowd, speculating about Lu Xueyao's absence and whether she would show up. If Lu Xueyao from Wanhuado does not appear on stage soon, it will be considered a forfeiture. The elder Tang San, presiding over the top 5 competition, spoke loudly. The island master Yu Wuqing of Wanhuado wore a grim expression, while her disciples murmured among themselves, filled with righteous indignation. "Master, where could senior sister Xueyao have gone? This is the top 5 competition. We've searched every corner of Wuzishan. Could she have possibly left? Such a golden opportunity. Winning would secure a place in the top 3, bringing glory to our lineage and establishing our sect's reputation. What a pity." Just as Tang San was about to announce that Lu Xueyao had forfeited, a figure clad in white suddenly soared in on a sword, landing gracefully on the stage. It was none other than Lu Xueyao, the most beautiful woman of the Xuanwu continent. despite her previous ruthless reputation for slaying Zhang Wuji. Her ethereal presence on the stage drew applause from the men. To die under the peony is to be a ghost with style. I apologize for the delay. Lu Shuiyao addressed the life and death sect's Wang Ho with genuine contrition. And no problem, Wang Ho stammered, unable to meet her gaze, feeling utterly inadequate. Since you are here, let us begin, Tang San remarked, his expression complex. Not only him, but Tang Xian and Tang Wu of the Wujimen also furrowed their brows, sensing something amiss. In the next moment, Lu Shuiyao engaged Wang Ho in battle. It was a peak confrontation. Although their cultivation levels were comparable, Wang Ho was haunted by the memory of Zhang Wuji's death. Thus, during their exchanges, he focused primarily on defense, too wary to engage directly. Always on guard against the lethal Fenghan needle. The two traded blows, neither able to gain the upper hand initially. However, once Lu Shuiyao summoned the Fenghan needle, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. Despite Wang Ho's utmost defensive efforts, he could not withstand the onslaught of the exquisite innate spiritual treasure. In no time, the Fenghan needle pierced through the sword in Wang Ho's hand and hovered perilously close to his throat. In that moment, Wang Ho was paralyzed with fear, sensing the breath of death. Fortunately, Lu Shuiyao withdrew in time, showing no intent to kill, and calmly collected the Fenghan needle. Witnessing this, the sect master and elders of the life and death sect below the stage breathed a collective sigh of relief. Thank you, senior sister, for your mercy. I concede. Wang Ho staggered back a few steps, expressing his gratitude. You are too kind. Lu Shuiyao gracefully descended the stage, returning to Yu Wuqing's side. Simultaneously, a disciple approached Tang Xian and whispered a few words. Instantly, Tang Xian's expression darkened, and he left with several elders of the Wujimen. At that moment, in the forbidden ground of the back mountain of Wuzhishan, Tang Xian, Tang Wu, Tang Shi, Tang San, and Tang Long, along with other core experts of the Wujimen, gathered. Observing the shattered bamboo hut and the 3 pools of foul-smelling flesh on the ground, Tang Xian's face turned ashen, trembling with rage. He could hardly believe that the 3 scattered immortals of the Wujimen had been silently crushed, only detected once the stench of decay became unbearable. How could this happen? They were scattered immortals, unrivaled in the Xuanwu continent. Why were they killed? Tang Long cried in despair, unable to accept such brutal slaughter. The complete annihilation of the ghost shadow had already severely weakened the Wujimen. Now, with the demise of the 3 scattered immortals, the Wujimen had lost all advantage. Master, their deaths mirror that of the ghost shadow. They were all crushed by a terrifying force. Tang Wu, after examining the pools of rotting flesh, spoke gravely. What do you think? Who possesses the power to kill all 3? Tang Xian seethed with anger. Across the entire Xuanwu continent, I truly cannot fathom anyone with such capability. Unless what? Tang Xian pressed, sensing hesitation from Tang Wu. Unless he is not of our realm. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to so effortlessly annihilate 3 scattered immortals. Tang Wu asserted firmly. Could that brat Lin Fan truly hail from the immortal realm? But he possesses only earthly perfection level strength. Tang Xian pondered, his expression increasingly grave. Father, are you suggesting that both the ghost shadow and the 3 scattered immortals were killed by Lin Fan? Tang Long asked, unable to contain his agitation. Aside from him, I can think of no one else. However, judging by his actions, he indeed only has the strength of earthly perfection, Tang Xian replied, conflicted and deeply troubled. Master, given the circumstances, what should we do now? Tang Shi inquired, burdened with concern. The Wujimen's advantage was gradually being eroded. Originally, even if they lost their position as leaders, the Wujimen would still be the most formidable presence on the Xuanwu continent. But now, without the ghost shadow and the scattered immortals as their support, they were reduced to mere insignificance. Longer has already entered the top 3, Tang Xian remarked, glancing over with determination. I do not worry about his battle with Lu Shuiyao, but against Lin Fan, you must defeat him at all costs. We can no longer afford to lose our position as leaders. Rest assured, Father, no one can stand in my way. The title of leader will surely be mine. Tang Long declared with fervor, shaking off his previous doubts. Tang Wu, Tang Shi, Tang San, and the others were unaware of the existence of the 9 spirits Yuan Saint and the God-slaying spear, leaving them skeptical of Tang Long's confidence. To them, the Wujimen's fortune had waned, and they could not envision anyone halting Lin Fan's ascent to leadership. As the dust settled on the top 5 competition, Lin Fan, Lu Shuiyao, and Tang Long predictably secured their places in the top 3. The final round would take place the following day. With the life and death sect's Wang Ho and and the Qingyan sects Yihong battling for 4th and 5th places. The next day, the ranking competition resumed. The plaza was teeming with powerful figures, and the experts of the Life and Death sect and Qingyan sect were particularly buoyant. Regardless of the outcome, Yihong and Wang Ho had brought honor to their sects by reaching this stage. On the arena, a peak showdown was imminent. Yet, at that moment, a multitude of radiant lights descended from the void. Upon closer inspection, it was a host of scattered immortals from the 10,000 Immortals sect, led by the infamous Yuxianzi. Numbering nearly 100 in total, the 10,000 Immortals sect was entirely composed of scattered immortals, those who had perished during tribulations and banded together for survival, united in facing the perilous scattered immortal tribulation. If one were to determine which sect possessed the greatest strength on the Xuanwu continent, it would undoubtedly be the 10,000 Immortals sect, not the Wujimen. However, while the Wujimen were well known, the 10,000 Immortals sect remained obscure, only recognized by those skilled enough to reach a certain level. Father, who are they? How could so many scattered immortals appear at once? Tang Long exclaimed in shock. Rendered speechless, they are the legendary 10,000 Immortals sect, and the man at the forefront is the mysterious powerhouse Yuxianzi, at least a millennium old. From the same era as the founder of the Xian Yuan sect, Yunding Tian. I had thought he had long since perished in the scattered immortal tribulation. It seems I was mistaken, Tang Xian mused, filled with astonishment. Master, why do you think these scattered immortals from the 10,000 Immortals sect have suddenly appeared at Wuzishan? The elder Tang Wu asked, visibly anxious. After all, this force was overwhelmingly formidable. I do not know. Let us observe for now. Taking a deep breath, Tang Xian, as an elder of the Wujimen, strode forward with determination. I am Tang Xian, master of the Wujimen. I greet you, esteemed seniors, and would like to inquire about your purpose for visiting Wuzishan. Tang Xian clasped his fists together, respectfully inquiring, where is Lin Fan, the emperor of the underworld? With unwavering gaze, replied indifferently. Having traversed a millennium, a master of his caliber no longer regarded anyone with significance. Although Tang Xian held the esteemed position of the leader of the Wujimen, in the eyes of the emperor of the underworld, he was no more than an insignificant insect, lacking any merit. As the grand calamity approached, the only thing that could capture the emperor's attention was the tribulation of the scattered immortals. At the mention of Lin Fan, a jolt of anxiety coursed through Tang Xian, who felt the sting of being disregarded. In this critical moment, Ling Ao stepped forward and stated, I am Ling Ao, the leader of the Xian Yuan sect, and Lin Fan is my son-in-law. He is currently in seclusion. Take me to see him, the emperor of the underworld commanded, his tone brooking no dissent. Very well. Ling Ao intended to refuse, yet faced with over 100 scattered immortals, he lacked the courage to do so and capitulated. Subsequently, Ling Ao led the assembly of scattered immortals, headed by the emperor of the underworld, to their encampment. Yi Hongwei, guarding the entrance of the small courtyard, was taken aback by the grand spectacle. Nevertheless, she remained resolute, embodying a fierce determination to prevent their entry. Lin Fan is in seclusion. No one may enter, she declared firmly, establishing her stance. You are the one who ascended to the 9th layer of the void in less than a decade, yet has been unable to sense the impending tribulation, the extraordinary genius. Yi Hongyue, am I correct? Do you realize whom you are addressing? The emperor of the underworld, relying on his seniority, spoke with an air of superiority. What does it matter who you are? Your identity holds no significance to me, Yi Hongwei retorted dismissively. Since witnessing the power of the demon egg, her perspective had expanded considerably. Even though the emperor had practiced for a millennium under the might of the demon egg, he was but a mere insect, unable to withstand a single blow. Yi Hongwei, how dare you? Before you stands the emperor of the underworld, a venerable figure who has cultivated for 1,000 years. Who do you think you are? Kneel at once. Tang Xian interjected, attempting to ingratiate himself. And you? What gives you the right to speak here? Yi Hongwei scoffed, openly mocking Tang Xian. You. Tang Xian's face flushed with anger, gritting his teeth. I have come to pay a visit to Lin Fan. I hope you will relay my request. The emperor of the underworld sought to avoid a confrontation, as he had something to gain from this endeavor. Noting Yi Hongyue's resistance to threats, he quickly softened his tone, attempting a more diplomatic approach. He has expressly stated that no one is to enter during his seclusion. If you wish to see him, you may wait outside until he emerges. Yi Hongwei remained steadfast, her gaze unyielding. You presume to impose upon me? The scattered immortal Dao Wuchang, standing behind the emperor, grew furious. He stepped forward, intending to force Yi Hongyue into submission through sheer might. Having cultivated for 8 centuries, Dao Wuchang was unmatched in strength. Accustomed to the elevated status of scattered immortals, he was dismissive of others. Witnessing Yi Hongyue's defiance ignited his temper, and he sought to teach her a lesson. Believing that his overwhelming power could easily subdue a master of the ninth layer of the void. However, as Dao Wuchang charged forward, he was suddenly overwhelmed by a terrifying force that pinned him to the ground, forcing him to prostrate before Yi Hongyue, uncontrollably spitting blood in a pitiful display. Gasping in shock, Dao Wuchang, the emperor of the underworld, and their companions collectively inhaled sharply. Even Tang Xian and Ling Ao, observing from a distance, were rendered speechless, their hearts pounding in astonishment. It was inconceivable that a being of Dao Wuchang's caliber could be brought to his knees and bloodied in such a manner. "Are you all right?" The emperor of the underworld rushed to Dao Wuchang's side, helping him to his feet, his expression grave. I'm fine," Dao Wuchang replied, wiping the blood from his lips, his face as pale as a ghost. Casting a wary glance toward the small courtyard, he felt the remnants of fear. "What did I say? I instructed you all to wait outside, yet you refused to listen. Do not underestimate others and invite humiliation upon yourselves." Yi Hongyue mocked coldly, utterly disregarding the scattered immortals gathered before her. "What is your assessment?" The emperor of the underworld, regaining composure, turned to Dao Wuchang. "When I approached, I sensed an extraordinarily terrifying force. Beneath that power, I felt like a mere insect, with no hope of resistance," Dao Wuchang admitted, still shaken. "Then it appears we have come to the right place." The emperor of the underworld nodded, a smile breaking across his face, filled with unexpected joy. "What do we do next?" Dao Wuchang asked, still anxious. "We wait. We shall remain here," the emperor declared resolutely. Although he was a unique entity throughout the entire Xuanwu continent, he was now exceedingly humble when faced with someone of greater stature. The ensuing scene was one of grandeur. The emperor of the underworld, Dao Wuchang, and nearly 100 scattered immortals stood with utmost respect outside the small courtyard, no longer daring to raise their voices. Observing this spectacle, Tang Xian, Tang Long, and others felt a deep sense of despair. Further convinced that the spectral shadows of the ancient graveyard and the scattered immortals slain in the rear mountain were indeed connected to Lin Fan, as he was the only one with such power. Ling Ao, Lu Qi, and others were equally astonished, even though the 10 sects martial arts assembly had yet to conclude. With the position of the champion still undecided, the unwavering devotion of the scattered immortals outside Lin Fan's door solidified their Xian Yuan sect standing, with the prospect of supplanting the Wujimen looming ever closer. On Wanhua Island, Yu Wuqing was also taken aback by the scene. She sought out Lu Shuiao privately, eager to understand the situation and Lin Fan's level of cultivation. Moreover, she fervently endeavored to unite Lu Shuiao with Lin Fan, regardless of her own status. At the same time, Yi Hong and Wang Ho of the Life and Death sect felt profoundly disheartened. What was meant to be a highly anticipated contest was overshadowed by the arrival of the scattered immortals from the Wansen sect. Leaving only the two of them on the stage, not even the elder Tang's son, who presided over the rankings, remained. In resignation, the two conferred and, with no audience and no elder to oversee, began to spar with each other in a rather pitiful display. Meanwhile, Lin Fan and Ling Bing were engaged in dual cultivation within their chamber. He was fully aware of the events occurring outside but had no intention of emerging. The scattered immortals outside were welcome to wait, as he held no regard for their presence, especially with the demon egg safeguarding him. Is it truly appropriate for us to be engaged in dual cultivation while so many scattered immortals await outside? Ling Bing expressed her unease. One must acknowledge that any one of those scattered immortals could shake the Xuanwu continent with a mere stamp of their foot, yet Lin Fan left them waiting outside. A feat few would dare undertake. I did not invite them here. If they wish to wait, let them be, Lin Fan replied nonchalantly, dismissing her concerns. They are all sovereign figures among scattered immortals. Offending them is unwise, Ling Bing cautioned repeatedly. Do you think they are foolish? Those who have achieved the status of scattered immortals are all astute individuals. If they are willing to endure the wait outside, it is undoubtedly because they seek something from me. Now, let us change our position and continue, Lin Fan said, playfully patting Ling Bing as he immersed himself in the moment. That night unfolded. A tempest raged, accompanied by flashes of lightning and booming thunder. The group of scattered immortals, led by the prison emperor and Dao Wuchang, remained seated outside, undeterred by the storm. The following morning, as the first rays of sunlight graced the ground, the door to the small courtyard creaked open. The prison emperor and his companions eagerly rose, hoping for a glimpse of Lin Fan. Please, come in, Yi Hongyue said calmly, surveying the gathered scattered immortals. Without a moment's hesitation, the prison emperor and Dao Wuchang entered the small courtyard, shedding their previous haughty demeanor. The modest space soon became crowded, and it was only then that Lin Fan emerged from his room with Ling Bing. After glancing at the assembled immortals, he clasped his hands and addressed them respectfully. Junior Lin Fan greets, all esteemed seniors. Do not stand on ceremony, young brother Lin Fan, the prison emperor replied, a mix of surprise and honor evident on his face. I was in seclusion last night, and I truly regret making you wait so long. May I ask what brings you esteemed seniors to my humble abode? The prison emperor exchanged glances with Dao Wuchang before stepping forward, slightly awkward, and confessed, let us speak plainly. We have come regarding the calamity facing the scattered immortals. The calamity of the scattered immortals? Lin Fan feigned surprise, though he had anticipated this. Indeed, I must confess that my own millennium calamity is imminent. I have heard of your assistance to the elder Xian Yuan, Yun Dingtian, in overcoming the ninth layer calamity, and I hope you can extend your support to me as well. Without beating around the bush, the prison emperor laid his request bare. Forgive my candor, but the 10,000-year demon calamity is approaching. You are not here seeking refuge from it, are you? Lin Fan probed incisively. You need not worry on that front. We agreed before coming here that unless absolutely necessary, we shall remain on the Xuanwu continent to face the calamity together with everyone else. We would never resort to fleeing to the celestial realms amidst chaos. Dao Wuchang affirmed the position of the Wanxian sect with resolute conviction. Your words bring me great relief. Lin Fan nodded appreciatively. After a brief pause, he continued, however, do not place too much hope in me. I currently possess only earthly ascendance cultivation, and my previous success in aiding Yun Dingtian was largely due to luck. Yet, I assure you, as long as you are willing to stand firm against the 10,000-year demon calamity, I, Lin Fan, will do my utmost to assist you when your calamity arrives. Is this truly your word? The prison emperor's face lit up with joy as he gazed at Lin Fan. A promise once made is as irrevocable as water spilled. Lin Fan declared with resolute conviction. With your assurance, we feel at ease. The prison emperor replied, satisfied. Ahem, I must attend to a competition today, so I cannot linger with you any longer, Lin Fan said, eager to leave. Can we watch the match? The prison emperor asked with great anticipation. Of course, Lin Fan replied without a moment's hesitation. Thus, Lin Fan led his formidable entourage to the arena atop the Thumb Mountain. The sight of such a spectacle left the experts of the Wuji sect in despair. If the Wanxian sect were to side with the Xianyuan sect, even if they triumphed, it would be in vain. In the semifinals, a round-robin format was employed, meaning each participant must face the other two, and only those who won 2 matches could claim victory. The first match featured Lu Xueyao against Tang Long. They stood face-to-face on the stage. You are no match for me. If I were you, I would concede, Tang Long boasted, seeking to win without a fight, conserving his strength for Lin Fan. Besides, my father has already proposed to your master, so you will inevitably become my woman. There's no need for us to fight. Dream on. I would rather die than marry you. Lu Xueyao retorted coldly, her gaze filled with disdain. In the next moment, without hesitation, she unleashed the Phoenix Soul Needle. A lethal attack aimed directly at him. Humph. With a cold huff, Tang Long advanced confidently, unfazed by her assault. In response to the lightning-fast Phoenix Soul Needle, he summoned a celestial sword, attempting to block its strike. The two, both at the earthly ascendance level, seemed to have Tang Long in a dominant position, pushing Lu Xueyao into a tight corner. Do you think Sister Xueyao can withstand his attacks? Ling Bing asked anxiously. She is no match for him. Tang Long's abilities are beyond imagination, Lin Fan stated bluntly. I believe she won't concede easily. She will surely fight with all her might to force out Tang Long's hidden prowess, Ling Bing said, her expression grave with concern. Indeed, as Ling Bing anticipated, despite knowing she was outmatched, Lu Xueyao fought fiercely, leaving no room for retreat, pouring all her energy into overwhelming Tang Long. Have you lost your mind? If you keep pressing like this, I will no longer hold back, Tang Long warned, his face darkening as he felt cornered. You've never shown any courtesy, have you? Lu Xueyao retorted indignantly. At that moment, the Phoenix Soul Needle struck true, shattering Tang Long's celestial sword into fragments. Moreover, the needle locked onto his aura, aiming for his vital point. Oh! Tang Long's expression changed dramatically as he involuntarily gasped. He had intended to keep the existence of the god-slaying spear concealed, but faced with a life-threatening situation, he had no choice but to summon the fearsome treasure, the god-slaying spear. Clang! Bang! The exquisite innate spiritual treasure, the Phoenix Soul Needle. collided fiercely with the god-slaying spear, being repelled by the overwhelming force, leaving Lu Shuyao's face pale with shock. Feeling the terrifying malice emanating from the god-slaying spear, she became inexplicably anxious, a primal fear stirring deep within her soul. Nevertheless, the purpose of her battle was to force Tang Long's trump card into the open. So she pressed on, continuing her assault with the Phoenix Soul Needle. The god-slaying spear. No wonder the Wuji sect is so confident. They wield the god-slaying spear. Lin Fan recognized the spear with astonishment. Is that spear truly powerful? The malice it radiates is simply astonishing. Ling Bing marveled. In terms of rank, it suppresses the Phoenix Soul Needle in Lu Shuyao's hands. This must be one of Tang Long's hidden weapons. Lin Fan took a deep breath, reflecting on the situation. Will Shuyao be in danger? Worry gnawed at her, and Ling Bing asked with a face full of anxiety. Silence enveloped the space. Yet Lin Fan's expression revealed the grim reality of the impending battle. The emergence of the god-slaying spear had indeed thrown Lu Shuyao into disarray. However, she was no pushover. In the ensuing clash, the Phoenix Soul Needle fluctuated in size, at times mere inches, at others towering over 3 feet, even piercing the heavens. Spectators around stood agape, including the likes of Yu Tianzi and Dao Wuchang from the Wandering Immortals, utterly astonished and speechless, their understanding of the situation upended. Tang Long found himself in an unprecedented predicament, wielding the god-slaying spear yet failing to swiftly conclude the combat, nearly summoning the 9 spirits primordial sage. Nevertheless, the god-slaying spear was, after all, a formidable treasure of the heavenly Tao. At the moment Tang Long succumbed to the malevolent aura, his eyes transforming into a mesmerizing violet. The spear began to shine with unparalleled brilliance. In that instant, Tang Long resembled a descending demon, unstoppable in his fury. The spear morphed into a dragon under his command, annihilating all in its path. When Lu Shuyao could no longer withstand the overwhelming malevolence and was cast from the arena, the spear surged forward, aiming directly at her heart, intent on total extermination. According to the rules, falling from the stage meant automatic disqualification, with Lu Shuyao's defeat seeming inevitable. Tang Long's ruthless assault with the spear drew scorn from onlookers. The god-slaying spear was a force to be reckoned with, just as her life hung by a thread. Lin Fan summoned the Hunyuan sword, deftly deflecting the lethal strike and narrowly saving her life. He's of the demon clan. Suddenly, Yu Wuqing pointed at Tang Long, exclaiming. The words jolted the crowd from their stupor. Indeed, Tang Long's eyes, now a striking violet, mirrored those of the demon clan. Instantly, murmurs erupted among the audience, disbelief palpable. How could this be? Is he truly of the demon clan? Look at his violet irises. What could be more convincing? It's terrifying. The malevolence he exuded was unparalleled. I was perplexed earlier, but now it all makes sense. If he belongs to the demon clan, what ties does the Wujiman have with them? As the situation spiraled out of control, the discourse turned against the Wujiman. At this critical juncture, Tang Xian leaped onto the stage, forcibly sheathing the god-slaying spear. Do not misunderstand. Longer has no ties to the demon clan, Tang Xian asserted. One-sided testimony holds little weight. Tang Long's violet eyes are irrefutable proof. Yu Wuqing adamantly countered, filled with indignation. Indeed, the Wujiman must clarify this matter. Zhang Zhubao from the Taiji sect declared emphatically. The crowd rallied against him. Tang Xian found himself in an exceedingly precarious position. Fortunately, at that moment, Tang Long's malevolence receded, his eyes returning to their normal hue of black. Everyone look again. Tang Xian raised his hand, urging silence with a commanding tone. What is happening? How have his eyes returned to black? Indeed, this is too strange. Is he human or demon? I can assure you, he is human, not a demon. His earlier state was merely a result of the artifact's influence. Once it is retracted, he will return to normal, Tang Xian explained. So that spear in his hand is a demonic artifact? Yu Wuqing retorted, still aggrieved. We acquired the spear not long ago, and we are still clarifying its nature. However, I promise to provide a satisfactory explanation once we ascertain the facts. Tang Xian replied apologetically. Meanwhile, Lin Fan, after saving Lu Shuiyao, promptly began to tend to her injuries. Under the nurturing essence of Xin Huang, her wounds visibly healed at an astonishing rate. Moments later, as Lin Fan withdrew his hands, Lu Shuiyao's complexion flushed with vitality. How do you feel? Lin Fan inquired with concern. I am fine. Thank you for saving my life once again, Lu Shuiyao said tearfully, her gratitude evident. Soon after, she returned to the stage and publicly declared, I am injured. In the next battle against Lin Fan, I concede. This announcement created a ripple of astonishment, although she was the weakest among the top three and not Lin Fan's match. Her voluntary concession was unexpected. Even the island master Yu Wuqing was taken aback, as Lu Shuiyao had made this decision without consulting her. With her concession, the competition now narrowed to Lin Fan and Tang Long vying for the championship title. After deliberation, the Wujimin and Xian Yuan sect unanimously decided that the championship battle would take place the following day. Meanwhile, at the Xian Yuan sect's residence, Ling Ao, Lu Qi, and others surrounded Lin Fan, eager to assist him in any way possible. The impending battle was the ultimate showdown, and Tang Long was no ordinary opponent. The Wujimin would not easily relinquish their claim to the title, as evidenced by Tang Long's earlier display with the God-slaying spear. If you face him tomorrow, how confident are you? Ling Ao asked cautiously, anxiety etched on his face. Rest assured, Tang Long is no rival to me. The tides of fortune are shifting. It is our turn at the Xian Yuan sect, Lin Fan replied confidently. Is there anything we can do for you? Do not hesitate to ask. The elder Lu Qi said, his gaze filled with expectation. Nothing for now. If a need arises, I will inform you, Lin Fan said with a light-hearted smile. Maintaining his composure. Just as they were engrossed in conversation, the previously clear sky suddenly darkened, thunder rumbling ominously. Is someone about to undergo tribulation? Zhou Yan exclaimed, realizing something was amiss. It's evident, isn't it? If they didn't want to witness my strength, why would you Tianzi and Dao Wuchang linger outside all night? Lin Fan jested. Are you suggesting they're intentionally undergoing tribulation to gauge whether you can truly assist them through the immortal tribulation? Huang Xiong asked, astonished. Not exactly intentional. The immortal tribulation occurs every 100 years with increasing ferocity. This time coincidentally aligns with someone's tribulation, and they are merely going with the flow, Lin Fan explained calmly. What do you plan to do? Lu Qi asked, still concerned. After all, tomorrow was the championship battle, and Lin Fan could not afford any mishaps. If all goes as expected, they should be arriving shortly, Lin Fan asserted. Sure enough, moments after he spoke, Dao Wuchang appeared in the hall. Lin Fan, my young brother. I fear we must trouble you. A wandering immortal from our Wujimin is about to undergo tribulation, and we hope you can lend him a hand, Dao Wuchang stated directly. Nodding composedly, Lin Fan replied without hesitation, lead the way. Following Dao Wuchang, they arrived in a square where a wandering immortal named Chu Wushuang was currently undergoing his tribulation. Lin Fan, my young brother, you have finally arrived. From a distance, Yu Tianzi hurriedly approached, his demeanor exceedingly warm. What is the situation now? Lin Fan asked, his expression serene. The brother currently undergoing tribulation is named Chu Wushuang, a wandering immortal for 3 centuries. Today marks his small immortal tribulation that occurs once every 100 years. He initially intended to avoid this situation in order to assist us in confronting the eternal demonic tribulation, yet he inadvertently revealed himself. With no other choice, he was compelled to risk everything. The Underworld Emperor elaborated carefully. Was it truly an inadvertent exposure? Lin Fan inquired, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Momentarily taken aback, the Underworld Emperor, having lived for a millennium, quickly comprehended Lin Fan's implication and hastily defended himself, stating, we genuinely have confidence in overcoming the various stages of the immortal tribulation. Interrupting him, Lin Fan exhibited little patience to hear more. I inquired earlier. And the first 7 stages of the immortal tribulation should pose no issue, the Underworld Emperor asserted earnestly. You shall inform him that he must devise a strategy for the 8th stage. I will ensure that the 9th stage does not endanger his life, Lin Fan promised. That sounds agreeable. I shall convey your message immediately, he responded, somewhat hesitantly. However, the Underworld Emperor understood he had no standing to negotiate and could only nod in acquiescence. The immortal tribulation is exceedingly formidable, far surpassing ordinary tribulations. Presently, as Chu Wushuang faced the immortal tribulation, it swiftly garnered attention from various sects, all eager to witness the unfolding events. Upon learning of Lin Fan's promise to aid him through the 9th stage, whispers circulated among the crowd, all eager to see what extraordinary capabilities he possessed. Chu Wushuang, a formidable figure for 3 centuries, soon found himself bloodied and battered under the baptism of the immortal tribulation. By the conclusion of the 7th stage, he lay crumpled on the ground, devoid of energy to confront the remaining 2 stages. Observing this, the Underworld Emperor and Dao Wuchang exchanged glances, seizing the opportunity to approach swiftly before the 8th stage descended. Dao Wuchang produced a medicinal pill and placed it in his mouth to aid in restoring his spiritual energy. Meanwhile, The Underworld Emperor retrieved a rare blood body to hasten his recovery, ensuring he had the vitality to confront the 8th stage. This is all we can do. The rest is up to you. As long as you endure the 8th stage, Lin Fan will assist you with the 9th. Before departing, the Underworld Emperor patted Chu Wushuang's shoulder, offering words of encouragement. With the aid of the medicinal pill and blood body, Chu Wushuang, once drenched in blood, soon appeared revitalized. Moments later, as the 8th stage of the immortal tribulation amassed enough power to strike, Chu Wushuang, who had been seated in meditation, finally opened his eyes and stood up. This was a decisive moment. He understood that in order to ascend to the immortal realm, he must withstand the 8th stage. It was his only path forward. With a thunderous roar, the 8th stage of the immortal tribulation, having locked onto his aura, descended violently. In an instant, the massive immortal tribulation, akin to a raging fire dragon, broke through the barriers of time and space, lunging ferociously towards Chu Wushuang. In contrast, Chu Wushuang, despite exerting every ounce of his strength, was akin to a flickering candle in the wind, vulnerable to perishing at any moment. The Underworld Emperor, Dao Wuchang, and the other immortals nearby felt a chill of anxiety for him, yet could do nothing to help. As the Underworld Emperor stated, under the immortal tribulation, he could rely solely on himself. Waves of the 8th stage of the immortal tribulation relentlessly surged towards Chu Wushuang. The area surrounding where he stood transformed into a zone devoid of life, with even experts of the Underworld Emperor and Dao Wuchang's caliber hesitant to draw near. The 8th stage of the immortal tribulation raged on for a full quarter of an hour. When the dust finally settled, the ground where Chu Wushuang had stood was unrecognizable. He lay amidst a pool of his own blood, his body convulsing slightly, indicating he had not yet succumbed to death. "What is your status?" The Underworld Emperor inquired again, his expression grave. "I'm not dead yet," Chu Wushuang replied weakly. "No, you need not worry about anything further. Once Lin Fan helps you through the 9th stage, you will ascend to the immortal realm." The Underworld Emperor reassured him, simultaneously infusing pure spiritual energy into his body to expedite his recovery. At that moment, Lin Fan approached. "Brother Lin Fan, the next phase is in your hands," the Underworld Emperor expressed with anticipation. "I shall give it my utmost effort," Lin Fan vowed. Due to the imminent arrival of the 9th stage of the immortal tribulation, the Underworld Emperor dared not linger, offering a few last words of caution before retreating from the core area. "Brother Lin Fan, I am grateful for your assistance." Chu Wushuang, barely managing to open his eyes, murmured in despair. After all, his very life was at stake. "I will alleviate the overwhelming force of the 9th stage, ensuring that only a negligible amount strikes you. You need not feel any psychological burden. You will be fine," Lin Fan reassured him. Nodding in gratitude, Chu Wushuang refrained from further speech, utilizing the limited time he had to heal. The 9th stage of the immortal tribulation soon descended. Having had similar experiences and knowing this was merely a minor tribulation, Lin Fan, bolstered by the indestructible body of the Xianhuang, faced minimal threat. Before the watchful eyes of the crowd, he withstood the onslaught of the 9th stage of the immortal tribulation with his flesh and blood. Moreover, while enduring the tribulation's assault, Lin Fan sought to refine his body through the immortal tribulation, striving to elevate his cultivation further. Though he had been in seclusion for a considerable time, his cultivation had remained stagnant at the 9th layer of earthly perfection for far too long. As he endeavored to break through the constraints of his physical form using the immortal tribulation, he unexpectedly achieved a breakthrough, advancing to the long-awaited initial celestial realm. "At last, I have broken through," Lin Fan exclaimed, his blood surging with excitement. Moments later, as the dust settled, the gates to the immortal realm swung open. Witnessing this spectacle, Chu Wushuang, alongside the Underworld Emperor, Dao Wuchang, and others, was overwhelmed with emotion, tears welling in their eyes. Prior to this, they had harbored doubts about Lin Fan's ability to withstand the 9th stage of the immortal tribulation, but now, witnessing it firsthand, they were filled with admiration and hope for the future. It is essential to recognize that the immortal tribulation is a perilous endeavor. However, with Lin Fan's assurance, they glimpsed the possibility of ascending to the immortal realm. Tang Long, Tang Xian, and other experts from the Wuji sect, having witnessed Lin Fan withstand the 9th stage of the immortal tribulation, an achievement beyond even the 3th-century immortal, were left in despair at the realization. Back at the Wuji sect, Tang Long, burdened with worries, remarked, "Father, do you believe that Lin Fan is truly from the immortal realm? How could he accomplish what even immortals cannot? I cannot discern his nature, but his strength is undeniably apparent. Fortunately, we have the 9 spirits primordial sage. Let us hope tomorrow unfolds without complications. Tang Xian sighed heavily. What if the 9 spirits primordial sage cannot contend with him? Tang Long asked, a hint of trepidation in his voice. That is impossible. I have inquired about this before. He claimed that the Xuanwu continent is an abandoned star, devoid of worthy opponents, including Lin Fan. Tang Xian stated emphatically. If that is the case, I shall rest easy. Tang Long exhaled, relief washing over him. By the way, today is a day of sacrifice. Last night, I secretly captured a pair of young boys and girls. You shall accompany me to the ancient burial ground to pay our respects. Tang Xian suddenly remarked, as if recalling something. The children from your room? But they are merely infants. Tang Long furrowed his brow. His taste had changed in recent months. He had developed a penchant for consuming infants. Chapter 59, Wanlong Scale Armor. Century-grade blood spirit pill. The night was silent and cold. Lin Fan was lost in the vast cosmos, practicing the chaotic starburst to prepare for the upcoming battle for supremacy. Suddenly, the door creaked open, and a blood-soaked figure stumbled and collapsed to the ground. Ye Hongyue, what happened to you? A startled Ling Bing rushed forward to support her as she saw Yi Hongwei in such a wretched state. Yi Hongwei attempted to speak but coughed up a mouthful of blood. Don't speak. I will tend to your wounds. Realizing she was on the brink of death, Lin Fan hastily approached, enveloping her in the profound yellow essence to prevent her condition from worsening. It was at this moment they noticed Yi Hongyue was covered in countless wounds, her skin torn and flesh exposed. It was a miracle she was still alive. Enough idle chatter. I will focus entirely on healing you. The profound yellow essence was capable of reviving the dead and mending broken bones. Although the injuries Yi Hongwei sustained were severe, they were not insurmountable. After an incense stick's time, her condition stabilized. After 3 incense sticks, her injuries had largely healed. Yet she remained unconscious. Is she going to be all right? Seeing Lin Fan cease his treatment, Ling Bing, who had been anxiously waiting nearby, quickly inquired. Her life almost slipped away, Lin Fan replied, still shaken. With her void 9-fold cultivation, there are only a few who could inflict such harm upon her. Could it have been the loose immortals from the Wansen sect? Ling Bing blurted out. Impossible. They are aware of the bond between Yi Hongwei and me. They wouldn't dare jeopardize their ascension to the immortal realm. Lin Fan asserted firmly. If it was the Wansen sect's loose immortals, then who else possesses such power? Let us wait until she awakens. Everything will soon become clear, Lin Fan said calmly. At dawn, Yi Hongyue, who had remained unconscious, finally opened her eyes slowly. Seeing Lin Fan and Ling Bing keeping vigil by her side filled her with gratitude. Thank you for your efforts, Yi Hongwei said, her voice slightly weak. How do you feel now? Lin Fan asked gently. Not bad. I should be fine, Yi Hongwei replied honestly. What exactly happened? Who could have done this to you? Ling Bing, unable to contain her curiosity any longer, asked directly. In the dead of night, I saw Tang Xian and Tang Long leave Wuzishan with 2 infants. Driven by curiosity, I followed them. They entered an ancient graveyard and then into another space, where I witnessed a lion with 9 heads that devoured the pair of children. As she recalled the event, Yi Hongwei's expression betrayed her lingering fear, her eyes reflecting terror. A 9-headed lion? It devoured infants? Are you certain you didn't see incorrectly? Ling Bing exclaimed in astonishment. I have been to the ancient graveyard, but I did not encounter any 9-headed lion, Lin Fan muttered. He then released the demon egg and asked, You spent quite some time in the ancient graveyard. Do you know of the 9-headed lion? My time in the ancient graveyard was not long, and I did not see any 9-headed lion, the demon egg replied candidly. I witnessed it with my own eyes. It is absolutely true. Seeing their disbelief, Yi Hongwei spoke with conviction. I believe you. How did you sustain those injuries? Did the 9-headed lion claw you? Lin Fan continued to inquire. I was scratched by the claws of that 9-headed lion. Initially, I thought I could save the children due to my void 9-fold power, but I overestimated my capabilities. I was no match for that beast. And it was a stroke of luck that I managed to escape. Yi Hongwei sighed deeply, filled with emotion. Based on your judgment, that 9-headed lion must be a beast of the loose immortal realm? Lin Fan asked earnestly. I have fought against loose immortals. It is definitely not a loose immortal. It is vastly more powerful, Yi Hongwei asserted with confidence. It appears that the 9-headed lion is the secret weapon of the Wujiman. Lin Fan mused. What do you mean? Ling Bing asked anxiously. I have always pondered what the Wujiman would use against me. The god-slaying spear is indeed formidable, but it would be impossible to defeat me. It was only upon the appearance of the 9-headed lion that I realized it is their ultimate weapon, Lin Fan stated plainly. What are you afraid of? I will kill it without hesitation. The demon egg declared defiantly, showing no regard for the nine-headed lion. That is what you said. Don't fail me at a critical moment. Ling Bing retorted. Rest assured, unless the 6 saints of the primordial era come personally, no one can stop me. The demon egg replied arrogantly, brimming with confidence. Your assurance brings me great comfort. Lin Fan smiled broadly, his spirits lifted. Early in the morning, Ling Ao, Lu Qi, Huang Xiong, and others were waiting outside the courtyard. Although no one obstructed their entry, they spoke in hushed tones, hesitant to intrude upon Lin Fan's cultivation. Not only them, but the subsequent arrivals, such as the prison emperor and Dao Wuchang, along with several loose immortals from the Wanxian sect, were also waiting in taciturnity, refraining from speaking. As the sun climbed higher, with the battle for supremacy about to commence, Lin Fan finally lazily pushed the door open. However, the scene outside startled them, leaving them in stunned silence, unsure of what major event had transpired. What is going on? Lin Fan asked in surprise. We didn't want to disturb you. So we waited here, Ling Ao explained. Ahem, I'm not as sensitive as you think. You were overly cautious. Lin Fan replied, somewhat disgruntled. How about it? Young brother Lin Fan, do you have confidence in the battle for supremacy? The prison emperor asked with excitement. Today, you will witness a peak duel that transcends your understanding. Lin Fan declared proudly, casting a glance at the prison emperor and the other loose immortals. We are all loose immortals. Is there anything we haven't seen? Dao Wuchang scoffed. Loose immortals are not the limit of this realm, Lin Fan implied cryptically. Dao Wuchang, initially dismissive, was taken aback by Lin Fan's words. His expression filled with astonishment. Could it be that an immortal will intervene in your conflict? Let us wait and see, Lin Fan replied enigmatically, striding confidently toward Thumb Mountain. What do you think? Could an immortal truly appear? Dao Wuchang inquired, filled with trepidation as he watched Lin Fan's retreating figure. Let us go see. And we shall know. The emperor of the underworld, with a calm demeanor, hastened his flight. Tang Long had long been awaiting him on the arena, flanked by Tang Xian and Tang Wu, who were engaged in serious whispers. Below the platform, masters from various sects congregated, their voices a cacophony of discussion. However, when they spotted Lin Fan and his companions arriving late, excitement surged through the crowd, who tactfully parted to make way. Under the watchful eyes of many, Lin Fan landed steadily on the stage. To the side, Lu Xiweiyao had been waiting with anticipation. As Lin Fan instinctively glanced her way, she, already prepared, made a gesture of encouragement, silently rallying him. This seemingly casual moment ignited jealousy among the onlookers, who were enviously captivated. Tang Long, standing opposite Lin Fan, witnessed this exchange. And a tempest of emotion surged within him, intensifying his resolve to eliminate Lin Fan. The awaited day had finally arrived. Tang Long's eyes glinted with malice, his gaze upon Lin Fan akin to that of a predator eyeing its prey. Are you so eager for death? Lin Fan chuckled mockingly. Laugh while you can, soon enough. That opportunity will be lost. With a swift motion, Tang Long summoned the god-slaying spear, exuding an air of arrogance. You are no match for me. Even with the god-slaying spear in hand, you are but a fleeting shadow, Lin Fan retorted disdainfully. Humph, you are overly confident. In his eagerness to prove himself, Tang Long did not wait for Tang San to announce the commencement. He lunged forward with the spear. As danger approached, Lin Fan did not hold back, gripping the Hunyuan's sword firmly to meet him. This battle drew the attention of all. Tang Long unleashed his unparalleled sword technique with the god-slaying spear, while Lin Fan countered with an advanced version of the Xin Yuan 9 swords, both titans clashing fiercely. In the initial moments, both engaged in tentative exchanges, neither gaining the upper hand. However, as time passed, Lin Fan began to unleash his true power. As the azure spiritual energy enveloped him, Tang Long found himself faltering, retreating under immense pressure. Initial Celestial Realm. Little Fan has reached the initial Celestial Realm, Ling Ao exclaimed, filled with genuine joy. If this is the case, Tang Long is surely doomed. Lu Qi's excitement surged, his blood racing. He is not as simple as you think. Yi Hongyue poured cold water on their enthusiasm. In her view, this was merely the beginning. The nine-headed lion had yet to emerge. True to her words, as they fell from her lips, Tang Long produced a blood-red pill and swallowed it with ease. In an instant, his cultivation soared at a visible pace, eliciting gasps from the audience. That is a 9th-grade blood spirit pill, Lu Qi exclaimed. Is it really that formidable? Ling Tian inquired anxiously. The 9th-grade blood spirit pill is exceedingly rare. It requires a century of refinement to produce just one. Its potency is terrifying. allowing one to elevate their cultivation by 2 major realms for approximately half a stick of incense, Lu Qi elaborated. 2 major realms? Ling Tian was left speechless in shock. Look, his spiritual energy has turned blue. Ling Shui cried out. With this, the previously disadvantaged Tang Long turned the tide, his cultivation now firmly overshadowing Lin Fan's. So what if you are in the initial celestial realm? Soon, you shall witness the might of my combined body realm. Tang Long bellowed, his eyes now a mesmerizing purple, radiating a dreadful aura, having succumbed to madness. Transformed by his newfound power, Tang Long's strength surged, and his attacks grew increasingly ferocious, leaving Lin Fan struggling to withstand the onslaught. This cannot continue. My brother-in-law is on the brink. Ling Shui thought anxiously, feeling helpless. Senior, your strength is formidable. What about my brother-in-law? Ling Tian attempted to solicit Yi Hongyue's insight, but before he could finish, she interrupted. Who are you calling senior? Am I that old? She shot him an irritated glance. Sister, Ling Tian sweetly corrected himself. Do you think my brother-in-law will be all right? Fear not. That Tang Long is like a grasshopper in autumn. He cannot leap for long. Do not be fooled by his current bravado. Lin Fan has yet to unleash his full power. If he were to do so, Tang Long would have long since been defeated. Yi Honghua strategized confidently. With your assurance. I feel relieved, Ling Tian sighed, a smile breaking across his face. Ling Ao, Lu Qi, and the others, having overheard Yi Hongyue's words, suppressed their worries and remained silent, waiting for a miracle. In contrast, the Emperor of the Underworld and Dao Wuchang displayed patience, their expression stoic as they observed the unfolding events. Time ticked by. As Lin Fan endured Tang Long's relentless assault, the god-slaying spear struck like a venomous dragon poised to claim his life. In a critical moment, Lin Fan erupted with terrifying Xinhuang energy, akin to a raging inferno engulfing all in its path, startling Tang Long into retreat. Is that all you've got? Tang Long scoffed, narrowing his eyes as he advanced, eager to make Lin Fan pay the price with the god-slaying spear. Facing the oncoming assault, Lin Fan, who had been gathering strength, roared in defiance. In the next instant, the formidable power of the Star Force surged forth, sweeping through like a tempest. Chaotic star explosion. As the moment to strike arrived, he revealed his full power, unleashing the first strike of the planetary explosion with a forceful blow. At that moment, Lin Fan's attack resembled the autumn wind stripping leaves, obliterating Tang Long's defenses and sending him crashing to the ground. The platform, reinforced for battle, could not withstand the impact of the planetary explosion, shattering into countless pieces. The might of the planetary explosion was now 100-fold stronger than when he faced Gue Wuchang. Caught off guard, Tang Long was directly struck by the planetary explosion. Logically, such a blow could reduce him to mere pulp, for its power was sufficient to rend the heavens. Yet, to Lin Fan's surprise, Tang Long merely fell to the ground, coughing blood, his face pale, and his clothing in disarray. Only when Tang Long tore off a piece of armor adorned with dragon scales did Lin Fan understand why he had survived. The dragon scale armor absorbed a significant portion of the blow's force, sparing his life. However, below the arena, Tang Xian, Tang Wu, and others watched in shock, unable to believe the sheer ferocity of Lin Fan's attack, which even the dragon scale armor could not withstand. How has Lin Fan's attack become so terrifying? It even shattered the dragon scale armor. Tang Wu gasped, rendered speechless by astonishment. That armor is forged from the toughest scales of 1,000 dragons. Its defense is unparalleled. Yet it could not withstand his attack, truly terrifying. Tang Shi exclaimed, still shaken. Master, should we continue? The effects of the 9th grade blood spirit pill are waning. If we proceed, Little Long may be in grave danger, Tang San said, his face pale with concern. What are you panicking for? Everything is just beginning. The position of the leader is destined to belong to my Wuji sect. With fists clenched tightly, Tang Xian declared with unwavering confidence. Even upon witnessing the shattering of Tang Long's Wanjun scale armor, he remained unperturbed, exuding an air of control over the situation. Senior brother, could it be that little dragon has a hidden card? Tang Wu inquired thoughtfully, his voice barely above a whisper. Tang Xian's silence spoke volumes, his expression revealing everything. The previously anxious Tang Wu and Tang Shi, upon understanding the situation, breathed a collective sigh of relief, their long-suspended hearts finally at ease. Chapter 60, The Extermination of the Immortal Sword Array, the battle against the 9-spirit Primordial Sage. Impressive defense, I must say, Lin Fan complimented. I never imagined my Wanjun scale armor would fail to withstand your assault. I concede, you are indeed stronger than I anticipated. However, It is unfortunate for you to have crossed paths with me. You are destined for demise. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth and revealing his well-defined muscles, Tang Long declared with renewed vigor after his defeat. Now, it is time to summon your little pet lion with 9 heads. Let it come to your aid. Lin Fan taunted. To others, his words might have sounded like nonsense. Yet for Tang Long and Tang Xian, who stood below the arena, it was like a thunderclap. Until now, the existence of the 9-spirit primordial sage had been a closely guarded secret between father and son. Even Tang Wu and Tang Shi were unaware. The fact that Lin Fan so readily spoke of it left everyone astonished. What did you just say? Tang Long stammered, suddenly losing his composure. Unable to meet Lin Fan's gaze. Is my explanation unclear, or are you feigning ignorance? Is it not that the 9-headed lion, which devours young boys and girls, is your reliance in this battle for leadership? Lin Fan shouted loudly, ensuring that all could hear him clearly. You speak nonsense. I cannot comprehend your words. Tang Long retorted angrily, his mind in disarray. Just then, a deafening roar echoed, shaking the entire Wuzishan, sending chills down spines. What is that sound? It resembles a lion's roar. Could it be the lion that consumes young boys and girls? The crowd murmured, fear creeping into their hearts. That sound is terrifying. It has made my hair stand on end. In the next moment, a lion with 9 heads descended from the heavens, landing directly on the arena. Lin Fan, initially bewildered by the nature of this 9-headed beast, was struck with clarity upon witnessing its true form. The so-called 9-headed lion was none other than the mount of the Tai savior, the 9-spirit primordial sage. Little did Lin Fan dream that it would arrive in this desolate place, forming an alliance with the Wuji sect. The roar of the 9-spirit primordial sage resounded through the heavens and the netherworld, overwhelming the onlookers. Even Lin Fan, protected by the Huang and immortal body, was forced back by the sheer force of its voice. Once summoned, Tang Long immediately prostrated himself on the ground, displaying utmost reverence. He then pointed angrily at Lin Fan, declaring, Senior, it is this arrogant fool who disregards my Wuji sect. Kill him. The 9-spirit primordial sage issued a deep growl, its 9 heads turning in unison, sending shivers through the crowd. It was truly disappointing to see the once-renowned 9-spirit primordial sage reduced to such a state. Armed with the Hunyuan sword, Lin Fan met the gaze of the 9-spirit primordial sage without flinching. Do you recognize me? The 9-spirit primordial sage asked, surprised, its words echoing with a human-like quality. You are the steed of the Tai savior, once a bandit who occupied the Jiuhua mountain in Yuhua prefecture. And you took in the 7 lions known as the Yellow Lion, Swanni, Tuanxiang Lion, Bays, Fu Li, now Lion, and Snow Lion. Revered as ancestor, correct? Lin Fan recounted, as if recounting cherished family knowledge. Who on earth are you? The 9-spirit primordial sage inquired, visibly perturbed. My identity is of little consequence. What matters is your unforgivable sin of devouring young boys and girls. Your complicity in tyranny only exacerbates your guilt. Lin Fan retorted boldly, unyielding in the face of the beast. Meanwhile, the crowd below, including Ling Ao and Lu Qi, were rendered speechless with fear. This was the 9-spirit primordial sage, whose roar had nearly made them vomit blood. It was nearly certain that Lin Fan stood no chance against it. How could the Wuji sect possess such a formidable beast? What shall we do? Ling Ao lamented, feeling like a restless ant on a hot pot. Father, can beasts participate in battle? Is this not utterly unfair? Ling Shui protested indignantly. According to the rules of the 10 sects tournament, beasts were allowed to fight. But no one anticipated that the Wuji sect would have such a powerful creature at its disposal. Sister, say something. Ling Tian urged, noticing Ling Bing standing stoically, her expression indifferent to the unfolding scene. Rest assured, everything is under control. We are aware that the 9-spirit primordial sage would intervene. Lin Fan will not be defeated. Ling Bing proclaimed confidently. Binger, does Lin Fan possess a hidden trump card unknown to us? Ling Ao quickly approached her, questioning. Just watch. The answer will soon reveal itself. Ling Bing replied nonchalantly, without directly responding. Meanwhile, in the direction of the Wuji sect, Tang Wu, Tang Shi, and Tang Xin stood wide-eyed, filled with astonishment and excitement upon witnessing the 9-spirit primordial sage's appearance. They had been oblivious to its existence until this moment. Finally understanding why Tang Xian had remained so composed, he possessed overwhelming power to turn the tides. Senior brother, is this little dragon's ultimate trump card? Tang Xian asked, unable to contain his exhilaration. It is the nine-spirit primordial sage, which I discovered during my initial venture into the ancient burial grounds. Its strength is formidable, likely among the ranks of immortal beasts. With its intervention, Lin Fan is undoubtedly doomed, Tang Xian declared triumphantly, wearing an expression of assured victory. It seems our previous concerns were unwarranted. Everything is as planned by senior brother, Tang Shi flattered. My Wuji sect has thrived for over a century. Even if the ghost shadow and loose immortals have fallen, any attempt to shake our position is but a delusion, Tang Xian proclaimed boldly, brimful of confidence. On the arena, the nine-spirit primordial sage initially believed its purpose was merely to eliminate a foe. Yet, it never anticipated that someone would be aware of its origins, even articulating its history. In an instant, its gaze towards Lin Fan was filled with chilling murderous intent, causing unease to settle over it. You hail from the Hong Wang realm as well? The nine-spirit primordial sage scrutinized Lin Fan cautiously. Does that matter? Do not blame me for not giving you a chance. If you withdraw now and plead for mercy, I shall spare your life. Otherwise, do not blame me for being ruthless. Lin Fan asserted forcefully. Lin Fan, you insignificant creature of the initial heaven realm. What right do you have to boast before the nine-spirit primordial sage? Prepare to die. As the nine-spirit primordial sage hesitated, Tang Long immediately seized the moment to incite further chaos, roaring with added fervor. Humph, young one, it matters not who you are. Encountering me is your misfortune. Prepare to meet your end. Suddenly, the gaze of the nine-spirit primordial saint towards Lin Fan turned sharp and fierce. In the next moment, he decisively unleashed his ultimate move, the nine-headed capture. With a shake of his head, once the nine heads were unleashed, capturing the enemy was inevitable. Even Sun Wukong had once fallen victim to it. Caught off guard and facing a significant disparity in strength, Lin Fan had no time to react before the nine-spirit primordial saint seized him, with the threat of being torn apart by nine gaping maws looming over him. Upon witnessing this scene, even Ling Bing, Lu Shuyao, and the others, despite their mental preparations, felt an inexplicable chill run down their spines. Life and death hung in the balance. The power of the nine-spirit primordial saint was overwhelming. Killing was but a mere thought. Humph, still wishing to contend with me? Prepare to meet your demise. Tang Long shouted recklessly. Having lived 2 lives, Lin Fan was no stranger to grand spectacles, even when captured by the nine-spirit primordial saint. He remained unperturbed, devoid of fear. Just as the nine-spirit primordial saint was about to rend him asunder, at the critical moment, the demon egg sprang forth. Instantly, the ancient and primordial aura emanating from it sent a shiver down the spine of the nine-spirit primordial saint. In the blink of an eye, the wildly expanding demon egg locked onto his aura and ruthlessly battered him. The nine-spirit primordial saint had thought that killing Lin Fan would be an effortless task, but he could never have anticipated that the demon egg, born in the primordial chaos and nurtured from the dawn of chaos, the progenitor of 3,000 chaotic demons and the father of countless spirits, would manifest here. Caught unawares, the nine-spirit primordial saint was thoroughly overwhelmed. Meanwhile, Lin Fan regained his freedom, observing everything from a lofty vantage as if a celestial being had descended. Tang Long was left dumbfounded. He had assumed that with the nine-spirit primordial saint personally intervening, Lin Fan was doomed. Little did he expect that Lin Fan possessed his own trump card, appearing equally formidable as the nine-spirit primordial saint. Tang Xian, Tang Wu, and the others, who had previously been baffled by how the Ghost Shadow Army and the 3 scattered immortals were obliterated, found clarity upon witnessing the demon egg. It was indeed the harbinger of destruction. Senior brother, look at that demon egg, it's enormous, Tang Shi said, trembling with anxiety. It was it. The Ghost Shadow was crushed by it, and the 3 scattered immortals in the forbidden area were also slain by it. Tang Xian clenched his fists, seething with hatred. Who was more powerful, it or the nine-spirit primordial saint? The second elder, Tang Shi, could no longer contain his curiosity. I do not know. I am unaware of the origins of this demon egg. However, its ability to silently eliminate the ghost shadow and the 3 scattered immortals suggests it is no benign entity. Tang Xian replied, his heart racing. He continued, I initially thought that with the nine-spirit primordial saint taking action, Lin Fan was undoubtedly doomed, and the position of leader would be within our grasp. But now, it seems I have underestimated him. What shall we do next? Tang Wu asked, a hint of unease in his voice. The success or failure hinges on this moment. All our hopes now rest upon the nine-spirit primordial saint. If he cannot withstand the assault of the demon egg, We will have no choice but to accept our fate. Tang Xian's demeanor showed signs of waning confidence. With no constraints of the arena, the clash between Lin Fan and Tang Long had expanded throughout the entire martial arena. The Nine-Spirit Primordial Saint, taken by surprise by the demon egg, immediately displayed a visage of sheer terror, retreating in haste. Demon egg? How could you be here? He stammered, trembling. Clearly, he was aware of the demon egg's existence and regarded it with trepidation. Why shouldn't I be here? It is you who hides here to devour infants. How brazen of you. The demon egg spoke with disdain. Is it not true that the Wuji sect's Tang Xian sends pairs of young boys and girls to you every month to feast upon? Am I lying? The demon egg demanded, its voice sharp. This. The Nine-Spirit Primordial Saint found himself at a loss for words, unable to counter the ironclad truth. Below the arena, when the crowd heard that Tang Xian had indeed captured young boys and girls to feed the Nine-Spirit Primordial Saint, they erupted in astonishment. There was disdain, scorn, and derision, as well as outright disbelief. It was evident that regardless of the outcome of this battle, the Wuji sect would irrevocably fall from grace, unforgivable for having fed infants to the Nine-Spirit Primordial Saint. Tang Xian himself understood the outrage of both man and deity. He lowered his head in silence, his emotions complex. Meanwhile, upon realizing that his secret had been exposed and there was no escape, the Nine-Spirit Primordial Saint adopted a reckless demeanor, glaring at the demon egg with bloodshot eyes, declaring, "You forced my hand. Do not blame me for being ruthless. For today you shall all perish." His tone was bold, but the demon egg, brimming with disdain, retorted, "Do you even comprehend whom you are addressing?